Chapter 111. Damn zombies, take my bombs, 2 bombs, 50 bombs, 100 bombs. Wang Qiuqiu threw the bombs in her hand like free candy beans. However, the number of zombies around her did not decrease much. In fact, it was her bad luck. The surroundings of the factory were basically visible, and only a few corners were covered by the debris of abandoned buildings. Wang Qiuqiu was just teleported to the corners of the building. In a blink of an eye, seeing that their companions were gone, most people's first reaction was to look around. But this place was surrounded by buildings on 3 sides, and the little girl made a lot of noise when she moved. This was good. The zombies instantly looked over here with shining eyes, and then Wang Qiuqiu couldn't stop throwing bombs. The movement was so loud that more and more zombies were attracted. In just half a minute, she was surrounded by dense zombies. Fortunately, although the bombs made by her superpowers were not very lethal, they were fast enough, and she could throw them out in waves so that she would not be close to the zombies. But the zombies could not attack her, and she could not completely break out of the zombies' encirclement. The little girl was not as tall as the zombies, and now the 3 layers of human walls around her made it impossible for her to see the factory in the distance. She rushed in one direction and finally identified the direction from the gap, but the zombies caught up in a blink of an eye, so she almost moved towards the target in an extremely tortuous line. This made the little girl anxious. After we get out of here, even if I spend all my energy, I will buy out all the milk in the central tower. She made a secret decision. Fortunately, after the uninterrupted bombing of the superpowers, and the use of 3 protective shields, the outline of the factory finally appeared in her field of vision. Huh. We're almost there. Wang Qiuqiu touched her backpack, which had already deflated. The killing power of her ability was not too strong. The key was harassment and concealment. It was similar to Miss G's peas. It could not kill these zombies, so she could only rely on the props exchanged with the central tower at a critical moment. In order to kill a way out of the zombies around her, she used half of the props she brought. This was such a big loss before entering the dungeon. Wang Qiuqiu's face wrinkled into a bitter gourd. However, fortunately, it was almost there. She had half of the factory in her field of vision. However, at this moment, a shrill scream pierced her eardrums directly. Ah! The scream almost spread throughout the entire enchantment area. Sound wave ability and mental attack. Ji Qingchen paused while commanding the consciousness of the plants. This mental attack was not a problem for her. The important thing was that such an attack should not be launched by a level 4 zombie. Then, there was only one possibility, that other humans had come in. 614. The thought came to her mind, and Ji Qingchen's expression was serious. She didn't know much about this enemy, who had fought many times. But based on her years of experience, Yang Wanquan would not bring too few people. For his ability and mentality, using people as tools is not a rare thing. This scream is a superpower, and it is not an ordinary release. Judging from the mental power contained in it, the other party is overdrawing his life, and it is a serious overdraw, in order to quickly resolve the surrounding enemies. Based on the overall strength of the current survivors, his superpower can be released at most 3 times. But these 3 times are enough. Conservatively estimated, about 30% of the zombies on the road to the factory should be eliminated. Moreover, there will definitely not be only this kind of sacrificial release of superpowers. Yang Wanquan intends to pave a fastest way to the factory for himself at the cost of his men's lives. In fact, Ji Qingchen doesn't care what he does. She won't care about the life and death of those guys. But this kind of sound wave still needs to be prevented, because it is not only aimed at zombies, but also at people without protection. For example, the few people around her, their superpowers were almost interrupted the moment the sound wave came, and some of them were so fierce that they almost got internal injuries. The soft mental power attached to the plants, and the plants arranged by Ji Qingchen swayed slightly, and easily resolved the second scream when it came. But there was another person present, who was not within this range. Compared with the people who had already arrived at the factory, Wang Qiuqiu was much closer to the superpower releaser, or the person who released the superpower was in her straight line. So at the moment the sound wave arrived, Wang Qiuqiu felt as if her head was hit by a heavy hammer, her eyes went blank, and her ears buzzed. She couldn't use her superpowers, and it was even difficult for her to move her body. Fortunately, the zombies around her also reacted in the same way. Although the attack did not stop, it was also affected and deviated. But her enemies were not only zombies. I was wondering why there was a strange mental power here. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind her, and Wang Qiuqiu's 5 senses almost disappeared. She didn't even notice the arrival of the other party. It was just instinct or 6th sense that made her move an inch to the right at the moment the attack arrived. The blade just avoided the vital part. The intense pain stimulated her brain to reopen. She turned her head and vaguely saw a few people walking behind the fallen zombie. Due to the blurred vision, she could only vaguely see a few figures, 3, 4, and it seemed that there were more, and they were still gathering, and their walking posture was completely different from the zombies. The other survivors. 614 people. Wang Qiuqiu was not stupid. At present, there were only 614 people left. Although the numbers on their heads could not be seen clearly, it was definitely 614. Yang Wenquan's ability was particularly useful in this kind of barrier that was teleported everywhere. He could gather people together through mental control. But now, he was in a very bad mood. He did not expect that there would be so many zombies gathered at the entrance of the world copy, and he did not expect that this world was randomly teleported, and there were a large number of zombies ambushing. After entering the barrier, his and those people's minds were briefly vacant. So that of the 70 or so people he had just left, only 30 or so responded. What's even more infuriating is that those shelters that should have been the 614 upgrade rights actually still have people there, and they found this copy before him. But what if they found it? They have been shaken by the sonic boom and can die now. What happened just now was just luck, and I don't believe you can avoid it now. Thinking of this, Yang Wenquan gave the attacker a look, and the dagger in the attacker's hand stabbed Wang Qiuqiu's heart again. In fact, Wang Qiuqiu knew the opponent's plan. After suffering a mental attack and being seriously injured, she basically couldn't survive. Since she will definitely die, these guys can't think of having an easy time. Let you taste the power of the ultimate big lollipop bomb. The little girl's fingers pinched the switches of all the explosive weapons in her pocket, and at the same time she overdrew her mental power like crazy. Almost instantly, the bombs were about to fall to the ground with a crackling sound. However, Wang Qiuqiu's big move was not successfully released. Don't want to die? Go. A strange feeling came from the spiritual world, and she found that she could no longer control her body in a trance. However, the voice that appeared made her feel a little more stable. Lord Ji? Wang Qiuqiu called tentatively. Ji Qingshan didn't speak. The little girl's body was still somewhat limited in action, but this did not prevent her from using the other party's supernatural power. Because of the forced catalysis, the power limit of Wang Qiuqiu's bomb was not high. But the power of 1 or 2 bombs is limited. What about 10, 100, or tens of thousands of bombs piled together? Wang Qiuqiu watched her body rush into the zombie group, and was originally worried that she would be stalked by the zombies that surrounded her, but the next second her eyes widened. She remembered that her ability didn't seem to be Gatling, right? Those bombs seemed to be thrown by hand, right? What's going on now? Ji Qingshan, or Ji Qingshan in Wang Qiuqiu's shell, was like a turret firing in all directions, treating the bombs as bullets and firing them out like crazy. Not only did it have an explosive effect, but it also had a strong striking effect. The zombies blocking the front row had not had time to form an encirclement before a hole was opened. The factory was instantly exposed to the field of vision. The little girl's body rushed to the destination quickly. At the back, the bomb seemed to have eyes, and hit the people from 614 accurately. Chase. How could Yang Wenquan let go when he saw that the energy core was about to fly away, especially after being seriously injured? The first person to take action was the man who had used the sound wave attack before, and his sharp and piercing screams once again echoed over the entire barrier, and his condition was visibly declining. However, this time, the scream still had a good repelling effect on the zombies, but Wang Qiuqiu was not affected at all. How could this be possible? Yang Wenquan was shocked, but he could not afford to hesitate. The zombies would not be killed directly by the sound waves. At most, their behavior would be delayed. Otherwise, if they did not chase them now, they would only have to eat Wang Qiuqiu's tail gas. And those bombs, Wang Qiuqiu seemed to have eyes on his back and sent them to them. Damn, he had to distract himself to block these things. Wang Qiuqiu's current location is not far from the factory, but it is a little far from the door where Ji Qingshan and others are, and Yang Wenquan's people are chasing them closely. Should we go in from another entrance? At this moment, Ji Qingshan has explained the previous situation to Wang Qiuqiu. Entering the factory is probably entering a dungeon. If you go in with such a group of guys chasing and blocking, it is inevitable that there will be trouble. No, your body needs treatment. Besides, they may not be able to catch up. CE, don't play dead, hurry up. In Ji Qingshan's threatening voice, Wang Qiuqiu's body suddenly threw back twice as many explosives, and with the impact of the air volume, it quickly flew to where Ji Qingshan and others were, and was steadily caught by a net wrapped with several willow branches. After Wang Qiuqiu flew over a protruding stone, a wall of earth rose up on the ground behind her. It almost turned the 614 vanguard troops rushing behind into a mural. Chapter 112. There are still people. Yang Wanquan finally braked the car and looked at the earth wall that suddenly appeared. He didn't believe that it was a mechanism set up in the copy. Otherwise, why would it suddenly appear after the little guy passed by? However, before he could make any more moves, the towering earth wall of Yuanbao suddenly became soft, and directly pressed them under it like a huge wave. At this time, Ji Qingchen and Wang Qiuqiu just landed on the ground. Xiaoming, you help her treat it first. After sending Wang Qiuqiu back safely, Ji Qingchen's main soul returned to his body. Wang Qiuqiu's injuries were definitely serious. In just a moment, the blood had dyed her whole body red. Everyone took a breath of cold air when they saw this. Lan Ning's hand was attached to Wang Qiuqiu's body, and the blue water mist was steaming, trying to repair the damaged wound. Oh no! The injured were temporarily stable, but something went wrong with CE. Although he didn't expect to bury all of Yang Wanquan and his men underground with this method, he never expected that the man would let the people around him explode in order to break the ground as quickly as possible. In an instant, the earth and rocks rolled and fell towards them. Fortunately, Mu Chu was quick to separate the defense and blocked all the falling rubble. The rubble fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of smoke, and Yang Wanquan's figure walked out of the smoke. I thought it was someone, so you are all here. Not bad, it seems that the 5 of you have joined forces. I thought I had to wait until I entered the dungeon to kill you, but now I have to accept these 5 upgrade rights. As the saying goes, when worried people meet, they are particularly jealous. Yang Wanquan is a smart man. He can guess why his plans failed. Based on the sonic vibrations of that layman, how long do you think it will take for those zombies to wake up? Ji Qingchen had a faint sneer on his lips, and looked at Yang Wanquan with a cold gaze. Wang Qiuqiu's treatment will take time. At least she can't be forced into the dungeon now. Plants cannot be used on a large scale, so we can only use some ordinary methods to delay time. Are you the owner of 710? Thanks to the undercovers planted in each shelter, Yang Wanquan has a basic understanding of the people in charge of these shelters, and the least knowledgeable among them are the people of 710. Ji Qingchen is even more elusive. But even so, she is the only one who has absolute say in the alliance of the 5 shelters. After all, his plan was intercepted by Ji Qingchen in all aspects, which means that at least 4 shelters were not destroyed by him because of 710. It seems that you really have no one left to be commanded by a little girl. Having said that, Yang Wanquan wanted to tear the skin off this person who ruined countless of his plans. He hated Ji Qingchen so much that he didn't despise him. Besides, Ji Qingchen was right in one point. He really didn't have much time. Those zombies wouldn't be unconscious for much longer. But so what? This time was enough. Behind him, more than 30 puppets acted at the same time. Attack the injured little girl first. According to Yang Wanquan's judgment, Ji Qingchen and his group were at the factory gate, and they didn't going just to wait for someone. Since they value their companions, they might as well let their companions become the best weapons. Seeing more than 30 people rushing forward at the fastest speed, some long-range attacks were already on the verge of being launched. It's your turn, do some work. With the sound of crisp finger snaps, a huge pumpkin fell from the sky. Snap, 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 at least 5 people rushed forward and hit the pumpkin skin. This hurt much more than the earth wall. Especially the pumpkin skin was covered with poisonous mushrooms and willow blades. One of them was stabbed in the throat. Yang Wanquan was not disappointed, but laughed sinisterly. As expected, your ability is plant. And you, attack and defense, what's the use? Guys like you who only have skills and brute force will only become my running dogs in the end. I will accept your people. Almost at the same time, everyone's vision was blurred. With Yang Wanquan as the center, a net woven by translucent silver silk threads covered the sky and the earth. These nets seemed to have no entity, because they were not blocked by the pumpkin head at all. However, when it fell on people, everyone was horrified to find that their hands and feet were out of control. Some people even used their supernatural powers on the people around them after losing their minds for a moment. Fuck Chinihei, you are crazy. Old Fu, look carefully. Qiuqiu, don't move. The chaos was just a moment. Ha ha, see, even if I can't get in, you will die anyway. Yang Wanquan laughed. He had to admit that the useless people under his command really couldn't break through Ji Qingchen's pumpkin defense, but so what? This kind of physical defense was the means he despised the most. Seeing that there was going to be a civil strife inside, Yang Wanquan sneered in his heart. It was worth it that he specially found a few guys with the strongest attack power. It was really a wonderful feeling to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Huh? Something seems wrong? Why are there only 27 control points? It shouldn't be like this. As long as everyone touches his mental network, they will be in a trance for 5 minutes at most before they can completely escape. How could someone be completely unaffected and not even have a control point formed? Looking quickly in the crowd, Yang Wanquan finally saw the alien. She was looking at him like an idiot at this moment. Sure enough, you also have innate abilities. Where did you get this unreliable news? Who told you that I'm only a plant? That's not right. You should have seen it when I put the seeds at 710 before. Ji Qingqian was really laughing. She thought she had to rely on ordinary attacks to delay time, but the other party was sent directly to her home court. Good man, this is really great. Without giving Yang Wanquan time to think about it, Ji Qingqian's white fingers had already hooked the non-physical mental network in the air. Impossible, impossible? Yang Wanquan wanted to deny it as much as he could while watching this scene, but the fact was, today was destined to be the day when his worldview was shattered. The entire mental network was dyed with a touch of tender green from Ji Qingqian's fingertips and grew rapidly like a vine. In just a dozen seconds, the originally transparent network became a solid, and the silver-white color also turned into tender green. I give it back to you. I won't accompany you anymore. Wait until you break this pumpkin head first. The terrifying mental pressure rushed straight into Yang Wanquan's brain. This time, he finally experienced the fear of those who were controlled by him in the past. It seemed that all the cells in his body were clamoring to leave this body and find their own freedom. The entire spiritual world and even the entire person seemed to be torn apart by tens of millions of threads. There was not even a dreg left of the 5 senses. On the other hand, the person in the pumpkin head was completely out of control. But mental control is to change a person's actions from the mind after all. It is not so easy to recover for those who are given special care or whose mental strength is already scattered. Fortunately, the pumpkin can still hold on for a long time. Yang Wanquan was just attacked by the backlash of the superpowers, and it is difficult for him to react for a while. It is hard to say whether he will be eaten by the zombies outside. How is she? Compared to others, Lan Meng's sequelae are the lightest. With the dual cultivation of 2 systems and a high starting point of the spiritual system, Yang Wanquan's control only made her a little dazed, which did not affect the continued treatment of Wang Qiuqiu. However, Wang Qiuqiu's situation is worse. The physical trauma made her mentally unstable. After being eroded like just now, she is unconscious at this moment. Alas! It's troublesome. Forcing such a person to participate in the dungeon will only be a burden. It is even more impossible to break the barrier and send a person out. After weighing the 2 sides, Ji Qingqian sighed. I really didn't expect to use it so soon. A walkie-talkie appeared in Ji Qingqian's hand. I don't know what she pressed on it, but I can only see a slight fluctuation in the air. Then Ji Qingqian summoned a lotus to wrap Wang Qiuqiu and put it into the tattoo. Generally speaking, tattoos can only hold cards, but they are very related to cards, so it is not impossible to put them in for a while. Let her stay for now. Wait until she wakes up and her injuries are almost healed before releasing her. Miss Ji made a decision. There are still a few to be solved. Although Yang Wanquan's control was lifted, and he himself was backfired, that guy didn't leave any room for maneuver. Control magic can do as much damage as possible. Because the others were not prepared, the focus of attention was directly shattered at the moment the control point was generated. I'm still confused now. In this state, I be cannon fodder in the dungeon. Oh, save them. Ji Qingqian felt his head start to ache again. Tie up those guys who are still trying to attack their companions with 2 bundles of willow branches, and the mental power will be transmitted into their consciousness through the plants. The basic damage caused by a person being controlled by the mind is mental confusion, which can be big or small, and serious ones can even affect species cognition. Fortunately, these people just mistook the person in front of them for something else, and not only forgot who they were. Ji Qingqian's mental clone scratched and scratched, repairing people's consciousness and cognition, and finally woke them up. As for the remaining ones, who are in a trance and can't control their bodies, just give them some stimulation, such as ginger plus poisonous mushrooms. 2 cards merged, and 20 mushrooms that looked like ginger appeared in Ji Qingqian's hands. Why are there only 20? Because there are always some people with extraordinary talents. Lan Meng, Ce, and Greyas, the abilities of these 3 are at the same level as Yang Wanquan. Wang Qiuqiu fell asleep, Qin Bai and another person in 401 relied on his super strong concentration to get through, and the most incredible thing is Su Yang, this kid also repaired the damage with his own mental power. As for the rest of the people, one per person, make sure to let their IQ return to the average level before entering the copy. A quarter of an hour later, Ji Qingshan put another layer of pumpkin inside the original pumpkin. Yang Wanquan's recovery ability and the fighting power of his men still surprised her. At this moment, not only was he not killed by the zombies, but he was about to break the first layer of pumpkin cover. I just wonder what his expression would be like when he saw another layer after the layer was broken. But this has nothing to do with Miss G now. The others have almost recovered, and it is time for them to enter the dungeon. It is a loss to cheat others, and not take advantage of the opportunity. Then let's go! Ji Qingshan was the first to walk into the open black door of the factory. The dungeon is closed in 5 hours. Survivors are welcome to the dungeon map of the world above the ruins. The ruins factory. Please choose whether to enter. Enter. Now everyone is no longer surprised by the appearance of this electronic sound. In the black world, Ji Qingshan clearly heard his own voice, and the voices of the other 27 people. It seems that everyone is still in the same world so far. Welcome to the ruins factory. The main task of the dungeon has been opened. The main task is to find the entrance to the silent market. Note, the entrance to the market is only hidden in this factory, but it could be anywhere. Chapter 113. Mainline mission. This is different from any previous copy. Those independent copies don't have mainline missions. All information must be found by themselves. But this so-called world copy gave them the task clues at the beginning. Of course, the people present would not think that this was the world's kindness. On the contrary, such a refreshing opening planted the seeds of shadow for all of them. However, before people could react, the thick darkness was torn apart, and the next moment, the world was spinning. Did they come in? As soon as the vision was restored, Ji Qingshan looked around, and everyone was there. The copy did not teleport them separately. However, the scene inside the factory changed. The previous strange production lines disappeared. Everything became static. And the furnishings inside and outside were not much different. The walls were as dilapidated as the machines, and the dusty curtains and the ceiling covered with cobwebs all showed that this place had been abandoned for a long time. There was no breath of other living people. Could it be that the images simulated by the mood were just their dazzle? It was impossible for all 27 people to be dazzled at the same time. That could only mean that there was something fishy going on inside this dungeon. Outside, Yang Wanquan would not foolishly fight against Pumpkin after knowing that they had entered the dungeon. He would definitely go to other entrances. According to Ji Qingshan's estimation, even if there were zombies blocking them, it would only delay them for 5 or 6 minutes. They had to seize this time advantage, and quickly find the entrance to the silent market. Should we group them according to the situation of the shelter? It would be difficult to move with so many people gathered together, right? Someone asked. At present, it seems that the zombie factory is just an old abandoned factory. But it is called this name, and I have seen that kind of scene outside the door before, so no one would think it is a simple world. There is also the so-called market entrance, and the electronic sound riddle-like hints all indicate that there must be a mystery here. With so many people gathered in one place, the target is really too big. Although they have to deal with Yang Wanquan and his men who are about to come in, the danger brought by the copy should not be underestimated. Well, it's okay. Judging from the meaning of the copy, there should be more than one entrance to the market. The energy field here is a bit strange, and the chat group cannot accommodate too many people. Let's do it in groups when the time comes. But, as if he suddenly thought of something, Ji Qingshan glanced at everyone. But in the end, he just quietly created a group. Ji Qingshan's chat group includes a total of 9 people. In addition to herself, there are Mu Chu Ce, Gray Yas, Kai Lin, Qin Bai, Xia Xuyan, Li Jiasai, and another woman named Jiang Yanran. This is the maximum number of people she can maintain balance. It is also convenient for better communication when getting separated or split up. The factory has 3 floors in total, in order to get more clues as soon as possible. The 4 teams are heading in 4 different directions. However, Ji Qingshan is not the leader of 710, and they even set out 1 step later than others. Who chooses the direction? Ji Qingshan cast his eyes on the crowd. She is very self-aware of her incredible luck. If she leads the way, she may not find clues, but there will definitely be the most traps. Boss, have you forgotten the melted ruins? My luck is not much better than yours. Momo, and I can't do it either. Before the end of the world, we always got the lowest score when we drew cards. I I have never won a prize since I was a child. No, what's the matter? Is there 710 some kind of non-African club? Where are the two kids? Don't look at me. I can't even throw 6 points in flying chess. Su Yang scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. In the end, Lan Meng stepped forward. Otherwise, let me do it. Although I haven't won any prizes, I don't seem to have encountered any particularly unlucky things since I was a child. Okay, let's go. The factory is very large, and due to years of disrepair, some walls and machines are damaged and collapsed, making the entire map extremely winding. The light that only comes from the rough windows and broken walls makes the entire factory extremely dim. The 710 group moved along the right side of the entrance. In fact, after Lan Meng chose the direction, Ce and Mu Chu took the lead, followed by Su Yang, Lan Meng, Mo Yue, Ji Qingshan and Fu Ying. The other teams had long disappeared from sight, and only the people in the chat group could know each other's movements. The factory looked abandoned for a long time, and there was no trace of biological life. But no one dared to take it lightly. After walking for almost 2 hours, all they saw were common factory equipment. The rooms here were very dense, but most of them could not see their original functions due to the erosion of time. However, due to the prompts of the electronic sound, everyone would conduct a full-scale search of these rooms, for fear of missing any unusual details. At present, this is the 6th room that 710 has searched. The first 2 rooms seem to be workshops for producing parts. The cabinets and other things have been cleared out long ago, and it is impossible to tell what they are used for. But now this room has changed a bit. It seems to be a display room for some medicines. There are some bottles and jars on the cabinet that have not been collected yet, but they are all empty and have no research value. There is still no clue, and some people's thoughts have begun to diverge. By the way, do you think the first sentence of the electronic sound is strange? Ce said. What's strange? Think about it. It only said that there are still 5 hours before the copy is closed, but it uses a countdown method, but it did not report that the countdown has stopped. As soon as this was said, everyone present looked at Ce. Are you saying that the countdown for the dungeon is still going on? But why? Logically, we can find it as long as we enter the dungeon. If we are required to clear the dungeon within 24 hours, this is almost impossible, right? That's not what I mean. I just think that when the countdown ends and the dungeon is closed, there may be some new changes here. Think about it. If the world dungeon is compared to the dungeons we have experienced before, then the 5 minutes of free entry time is equivalent to the current 24 hours, right? Logically, we should be put into the dungeon at the end of the countdown, but now we just need to walk in by ourselves. Moue, maybe there is a difference between the world dungeon and the ordinary dungeon? Yes, so this is just my guess. But I always feel that since this place is called the Zombie Factory, it doesn't seem very appropriate if there are no zombies. And the production line I saw outside before, it disappeared as soon as I came in. Don't you think it's a bit weird? This statement was a bit of a leap, and the others were inevitably confused for a while. Lan Meng was the first to react. Brother Ce, are you saying that this copy will only be activated when the countdown ends? What we see now is just a rough map. Indeed, this makes sense. Why is there no additional decoration here except for the infrastructure? Why is the scene here different from what we saw outside the door before? What we saw before was the real appearance of this factory. If that's true, can we not search these rooms carefully now? We just need to remember their approximate locations. After all, those important details have not really appeared, and searching is useless. Is the meaning of these 5 hours for us to remember the map? Su Yang's brain finally caught up. On the other side, the two who never liked to participate in discussions also expressed their agreement with this statement with their eyes. I'm afraid it's not just about remembering the map, but also about eliminating dissidents. Boom! The sound of air explosion came, and the wall on the north side of the room collapsed, and the sharp knife with a cold light went straight to the heads of Fu Ying and Mu Chu. Old master. Ce reacted immediately when the dirt and the flying knife collided, but the opponent's knife suddenly turned a corner, bypassed the obstacle in front, and flew to the person behind. Fortunately, after Ce's interference, the others also reacted. Mu Chu had erected a light curtain in front of her to protect her and Lan Meng. Ding! With a crisp sound, Su Yang and Moue appear behind the attacker at the same time, with 2 knives, one against the neck and the other against the back, but the tip of the knife could hardly move an inch. Skin metallized. Ce had the strongest mental power among all the people who took action, and he immediately saw through the other party's means of blocking the attack. The people of 614 knew the identity of the attacker. Suddenly, They knew that the other party could not have launched an attack with only one person. The diffused smoke blocked everyone's sight, and the arrow broke through the air the moment their vision was deprived. Damn, this thing also has a tracking effect. The light shield and the earth shield were propped up at the same time, and they were just about to block the arrow before it arrived. But the worst is yet to come. The few people who were shrouded in the fog felt their eyelids getting heavier and heavier between breaths. Why can this thing have an additional effect? How many people came from the other side? At least 4. They approached and used space power. I only noticed their arrival because of the perception of air flow. Be careful. Die. A voice came from the fog, and the cold light of the dagger, and the sound of the arrow breaking through the air sounded together. However, all they heard were still 2 dings. Space ability? But if you want to attack us, you must have learned it. CE's voice was a little tired, but his hand on the ground did not relax at all. The hard ground had turned into mud, and it just locked the position of the attackers, climbing up their bodies like a snake. In fact, if you look closely, you will find that there is a thin gap between the fog and the survivors of 710. As the fog rolled, a figure suddenly appeared behind the man, who was constantly strengthening the fog effect. Here. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed at his heart. This guy didn't have the ability to harden his body, so he pulled the trigger and blood spurted out. Click, the movement of the air was also heard at the same time, and the hand stretched out in the space was frozen, and could only watch his companions die. Then, a heavy rain passed, and the fog was completely washed away. Let's go! Seeing that the action had been exposed, the attacker who could harden his body quickly swept back, and stabbed CE and Fu-Ying in the back with his hand as a knife. The 2 shooters in the distance concentrated their firepower to suppress Mu Chu, who had the ability to defend himself. CE and Fu-Ying had no choice but to focus on defense. The control of the superpowers on the other side weakened a little. The claws stretched out in the space quickly retracted their own people and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only the lifeless body on the ground. They didn't even investigate the other party's superpowers clearly, and came to attack them. They still thought they were fighting 5 against 6. Our old Fu is good at dealing with this kind of poison. It's just a mist. However, he didn't finish his words, because the 6 people noticed the colorful small balls on the ground that looked like sea urchins. This is... Before CE could figure out what was going on, the sea urchins on the ground trembled violently and expanded rapidly. The spikes on it also expanded with the spheres and shot out rapidly. Chapter 114. Fuck, these guys are sneaking up on us, they have no shame. This sentence flashed through the minds of the 6 people. But the distance was too close, and there were too many sea urchins on the ground, so Mu Chu didn't have time to release his supernatural power. And those spikes that were still emitting black air must have attributes attached to them. I don't know what will happen if I get stabbed by so many of them at the same time. Don't you save me, boss? Bang. No. As soon as the word came out, 7 pumpkins rose from the ground, blocking the black needles without a single one falling. After CE shouted, he realized that he was fine. He breathed a sigh of relief and leaned against the pumpkin wall. One by one, you don't guard against sneak attacks every day, right? Not only do you not guard against sneak attacks, you can't even find out that they haven't left. Ji Qingshan walked out from an inconspicuous corner and removed the pumpkins that were protecting the 6 people of 710, leaving only the one that was a little further away. There was no movement inside at this moment, as if they wanted to deny Ji Qingshan's previous statement and create a false impression that the attacker had left here. But, not coming out? Ji Qingshan smiled lightly. Then don't come out in the future. The huge corn grew quickly inside the pumpkin head, filling the entire space. Then, a larger pumpkin head wrapped around the outside of the current pumpkin, and the gap between the 2 layers was densely planted with roses. I know you can hear me, let me know. Can I see you coming out? This corn will explode. And these roses can suck you dry. So unless you never come out for the rest of your life, you will be blown into popcorn. Of course, my plants will not destroy each other. Well, I hope the mental strength of the kid who uses the space power is strong enough to last until the end of your 5 lives. Let's go! After saying that, she didn't even look at the 6 people who were lowering their heads behind her, and walked out the door. Seeing this, the rest of the people hurriedly followed. Boss, where were you just now? We didn't seem to feel your presence at all. Anyone can see that Ji Qingshan is very angry now. The 6 of them were just like that imperfect AI. Not only did they not notice the enemy's attack and defend in the first time, but they also opened champagne and relaxed in the first half, and didn't notice the tricks left by others on the ground at all. If there were only 6 of them, less than half of them would be injured by poison needles, and the remaining 614 sneak attackers would definitely counterattack. After all, CE, who is not afraid of death, bit the bullet and went ahead. Yeah, you didn't even see so many things left on the ground, and you didn't notice that people broke through the space and released the fog. Isn't it normal that you didn't see me alone? No one is willing to use my eyes even if I donate them. It's over. Sure enough, when he was angry, his mouth was like poison. Well, I must pay attention next time. Next time? There is a next time. You are here to travel through the dungeon, right? What? Are you planning to invest in an escape room here? You can book the whole place and bring your own NPC, right? You are not an NPC, so you must have an awesome strategy guide. Heh. You are still breaking the rules. In this case, you might as well break the rules thoroughly. Anyway, the dungeon only says that 7 people are needed to enter, but it doesn't say how many people are needed to get out. If you don't want to play so badly, don't play anymore. Playing ball? This is real playing ball. What Ji Qingshan said was absolutely right, and they knew it well. They probably guessed that the dungeon had not really started, so their vigilance dropped. Because this time there was Ji Qingshan, a powerful plugin, next to them. Everyone subconsciously felt that even if they made some mistakes, the other party could make up for it. But Ji Qingshan was not someone's plugin or a clearance strategy. She was another independent individual like them. It was destined that she could not stay by their side all the time. The 6 people looked at each other and saw the guilt in each other's eyes. I'm sorry. Lan Ming walked to Ji Qingshan and tentatively held her sleeve. The little girl's expression made people reluctant to blame her. Ji Qingshan sighed softly, and his mood was relieved. You don't have to feel guilty towards me. If you don't want to live, you don't have to force it, but if you still want to go on, at least you can be worthy of yourself. Xiao Ming, stop the bleeding for that guy, so that he won't lose too much blood and can't even see the road clearly. 1 hour later. After guessing the operation logic of this copy, several people focused on recording its distribution location and the general structure of the room when exploring the remaining rooms. In 1 hour, they have visited 1/5 of the first floor of the factory. During this period, they met people 1399 and 069, and after exchanging relevant information, more than half of the terrain of the first floor of the entire factory was explored. We went straight to the second floor, and now we have explored a quarter of the terrain. We should be able to get a general situation of the factory before the countdown ends. Okay. Be careful of the people from 614. During these 3 hours, they were not only attacked by 614, but fortunately, with the experience of 710, the others were more or less prepared. That is, 069 was ambushed once, but fortunately, the people from 1399 were also nearby at that time. Although the battle was fierce, they managed to survive. In comparison, 614 was in a worse situation. So far, 3 people have been lost. Oh, not including those trapped by Miss G. The death of those people is just a matter of time. Ji Qingshan was not worried at all that the people from 614 would come to rescue them. That pumpkin full of roses, whether the people who went to rescue would be sacrificed or not. Yang Wanquan could not take this risk. But the casualties were indeed serious at the moment. In 1399, 2G's arm was broken by the assassin's dying counterattack, and the little girl Sangaya had a deep wound on her leg that could be seen to the bone. 069's 3 people were almost burned half of their bodies by the flames. How long will it take to recover? The question was asked to Lan Ming. Among all the people present, only he had the ability to quickly treat injuries in a short time. Those with lighter injuries can resume basic actions in half an hour, but it's hard to say for others. Lan Ming's water balls were already attached to the wounds of these people. Okay. Others continue. CE, 710 you lead the team. I know. CE nodded, understanding that Ji Qingshan planned to stay and take care of the 5 injured people. Fortunately, the rest of the time was relatively smooth. 614 or Yan Wanquan also noticed that if the sneak attack continued, they would lose all their manpower and suffer losses. So they gave up attacking other shelters and focused on exploring the dungeon itself. The other 4 shelters were also going smoothly. The maps of the first floor were all drawn, and the second floor was basically explored. Although the time for the top floor was a little short, I still remember the general idea. In general, the distribution and size of most of the thousands of rooms in the entire factory have been recorded. It depends on what new changes will appear after the dungeon is really opened. The only major event that happened in the outside world was that the killing move arranged by Miss G was triggered because the space-based psychic couldn't hold on. None of the 6 of them, including the one who died on the ground, had a decent defense. With the bombing of a whole corn, even the disposable protective shield taken from the central tower would not last long. Not to mention that even if they managed to hold on until the explosion ended, how to deal with the rose flower on the outside after the pumpkin head shattered. One of the 5 people in the group was directly reduced to ashes, and 4 became charred corpses, and then reduced to ashes. So far, if we don't count the losses of Yang Wanquan outside, there are only 28 people left from the 37 people in the previous encounter. It's exactly the same as their side. Even so, they still dare to come and make trouble. They even ran to Ji Qingshan to find a soft persimmon to squeeze. At first glance, there were 5 wounded and a doctor, and they should not have much combat power. However, not only did the wounded not die, but none of the 3 who came back. Yang Wanquan didn't get any good results in the confrontation, and he was almost angry enough to tear off the roof of the room. Half an hour before the countdown ended, the 3 people who were half burned also regained their ability to move. However, having just encountered such a tragedy, their strength must have been greatly reduced. Anyway, the countdown has not yet ended. Ji Qingshan and Lan Meng each put on a water ball for a ginger, and they can heal as much as they can. You have been absent-minded since the beginning. Why? The injured were wrapped in water balls for treatment, and the map drawing team was racing against time to explore the terrain of the 3rd floor of the factory. The only ones who are currently idle are the 2 people who stayed to take care of the injured. Ji Qingshan walked to the little girl. Ah! The little girl seemed to be shocked by something, and her eyes suddenly widened. Sister Shuang, why do you always appear suddenly? Ji Qingshan's presence was almost zero most of the time during these 5 hours, whether it was exploring the dungeon before or guarding the 5 injured people just now. As long as she did not take the initiative to appear, others seemed to forget her existence. The enemies were even more so. The 3 who came did not notice that there was a yellow bird next to them until they died. Lan Meng didn't think that her and the people around her had such a dull mental perception. It was more likely that Ji Qingshan had used some means that they didn't know about. A very simple mental elimination. Use mental power to change the perception of people around you, so that they can subconsciously forget your existence. But it usually only works when you don't do it. It's too cost-effective to do it when you do it. If you want to learn, I can teach you later. Now, can you tell me why you were in a daze just now? Yes, changing the subject has always been useless to Ji Qingshan. Lan Meng secretly thought that it was unnecessary for her to do this. It would be more practical to tell Ji Qingshan directly that she didn't want to say it. But after thinking about it, she finally continued. I remembered some things from before. Before the apocalypse. Family? Not really, he has a good relationship with my parents. I also fled with them at the beginning. But later, I just felt like I saw him again. Lan Meng spoke in a low voice, with a sense of uncertainty, and she didn't know which sentence she just said. If there is really a problem, you will have a chance to ask it later. You will know whether it is an enemy or a friend after trying it. Now what you need to do is to survive in this copy as much as possible. When it is safe, you can tie up the person, strip him naked and ask him. Let's go, they're here, the countdown is almost over. The map drawing team has returned one after another. And just as they guessed, the countdown to the end of the copy has not stopped. In the last 5 minutes, the bright red countdown board appeared in everyone's mind. It returns to 0 as time passes. At the same time, an electronic sound appeared in the minds of all the survivors who entered the factory. Chapter 115. Zombie Factory started, survivors please be prepared. Along with the electronic sound, there was also the sound of rusty gears turning. Everyone looked up at the same time, and saw that the rusty machine began to run slowly. The dust accumulated over the years, and the rust that had been hanging on it for a long time were constantly peeling off, as if the giant beast that had been sleeping for 100 years was gradually waking up. As the machine was running, the damaged parts were gradually replenished, and various loading and unloading facilities appeared in the originally empty room. Take their room for example. Gray-black unknown liquid flowed out of the cabinets on the wall and the floor, and after a foul smell, there was a creaking sound of teeth biting. Back off. Ji Qingshan shouted almost without thinking. The black liquid spreading on the ground surged violently, expanding into bulges as tall as a person. The next moment, the claws tore through the cover, and a monster covered with hard scales all over the body emerged from it. How does this look like? Greyas blurted out, but before he finished speaking, he saw these monsters pounce in front of him, and their speed was more than double compared to the zombies guarding the perimeter of the factory. Black and white light formed in front of Greyas at the last moment, blocking the attack that would have almost seriously injured him. Then, a bright blue appeared, and a mermaid jumped out of the water ball, raised her chubby little hand, and drew a huge circle, and the circle formed a bubble to frame the two zombies closest to it. This is the sixth creature that Greyes can summon after completing the copy of the Lost Ruins. But he can't control it well now. Just like just now, he gave the merman the order to attack, but the other party only drew a bubble. But a magical thing happened. This bubble, which looked as thin as a cicada's wing, trapped two zombies with bared fangs and claws. Greyes himself did not expect that it could have such an effect. So these zombies are really mutated mermaids. I accidentally found a way to deal with them. What are you doing, City Lord G? Greyes had this thought in his mind, but the bubble burst the next moment. It was not pulled apart by two zombies, but Ji Qingchen broke it from the outside. Although Ji Qingchen's move was very fast, Greyes still saw it clearly. In an instant, countless question marks appeared in his mind. Although he had absolute trust in Ji Qingchen's position, it was indeed a bit confusing to act like this in this situation. Greyes looked at Ji Qingchen and felt that he needed an explanation. Don't let the mermaids out unless it is absolutely necessary, because they cannot exist in this world. Through the link of the daughter flower, Greyes heard Ji Qingchen's voice. This short sentence almost made him drop his jaw. Mermaids cannot exist. He had indeed guessed the premise for this conclusion to be true. But if this conclusion exists, then what has he done now? Why can he summon this mermaid after the copy of the Lost Ruins was cracked? Greyes didn't dare to think about it, and there was really no time for him to think about it. It was not just zombies that appeared in the black water. The running machines were completely repaired, and countless bloody corpses were thrown out of them, fell to the ground, and assembled into bodies by themselves. The number of zombies increased by seconds. However, with the appearance of these zombies, the overall appearance of the factory became more and more new. There are endless zombies to kill. We have to find the entrance to the market. There are many people who realize this. It is obvious that the entire factory exists to create zombies. As long as the factory does not close, zombies will never stop appearing. They can kill tens or hundreds of them, but there will be a moment when they are exhausted. The only way out is to find the so-called silent market. How can we find the entrance to the market in such a large factory? With the current changes, except for the location and size of the room, almost all the information we learned before is useless. No, there are still some. There are several rooms that we went to before without any traces of machines. If it is called the silent market, those rooms that do not make any sound are likely to be the entrance. Li Jiasai shouted, while taking out weapons from his space. In order to deal with the sudden increase in zombies, their crowd had long been dispersed, and most of them were united in 2 or 3. But when they wanted to retreat outside the room while fighting, they found that the pattern outside had changed when they opened up the open space. The original staircase and room layout were different from before, so their previous strategy was completely useless. Is this a factory or a maze? When people are unlucky, they will never stop. They thought that this dark mass of zombies was the extreme of the copy, but when the 10th minute of the fight started, the piercing screams came into everyone's mind, and everyone realized that these zombies could also have psychic abilities. Zombies above level 3 will more or less evolve superpowers, and everyone present knows this. But their superpowers are very simple, and if compared with humans, they are the kind that are forced to be stimulated. But this group is obviously not. The scream at the beginning is a direct mental attack, and then there is. The soothing music will make people feel extremely sleepy, and the mental interference will make them misjudge the enemy's movements, and even a short mental confinement will block everyone's superpowers. And the black liquid flowing on the ground, once you fall into it, it will be like a mud cow entering the sea, and you can't even stand steadily. Old Xia, behind. In Chinerbai's pupils, there is an extremely thin zombie, rushing towards her from the blind spot of Xia Shuyan's sight. The woman reacted quickly. His superpower is to use other abilities of the capture for his own use, but mobilizing those copied abilities is far less fast than throwing out the capture ball. At this distance, using those is too risky. And even if the capture ball does not use it for its own use, it is good to block it for a few seconds. However, Xia Shuyan knew she was fooled as soon as she came into contact with it. His superpower can sense the opponent's mental power within a certain range, and this range will not exceed twice her current mental power. But now, the captured zombie was like a ball of nothingness, which only meant that the zombie's mental power was much higher than hers. They did it on purpose. They had seen through my ability and deliberately used this method to make me retaliate, so cunning. In a flash, Xia Shuyan figured out everything, but it was too late. The zombie's mental power rushed through her consciousness like a torrent, and Xia Shuyan felt that her soul was being peeled off. It's over. This is a kind of despair that can't even resist. However, the next moment, the clear female voice took the initiative of her soul. It was like a hand rising from hell, restoring her soul that had fallen into darkness to its original position. Hold on. Ji Qingchen's voice sounded emotionless, but it carried an indescribable power. With just 2 words, the torrent that had rushed in was instantly defeated, and instead turned into a huge energy that was poured into Xia Xuyan's mind by the owner of the voice. It hurts, it really hurts. It's like the whole brain was hit by a heavy hammer and then recovered, repeating this hundreds of times. But this kind of pain is a sign of being alive. It hurts to the extreme, but it's enough to know clearly that she is still alive. No longer needing Ji Qingchen's guidance, Xia Xuyan suicidal accepted the energy, and the moment she came back to life, her mind was clear. It's just that I didn't expect that the mental power of zombies could be used by people. But all that can be used are good things. Physiological tears kept pouring out, but she didn't give up the fight against power at all. A little more, a little more. In the end, even Ji Qingchen was shocked. Originally, it was good enough for Xia Xuyan to absorb 1/3 of the infused mental power through this opportunity. I never expected that under the opponent's desperate efforts, it would be more than doubled. 70% of the energy was absorbed by Xia Xuyan. In terms of mental power alone, she is already equivalent to the B-level assessment of the Alliance. This is almost an insurmountable limit for a superpower who is forcibly stimulated. Thank you. Xia Xuyan's whole body was soaked in cold sweat. Half of it was pain, and half of it was fear. However, the expression on her face was more relaxed than ever before. It's convenient. The rose blocking her was removed, and Ji Qingchen only left a sentence, the more powerful people there are, it's always good. Such a battle situation not only occurred in Xia Xuyan. The few people who were injured before were even more severely affected. The zombies that appeared this time obviously have intelligence no less than that of humans. They know how to cooperate, how to sneak attack, and even after fighting for a long time, they can see the moves of the people in front of them and perform routines. At present, only CE, Greyes and a few others can hold on by themselves, and the disposable protective shields of others are almost exhausted. This is a melee. Under the impact of a large number of zombies, and the change of house positions, there are only 2 people who can stay together all the time. That's right, in this factory, the position of the house will change every once in a while, and this change is irregular. No one knows where it will be moved to the next moment. Li Jiasai, can you connect the space? In this disorderly change, the connection between spaces is difficult to establish. Not only was Sang He injured, but his skill points did not grow in opening up channels. Ji Qingchen can only ask Li Jiasai now. I don't know. Maybe I can try, but it may not work. The space system is still buggy. Not only is the storage capacity maxed out, but the dodge points are also maxed out. During this period of time, Li Jiasai avoided most of the damage with his mid-level strength. Then try it. As many as you can connect. The rose-wrapped whip swept away a large number of zombies around. Li Jiasai was pressed into the pumpkin head by Ji Qingchen, so that he could not be attacked remotely. In defense, Li Jiasai's face gradually turned pale. As we said before, this time and space is constantly adjusting the spatial position. Under this chaos, every space is fragmented and constantly dislocated. If you want to establish a channel at this time, you must redefine the laws of space. This is an absolute challenge for A-level and above psychics. In comparison, Li Jiasai's mental reserve is not enough. No! After the 3rd failure to establish the channel, Li Jiasai almost collapsed inside the pumpkin head. His consumption was too great, and his mental strength was almost exhausted. Continue. There were only 2 words in response to him. It really doesn't work. I have no way to grasp the rules of the constantly changing space. Li Jiasai tried to explain, but the other side didn't respond at all. This really wasn't intentional by Ji Qingchen. Miss Ji was busy at the moment. The previous second, she was saving a few people over there, who were almost stabbed because of their slow reaction due to mental interference. The next second, she had to interfere with some guys in the zombie group to use their ultimate moves. It was because those people in 614 were too busy to cause trouble, otherwise there would be more trouble. If the space channel is not opened, and the props are not delivered, 1/3 of the people will die in 10 minutes. Throwing the rescued people to CE, Greyes and Xia Xuyan nearby, they finally found time. But, before they finished speaking, the space ushered in another change. However, the interesting thing is that after this change, they met an acquaintance. Owner of 710, how about we cooperate? We are all human beings, and resisting zombies is our first goal. The previous grudges can be settled after we win this battle, right? At this moment, Yang Wanquan was no longer as calm as he had been at the door of the dungeon before. His clothes were torn and his face was covered with dirt. He had suffered a lot of injuries of varying sizes. And the followers around him were even worse. Several of them had lost their human form. Chapter 116. Momo, how much reserve do you have? It's all gone. Mou's face was pale. She and Mu Chu were rushed to the center by zombies at the beginning of the chaos. The enemies attacking from all directions made it difficult to deal with them. Mu Chu's defense was mainly physical. Facing mental attacks, the two could only use disposable protective shields to resist. But even with a level 4 protective shield, the defensive effect against mental attacks was not complete. Dang! Light shields appeared in 3 directions at the same time, blocking the flying ice. However, the next moment, the mental harassment appeared again. Mu Chu felt dizzy and his control over his supernatural powers was instantly weakened. After the ice ball shattered, the darts enlarged in front of his eyes. Realizing that something was wrong, the two girls reached into their pockets at the same time, but found that there was no protective shield left there. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Mou resisted the dizziness and launched teleportation again. The dart made of scales rushed to the original place, and pierced into the body of the zombie that was about to pounce. How about blowing it up? Mu Chu showed a look of determination on his face. Moo. Mou felt the madness in her companion's heart. Think about it again, maybe there is a way, even if it's just a try, as long as we find an empty room. The space here is in disorder, and finding a room depends on luck. The reserves on hand are not enough now. The long sword stabbed into the body of the zombie that pounced on them. However, zombies do not have pain, and they are still trying to get closer to them. Laser guns and various point-to-point thermal weapons have been exhausted. And now the zombies are so dense that they can't escape even if they use large-scale killing props. Try it. I can use my superpowers to block it, so maybe you won't get hurt too badly. Okay, I teleport in after I finish the arrangement. Mou's superpowers have improved a lot. Although her mental power is seriously depleted now, her slender figure still shuttles through the gaps between all the zombies like a ghost. She was so fast that the zombies didn't even touch her shadow. The double blades in her hands had cleared a vacuum zone around her and Mu Chu. 5 super missiles were spinning in the air. This was the most powerful bomb they had. Amid the rapid alarm, Mou had teleported to Mu Chu's side, almost by a hair's breadth. The two of them were surrounded by a shield shining with golden light. Boom, the super missile exploded. Mu Chu's method was excellent. The strong air wave completely tore the surrounding zombies into pieces. The zombie heads that were originally gathered together had been broken into pieces and fell to the ground. The light around was much brighter. But the price was equally heavy. Mu Chu's mental power was directly drained, and he felt that the world in front of him was spinning. Even so, the light shield could not completely block the shock. The two of them had several more wounds on their bodies, and their internal organs protested. More importantly, because the power of the explosion was too great, they blew down the 2 surrounding rooms. The machines in the 2 rooms were damaged to varying degrees, and the speed of producing zombies was slower. I'm stupid, I was busy dealing with zombies before. Why didn't I think of destroying these machines directly? Mu Chu suddenly felt like he had just woken up from a dream and was enlightened. If the factory was directly scrapped, wouldn't the zombies not come out? But if something in the machine is the entrance to the silent market. Mou wanted to say that the money was damaged and they couldn't enter the main line of the dungeon, which would be very troublesome. But then she thought, if this goes on, let alone the main line of the dungeon, it's hard to say whether they can last another hour. But what level of attack can destroy these machines? You forgot, we are not fighting alone. Chat group. Destroy the machine? Okay, got it. She nearby wrapped the rope around the ceiling beam of the room, avoided a zombie with thorns all over his body, kicked away the ugly monster attacking him sideways, took out the bomb laser cannon and greeted below. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Are you using superpowers or props? I tried, and could only hurt a little bit. After the mental power was forcibly improved, Xia Shuyan's control over the copied superpowers is now not inferior to the superpowers themselves. She had this idea before when she approached the machine. She originally wanted to try it with the lava-like ability of a zombie she copied before, but after half a day, the machine only melted a corner. She bombed it twice, but the machine was not completely scrapped. It's really not easy to do. Wait for me to find Chinihei, the violent maniac, and let him try. Destroy the machine. I said, Mu Chu's movement just now, it couldn't be you who made it? Are you using super missiles or directional bombs? Only these two things are so powerful, right? Are you all okay? Not bad. Where are you? I got separated from Lao Fu, and now I'm with Gray Yas and his sister. The wounded are in space, no big deal. No, we must try to blow up the machine. Xiuya's mental strength is almost gone, and the two of us can't take so many wounded. Muchu, how did you do it? Muchu naturally couldn't hide it at this juncture. After she finished talking about her method, she also realized that it was inappropriate. Obviously, this method can only be completed by him, and a few people with defensive skills, and it is not suitable for everyone. It's really a super missile, but the problem is that my disposable protective shield has reached the bottom. It's not certain who will die first after using the bomb. Me too, let's try other methods first. After all, the pressure on the wounded is okay. By the way, your little girl was picked up by me. Yes, Xia Xuyan accidentally met Lan Meng in the space change for who knows how many times. Xia Xuyan was worrying about what to do with the seriously injured, and then she saw a savior sent by God. And when she saw Lan Meng, she was even more surprised. The little girl looked only a little older than Wang Qiuqiu, but in this chaotic situation, her condition was better than her. Although there were a few spots of blood on her body, there was no deeper wound. The recovery ability is good enough. Can you help treat them? Xia Xuyan praised. Yes. But the space here changes, I'm afraid if I don't cure them. Don't worry, it's okay as long as you stay in the room, and I just copied a superpower that can ensure that I and the two of them will not be rushed out by zombies. So that's how it is. The water that emerged from Lan Meng's hand surrounded the injured. Xia Xuyan's judgment was correct, and she has not consumed much so far. The dual system superpower has its own mental power, and she is in the mental system. The loss of those mental interferences will not have much effect on her, so she can naturally ensure that every shot will not fail. For her, the only problem was the props reserve. By the way, Sister Xia, did you meet anyone from 614 just now? 614. Xia Xuyan shook her head. No, but I think their people have been busy with their own affairs for a long time, and even if they meet, they will not bother us. Just a little bit short. Still failed? In the pumpkin head, this was Li Jiasai's 10th attempt. However, he still failed to complete the establishment of a channel. The discussion in the chat group was naturally heard. Props are something that everyone urgently needs. But he really can't do it. He can clearly feel that he can't break through the mystery of the space. What should he do? His companions have obviously found a possible way. Are they going to fail here? Outside the pumpkin head, the only resentful person who was harassed by 614 or the boss of 614 was frantically monitoring and controlling the consciousness of the survivors who almost died. Although there are not many people, those who may be taken over by him are basically stepping into the gates of hell. The situation is already very urgent, and Ji Qingshan has to be careful to make a mistake. At this moment, she has no leisure to chat with Yang Wanquan. But the other side is a tactless person. Miss Ji, although there is a little friction between us, I also know that you may not look down on my actions and think that my methods are too despicable. But you have to admit that I am also trying to better protect my shelter. In the shelter, the survivors can live more safely. You do the same, we just have different methods. Moreover, we are all trapped here now. Shouldn't we cooperate with each other? Besides, you have seen before that my men are not only strong, but also will protect my life with all their heart and soul. As long as you agree to cooperate, I guarantee that we can smoothly enter the main mission without you having to worry about it. Really, the chattering is killing me. Different means, yes. After all, I don't think that the survivors in my shelter are tools that can be used at will. I don't have so much free time to raise more than 500 simulation robots. Take your bionic robot to entertain yourself. The world doesn't need your simulation robot, and I don't need it even more. As he said the last sentence, the corn shell hit between the two people, and the air wave that was raised rushed away Yang Wanquan and his men. The other party could only pull the people around him to block in front with a gloomy face. Just then, the space began to change again. When the smoke dissipated, Yang Wanquan and the people of 614 had moved to another place. Sure enough, the space system is really troublesome. After driving away the chattering guy, Ji Qingshan walked back to the pumpkin head where Li Jiasai was. She could clearly feel that Li Jiasai's mental power had reached its limit, and he really couldn't try the space connection again. Ah. Okay, let's find a chance next time. Daughter swayed, and Ji Qingshan's mental power took over Li Jiasai's body. Then, Li Jiasai's soul, which was about to faint, felt a mysterious space breath connected to his consciousness. The passage that he had tried more than a dozen times, but failed to succeed, was easier than playing with building blocks in Ji Qingshan's place. Take the things and blow up the machine. The space opening appeared next to every survivor of the Shelter Alliance, and countless disposable protective shields and large-scale lethal props poured out of the space opening. Daughter conveyed Ji Qingshan's meaning to everyone. Whether they had realized that they could destroy the machine and were trying, realized but did not start trying, or were confused and could only hold on, all the survivors who were still fighting with the zombies found their direction at this moment. The huge explosion spread from all over the factory, like a grand counterattack horn. Chapter 117. Damn, I'm seeing people. After being moved to another room, Yang Wanquan was surrounded by his men, so he didn't suffer much damage. To be honest, he didn't want to cooperate with Ji Qingshan. He had expected the danger of the world dungeon, and there were many talented people among the people he brought. Although she encountered such a large-scale zombie attack right at the beginning, she saw that Ji Qingshan wanted to cooperate with her on a whim, and wanted to use this opportunity to get close to those people and plant her own superpowers in them. In this way, whether they are in the dungeon or they go out, under the continuous infiltration of superpowers, the 4 shelters will sooner or later be in their pockets. Unfortunately, that woman is not only cautious, but also has strong mental strength, and she didn't leave him any chance. It's also unlucky, if she met another one, she might succeed. Well, what are they doing? Do they want to destroy this factory? After cursing Ji Qingshan countless times in his heart, Yang Wanquan heard huge explosions coming from outside one after another, and the ground under his feet began to shake. Did they discover something? Isn't there any cutting corners in this machine? How come it's only less than half destroyed after exploding for so long? The storage space of Bingningulu was used very effectively by Ji Qingshan. After opening the space channel, explosives and protective shields were delivered to everyone for free. But who would have thought that this factory looked dilapidated, but the things were quite solid. Even the most powerful super missile could only completely destroy the nearest machine. Fortunately, after everyone's unremitting efforts, half of the machines in the factory are no longer working, and the others are also damaged to varying degrees, and the speed of zombie production has slowed down. If we blow up the factory like this, it won't collapse, right? If the factory collapses, where can we find the entrance? Not really, the dungeon won't go around itself, and the one that doesn't collapse is the entrance we're looking for. That makes sense. By the way, my sister Ji is always in this style. This CE thought of the previous ones. Whether it was the zombie carnival night or the subsequent dungeons, Ji Qingshan seemed to have wiped out the people's nest every time he disagreed with them. He couldn't find any reason to refute it, and nodded firmly at the end. Did you forget that I can also see this group? As soon as CE finished speaking, Ji Qingshan glared at him with a sinister look. No, boss, what I said is all true, and the heaven and earth can bear witness to it. Shut up, mind your own business, or the factory will collapse, and you will be buried in it. It will really collapse. It has to be said that CE's mouth is sometimes like a blessing. For example, now, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the factory heard a crisp crack in their ears. Crack! When the sound sounded, not only the survivors who entered the copy, but even the zombies seemed to be stunned for a second, but then they rushed towards the survivors more frantically. What's going on? Some people asked stupidly, but most people had already seen the cracks on the wall. The building is going to collapse, run. No. Why are the machines harder than the building? Seeing the cracks on the wall expanding in seconds, everyone didn't care about anything else. No one knew whether the space here would change if the building collapsed. If they were suddenly pressed under a wall, they would be in trouble. Will running out of the factory be considered as leaving the dungeon? Have you ever seen a dungeon open and still be able to leave? But this is a world dungeon. What if it's different? Then you stay here and wait to be buried. No one wants to be buried. Even the 614 people who don't know the situation very well, the moment they see the cracks in the wall, they only want to run out of the factory. However, the constantly changing space in the factory poses a huge problem for everyone. They don't know where the door is now, and some people try to identify their location by light, but this doesn't work very well. Even if they start to identify it, the changes in the room and corridor during the running process will take them to a new place. Seeing more and more cracks in the wall, everyone's face is anxious. Could it be that this time, they have done something wrong, and they were not scratched to death by the zombies, but buried by this map first? There was a lot of chatter in the chat group, and at this moment, Li Jiasai, who had just been forcibly transferred the space-related secrets by Ji Qingshan, suddenly spoke weakly. Actually, the factory collapse doesn't matter, right? This made the others confused. What does it mean that the factory collapse doesn't matter? Isn't it that the position of the rooms here keeps changing? Is it possible that this factory doesn't actually have a so-called load-bearing structure at all? The entire factory is just a stack of independent rooms, but the previous combination is more like a factory. This seems to make sense. You mean, we just need to keep ourselves suspended in the air and avoid the falling building debris? It's possible. Anyway, there is no other way now. You can, but please consider the feelings of those who can't fly. Those who can't fly can just enter Shiya's space. We are not together, so we can't get here. But this method is indeed the most likely one, and it might be possible to avoid falling rocks on the ground. The people in the discussion reached a consensus, and their ideas gradually became clear. The remaining question was, then let's gather everyone together and try it. That's what I meant. I'm with Ihei and 1399, the colleague who makes not very delicious bread. There are 3 of us too. There are 6 people here. 2. It seems that Greyas and I have the most. We have 9. Phew, fortunately 4 are in the space. 6 plus 6 plus 11, there are still 4. Where is City Lord Ji? I, Li Jisai and 2 others are together. Ji Qingshan was holding Su Yang and another survivor of 401 who had just been captured. He finally spoke at this moment. I take care of those who can't fly. Just protect yourself. By the way, you have to speed up. It will explode in 10 seconds. 10, 9. Come up. Xiaoming, be careful. However, in the oppressive feeling of the countdown, there are always people with different styles. If you are not the boss, how can you count down so accurately? CE scratched his head while making soil blocks. Because I did it. In the room, Ji Qingshan showed a vicious smile. 3, 2, 1. The huge corn fell to the ground, and with a bang, the already shaky factory could not resist it at all, and collapsed in a large amount of smoke and dust overflowing from countless rooms. Some people held up protective shields to resist, some people drove flying tools to dodge left and right, and some simply and roughly knocked away the falling soil blocks. Just disappeared. On the dandelion wrapped in pumpkin, the survivor of 401 was stunned to see the gravel within 2 meters of Shinjo falling on them, turning into ashes in an instant. It's not completely disappeared, just decomposed. Can't you decompose these things on a large scale? He asked this carefully, and it can be seen that this person originally wanted to ask, if you have this ability, why do you want to blow up the factory and decompose it all directly? This? Didn't you blow up the factory? Ji Qingshan gave an irrefutable answer very seriously. Besides, it's boring to decompose it at the beginning. No. Boring. Listen, is this human language? The people of 401 decided to shut up and stop humiliating themselves. Besides, maybe this will kill a few more annoying flies. In the distance, Yang Wanquan reacted. Seeing the surrounding buildings collapse, he quickly asked his men to take him to the air, but the incident happened suddenly, and he was not prepared enough. He only had time to bring a small number of people with him, and could only watch other tools and surrounding buildings fall together. See people, damn it. Yang Wanquan looked around. The 100 people he originally brought from 614 were now less than 10. Including himself, there were only 2 digits, but looking around, although the number of people in the Shelter Alliance had also decreased, it was much better than the casualties here. Well, that is. Suddenly, Yang Wanquan's eyes stopped at one person, and his eyes suddenly burst into a gleam. It turned out to be her. She didn't die at the beginning. Xiaoming, Xia Xuyan, and Lan Ming and 6 others were sitting on the back of an eagle-shaped zombie. She was unable to directly replicate this zombie, but she got this clone from the zombie that also had the ability to replicate. Although it only lasted for 10 minutes, it could only be used after the mental power was greatly improved. At this moment, she was originally controlling the zombie clones to avoid large pieces of rubble in the air, and the smaller ones were knocked away by Lan Ming and 2 less injured ones. But a defense in her peripheral vision suddenly stagnated. Lan Ming's arm was scratched by half a piece of glass. Although this was nothing considering her recovery ability. I'm fine, I didn't notice it just now. The moment the pain came, Lan Ming suddenly pulled herself out of her emotions and came back to her senses. As she said this, Xia Xuyan felt that the girl's emotions were not right. Although she only knew Lan Ming for a few hours today, under normal circumstances, this calm and steady girl could not have failed to notice such obvious glass fragments. In fact, this is someone else's business, and from her point of view, she has no right to intervene, but Xia Xuyan's intuition tells her that it is necessary to let another person know about Lan Ming's change, otherwise there is a high possibility of a big problem. The mood is wrong. I roughly know. Thank you. We should thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid our fate would not be much better than 347 and 549, let alone participating in the World Copy. That's not necessary. If it were just me, I wouldn't get anything good. Helping you is equivalent to helping myself. On the floating dandelion, Ji Qingchen watched the flying dust gradually subside. After leaving the restrictions of the building, the true appearance of this space was revealed. It was a space with different shades of gray and silver overlapping. There was a huge dark black sphere in the middle, and twisted lines extended from the sphere like an extended tree trunk, and like the tentacles of a monster. At the terminal, 108 details of different colors were differentiated, and their positions would change every once in a while. The factory and the machines are just empty shells. This is the truth of this space. The tentacles connect every room and hide in every room. They are the real entrance to the silent market. Then we can enter if we catch them? Red, green, blue, white, black. Any color will do? Chapter 118. Stupid, if any color can go in, why did he mark so many colors? Then what do you choose? Of course it's black. Doesn't the hole in the middle give us a hint? Really? If you don't believe me, choose something else. Maybe we can let... A clever guy looked at the people in 614. We still have an advantage in numbers. I said, can't you just go through the big hole? Just as he was calculating, he suddenly got a different answer. Greyas rubbed his sister's head. Xiaoya said that the hole is the main portal of all spaces. What kind of information are you spreading, you old man? I just said that the space gathers a huge amount of energy. Maybe we can freely choose the place to teleport to. Isn't it different? How is it different? With my perception, I can't be sure whether it is right or not, okay? Don't mislead people there. No, just go to the hole in the middle. Xiaoya, let everyone else out. The overlapping of the copy space will be involved in turbulence. In the entanglement, someone stood up. Ji Qingchen made another dandelion to carry the wounded people who were not fully recovered. I saw Yang Wanquan's face in the distance became gloomier. This guy probably didn't expect that they spent more than 5 hours in the factory, and they had almost no loss of staff. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang. As you can see, you will only hinder us. Go ahead. Ji Qingchen looked to the opposite side, and the pumpkin cover fell again, but this time it tightly covered Yang Wanquan and others and fell to the ground. And inside the invisible pumpkin head, Ji Qingchen neatly welded 500 pods. Be careful, let's go. The closer we get to the black hole suspended in the air, the more we can feel the powerful energy contained in it. When the distance between people and the hole is less than 10 meters, the gravity from the hole increases visibly. Some people who were not prepared were almost sucked in. Those who feel that their injuries are too serious can withdraw now. Don't force it, dying in the copy may cause greater trouble. Ji Qingchen asked, motioning everyone to move away a little. Me. And me. I'm not sure either. 4 people came out. These 4 were all people who were defeated and severely injured in the previous battle with zombies. 2 people each from 401 and 069. Okay. Ji Qingchen's right hand dropped a walkie-talkie, and after a faint air wave, she held out 4 lotus flowers with her left hand. The lotus first grew larger, wrapping the bodies of the 4 people, then quickly shrank into 4 pink streams of light, flying into Ji Qingchen's tattoo. Are the rest of you okay? Fu Ying, and what do you think of Kai Lin? Ji Qingchen's eyes wandered among the remaining people, and the situation of the others was basically true. Only these 2. Kai Lin was hit by falling rocks to help another person block the zombie attack, breaking 2 ribs and comminuted fractures in his left arm. Fu Ying's mental strength was severely overdrawn, and his condition was obviously not good. Are you 2 sure you can do it? Decide quickly, there is not much time. Yes. Okay. I think it's okay, why should she care? The temporary authority is about to expire, so let's enter the dungeon. Under Miss G's command, the 4 dandelions flew to the cave entrance together. I hope those who fly in other ways will follow closely. The darkness quickly enveloped everyone, accompanied by an indescribable power. After a dizzy spell, everyone felt that their brains were about to be shaken, and finally they felt the real feeling of landing, the kind of lying on the ground. The dungeon was not so kind as to let them choose the landing point by themselves. Not only did they not let them choose by themselves, but they also had to toss when they were teleported. Dear guests, welcome to the silent market. The electronic sound appeared very appropriately, but it was a pity that most people were lying on the ground and were not in the mood to talk to this guy. This is a mysterious market with a long history. You can buy anything you want here, but remember, there are gains and losses. Don't force things that don't belong to you. What do you mean? After finally recovering, the dizzy people stood up from the ground and looked at each other. People who come here have basically gone through 1 to 2 independent copies. They can clearly feel that this is really the time with the most electronic voices. Not only does it prompt where the main task should start, but this prompt is really nothing wrong. Isn't this entrance in various parts of the factory? Then what is the purpose of giving such a prompt this time? Look! What the hell is this? Zombies? This voice successfully attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked up in astonishment and looked around. There were dense zombies surrounding them. Some of the law-abiding ones were minding their own business, while some of the less honest ones had come over to look at these foreign creatures lying on the ground. Shut up, don't talk. Some of the timid ones were about to shout, but Ji Qinshan kept them back with a look. The atmosphere was awkwardly deadlocked for more than a minute. Those who were very curious about the zombies finally found it boring, and turned their eyes away to do their own things. What kind of silent market is this? Just call it a zombie market. After waiting for the zombies to walk away, CE dared to complain a little in the chat group. Can't talk? Cheater Bai had already seen the clues. The zombies didn't pay much attention to their strange appearance. Instead, they looked at CE as soon as he uttered a syllable. Could it be that they used voice to identify their companions? Not yet. Find clues first. What about communication? We have a chat group, but they don't? Even if we divide into groups, how can we communicate with them? Sign language? I don't know it. The question is quite normal, but the tone of his words always feels a bit mean. Right, gesture, whatever you want. Ji Qinshan was too lazy to talk to him. The configuration of teammates has basically not changed from before, and due to the reduction in the number of people, most of them are 1 with 2 or 1 with 1. However, in view of Kai Lin's current physical condition, Ji Qinshan handed over his authority to Mu Song. So Greyas took 2 Gu, and the 1399 member whose ability is physical transfer, Mu Song and Sangaya with another 1399 member with spiked rollers. Cheater Bai is his brother, who has great fighting power, but low IQ. And he also brings along Kai Lin, whose abilities are more supporting. Xia Xuyan was accompanied by a 401 member, who was injured before, and was given to her by Ji Qinshan. He could harden his body, and surrounding materials. The two had just cooperated, so it was not difficult for them to join forces. The situation on the 401 side was similar. Li Jiasai led one and Jiang Yanran led another, but the two of them had a vague intention to explore together. Because Jiang Yanran's ability was gravity crushing, a very violent group attack frontal combat skill, it would be better to cooperate with Li Jiasai's spatial ability. The 710 side was more concise and clear. CE and Mu Chu each led a friend, who didn't talk much. These two usually didn't have much language expression. How could they see this copy as beneficial? On the contrary, CE, the chatterbox. If you can't hold it back, remember to eliminate the zombies you attracted. Ji Qinshan told him so. As for the remaining 2 children, she took them away one by one. The sky of the market was the same as the outside world, both gray. The streets are similar to the ruins that were lost to the Alliance hundreds of years ago. There are all kinds of zombies coming and going in the surrounding shops and on the road. At first glance, it is quite similar to the skeleton city of the lost ruins. But compared with those skeletons with unified steps, the zombies here are as weird as they are. The whole city is built on an island with high in the middle and low on both sides, like a huge hexagram, and divided into 7 areas. If you look closely, the color of each area is slightly different. You ask why they can see so clearly? Because their birthplace is the edge of the dark black area in the middle. Xia Xuyan. So in fact, no matter which color end you pull, you can get in. They will just be teleported to different areas. Cheater Bai. It's unknown, after all, we haven't practiced it. However, maybe some people can help us practice it. Li Jiasai. Let's find clues first. I think the meaning of the copy this time is that the rules of this world should be limited. Strange talk about rules? Greyas frowned. No, those rules are quite clear, but it's not impossible to say that the copy is deliberately disgusting. Aren't you curious that there are only 5 colors at the end, but there are 6 in the outer area? Xia Xuyan. Red, green, blue, white, dark gray. And one is covered with fog. What's special about that area? Greyas. It's very likely. I think we should divide the work. The repeated appearance of these 5 colors may be the clue to solve the copy. In that case, it should be divided into 7 sides, and the central island also needs to be explored. C also joined in. Let's choose by ourselves. Do you have a favorite color? Then I'm afraid I have to go to red, which was chosen by someone who just wants to fight. Then I go with green, it's my lucky color. Xia Xiyan said. Blue. The four of us in 401 together. Is that okay, Li Jiasai? Jiang Yanran was the third to make a choice. Then we're left with white and black. Mu Song, do you want black or white? I go with the white one. Okay, I go with the black one. Li Jiasai. Then, there's the one left in the middle. It's theirs. Qin'erbai said, his eyes falling on the 7 people in 710. I just don't know how they allocate these 3 groups. Li Jiasai. I think Miss Ji will stay in the middle. Xia Xiyan. Well, you can keep track of what's happening around you at any time. Jiang Yanran. But don't you think the way she looks at the fog is abnormal? In that case, why don't we open the market? Greyas, are you looking for trouble? How could that be, Boss Ji? Then you choose, we go down first. After that, he led his men to prepare to flee. Sister Ji, Ce and I will go to that foggy area. Muchu asked. However, this time, Ji Qingchen surprised everyone. You 4 stay in the middle, I will go over there. Boss? Are you serious? There are your fellow villagers over there. Bah, I'm talking nonsense, shut up, I shut up. Ji Qingchen glanced at Ce and rolled his eyes. We have to confirm why the central area can be reached by teleportation, but only that place is so special. Chapter 119. Is this the place? Since the location they teleported from was very close to the red area, and Qin'er's mobility was amazing, the 3 of them were the fastest to enter the target area. When they really walked into this area, they found that it was not covered in red as they saw from a distance. The houses and roads were normal gray, and the only weird thing was probably the dark red sky. Unlike the central area they just teleported in, the zombies here were particularly strong. Although most of their bodies were rotten, their skeletons were more than twice that of ordinary zombies. He really picked the right one. Qin'erbai looked at the people walking in front. According to the stereotype, these strong people mostly rely on brute force and have no brains, which is exactly what Qin'er, a stubborn person, needs. If there is anything, just fight. After walking a few more steps, the figure in front suddenly slowed down. Qin'er silently pressed Qin'erbai's shoulder and carried him to the front of the team. I do it? Yes, you do it. The 2 people's eyes met in the air. It's no wonder that they were born from the same mother. Although they don't like each other at ordinary times, when it comes to this moment, they can tell what the other person means just by looking at each other. Of course, seeing the meaning also has side effects. You finally realize that you are not a brain material. Qin'erbai said this before he could retract his eyes. The other party understood the meaning instantly and punched him in the shoulder. The buildings in the red area are very simple, or in other words, except for the area covered by fog, the buildings in other places are arc-shaped, arranged outward around the central area. The difference lies in the style of the buildings. I don't know what the tasks related to the dungeon will be. Although the electronic sound gave some hints this time, you can buy anything you want here, but remember, there must be gains and losses. Don't force things that don't belong to you. It is not easy to get effective information from this kind of Riddleman-style hint. First of all, whether it is from the name of the dungeon or the rule hint given by the electronic sound, the 6 colored areas around and the central area are unified into a market. Although it is not clear that the so-called market in the dungeon will definitely be different from the normal situation, there is no doubt that since the rules call this place a market and indicate that they can buy anything here, there must be some trading rules here. The latter sentence, there must be gains and losses, may be a metaphor for the trading rules. In this case, what do these 6 areas represent? Qin'erbai looked at the strong zombies coming and going around and the dark red sky. It is impossible to create a copy based on your own aesthetics and colors. This is the consensus of the survivors, who are struggling to survive in this doomsday. Everything unusual here has its meaning. Red, blue, green, white, black, and a foggy area. Qin'erbai searched his knowledge area, but found that no matter which field he was in, he was still a little short. It should be some kind of custom rule. Let's take a look at what is sold in those stalls first. Thinking of this, he walked to the nearest stall on the left. The style of this stall was extremely sloppy. It was called a stall, but in fact there were only a few stones and a simple plastic cloth on which some objects were placed very casually. Small pieces of bread with extremely strange shapes that had grown green hair, wrinkled cloth that was emitting an unpleasant smell, pots and pans that could not see their original appearance, and strange-shaped stones. Is it the daily necessities of zombies? I'm tired of it. Qin'erbai felt that his imagination was too incredible, but he couldn't think of a better explanation. His eyes fell on the largest piece of long-haired bread, and he was a little absent-minded for a while. Roar, roar, roar. The zombie squatting in front of the stall suddenly made a few strange noises. Sheenerby came back to his senses and looked at the guy. From the end of the world to now, he has seen countless types of zombies. The survivors have lost their initial shock to their earth-shattering and ghost-crying appearance. At best, they just complained in their hearts and observed them carefully if necessary. For example, this guy now seems to be shorter and thinner than those coming and going on the roadside. It seems that he is not living a good life. Then again, what does it mean by roaring? Along the way, they passed by countless zombies. At first, their optic nerves were tense and extremely vigilant, and the supernatural props were in their hands ready to explode. However, no matter how close the distance was, the zombies either acted as if they didn't see these aliens, doing their own things, or looked at them curiously for a few times, and then there was no other action. By now, they have figured out that the zombies in this silent market are not like those in the outside world, who bite people as soon as they see them, provided that they do not speak human language. Sheenerby has experimented several times. Every time he speaks, even if it is to himself, no matter how low his voice is, he can attract the zombies on the whole street to look in his direction. Sometimes, if he says a few more words, the zombies staring at them will start to move. No matter how good the zombies' hearing is, it is not so good. There is only another possibility. The survivors who enter the copy will attract the attention of the zombies when they make sounds, which will lead to the zombies' attack. This is the underlying rule of this copy. The copy is deliberately restricting people's communication. Fortunately, under the effect of Ji Qingxun's ability, this restriction is not very thorough. And now, the roar of the zombie in front of him supplemented the rules that Sheenerby had in mind. This copy is not forbidden to make sounds, but it is forbidden to make human sounds. There is no barrier to communication between zombies. But, which foreign language can teach zombie language? Do you understand what he said? Sheenerby looked back at Chinihei, but halfway through his head, he realized what's the point of asking him. This guy didn't pass many subjects except physical education when he was in school. At this juncture, the zombie behind him roared more urgently, and picked up the moldy bread. Sheenerby thought that he didn't add this skill point at all. I can't understand you even if you roar more times. I was just thinking about whether to leave first. However, this move of leaving somehow stimulated the zombie. Sheenerby had just turned sideways, when the zombie behind him suddenly roared louder than the previous ones, and then grabbed Sheenerby's wrist with a claw. The zombie's attitude change was too sudden. Sheenerby had never expected this to happen. It was too late to defend himself. He originally thought that this arm was scrapped. He had the healing water given by Lan Meng in his pocket, so this injury would not be serious. But the pain came first with a crisp snap. Chinihei's knife was one step faster, and cut off the zombie's claw from the forearm. Sheenerby looked at Chinihei, who had come to his side at some point, in shock, and didn't know what to say for a moment. But if he didn't say it, there would be people who would say it. Roar, roar, roar. As if he had not expected such a disaster, after a moment of stunned silence, the zombie roared and rushed towards the two. The sharp claws pierced Chinihei's chest. Swish. The spear took shape in his hand in an instant, and the tip of the spear pointed directly at the zombie's head. When it comes to fighting, Chinihei has never been weak. Don't. Sheenerby wanted to say that he didn't understand the situation at all, so he didn't want to kill the aborigines directly to stir up trouble, but just knock them out. However, Chinihei's movements were so fast that no one could stop him. When the words came out, the zombie's head had already bloomed. On the contrary, he himself broke the rules of the copy in a hurry. This is good. No matter whether the zombie in front of them is dead or not, they have to run for their lives first. Seeing the eyes around them looking at them instantly, Sheenerby did not hesitate. He used the rope to roll up the pale Kailin next to him, grabbed Chinihei with one hand, picked up the plastic sheet on the ground with the other hand, and ran in the direction they came from. No matter what, leave this place first. Finally get rid of it. After running a few hundred meters away from the original place, the zombies chasing behind him gradually disappeared, and they did not catch up after waiting for a long time. Why did they attack suddenly? After calming down, Kailin gestured with his hands to ask his doubts. He stared at the communication between Sheenerby and the zombies throughout the whole process. He had reviewed it countless times in his mind at this moment, but no matter how he looked at it, this was a normal one-sided communication. Before the zombies attacked, Sheenerby had no intention of speaking. According to the rules of the copy, there was no problem at all. Sheenerby frowned at this moment. Compared with Kailin, he knew his behavior better. He was just staring at the stall for a while, and he didn't even intend to speak. He's not going to attack. Not attacking? Cheenerbai looked at Chinihei. In the past, he was the real man, but today the roles were reversed. He just wants you to get hurt. So, there was an obvious contradiction between these two sentences. For the first time, Cheenerbai felt his brain go blank. He waited for Chinihei to explain. He saw him pointing to his heart and head, and then making two gestures with his hands. The expression was a bit abstract, but Cheenerbai still understood. He was saying, if you want to kill you, you should aim at your neck or head. Your arms won't kill you. If it wasn't to kill you, then what would it be? He was just staring at the things that the zombie displayed for a while. Wait, if the displayed things are understood according to this copy, can they be equivalent to commodities? Then in the eyes of the zombies selling commodities, was his behavior understood as wanting to buy things? Cheenerbai felt enlightened when he thought about it. So the zombies were actually selling or quoting to him when they yelled at him before. Cheenerbai felt that he had found the truth. So, it made sense that the zombie picked up the bread and yelled at him urgently. There were obviously not many people in front of the zombie stall. It turned out that it didn't want to miss this hard-won customer and wanted to force the sale. The zombie grabbed his hand to ask for a reward. And Chinihei just said that the other party wanted him to be injured. So if he was injured, the other party would get a reward, and this reward was actually his flesh and blood. Under the dark red sky, Cheenerbai felt a dense chill in his heart. The only question is flesh and blood a transaction price unique to this area, or for all areas? Chapter 120. But no matter what, this matter needs to be verified. Thinking of this, Cheenerbai glanced at the previous market, and saw that the zombies there had restored order, so he planned to find another shop. However, he had just chosen an equally simple stall, and was halfway there when he was suddenly pulled. Chinihei grabbed his brother's hand, and forced him to turn around. I go. He lip-synced silently. Cheenerbai seemed to have not understood what he meant at all, and tilted his head with a dulled look. Don't play dumb, I know you understand. Still clear, and a little stupid. Chinihei's face was dark, but it was a pity that people couldn't be scolded in this place. Beating this desperate brother in the street would cause the zombies to gather, and cause chaos, otherwise Cheenerbai would never be static now. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Chinihei estimated the distance to the stall, thinking about the possibility of throwing the person behind before reaching the stall. Unexpectedly, someone changed their strategy. Cheenerbai picked up a rather ugly stone at the stall closest to them. He was not very clear about the pricing of items in the zombie world, but such marginal items were never very valuable. Moreover, a stone should not be on the same level as those strange weapons and weird costumes that humans could not appreciate. Roar, roar, roar. The zombie opposite roared twice indifferently. Although it was incomprehensible, it was clear that it was not satisfied with this business. It seemed that not too much blood would be wasted. The stall owner took out a small 5 milliliters test tube from his pocket and handed it to Cheenerbai. Cheenerbai raised his knife and slashed it. Fresh red blood flowed from the back of his hand and quickly filled the test tube. The test tube and the stone were swapped. Then an electronic sound sounded. Congratulations to the survivor Cheenerbai for obtaining the item, the petrified stone. Item effect. After use, the body can acquire the characteristics of stone. Level 1. Scope of use. Within the scope of the silent market. Duration of effect, 5 minutes. What a prop. It is true that this level 1 prop can only be used in the dungeon, but who knows that level 2 and 3 props can only be used in the dungeon. It may even be the right to upgrade the shelter or other better things, but I don't know how much blood is needed. No wonder they say that there is only the reward they can't afford, and there is nothing that the dungeon can't give. This time the electronic sound turned out to be realistic literature. Cheenerbai's brain was working quickly, but his peripheral vision was still cautiously watching the surrounding environment. Seeing the zombie stall owner pick up the recovered test tube and was about to open it, he suddenly widened his eyes and then let out a scream. In just a few seconds, the zombie vendor suddenly surrounded them. What happened? The three of them immediately became alert. It was not what they expected. However, the zombies that surrounded them did not intend to attack. One or two of them excitedly looked at the red liquid in the test tube, and one or two of them even cut their skin directly. A strange feeling that had appeared before once again hovered in the hearts of the three people. At this moment, they keenly noticed that the blood flowing out of the wounds of these zombies was not like those in the outside world, showing different shades of green, but was closer to human red. It was just much darker. One by one, the zombies compared the two kinds of blood. The seller proudly poured the blood in the test tube into his mouth, and Chinerbai saw that some of the gaps on his body had some new flesh and blood growing. Now the zombie who drank blood was a little confused. It looked at the new flesh growing on its body in shock, and poked it with its claws to confirm that they really existed. The next moment, all the zombies surrounded Chinerbai. The roars came one after another. The three humans were getting more and more unsure, and didn't know how to react. After hesitating for a moment, the situation was close to getting out of control. The zombies who had surrounded him tried to hug Chinerbai with their claws. This posture didn't seem to be an attack, but seemed to just want to pull people to their own stall. Let's see the situation first. Chinerbai stabilized his body to prevent himself from being dragged away by the zombies, and at the same time, he had to keep his hands to hold down Chin-Ihei, who was ready to fight at any time. Just when he was about to collapse, there was a commotion in the distance. Suddenly, the zombies that were originally making a fuss retreated like a tide. Pay attention, the currency in my market is blood, and the blood of those zombies is very close to that of humans. Taking advantage of this gap, Chinerbai told everyone in the chat group about his discovery. Then, a shadow was cast in front of him. Zombies that came were a circle larger than those in the market, and their flesh and blood were more plump, at least there was no missing piece here and there. His pale pupils swept over Chinerbai. Chinerbai keenly noticed that the zombies around him took another step back timidly. They were afraid of the zombie in front of him. The zombies started to roar again. Chinerbai clenched his weapon tightly, and his supernatural power was ready to go. However, nothing happened after a minute. Only the zombies kept roaring. Seeing that they remained indifferent, the zombies were about to run around. Fortunately, at this time, there were little brothers around who offered a plan. The zombies behind him roared softly, and the one in front of him finally understood what he meant. He hurried forward a few steps, and used his claws to half push and half pull the three people to go to a certain place in the market. Seeing this, the zombies behind him turned from their original intense emotions to frustration. This is relying on the high force value to steal customers. However, when they arrived at the shop that this zombie decorated extraordinarily luxuriously, compared with other zombies, this guy's shop not only has tables, but also has a shelter from the rain, which is considered to be impressive. The three people had only one thought in their hearts: this trip was worth it. It was obvious that this huge zombie had a considerable status here. There were 3 tables in front of him. The left one was filled with a basket of energy cores, most of which were grade 3 energy cores. On the right were some foods that humans could accept, and in the middle were even more heavyweight, with books that humans could understand and things that were obviously props. The prices were also clearly marked. The energy core on the left was a 20 milliliters test tube. If they hadn't known that energy cores were not good things, the 3 of them could have exchanged for a dozen or 20 each. Unfortunately, after Ji Qingchen's fancy brainwashing, they were now avoiding this thing. The food on the right was divided into 5, 10, and 15 according to the degree of sophistication. These were not needed until the food they brought was consumed. The ones in the middle were more complicated, and the prices of props and books were different. The 3 people glanced at it, and suddenly saw 2 book titles: Zombie Language Analysis and Silent Market. Good stuff. They were just worried about not being able to understand the native language. There is also a backup plan. This is a complete dungeon strategy. Even if it is not complete, it is enough for them to gain something. 50 milliliters of blood per book is a great deal. This Chin-Ihei was very active, and cut himself. Kai Lim was not to be outdone, and was ready to hit himself, but was stopped by Chinerbai. Your injury is not healed. He pointed at Kai Lim's ribs. This person's previous injuries were obvious to all. Now his face is still pale. If he doesn't recover, he will be in trouble if he encounters an emergency. On the other hand, he only lost 5 milliliters of blood before, and it is not a problem to draw another 50. The blood slowly flowed into the flask. A minute later, 2 full flasks were handed over to the stall owner. The zombies looked at the flasks with satisfaction, handed them 2 books eagerly, and tried to get them to spend more. But seeing that they were still indifferent, he gave up. He only roared a few more times before leaving, calling another equally diligent zombie. What does it mean, making money one after another? The 3 were on guard at first, but when they saw the other party lead them to a building that could barely be considered a hotel, they felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This is a one-stop service for consumption and accommodation. But after all, they came to the dungeon, not to enjoy life, and things like hotels are not necessary. After all, it costs blood, and we don't know what will happen later, so we should save as much as possible. Then again, from this point of view, isn't this so-called dungeon a bit too harmonious and peaceful? So far, only speaking human words will trigger zombie attacks, and they are not continuous. Transactions are not necessary. Zombies come over just to promote their own products, and they don't use very violent means. Living here is like a large prop exchange market. As long as there is no excessive desire, there will be no danger at all. On the contrary, there are many benefits. No matter how you look at it, it does not conform to the state of this world that always likes to toss. However, I really can't figure out any clues with the current clues. Let's observe for a while longer. By the way, find a place first and study the clues at hand. Cheaterby said that they use blood for transactions over there, so what do you want me to give you? Under the dark green sky, Xia Xuyan looked at the roaring zombies in front of her. The other party had helped them to understand the rules of the market transaction. She took people to walk around the stalls in the market, focusing on finding the item she needed. She found it quickly. On an inconspicuous stall, she saw a set of paper and pen. For this place where she couldn't speak, she and another teammate really had no tacit understanding. It was likely that they couldn't understand the meaning by gestures. Although the text was a bit slow, it was accurate anyway. I just don't know what the price of the transaction is. Xia Xuyan stared at the zombie's every move, and saw it take out a piece of paper from the drawer, which said time IOU, and the unit behind it was minutes. Seeing that Xia Xuyan was slow to communicate, the zombie made a 5 with his fingers. Paying time? 5 minutes? Xia Xuyan frowned. Cheaterby used blood as the price because humans would die if they lost too much blood. But the time required by this market was too difficult to guess. There were too many kinds of time. Human time itself can be equivalent to life. This copy may have a potential countdown. Once it is completed, if she does not find a way out, it is equivalent to failure, or she will lose 5 minutes to solve the problem at a certain important node. Xia Xuyan's mind was working fast. It's not that she had never thought about terminating the transaction and leaving, but she had hesitated for a long time. The zombies on the opposite side, and the surrounding group were already faintly ready to attack. If she left at this time, she would inevitably be treated the same as Cheaterby. Forget it, it's only 5 minutes, just pay it, it's better than provoking trouble at the beginning, after all, they don't have enough manpower. Let's turn our attention back to the other side. In the dark red market, Cheaterby and the other two had distorted expressions. The three of them looked at the book Zombie Language Analysis in their hands, and tried their best to hold back the urge to laugh. Chapter 121. From the handwriting on the cover of this book Zombie Language Analysis, it can be seen that this book is handwritten. At the beginning, the handwriting of the writer is particularly neat, but the content is too funny. Howl means agreement. Howl means disagreement. Howl means hello. Howl means. The trio looked at the long sentence in the book, which was composed of howls and roars, and occasionally a few hs, and a question mark slowly appeared in their minds. Is there any difference when these words are spoken by the zombies? They read on with anger and amusement. Although the following sentences are long, they are still only the arrangement and combination of the 3 words, but with a little change in voice and intonation in the middle. For example, roar, first rise, then fall, then rise, howl, fall and rise, howl, flat then rise, ha means I like you. The author of the book is quite leisurely. But Cheaterby obviously found that the handwriting of the book here is very different from the previous one. It's not that the writer has changed. Judging from the pen habits, the person should still be the same, but the writing has changed from being fair at the beginning to being sloppy. The strokes and turns at the beginning are gone, replaced by arc-shaped circles, but at least you can still see what he wants to express. But after turning a few pages, the handwriting became more and more sloppy, and it has all turned into crooked lines, and the content cannot be recognized. At the end of the book, even the lines disappeared, leaving only a dirty black mass. After closing the book, the 3 of them looked at each other. Even the stubborn Chinihei could detect problems from the changes in the notes in this book. The neat handwriting at the beginning of the book was written by a person, so what about later? What about the one at the end of the book? Is it still a person? The change in the handwriting was like a foreshadowing. The muscles and bones of the man in front of the book changed little by little, and he could no longer control the pen in his hand. He watched his body move closer to the natives here, and finally became one of them. So, did he gradually lose consciousness as his body changed, or? The second? Cheaterby silently stretched out 2 fingers. From the whole book, we can see that until the handwriting lost control, the writer's thinking was not confused. He watched himself become another person soberly. What about now? Now does he, or all the zombies in this market, still have human thinking, but because of the changes in their bodies, they can no longer speak and act in the same way as before. Further deduction, If all the zombies in this market are transformed from humans, isn't it clear that the source of these humans is these survivors who entered the copy? When did the alienation begin? Cheaterbai's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and he quickly stood up and ran towards the edge of the red area. 10 minutes later. Can't get out. Cheaterbai punched the air in front of him. Dang! With a buzzing sound, the crimson barrier, the same as the sky, blocked Cheaterbai's fist. It was clear that the previous entry and exit would not be affected. Huh? The two people behind also arrived at this time. Seeing Cheaterbai's extremely ugly face, Chinihei raised his eyebrows and stabbed a long spear at the barrier. The long spear passed through the barrier without any hindrance, but Chinihei's gun hand collided with it fiercely. How could it be? Kai Lin was also surprised, and he also tentatively stretched out his hand, and the barrier also appeared. Why? Kai Lin's expression changed, and Chinihei tried for the second and third time, but still returned in vain. Everyone realized the seriousness of the matter, and Cheaterbai's brows were even more furrowed. It seems that the actual situation is quite different from his guess. If he was assimilated just because of the transaction, Kai Lin, who had never paid blood, should be able to get out smoothly. Now what is? Don't try. When Chinihei wanted to hit the wall a few more times, Cheaterbai pressed down the other party's gun tip. He is not a stubborn person. Now it has become a certain fact that they can't get out. The most urgent thing is to tell others this news first. Jiang Yanran, you said not to enter the copy, but even those of us who are the farthest away have already entered? Let's try to see if we can leave the range of this market. This is Grea's. Leave? Why? Shouldn't we split up to look for clues? We can confirm here that the currency is time, but the range is too large to determine the specific time. Xia Xuyan said. Other people in the chat group popped up one after another. Because we can't leave the market now. Cheaterbai said it was some difficulty. After all, the three of them are now trapped in this area. What? I can't confirm the truth of this speculation that the three of us can't leave the range of this market. It will be blocked by a crimson barrier. What about you guys? I've gone. On the way. Just arrived. There was a long silence. Everyone's heart was in their throat at this moment, and then fell to the bottom of the valley. No, Kuchishuan and I can't get out either. They heard Xia Xuyan say, Cheaterbai, you are right, I'm afraid we can't get out in a short time. After Xia Xuyan, others also tried one after another, but without exception, they were blocked by barriers of different colors. What should we do now? Are we still looking for clues? For a while, there was only silence in the chat group. Looking. It is impossible to set a dead end in the copy. Even if you want to get out, you have to look for it. Greya said very confidently, isn't it just a transaction? First figure out the rules, and then even if you turn the whole market upside down, as long as the clues exist, you will definitely find it. I will find out about our transaction here in a while. Mu Song bubbled up. He was not willing to make transactions with unknown conditions, which might bring bad consequences. But compared with being trapped in this copy forever, the clues he had to pay for were worth a lot. Yes, so far, we know too little information. Even if there are risks, we have to take them. But then again, what's the situation with City Lord G? She hasn't bubbled up for a long time. Has anyone confirmed whether she is diving? And Mu Xiaochu and CE? Don't they like to talk too much in 710? Gray Yas, you think too much. It's just that the situation here is different. What we need to trade with these zombies is not with us. Not on you? Then it's on the stalls of other zombies. I don't know if they want to fight against each other. I suggest to grab one first and try it. But there is no consensus yet. Is there no consensus? You pointed to a missile, which is obviously an important item, and said you want to grab it and try it. Isn't it because there is only this one currently matched? If there are other options, would I bother? As for Boss G, she is 99% not in the microphone. Now it is 99.9%. It is impossible to know the situation in the fog in a short time. Do you think she will agree to your behavior of grabbing missiles when she comes? Let's not talk about our things here. After all, there are no restrictions here at present. If it doesn't work, we can only fight with zombies. Your place is the real danger. It is indeed impossible to set a dead end in the copy, but in its concept, one person alive is alive. I always feel that this kind of forced transaction rule is not well intentioned. In the dark red barrier, one person alive is also alive. Mu Chu's words were like a nail piercing Cheaterbai's heart. He looked at Chinihei, who was still trying to fight the barrier with his peripheral vision, and gently closed his eyes. It was only the first day, and they hadn't even figured out the rules yet, so they couldn't just make the worst plan now. Let's study the contents of this book first. Cheaterby stopped his brother from wasting his energy, and signaled Cadlin to hand over another piece of loot that the three had just exchanged, 2 or 3 things about the silent market. As the pages of the book turned, the three were surprised to find that the handwriting in this book was exactly the same as the previous one. Today is the first day I came here. To be honest, I don't remember why I came here. My previous memory was very vague, and it seemed that someone had intentionally modified it. But since I'm here, I just make the best of it. Although my companions always think that the zombie images of the shop owners are creepy, and they can only scream, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. On the contrary, I'm quite interested in their language. But I don't know if it's because I'm growing up. I got hungry very quickly today. I finally saw a bowl of beef noodles, and planned to ask the owner how to buy it. The other party actually said that he wanted my blood. This is the first time I've seen this trading condition, but I'm so hungry that I can get blood. It's better than having nothing to eat. After eating and drinking, I continue to walk around this market. What is certain is that blood is the trading currency in this place. The next day, I felt that I was still quite talented in language. Now I can preliminarily understand what the zombies are saying. I want to record these interesting languages. Maybe I can write a book called Zombie Language Analysis. The only thing that bothered me was that I was getting hungry faster than the day before, which forced me to spend more blood to buy food. I always felt that sometimes my body was out of control. Maybe because I was not full. I would go and get something to eat later. On the third day, something unexpected happened. I saw a companion who came in with me had the same wounds as those zombies, and his appearance was also getting closer to zombies. He was howling, and I understood what he said. He actually had this human meaning. He was sober and watched himself become like that. Why? Why is this happening? We obviously didn't do anything. No, that's not right. He seems to be the hungriest of us all. He even paid a lot of blood to buy extra things from the zombies. The key to alienation is trading, so I also have the characteristics of zombies. No, I can't continue to trade with those zombies. I tried to resist buying food, but the hunger became stronger and stronger. It was like 10 million needles piercing my body when I didn't eat. I couldn't stand the pain of not eating at all. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? On the 4th day, I killed a person. He was my companion who came in with me, and had not completely turned into a zombie. He came to me last night, and we had an argument, and I accidentally killed him. But now I find that the zombieization of my body has been reduced. It turns out that the lost blood will not come back, but it can be compensated with the blood of companions. I also tried to kill zombies, but the effect was much smaller. But if I am trapped here all the time, killing people is just a delaying tactic. I must find a way out. On the 5th day, the zombie transformation intensified again. Others also realized that killing people could alleviate this symptom, and everyone went their separate ways. My body is no longer under my control, and I must find clues faster. I must not stay here. The handwriting has become very sloppy here, and some of the words behind are simply unrecognizable. Until I found this market. At the end of this sentence was a large pool of stained blood, and the writer seemed to have been killed by something. The book was closed, and the three looked at each other. Are you hungry now? After a long time, Cheaterby asked this question with his mouth. Chapter 122. On the foggy street, a few shadows occasionally passed by. Ji Qingshan walked very slowly with the 2 children. They had been deep in the foggy area for more than 2 hours, and everything was normal, and even a few zombies were not seen. But this kind of normality is not a good thing in the dungeon. Sister Xuan, have we been going around in circles? The little girl next to her pulled Ji Qingshan's sleeve and wrote on her palm. This was the 3rd time they saw the house with a red roof in front of them. The fog was not thick, but it was only enough for people to see clearly about 50 meters away. In addition, most of the shops on this road were built similarly, so it was not easy to identify the direction. Ji Qingshan did not move, but silently led the 2 to move forward. When she saw the red roof for the 5th time, she stopped and walked towards the house. When she got closer, she realized that it was not a so-called house, but just an imager with a red top cover, but the screen was black at the moment. It seems that we have to find a way to make it broadcast something meaningful. Ji Qingshan thought so, and did so. She told the 2 children around her about this idea, and asked them to go to the zombie stalls to see if there were any key items. In theory, she could communicate with them without relying on the chat group, only through the dotted flowers left on everyone's body. However, since entering this fog, the signal of this communication has been interfered, and opening the chat group consumes a lot of mental energy. She didn't want to do such a thankless task, not to mention that the rules of the game had been broken to this extent by her, so she had to let them try it themselves. If they were just protected blindly, it would be her fault. Okay. The two kids answered at the same time and acted quickly. Ji Qingshan stood there, looking at the screen in front of him, quickly organizing his thoughts. Blood time. Currently, only 2 of the requirements for the transaction are obtained. Alienation will occur as long as you step into a certain market area. There is no doubt about this, but the speed of alienation is related to the transactions made by each person. The so-called time limit is to see whether a person can get out before being completely assimilated by the market. Thinking about it this way, the luck of the 4 of you is really good. Has Mu Song started trading over there? Yes, after confirming that he could not leave the white market normally, Mu Song also broke the jar and broke the jar. This person is even crazier than Xia Xuyan and Qin Er Bai to some extent. It's an experiment to test the trading conditions, so he might as well get the most awesome one. So, Mu Song walked around the entire market and directly found the most luxurious shop in the market, and pushed the door and walked in with great pride. Pointing at the golden resurrection ticket on the table, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he waved his hand and said, "I want them all." Of course, he didn't say anything, but took it directly, using body language to show that he could afford it. Not only did the 2 friends stare in amazement, but Ji Qingshan was also stunned. This guy is really not afraid of paying too much, he just lost it. But then again, his way of playing seems to be no problem in the current situation. Moreover, as a person who is afraid of death, the attraction of the resurrection ticket seems to be quite strong. The boss hasn't seen such a generous person for a long time, and there was no nonsense on the spot. He smiled flatteringly, and took out a crystal ball from under the table, motioning Mu Song to put his hand on it. At this point, Mu Song calmed down and thought, what if he couldn't afford the price? But it was only a moment. With the resurrection ticket in hand, he wouldn't die this time anyway. The next moment, his hand was already on the crystal ball. A white light spread from the crystal ball to Mu Song's body. He felt something was pulled out of his body, but it didn't hurt. He was still complaining in his heart that it was harmless. However, the next moment, the world in front of him was a little blurry. Who am I? Why did I come here? Am I not performing official duties? This mission is not an undercover infiltration. I always feel something is weird. Why is this guy in front of me so ugly? Well, did you forget everything? Compared with the team members, who can't communicate with their mouths, Ji Qingshan is the first to know what Mu Song paid. No wonder the market dares to sell resurrection tickets. Indeed, if the memory disappears, it is only a matter of time before he dies again, even if he is resurrected. Alas, forget it, you have to bear it yourself. But the cowardly man is worthy of being the cowardly man. Even if he has lost all his memories about the end of the world, it does not prevent him from putting the resurrection ticket in his pocket the moment he sees it. Before he could put it in his pocket, the resurrection ticket broke directly. Confused, Mu Song scratched his head. An intuition told him that he should not communicate with the person in front of him, who didn't look like a human and could only howl. Fortunately, the 2 behind him looked pretty good and should be able to talk normally. You? He just typed 2 words, and saw the faces of the 2 behind him suddenly changed. The girl jumped 3 feet high, rushed over to cover his mouth, and drew a stroke in the air. He was stuffed into a different dimension. Before leaving, the group of people who didn't look like humans around him seemed to want to rush over and bite him. Mu Song almost thought that he had read too many novels. 2 seconds later, a new scene appeared in front of him. Half an hour later. Under the popular science of the man and woman, Mu Song finally figured out the current situation. How to say it, it's quite absurd. He traveled through time and space, and came to a market full of zombies. At present, they don't know what the rules of this market are. They only know that talking will attract the attacks of those zombies. You are very brave. Ji Qingshan, who was watching the show on the other side, exclaimed and gave up telling Mu Song what the end of the world and the copy are. He only explained the current situation. Anyway, as long as he can pass the copy, his memory will naturally come back. But it should be said that Mu Song is indeed lucky. The transaction here is not a simple memory, but more like a kind of human nature. The disappearance of memory means that he no longer belongs to human beings, and will automatically accept zombies as his kind. However, this buddy used all his memories to exchange for a resurrection ticket, which is equivalent to a bug. While losing his memory, he will not be alienated into a zombie. Moreover, because the memory that had been deducted from Mu Song during the transaction was replenished by the resurrection ticket, It was just that nothing was added to it. This meant that when his memory was deducted again, he would not suffer any loss, and the zombie transformation would only proceed over time. It was equivalent to another round of bugs. Therefore, as long as Musang did not commit suicide, he would definitely be the one who survived to the end of the dungeon. TSK. It turns out that the brave people enjoy the world first. I don't know if the other two can realize that they can appropriately reduce the number of their transactions and let Musang go. The dungeon created the bugs themselves, so it's a waste if they don't take advantage of it. On the other hand, the situation in the area where Li Jiasai and Jiang Yan were located was not very good. They did conduct a transaction tentatively and learned the transaction conditions, mental power, or more precisely, the ability to control superpowers. In other words, once they trade excessively, they will completely lose their superpowers. Oh, they are still too obedient. I hope they can find out something else sooner. Greyes was still considering it, and he was unusually cautious. So it seemed that Qin Bai and his team were in the worst situation. Although they got the most clues, these clues did not look like good things at all. Let's see how they can break the situation. For now, the challenge is still quite big. Yes, from the moment Qin Bai asked that question, the three of them realized that their hunger was actually caused by the dungeon. Among them, Kai Lin felt the most deeply. When he felt this hunger, he stuffed himself with 2 compressed biscuits, and the hunger never eased. Now it seems that all this is the inevitable effect of the dungeon. What should we do? Do we really have to exchange food? Kai Lin thought that he didn't want to become a zombie at all. How long do you think you can endure? Qin Bai said this in a serious tone. At least not now. Then find clues first. I don't believe there is only one way to pass this dungeon. What if it doesn't work? We have to try. If there are really no other clues, killing the zombie is better than giving in to its wishes. Isn't it just violent, Xiaohei? What do you think? Humph. Qin He expressed strong dissatisfaction with Qin Bai's address, but it was obvious that he agreed more with this method of solving problems with force than Qin Bai himself. It's not that violence is not a bad idea. It's just that it tests their tolerance. Ji Qingchen was just about to go check on Grey's progress, when a huge noise suddenly came from behind him. What did they do? That zombie is going to cut me. Daughter brought Su Yang's screams. Ji Qingchen saw Su Yang and Lan Ming disappear like rabbits, and run away from the spot. He didn't know the direction, just ran wherever he wanted. The good news was that he got rid of the zombies by running around, but the bad news was that he bumped into several people, Yang Wanquan and his men. Their 710's luck is really hard to describe. Because of the lack of manpower, Yang Wanquan could only choose one color to enter with his men. After seeing Ji Qingchen's choice, Yang Wanquan entered the black hole in the middle without hesitation. But maybe because the landing method was not well controlled, the 7 people collectively landed on the boundary between the fog plate and the central plate. As soon as they arrived, they were chased by a group of zombies because they made too much noise. They could only run into the fog in a panic, and lost another subordinate. The fog treated everyone who entered it equally. It not only blocked the vision, but also blocked the mental detection outside the vision. The 6 people could only walk around like headless flies. If Su Yang hadn't made too much noise, and he himself was too panicked, the 2 groups would not have collided with each other. But sometimes, fate is so coincidental. 2 versus 6 fight or... Chapter 123. Run. Lan Ming pulled Su Yang and ran back the way they came. Judging from the footsteps behind them, the zombies should not have caught up yet. If they didn't run now, when would they run? Su Yang's reaction was not slow. But the problem was that they were not running in the same direction. Lan Ming went back, and Su Yang went left. In this moment of disagreement, Yang Wanquan had already reacted. You can't run away. He grinned and activated his supernatural power. An indescribable breath broke into the consciousness of the 2 children. Lan Ming could still subconsciously resist with part of the mental system, but it was only to prevent herself from being eroded. The obvious slowness in action made her quickly controlled by Yang Wanquan's men. Not to mention Su Yang, the invisibility he was about to activate was interrupted, and the backlash almost made him black out and almost fell down. Su Yang. Lan Ming was anxious when she saw her companion's situation. Ji Qingchen had told her the severity of the backlash of the superpowers. It was very likely to damage the sea of consciousness and turn her into a fool. In a hurry, the little girl gritted her teeth and took out the explosives from her pocket. With her body's recovery speed, she would not die from the explosion. However, before she could do it, her consciousness was hit hard again. Little girl, you are so naive. Your entire sea of consciousness has been invaded by me. Do you think you can hide your little tricks from me? TSK TSK TSK, they look so similar. It's not safe here. Let's go to another place to play. Yang Wanquan had a playful smile on his face. He signaled his men to carry 2 people, and he himself released a large amount of mental power to interfere with the energy field here and block their subsequent actions. After doing all this, the 6 people quickly evacuated and walked to the other side of the market. However, just 2 minutes later, another figure walked out of the fog. Ji Qingshan played with the ends of her hair and talked to herself. Did they just put them here? I really don't know if it was out of kindness or intentional. She walked slowly in one direction, and that was the way Yang Wanquan and others left. Outside, 710 shelter. It was night time and Bondi had just finished dealing with the last thing in the shelter and planned to take a break. Up to now, the various systems of the shelter have been improved, and the troublemakers who refuse to obey have also been dealt with. It is not too difficult for her to be a temporary manager. Although the zombies are stronger now than before, the overall strength of the survivors has long been extraordinary. The teams that had suffered losses before also learned their lessons. After recovering from their injuries, they took a bunch of props and went out to avenge their previous shame. Except for the 2 teams that were involved in independent dungeons because of the pursuit of zombies, the rest of the people were just injured. But even if they were involved in independent dungeons, it was not a big deal. After more experience, everyone found that independent dungeons were divided into different levels of difficulty. The 2 dungeons that Ji Qingshan had visited before were hell level, not only difficult but also very time-consuming. But most dungeons are not like this, and they can be completed in 2 or 3 days, with a mortality rate of 30 to 40%. If you don't pursue the clearance level, it is not impossible for all members to survive. I hope those 2 teams can be lucky, and no one will die. Bondi put down the information and prepared to go to another room to wash up. The door suddenly rang. Fuyun, why are you here so late? The person who came was Yuan Fuyun. This purple-haired girl was usually cold and indifferent. She treated everyone in a business-like manner. When she was unhappy, she would turn on the mocking mode. Only in front of Ji Qingshan would her face show more expression. Bondi had a lot of contact with her in business, and he admired her straightforward and unsophisticated style. But in private, they were just ordinary friends. Yuan Fuyun had been managing 069 and 401 recently. When she suddenly came to her, Bondi instantly had a bad feeling. As expected, the first thing the other party said was, City Lord Ji said that you can predict the future trend, so can you see if there will be any major events in the shelter within 3 days? Yes, but why? My guess is, don't you think the name of the world copy is strange? According to what the electronic sound said, the place we are in now is called the real world. Independent copies can be interpreted as independent outside this world, so the name of the world copy can have another meaning, a copy that affects the entire real world. The City Lord's mission is the main line, so is it possible that ours is a branch line? You mean? But the electronic sound has made it clear that each shelter needs at least 7 people to participate in the world copy. If the copy affects the entire world, why do you say that? Although Bondi's voice was the same as usual, his hand holding the document was trembling slightly. It never said that there would only be 7 people participating in the copy, right? Yuan Fuyun looked at the other party and said word by word, It's not the first time that thing has played word games. It uses this trick to mislead us to misjudge the scope of the copy, and then come up with another trick to surprise us. It is not inconsistent with its style. Wait a moment, I calculate it right away. If that's the case, there's no time to waste. Bondi immediately took Yuan Fuyun to another room. A light purple airflow began to rise from her palm, and a crystal ball slowly emerged. A mysterious breath of destiny spread in the room. Yuan Fuyun stood aside and watched all this. She knew that the most taboo for people with this ability is to be disturbed when using their abilities. The mixing of external breath will lead to results that are very different from the original. The lower the realm, the greater the impact. With the ability in front of Bondi, anything she does will cause the star map trajectory drawn by the other party to deviate. However, judging from the speed at which this destiny trajectory takes shape, Bondi's talent in this area is not weak, and the only difference is the realm of mental power. Half an hour later, the light of the crystal ball dimmed, and the pattern woven by purple silk threads appeared in front of the two. And the expressions of the two had been extremely solemn long before. This is a zombie. The display of the star map is not a node, but something that happens within a certain period of time. Yuan Fuyun showed Bondi 3 days. So the two saw the zombie army approaching the 5 shelters. It was really a huge crowd, dense and endless. It seemed that except for the 5 isolated shelters, the world was filled with zombies. Then the soldiers came to the city like a huge wave, overwhelming the 5 isolated islands. The time is midnight. There are still 3 hours. I will immediately organize people to let those who are still in the copy not come out for the time being. No, let them do everything possible to come out as quickly as possible, and ask people to open a passage to bring back those who are still outside. The dungeon has a time limit. If you don't come out by the time limit, something might go wrong. I go and notify 1399. No, I go to 1399. They know my ability, so I'd be more trustworthy. Okay. By the way, take this with you. This is... Bondi looked at the big box of seeds in his hand. The portable version she made may reduce some of their casualties. Keep in touch. Okay. Bondi hurried away, and Yuan Fuyan quickly got busy. The 2 teams in the dungeon were informed of the situation through Daughter Flower as soon as possible. Fortunately, they entered the simplest dungeon, and killing all the monsters was a way to pass the level. Yuan Fuyan informed them of the situation, and the other side estimated that it would take at least 2 days to come out. The time limit could not be met, so they could only open the portal in time to prevent them from being swallowed by the zombies that rushed over. As for the others who were exploring outside, Yuan Fuyan brought people back one by one. Wait for the pull. After that, Bondi also finished communicating with 1399. Bondi came back to preside over the deployment of 710, and Yuan Fuyan returned to 069 and 401 without stopping. These 2 shelters have been completely under her control during this period. She said that these people would not do anything wrong. What's more, it is a matter of life and death for all the survivors. Even those who are asleep will be awakened by a few slaps and get up to work. Hurry up and change your weapons and props. No one knows how long this battle will last. If you don't want to repeat the tragedy of the zombie carnival night, you should arm yourself to the bone. Go to the city wall remotely to help yourself bring all the lethal props. Go back to your own shelter. I will destroy the middle passage later. Check all weapons. Don't get stuck in the middle of a fight. I've already said that each guild has jurisdiction. You decide on your own rotation. If you can't hold it, call for support immediately. Compared to that, 710 is much easier. Except for the absence of Ji Qinchin and the other 7 people, they are the original team of the zombie carnival night. The deployment of troops does not need to be changed. The only difference is that their own strength has made a qualitative leap, and the props in their hands are more powerful. It was still less than an hour. Yuan Fuyan looked at the sky. During this time, she shuttled back and forth between the 2 shelters to adjust the deployment. The final inspection has begun now. At this critical moment, Xiao Yunyun, do you miss me? The intercom in the pocket buzzed twice, and a mean voice came out. Yuan Fuyan. The person in question really wanted to fall headfirst. Why did this unreliable boss always find this time to disturb him? However, she had to listen to what the other party said. I didn't expect that you were so lucky to survive. I was wondering why there were only the bodies of those 2 bitches in the ruins. It turns out that they had already planned an escape route for you and your brother. It's a pity that your brother is not here, otherwise I could have reunited the 4 of you. But it's almost the same with you alone. In the dilapidated hotel, Yang Wanquan smiled viciously. It was you at the beginning. Why, it was obviously us who saved you and helped you on the way. Why did you do this? Lan Ming's voice was shaking, and tears could no longer be suppressed and burst out. Why? You are indeed their child, and you look exactly like those 2 bitches. Girl, this is the end of the world, and only the strong are worthy of survival. What qualifications do you, the rubbish who pretends to be powerful and thinks you are the savior, have? Disgusting souls, like you are only worthy of being my nourishment. You ate their souls? Yes, people like them should be grateful to be my nourishment. But don't worry, I won't eat you. After all, your ability is very useful to me. I will let you play your best value. As for threatening that woman, 1 is enough. You won't succeed. The little girl's tears were almost dry. She wanted to force herself to look a little imposing, but the truth of the past made her heart ache. She thought it was just an ordinary accident. She thought it was just because of her negligence. She also thought that she would never know the truth in her life. The scene in front of her gradually blurred, and she seemed to have returned to that day. The hiding place was discovered, the building collapsed unexpectedly, the parents suddenly developed a disease, and the person who told them the escape route led them to a dead end. When things were about to be irreversible, they pushed her and asked her to find her brother who happened to be out. It was all because of her. If she had been smarter at that time and saw through that person's conspiracy, if her supernatural power was stronger at that time, she could have saved them before they died. If she had not saved the seriously injured person at the beginning, everything would be different. It was all because of her. Because of her everything became like this. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, it's all my fault, it's my fault. Lan Ming's head drooped weakly, and blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. Chapter 124. Yes, it's all your fault. But don't worry, I help you right away. A dark color spread in Yang Wanquan's eyes. He could hardly hide the joy in his heart when he looked at Lan Ming. However, in his consciousness, a silver luster suddenly spread next to the blue ball that was about to be covered by black. What happened? The sudden change made Yang Wanquan, who was determined to win, unable to react in time. The first thing he thought of was to use more mental power to cover up the halo. The black mental power was connected between his and Lan Ming's sea of consciousness, and it kept pouring into the little girl's consciousness space. But the original glowing silver sphere had already rushed out of the dark wrapping, and turned into a stream of light, and rushed into Yang Wanquan's consciousness. The silver light did not hesitate to find the source of Yang Wanquan's consciousness and pierce it. Seeing that his house was about to be stolen, Yang Wanquan had to give up the attack and withdraw all his mental power to protect his own source of consciousness. Force the ball out. But even so, Yang Wanquan's consciousness was inevitably shaken. The use of superpowers was interrupted, and even those who were controlled by him became dull. Kill her! Yang Wanquan on the side was still in impotence and rage, shouting at his men, but the chaos of superpowers made it difficult for his men to execute orders well. So, bullets, bombs, and explosive superpowers flew all over the room. But it should be said that he was lucky, and several bombs were aimed directly at Lan Ming. Dealing with the previous things, Lan Ming's mental strength had already been overdrawn, and the current damage was unavoidable. Forget it, it shouldn't kill them. The little girl made up her mind and raised her hands to protect her head, intending to bear the damage. A huge explosion sounded in her ears, but she didn't feel any pain. No, that's not right. It's not that she didn't feel any pain, but her body disappeared. 2 seconds later, when her body reappeared, she found that she and Su Yang had rolled to the corner of the room, and the disposable protective shield was opened, avoiding the invasion of gunfire and rain of bullets outside. Sister Ming, are you okay? Where is this? And they are not. It's okay. Lan Ming recovered and looked at Su Yang, who was a little at a loss. Perhaps it was because she attacked Yang Wanquan's mind, causing him to lose control of his superpowers for a short time, that Su Yang was able to wake up. After being unconscious for so long, the other party was able to release superpowers to pull her away in the first time, which was a quick reaction. It was really difficult for him to figure out the current situation in these few seconds. Get out first. Lan Ming used another protective shield, pulled Su Yang, and was about to jump out the window. After all, just because they were fine didn't mean the hotel was fine. The buildings in the market were always shabby, and it was impossible for them not to collapse after the bombardment. Sure enough, 2 seconds after the two landed, the hotel behind them made a sound of being overwhelmed and collapsed. Let's go! It was unknown whether such a big noise would attract zombies, but even if there were no zombies, they had to run. Previously, Lan Ming relied on sneak attacks to make Yang Wanquan lose. If they had to wait for them to recover and fight with real swords and guns, she and Su Yang would definitely be outnumbered. As for Su Yang, although he was confused, he also remembered that he was attacked by Yang Wanquan before he fainted. The hostility between 614 and them was written on their faces, so there was no reason to send them off. Well, what happened to Sister Ming just now? When the view was completely unfamiliar, Su Yang finally asked the question in his heart. Because he was knocked unconscious at the beginning, Su Yang had no idea about Yang Wanquan's subsequent actions. But his intuition told him that he must have missed something very important. He wanted to control us as puppets to threaten Sister Ji. There was no falsehood in this statement, but it just omitted the mess between her and Yang Wanquan. Fuck you. Su Yang said bitterly, so he failed to kill and silence her now. As if in response to Su Yang's words, a huge fireball rushed over. So fast. The two little guys were startled and quickly dodged to both sides. In theory, they had already run a long distance. In this foggy environment, Yang Wanquan couldn't find them so quickly. Signal device? It's mental tracking. Since the superpowers involve the mental system, Qi Qingshan fully popularized the basic knowledge of the mental system to Lan Ming. This is also one of the main reasons why Lan Ming was able to counter Yang Wanquan just now. The reason why the spiritual system is the most dangerous category of superpowers is because its use is closely related to the source of superpowers. If other superpowers are to communicate with external elements through mental power to indirectly control energy, then the spiritual system is to directly use its own energy. The advantage of doing this is that the consumption of mental power is greatly reduced, and the enemy's attack power can be fundamentally disintegrated. But correspondingly, in this way, the source of the superpower will be more thoroughly exposed to the enemy. Once defeated, it will hurt the root. However, for those who specialize in the spiritual system, self-defense must be the top priority. But the problem is that Yang Wanquan didn't know that Lan Mengtong had spiritual abilities. As for Lan Meng's ability to maintain consciousness under his ability, he only thought that her spiritual power was slightly higher. In addition, he thought he had grasped Lan Meng's weakness before, and the little girl's spirit had completely collapsed. Her spirit was already relaxed, and under the sudden change, she only wanted to control Lan Meng as soon as possible. But the beginning of the matter can be traced back to half a month ago. Countermeasures for mental control? Ji Qingchen didn't have much free time. On weekdays, she was elusive. Although there was a daughter flower as a communication tool, everyone knew that she would not be disturbed for no reason. This was the first time that Lan Meng contacted her in this way. Well, after the last incident, I have been thinking about whether there is any way to reduce the harm and not wait. The second half of the sentence was not finished, but how could Ji Qingchen not understand? If you want to prevent this from happening, just practice distinguishing mind control and defense. There are too many tricks in counter control. If you are not a mind-based person, it is not necessary, and it is difficult to learn in a short period of time. But Ji Qingchen seemed to have decided something in a very short time. You are a dual system person. It is not that there is no quick way, but it is more dangerous. If you don't use it well, the damage will be great, the counterattack is not absolute, and the consumption is also not small. I can do it, I'm not afraid. The little girl shouted almost seamlessly, fearing that Ji Qingchen would regret it if she was a second late. Alas! I knew you would say this. Ji Qingchen sighed imperceptibly. Never mind, this method varies from person to person. I can only tell you the key points. The actual effect of use depends on your own performance. Hide your spiritual source in another source of supernatural power. Do not resist violently when encountering mental control. While staying awake, slow down the speed of falling into the control environment created by the opponent, and find the weakness of the opponent's control or emotions. After that, give up defense and directly attack the opponent's spiritual source through the weakness. Yes, as Ji Qingchen said, the operation process of this method is not complicated, but it is quite difficult to use it in practice. Just to slow down the control environment, it must be based on analyzing the environment created by the opponent, not to mention the subsequent grasp of the weak points and confirming the counterattack rhythm. That is not just about courage and decisiveness. But there are always accidents, such as the acquaintance in front of him. When Lan Meng saw Yang Wanquan, she thought of the method mentioned by Ji Qingchen, out of luck and because of grudges. Fortunately, she bet on Yang Wanquan's arrogance and pride, and guessed the opponent's means. But that was all. Although Yang Wanquan was confused for a while, he did not lose the most basic defense. The momentary counterattack only temporarily disconnected him from the control attribute of the supernatural power, while Lan Meng had basically exhausted all her mental energy. So she didn't notice the other hidden lines below her. Of course, mental tracking is not as difficult to eliminate as control skills. When Lan Meng realized this possibility, she immediately checked her and Su Yang's sea of consciousness. After finding out that Su Yang was fine, and she was the only one who was hit, she felt relieved. She was not sure that she could help others eliminate the invading power, but it was not difficult to remove the tracking points on her body. She could just use her mental power to erode them. However, the pursuers behind her were very close, and even if she removed the tracking traces, she would probably not be able to get rid of them. And the target would be much bigger if they were together. Run separately! Lan Meng shouted at Su Yang immediately. She wanted to take another gamble, betting that with Yang Wanquan's hatred for her, he would bring most people to chase her. Obviously, she won the gamble again. Yang Wanquan saw that the attack missed, and the two of them separated, so he led 5 people to chase Lan Meng, leaving only one person to monitor Su Yang's movements. Dead girl, let's see where you run this time. When Su Yang disappeared from his sight, Yang Wanquan and 5 people quickly surrounded Lan Meng. Yang Wanquan's face was now black and white, covered with unwiped cigarette ash, and his clothes were tattered and full of burn marks. He was not good at defense, and was much more embarrassed than Lan Meng after being bombarded. If he hadn't had foresight and left a defense person among his people, he would probably be missing arms and legs by now. In addition, he was tricked by a child, who looked down on him in the field he was best at. He was so angry that he didn't even think about turning the person into a puppet for his own use. He used a killing move right away. Stinky old man, I think you are getting old and confused. Do you think I am the one who should run away now? The water ball hit the lava fired by the opposite side, and the little girl dodged left and right to avoid the poison darts hidden behind the lava, and said something rude. Me people, you dare to look down on me. With Yang Wanquan's roar, the blazing fire dragon attacked Lan Ming's face, and in the sky, thousands of arrows gathered and were ready to go. However, before they fell, another sound came from the mist behind Yang Wanquan, from far to near, from loud to small. Sure enough, she guessed right, and a gleam flashed in the girl's eyes. She shouted to the other side. Old man, your retribution has come. Then she put on 2 layers of protective shields for herself, and before anyone could react, she rushed out from the largest gap in the encirclement. Chapter 125. Kill her, don't let her run away. Yang Wanquan, who was watching Lan Ming's every move, reacted quickly. The order was issued, and the fire dragon and arrows attacked Lan Ming as if they had eyes. The heat wave, and the sharp cold light magnified in front of her eyes. Lan Ming quickly looked through her past experience in her mind, and always felt that 2 layers of protective shields could not stop so many attacks. But now, she only had 1 protective shield left in her pocket. It's better to keep it. If you can't avoid it, just resist it. Yang Wanquan didn't want to defend now, and when those things arrived, it should be able to delay for a while. Boom, boom, boom. The sound in the distance was getting closer and closer. In the fog, the endless zombies finally revealed their true appearance. Yang Wanquan was just about to pursue the victory and change the formation to catch Lan Ming again. He didn't take the other person's words to heart at all, just thinking that the other party was trying to cheat again, and was proud of his keen insight. But he didn't expect that reality would give him a heavy blow. Yang Wanquan was furious because he was fooled before, and then he realized that he seemed to have collapsed a hotel before. He seemed to be in the zombies' territory. Asshole. Yang Wanquan realized the seriousness of the problem at this time. He was just a praying mantis. Whether Lan Ming had expected the zombies to attack or not. Now, he couldn't easily attack Lan Ming. What's worse is that the tracking signal was discovered and cleared too early, which means that after losing Lan Ming this time, there is no way to find her again in a short time. But then again, nothing is more important than saving his life. Thinking of this, Yang Wanquan quickly controlled his men to open the space and pulled the 5 people into it. The zombies ran through the suddenly empty streets, and then scratched their heads in confusion, probably wondering why the guy who had just blown up such a big hotel suddenly disappeared. After searching for more than 10 minutes without results, the huge zombie team gradually dispersed. It seems that I didn't catch up. On the other side, Lan Ming leaned on the parasol of a tea house to calm her violent breathing. Blood was oozing from many parts of her body, and there was a charred mark on her left forearm. The fire dragon and the rain of arrows both have tracking effects, and it is impossible to get rid of them. The 2 layers of protective shield shattered after blocking most of the attacks, and the rest can only be resisted by dodging and counterattacks. Fortunately, most of them were knocked off, and for Lan Ming, this minor injury can be healed in less than 10 minutes. Yang Wanquan's suspicion is not entirely unreasonable. Some of those zombies were angry because he burned their property, but the other part was indeed seduced by Lan Ming. The method Lan Ming used was actually very simple. The rule of the silent market was that if you spoke, you would be attacked by zombies. However, those zombies did not have such a sophisticated positioning system. They would only chase and attack those who spoke, but would indiscriminately attack any living creatures in the surrounding area that did not make any noise. The 2 sentences that Lan Ming shouted were tantamount to giving more zombies a reason to rush over. Especially since Yang Wanquan was also led to speak. As I said before, with more people, the target is bigger, and the zombies will naturally rush to them. But I think with that guy's coming, he should not be solved by those zombies. There will always be a tough battle to fight later. Now that Sister Shuang and the others cannot be found, why not investigate the clues here first? Thinking of this, Lan Ming stood up from the sunshade she was leaning on and looked around. I don't know if it was an illusion, the fog here seemed thicker, but the buildings within the visible range were more luxurious than they were originally in. Could it be that the market here is also divided into central and remote areas? The shops on both sides of the street are exquisitely built houses, selling tea, snacks, various small gadgets, and clothes. At first glance, there is a wide variety of shops, and even the people coming and going on the street, and the shop owners in the shops don't look so much like zombies. Even their roars, if you don't listen carefully, sound a bit like human speech. Just walking half a street, Lan Ming almost thought that the so-called end of the world was just a nightmare. She is now traveling in a scenic spot with her parents. Travel. Then why did I think of morning just now? No. Infiltration simulation. What a clever method. Yes, at that moment, the alarm bell in Lan Ming's mind rang suddenly. Ji Qingchen implemented the teaching method of teaching in a comprehensive manner, so when she taught the concept of the spiritual system, no matter how difficult, it was to perform at any level, as long as she thought it was necessary for Lan Ming, she instilled it all. The only thing she didn't say was the systematic counter-control method. It was indeed Miss Ji who thought that if you didn't major in the spiritual system, it would be enough to know how to defend, and there was no need to focus on practicing this. Mental penetration simulation is a top-level type of mind control. By changing the presentation of certain parts of the environment in people's consciousness, 70% true and 30% false, the other party's mind is unconsciously controlled. In a beautiful environment, reveal information in a way that you cannot detect or be unconsciously controlled. This kind of manipulation will not make people feel any pain, naturally will not cause resistance, and will not be disturbed by any defense and alarm mechanism. But under normal circumstances, they rarely use this method in actual combat. Why? If you get lost unconsciously, you can even deal with an army. Let's put it this way, the advantages of penetration simulation are that it will not cause defense and excellent concealment. But its premise is a real environment. This condition alone is too harsh compared to other means. Those who can create penetration simulation must have many other means to make people collapse in a short time. Compared with those fast and cruel ones, this way of even suicide is to let people die in a dream is too stupid. Then, this means of defense? When Lan Ming asked this question subconsciously, she couldn't hold it back. Ji Qingchen had just made it clear that penetration simulation would not cause mental defense. Isn't this asking questions to the answer? The little girl only had one thought in her mind, how to eat back the previous question. Ji Qingchen didn't give her this opportunity. Basically not. Basically? Does it depend on the strength of the mental power? This word made Lan Ming stunned. Didn't they say that it would not cause defense before? Why is it basically here again? That's one aspect. There is a chance of breaking free with the same level of mental power. But it's not the only way. Ah? Lan Ming was even more confused. In theory, as long as the mental power is lower than that of the builder, it is impossible to defend, but the means are too mild and slow to take effect. In reality, those who use this thing as a means, how to say it? There is a chance that he is a good guy. Miss Ji spread her hands helplessly. Although this is mild, it is also a kind of mental control after all. If it is fully completed, it will cause great mental damage to the user. Turning into a fool after extracting the information is the most basic. So those people generally don't use the full version. You know what I mean? Lan Ming, it can be like this. At this time, there is an opportunity. Extracting the point in your consciousness that is the most contrasting with the environment can break free to a certain extent. Of course, it is still the same point. If the mental power is not enough, if you want to break free, you can only bet that the other party is a good person. It is more practical to be more vigilant than this. Consciousness broke free from the chaos, and past memories awakened. So, she encountered a probability event of great luck? Lan Ming's facial muscles twitched for a moment. In front of her, the street was still the original street, but the zombies walking in it, and the things sold in the shops became normal props and food, etc. Ah, that woman is really, what a mess, she said. A helpless complaint came from the roof of a certain store. Lan Ming felt a flash in front of her eyes, and a pink figure fell from the sky, but before she could see clearly, she was overwhelmed by sleepiness, and the surrounding sounds and colors left her in a few seconds. Sensory, screen. Sorry. Before she fell into a coma, only a pleasant male voice sounded in her consciousness. It was obviously a cold and flat tone, but Lan Ming felt a hint of comfort from it, which eliminated the girl's subconscious fear in just a moment, and she fell into the darkness calmly. Sister Shuang's evaluation was right. There are really good people who can use this method. The pink figure motioned to a zombie with clean clothes to hold the sleeping girl and follow him to leave. 5 minutes later. Why do you always like to threaten people with a little girl? Ji Qingchen stood at the place where Lan Ming was unconscious, with an expression on his face that was about to laugh out of anger. But before she could make any move, the intercom in her pocket suddenly rang. "Dugu Yun, if you don't bother me at any time again, I will go back and peel your skin." Ji Qingchen was already angry, and this could be said to be a little bit of explosion. "Master. Uncle Master." Yuan Fuyun's hesitant and cautious voice came from the other side. Ji Qingchen, very good, the communicator was installed without telling her, and Duge-yun was finished when she went back. What happened at the shelter? Ji Qingchen wrote this account down in the notebook, restrained his emotions, and asked the other side seriously. Zombies are attacking the city. Yuan Fuyan had heard about the conflict between Ji Qingchen and that person. She mourned for her teacher for 3 seconds, and quickly returned to work. Side quest. Ji Qingchen's tone did not contain much doubt. She had expected something to happen in the outside world. Or she had doubted the electronic sound statement that at least 7 people were involved from the beginning. In addition, she temporarily put Wang Qiuqiu into the tattoo after something happened. The manpower of 069 was not enough. However, when entering the factory, even after the dungeon was opened, the electronic sound did not mention it at all. In addition to the main quest it mentioned, Ji Qingchen was sure that this dungeon was definitely not limited to the factory. Now that he knew what happened in the outside world, he was already thinking about the solution. Yes. How many? Just like on Carnival Night, they continue to appear. I estimate that even if there is a zero death rate of 710, it can only last for 3 days at most, and it will be difficult after that. Your side. I know. You go to command. By the way, since the channel has been established, try to contact CE or Mu Chu with the daughter flower. Since they are all world copies, just the main line and the branch line, then what we are experiencing now must be related to what you are experiencing. I want to find out the conditions for stopping the zombie attack. I understand. Do you need me to notify the teacher and bring some people over? No need, that guy is suspicious, and too many people may cause accidents. We will contact you for other things. After hanging up the intercom, Ji Qingchen's mind settled down a little. There are still good things. At least Duge-yun is not procrastinating this time. The zombie siege is not unexpected. Yuan Fuyan only reported 0 death data, so it will take at least 5 or 6 days before the shelter is lost. That's enough. She has never been a saint who cannot bear to see people die. She just tries to keep those she can take care of alive, as much as possible, so as not to leave any regrets for herself. As for those she cannot take care of, life and death are left to fate. Chapter 126. Where is this? When the darkness gradually faded, Lan Ming found herself lying on a big bed. She stood up and looked around, and saw 4 doors inlaid on the walls around her, with a round lamp without any decoration on the top, emitting soft white light. There was no other furniture. The bed and walls were milky white, and the 4 doors were black, which was a bit abrupt in the whole room. The room was not big overall, but it looked particularly empty because of the pitiful amount of furniture. After confirming that there were only 6 simple items in the room, Lan Ming did not rush to get out of bed. In an unfamiliar environment, random actions would only cause trouble for herself. The memory has been revived, and Lan Ming remembered that she fell into a coma after someone blocked her senses. Why she came here was probably related to that person. Who is he? Why did he bring her here? What place is this? Is this place related to the silent market? The answer to the last question is not difficult to guess. The copy cannot let them leave. This place should still be in the copy. We have to find a way to leave as soon as possible. Since there are only 4 unusual doors in the house, the method of escape must be related to them. Having made up his mind, Lan Ming stood up from the bed and began to carefully look at the walls around him. In the black world, the light was dim. After leading people through most of the market, Greyes finally stopped in front of a stall. Unlike the previous shops, there were no other goods on the stall here, only a huge crystal ball. The base of the crystal ball was a pile of white bones, and there was also a tablecloth with mysterious symbols painted on it. Greyes? What's wrong? Tugu and the physical transfer mutant named Jin Inchi looked at Greyes, who stopped in front of them at the same time. Both of them have auxiliary abilities, and Greyes has been the first to lead the way. The other party suddenly stopped in front of the shop, and the 2 behind looked at each other and guessed Greyes' next move. Greyes didn't say anything. In fact, he didn't know whether his current approach was feasible. This was obviously a divination stall. Unlike those places where goods were directly traded, buying information required language communication. But he and the seller on the opposite side obviously didn't speak the same language. In this case, how can the copy realize the rule that everything can be traded as he said? Greyes stared at the zombie on the opposite side with interest. Then he took out a piece of paper and a pen from under the table. There was a sentence written in human language on the paper. Please describe the problem you want to divination. Greyes took the paper and pen and quickly wrote down the questions he wanted to ask. What is the way to pass this dungeon? Why are all of them $13.99 a bunch of people who don't care about their lives? In the fog, Ji Qingshan saw that there was movement in the last market and was ready to find out, but he saw the scene in front of him. He asked directly how to pass the dungeon. He was really more ruthless than Musong. Greyes didn't think there was anything wrong with the divination he wrote. He handed the paper to the zombie opposite, with a smile on his face. The zombie took it seriously. Although Ji Qingshan felt that his facial muscles twitched a little unusually when reading the content, after all, he had been in the market for so many years, and had never seen any questions asked. After only a cold glance at Greyes, he took out another thing from the drawer, a stone with black gas. Soul-stealing stone, what is needed here is the soul of a person. Ji Qingshan's hand in his pocket suddenly tightened. Soul-stealing stones are divided into different levels. The darker the color, the more souls can be absorbed. And the one handed by the zombie, I don't know if it is enough to absorb a person's soul. This daring guy, it will be difficult to save him if his soul is gone. Planning to directly kill the influence of a market, Ji Qingshan closely watched the actions of both parties. Greyes took the soul-stealing stone. Greyes' soul left his body. Ji Qingshan's hand was already on the tattoo. Once Greyes lost more than 50% of his soul, she would definitely take action. However, the soul of the person on the other side suddenly stretched out two claw-shaped things. The two claws grabbed the corners of the soul, pulled out a ball of 1/5 of the size of the hole, and placed it on the black stone. Not to mention Tugu and Jean Inchi behind Greyes, Ji Qingshan was stunned. She hadn't seen such a scene for a long time. Soul cutting, or soul splitting. There are really masters among the people. Ji Qingshan's hand on the tattoo relaxed. Although the summoning system needs to communicate between two airspaces, the soul is not only easy to sense, but also usually has a higher strength. This method is easier for them to learn, compared with other psychics. But if it were the Alliance's little guys, they would have to start in a year, and they had to be under the guidance of others. Sure enough, sometimes we have to admit that a dangerous environment is beneficial to psychics. Ji Qingshan felt relieved. The separated soul was stuffed into the soul-stealing stone, and the remaining 80% returned to Greyes' body. However, roar, 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 roar. The zombie who took the soul-stealing stone was anxious. It roared at Greyes, and almost jumped up to beat him up. But the problem was that Greyes did not violate the rules of this market. If the zombie attacked without authorization, it would be equivalent to the copy violating its own logic. Fighting against oneself would cause bugs. So, the zombie on the opposite side only screamed and didn't dare to touch Greyes' hair. Greyes looked at the opposite side leisurely, and there was even sarcasm in the smile on his face. The zombie was also angry. After shouting for a long time, he realized that Greyes didn't understand at all. He shouted unwillingly twice to hold back the rest of the swear words, handed the paper back, and pointed at the soul-stealing stone in his hand that was still emitting black air. The general meaning is, the reward you paid is not enough, so I can't predict this problem for you. However, how can this little difficulty stump our classmate Greyes who loves to die? Is that so? He tilted his head and thought symbolically for a while, then picked up the pen and wrote another line of words on the paper. Puff. Ji Qingshan almost laughed to death when she saw the words. Sure enough, she likes summoners. This group makes sense. There was a line of very elegant font written on the paper, but the secrets revealed in divination can be more or less. You just need to tell me so much information that the soul can know. Don't worry, I don't mind. Zombie, eh? The zombie's CPU was already running out of steam. He continued to babble in protest, but the immoral human on the other side did not give him any other response. Finally, the zombie, who was powerless to complain, placed the paper on the pile of white skeletons, and a black flame ignited, burning the white paper to ashes. In the crystal ball on it, a halo slowly flowed. 2 minutes later, another piece of white paper floated out from the top of the crystal ball, and was caught by the zombie, and handed to Greyes. Clear the darkness. There were only 4 short words on the paper. No more. Greyes pointed at the paper, and then at the crystal ball. Zombie, eh? What do you want for such a small price? Okay. The single-hearted hegemony copy was pissed off, and he was going to kill him even if he found a bug, so Greyes decided to quit while he was ahead. At least there was a clue. However, the so-called darkness. Looking up, Greyes saw the pure black barrier covering the market. This thing is the biggest darkness for this market. He wants to break it? How should he break it? Clear the darkness? Fortunately, the way to pass the level should not have changed much. Ji Qingshan retracted his gaze. In the green market, in order to find out what the 5 minutes of the transaction are, Xia Xuyan and Kuchishwan have not conducted a second transaction until now. The two found a remote corner to observe each other's changes. After most of the day, just as the attention of both parties was gradually scattered, Kuchishwan suddenly felt that something unusual appeared on the arm of the person in front of him. It was a small red wound, and the bleeding was getting worse. He patted Xia Xuyan quickly and motioned her to look at his shoulder. Both of them focused their eyes on Xia Xuyan's left forearm. There was no doubt that the wound on Xia Xuyan's body was very similar to that of a zombie. Xia Xuyan frowned and poked it, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The pain was very real. However, Kuchishwan checked himself and found no trace of bleeding. Wait a minute. Xia Xuyan seemed to have thought of something. She didn't care about the wound on her body, but stared at Kuchishwan's arm. About 5 minutes later, blood appeared on the back of Kuchishwan's hand, and the originally smooth skin began to erode. At this time, the wound on Xia Xuyan's arm had a tendency to expand. The speed of time on her body was 5 minutes faster than Kuchishwan's. Here, their bodies will gradually become like zombies as time goes by. The transaction is to shorten the time limit. It seems that Jiang Yanran and Li Jiasai are the luckiest. The red market makes people feel indescribable hunger, which can only be relieved by exchanging blood for food. Blood loss is the condition for zombies. The green market turns people into zombies as time goes by. The time spent in the transaction will make people become zombies faster. The transactions in the black market require the soul to be paid. Although it is not clear what means are used to force people to pay their souls, the transaction conditions are already extremely dangerous. The white market requires the payment of humanity, which means that Musang dares to gamble. Otherwise, with this transaction condition, the three people will kill each other sooner or later. In the blue market, currency is only the right to use superpowers. However, although this is the least dangerous, gentleness also has its disadvantages. It is easy for people to lose their sense of urgency and be eaten away without knowing it. Forget it, that's their own business. Let's think about how to get out of this place now. Finally, Ji Qingshan stopped wandering aimlessly. The fog around them was so thick that only things within a 10-meter radius could be seen clearly. Let's deal with you first. A white epiphyllum bloomed at Ji Qingshan's fingertips. At the same time, in the shops within 100 miles hidden in the fog, a white epiphyllum grew on any of the 5 items, such as crystal balls, test tube containers, paper, stones, and probes. The epiphyllum bloomed, and the soil dissipated. Chapter 127. Everything happened so fast that the stall owners in the store had not reacted yet, and their cash registers had been smashed. As those things disappeared, the fog covering the market began to surge violently and gradually became thinner. The zombies roared in panic, but before they finished their panic, Ji Qingshan walked to the first store on the left, which was a small store specializing in various props. You can't talk in the market, saving the trouble of communication. Miss Ji took action directly, and quickly took the things on the shelf, and put them into the ice lantern jade dew in her pocket. Her steps were very brisk. She swept the store's hidden goods like a whirlwind, and went out to sweep another store. Zombie shop owner, what just passed by? It tried to run out to intercept the bandit, but halfway through it was shocked to find that it had nothing to ask the bandit to pay. The shop owner. The shop owner's CPU burned out. Standing at the door of the store, it was not right to go out, and it was not right not to go out. In the end, it could only roar feebly. But don't worry, it will soon have a whole street of patients. Ji Qingshan would not stay in each store for more than 2 minutes. In less than half an hour, she had packed up everything on the street except zombies and houses. Behind her, the fog completely dissipated, and the whole street was full of zombies roaring one after another. As if they had lost some kind of restraint, the zombies were dismantling their own shops like crazy. They wanted to break every brick and tile in two. It really still has consciousness. Ji Qingshan paused as he walked towards another street, and put away the plant in his hand. Let them tear it down by themselves. Just like that, 5 hours later, 1/4 of the most luxurious area of the entire market has become a ruin. It is not a problem to destroy the zombies' cash register tools. The key point is that Miss G only has 2 hands, and cannot quickly harvest all the props on a street. In this way, it takes a lot longer. Ji Qingshan's search was really thorough. When he left each store, there was only a rough house left besides the owner. After a lot of trouble, a Bingding Yulu was full. As for those unlucky shop owners, they were tearing down their houses in the howling of ghosts and wolves. Anyway, the fog is gone now, and those with better eyesight can see the miserable situation of those places. Ji Qingshan at least left them a rough house, but now it has become a pile of building materials. The zombies who were looted seem to have gone crazy suddenly. The serious ones banged their heads against the wall, and the violent ones had already started to eat the roof. This attack method was really too primitive. But after all this time, is there really no defense at all in this market? Wandering zombies in the market, do you want to see what a miserable state we are in before you say this? There are no defenses. The defenses have already fallen down. Okay, in the areas where the fog was cleared, apart from the ruined streets and dismantled shop owners, the most eye-catching one was the pile lying in the middle of the street. The lowest pile of zombies was at least 5 meters high, all of which were wandering zombies trying to attack Ji Qinchin. Because Miss Ji fed one mouthful of corn per zombie, most of the zombies' heads were blown to pieces, and some of the lucky ones turned directly into a light zombie skin, which was done by Chiangwei. She said she hadn't eaten so much in a long time. If Ji Qinchin finishes killing all the zombies in the market, she will have enough time to unlock 2 more cards. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. In the fog on all sides, zombies began to gather. 5 hours of fiasco made the market realize that it could not sit and wait for death, but the wandering zombies on one street were not enough to stop this demon. Although it seemed useless now, Ji Qinchin still killed 1 kid with 1 knife. It saved her from cleaning every street. However, even if these zombies did not pose any threat to her, it would still take time to clean them up. In addition to the previous ones, it was estimated that they would be halfway through the second day of entering the dungeon after they finished cleaning them all. It happened that there was no pressure at the moment. Ji Qinchin took action while checking the situation of the other 5 places and Lan Ming. It was okay. No one was in danger of life. In the red market, the 3 had not eaten for more than a day, and the tingling pain on their bodies was almost unbearable. Fortunately, except for the zombie features that appeared on Qin Erbai and Qin Yihei at the beginning, their alienation never continued. The 3 of them gradually had a bottom line in their hearts. As long as they controlled the transaction volume, they would not become like that. So, when the side effects of hunger gradually increased until they could not bear it, the 3 of them tacitly chose to exchange for the cheapest food to relieve it. The alienation caused by 5 milliliters of blood was very small, and the food they exchanged was enough to keep them going for another day. I have already searched half of the market, and there are only a few kinds of things on those stalls, and they don't seem to be related to the clues. Kaitlin wrote his doubts in a notebook. The first thing the 5 markets did after confirming the transaction conditions was to buy a notebook. After all, it was too difficult to communicate by just using sign language. Yes, but we only walked around the periphery, perhaps because the clues were too low. After all, the electronic voice said when we entered that we can exchange everything we want in this market, and how to pass the dungeon is naturally included in this everything. Although the buildings of the 5 markets are different, the structures are similar, forming a concentric circle distribution. The more you go to the middle, the more luxurious the shops are, the more advanced the things sold are, and the more currency required will naturally be. But Qin Erbai knew very well that this was only one of the reasons. There is another possibility. He continued to write on the paper. The clues are not in these goods. Aren't you curious? Where do these things come from? Purchase channels? Tugu looked at the paper handed over by Greyas. It's impossible for the goods sold by zombies to appear out of thin air, right? Besides us, other zombies are also buying them. There will always be a day when they are all consumed. That makes sense, just wait. After completely accepting that he was forced to enter a strange copy, Sun Hua told him about the situation of other people and a chat group in his mind. Musong also accepted it well, and quickly adapted to his new identity. He also explained his amnesia to others. At this moment, relying on his lack of memories, he walked towards a stall with 2 cakes that looked very good and took the things. Then the 3 saw that the zombie picked up his stall and walked into the group of wanderers. Gone? Gone. The wanderers are the original stall owners? As long as they buy all the things on the stalls, their identities will change. Jiang Yanran frowned and looked at the scene in front of her, but in our case, the stall owners are transformed from wandering zombies. She and Li Jiasai and 4 others stood in the central area of the market. Because of Li Jiasai's ability, they were much easier to get here than others. The difference between the central area and the periphery is not only in the decoration of the shops, but also in the image of the zombies. Most of the zombies here are particularly similar to the image of the survivors. Several wanderers are bargaining fiercely with the stall owners, trying to exchange those items at a lower price. After getting enough items, those zombies will consciously walk to a certain location in the market and set up a stall of their own, just like the set program. And the currency they trade in their hands is no different from what the survivors who enter the copy pay. We are the source of currency in these markets. These zombies can become more and more human by getting currency. No, it should be more than that. In my case, as long as time passes, the zombie transformation will not stop. In other words, whether we trade or not, our own energy will gradually be absorbed by this market. Xia Xuyan said it with certainty. Indeed, this phenomenon is most obvious in the green market. It's also quite obvious here. Greyes looked at his left hand. Compared with when he just lost 20% of his soul, he could feel that his control over his body and the sensitivity of his mind had decreased again. I think it's okay, Musong said. That's because you have nothing to throw away. Others sighed in their hearts. No, it shouldn't just be buying from each other, because things will run out sooner or later. There must be a place to produce goods here. It's unlikely. Is there anything else in this market besides shops? What if these shops are not just shops? Jiang Yanran's voice suddenly sounded at this time. Then Li Jiasai's terrified voice sounded in the chat group. Miss Jiang, wait a minute before you do it. Wait until all our abilities are sucked dry by this world. Jiang Yanran has thought it through clearly. Since this world uses them as the source of currency, and those zombies need what they pay, and when this characteristic of them disappears completely, they themselves will become zombies. Then, can't these zombies be transformed from the original survivors? If this speculation is true, then do these zombies in the market lack this aspect? No matter how much the zombies in the market sit or look like humans, they are still not humans. For these survivors, who have just begun to transform, there are ways to defeat them. On the contrary, the longer it is delayed, the more disadvantageous it will be. Jiang Yanran squatted down, pressed her slender fingers on the ground, and applied gravity. Crack, crack, the sound of shattering sounded above the house. Jiang Yanran, who had made up his mind, had spared no effort to release his superpowers at this moment, and instantly increased the gravity within a radius of 100 meters by 15 times. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 5 seconds, the zombies around reacted wrongly, and those wandering in the market stopped their actions and rushed towards Jiang Yanran. It seems that I guessed right. The woman raised a sneer at the corner of her mouth. The replica will not perform operations outside the rules unless the operation endangers itself. Chapter 128. Li Jiasai and the other 3 people also realized this, and immediately, the weapons in their hands were raised. A combination of machine guns, heavy artillery and bombs suppressed the zombies 20 meters away. 20 seconds, half a minute, 1 minute. Jiang Yanran's ability continued, and those shops became more and more overwhelmed and were already on the verge of collapse. Even cracks began to appear on the ground, and many gravels had fallen down. Jiang Yanran almost ignored the consequences and used his ability to the fullest. The shop in the southeast was the first to collapse, and with a loud bang, it fell into pieces. This was the beginning, and other houses were simply rotten, and began to fall into pieces one after another. However, unlike the angry attacks of the wandering zombies, the stall owners who experienced the collapse of the house did not show much anger. They picked up the goods from the ruins and swept out a clean space, still looking ready to sell. This NPC is too NPC. Everyone complained in their hearts. However, when the house collapsed completely, some weird things appeared. There is a pipe entrance at the back of each house that can accommodate 1 person. The hole was emitting a faint blue light, and a zombie shop owner poured a translucent blue substance into it. Although his eyes were slightly dim, it was indeed the payment for buying goods. The substance went down the pipe, and after a few seconds, several props were thrown up by the pipe. What is under the ground? Jiang Yanran no longer used his superpowers, but the zombies around him were unwilling to give up, and more of them flocked here. Fortunately, their guess was correct. These zombies were obviously unfamiliar with the use of superpowers. The survivors had both props and superpowers, so they could hold on for half an hour. Can Miss Jiang collapse the ground here with gravity? Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this luminous pipe, which was exactly the same color as the market, must be related to the way to pass the level. I try. Be careful of zombie rampages. The Clue Cheener by God said that when the number of surviving zombies is less than half, the remaining zombies will start rampage mode. The current zombies are not difficult to deal with, but it is hard to say whether they will start rampages. Jiang Yanran's superpowers were activated again, and Li Jiasai's method of dealing with zombies changed from elimination to blocking. This time they needed more time. Fortunately, the zombies that came later were much weaker than those inside, so it was not so difficult to control them. And the ground under their feet was also sinking inch by inch under Jiang Yanran's control. The southeast has been hit hard, with heavy casualties. There's something underground. They're attacking from below. Oh no, they want to use fire. First kill the zombies that can make fireballs. The healer should bring the people to the back first. In 710, there was a lot of noise. Zombies are not like an army, their attacks are not commanded or disciplined, nor are they like the tides that come one after another. They just follow their instincts, and want to eat everything in front of them. In addition, the third-level zombies with special powers are widely used, and now the shelter's protective shield must be used every time it is charged. Even so, under the unremitting and endless offensive, the shelter and its survivors suffered visible casualties. Compared with the other two shelters, 710 is slightly better. Not only because of the defensive measures taken by Ji Qinshan, but also because the plants planted in the streets and alleys are now growing wildly, clearing out the zombies trying to blend into the crowd one by one. And there are many. The advantage of numbers preserved in the zombie carnival night is best reflected at this moment. Even if some people cannot become frontal combat forces, transporting wounded and materials is not a problem. Especially after more than a month of getting along and fighting monsters, most people have familiar small teams, but they have not never cooperated with others. Bondi will use the talents brought by his supernatural powers to judge the situation in all directions as much as possible. If some emergencies occur, the tacit understanding formed on weekdays is enough to deal with them. The situation of the two shelters 069 and 401 is not too good. Because of the problem of manpower, they cannot be replaced. Under the continuous attack of zombies, they can only rest when the protective shield is opened. Not all people can rest. When the shield was opened for the first time, everyone found that it could not completely resist the zombies' attack. If the firepower was completely stopped, the shield might break and disappear in advance, opening a new round of pet energy. Fortunately, those who can survive here are not ordinary people. It is still no problem to hold on for 2 days according to the current rest frequency. Golden arrows surrounded the sky above the two shelters, and in the middle was a woman with wings. The walkie-talkie hanging on Yuan Fuyun's waist emitted a soft halo, and this halo also enveloped the central tower of the shelter. Arrows shot out from time to fill the defense gaps caused by the injured survivors in some places. She no longer needs the portal of the central tower, and can directly monitor the two shelters together while hanging in the air. On her shoulder, a dodder flower swayed in the wind. Ji Qinshan asked her to contact CE. Maybe it was because she was in the dungeon, and not being controlled by herself. Even though the communication line had been established, the loading time was still very long. But it was not that there was nothing else to do at the moment. The contact group that Ji Qinshan had set up between her, Bondi, and Luo Yu was still there, so that the other two parties could provide help in case of emergencies. The situation of 710 was still optimistic at the moment, but 1399 was a bit bad. Although they had received the news in advance, 1399 had suffered heavy losses due to a hard battle with 614 not long ago, and there was a serious shortage of available manpower. If it weren't for the seed set by Bondi, the outer defense would definitely not be able to hold at this time. Luo Yu also knew the situation of 1399, and she didn't plan to defend the city wall from the beginning. According to the experience of Carnival Night, as long as the central tower is not lost, Luo Yu will evacuate the wounded to the central tower as quickly as possible while defending. With the help of the plan sent by Bondi, after paying the price of breaking the protective shield once, the periphery is empty. Warning, warning, the range of the shelter is shrinking, the range of the shelter is shrinking, the level of the shelter is about to regress. The level of the shelter is about to regress. Attention, after the level of the shelter regresses, it is necessary to open up the land again to return to the original level. Luo Yu was really not prepared for this situation, which means that once they narrow the front line, the defense of the shelter will also decrease. What should we do? The deputy asked anxiously. At present, the protective shield is not enough to withstand the attack of a large number of zombies. If the defense level is reduced, they will have no time to breathe. Still follow the original plan. But it takes time to charge the shield, and it can't completely block it. It's better to rely on yourself than to rely on it. Let them delay for half an hour, and the others can exchange as many high-level props as possible. After building and upgrading, there is no need to use energy cores or upgrade rights, which means that the tower just stores energy, and the props obtained should be usable. Half an hour later. Does the reduction in range mean a reduction in level? I see, we can still hold on for the time being, take care of yourself. Luo Yu informed the other two of the news. At this time, the range of 1399 is only half of the original size. The need to expand the area when upgrading the shelter is only a requirement for upgrading from level 3 to level 4. No matter how much it shrinks, it will only drop one level. At present, the defense line of 1399 has finally been held. Although there are casualties during the period, the zombies cannot move forward for a while. Before that, Luo Yu asked to exchange as many high-level props as possible, which is enough to hold on for 1 to 2 days in the next consumption. I just don't know what's going on over there, Bondi suddenly said. This made the other two pause. That's right, it seems that there are not only 4 shelters in this world, but also a guy who almost disturbed them. I don't think they can hold on for long. Luo Yu's eyes were calm. After all, in order to ensure that his subordinates will never betray him, Yang Wanquan should have transformed all those people's minds. Just like an ant colony, everyone in his shelter is a worker ant, and they only follow his orders. But once the person who gave the order disappears, they will be scattered. Besides, he will bring a lot of people to clear the main line this time, and how much combat power can be left in the shelter? At most, it can only last for 1 or 2 days. If the shelter is captured, they in the dungeon. Speculations aside, Bondi frowned as she looked at the gray ball that emerged from her fingertips. This was her divination result, which meant that even if this happened, Yang Wanquan and the people who went to the dungeon would not die. Have you forgotten that the so-called world dungeon is a place that descends on the entire real world? From the moment the world dungeon is opened, the meaning of the shelter is the side quest point. They complete the main quest and pass the level, and our task is to protect the shelter. Only if the shelter exists can we, who are in the side quest, survive. But what is the way to pass the side quest? Yuan Fuyun's face was not very good. Those who wanted to participate in the unregulated battle royale now, all they had to do was to survive this zombie tide. But at first glance, there are endless zombies, and killing them all is obviously not a task that humans can accomplish. Based on the principle that it is impossible to set a dead end in a copy, the way to pass the level will not be to kill all the zombies. So is there a special time limit that they have not discovered? Or is it related to the main line? On the shoulder, the daughter flower trembled slightly for a moment, and a glimmer of joy flashed in the woman's eyes. This is the Unicom side. Muchu, can you hear it? Who? Standing in place, Muchu, who was guarding a large and small bag, was stunned. Let's start from the beginning of the matter. Ce, who adhered to the spirit of trying first and then talking, ignored the obstruction of others, snatched the materials needed by the owner of a fine prop from another stall, and handed them to the other party. I thought he was courting death, but I didn't expect the stall owner to really give him the things. Success gave Ce more courage, and he repeated it twice, and finally confirmed that this was a simple connect-the-dots game. This is good. The 4 people looked at each other, and they all saw excitement in each other's eyes. While others were still calculating their chances of becoming zombies, Lan Ming and Su Yang were running for their lives because they were being chased by Yang Wanquan, and these 4 were like monkeys in a free supermarket, jumping up and down in the streets and alleys of the room. Except that they needed to identify the items carefully, and if they gave the wrong items, they would be attacked by the stall owner, and the props would disappear directly. There were no other side effects at all. Oh, maybe there was another thing, that is, this market was a bit big. In the past 2 days, they had filled 2 large bags, and they only picked the expensive ones. Later, they found it inconvenient to run with a big bag on their backs, so they simply changed shifts every 2 hours. 1 person looked after the things and 3 people took them. And now, it was Muchu's turn to guard everyone's spoils. Since the others entered the outer market, the chat group could not be contacted, and Muchu could only hear Ce's chattering voice, so the sudden appearance of Yuan Fuyun made her unable to react for a while. It took her 5 seconds to recognize the owner of the voice. Sister Fuyun, why are you? Chapter 129. Looking for something unusual in this market? If you say so, isn't the most special thing the tower? Due to Yuan Fuyun's news, the other 3 people finished getting the props early and gathered together to discuss the information brought by each other. The shelter is surrounded by zombies. After hearing the whole story, Ce almost cried out, "What's going on now? There's no problem at the moment, but if the zombies can't retreat, the shelter won't fall for more than 10 days. You mean the solution to the hidden danger of zombies outside is in our main mission? Well, but whether there is one or not depends on you to verify. But we are looking for clues in a scattered manner here. What if the clues are not in our area? Why are you so sure? Could it be? You can contact Boss G. Is she sure that there are no clues to solve the hidden dangers outside in other places? She can know what we encountered. I don't know about this, but she did tell me that the clues are in the market where you are. But I also explained in advance that in my judgment, you will not die even if the shelter is lost, so you don't have to take this risk at all. Sister Fuyun? Muchu's eyes widened instantly. She couldn't imagine how Yuan Fuyun could say such a thing. She was speechless for a moment in shock and couldn't even say a word of objection. But fortunately, she had a reliable mouth. Yuan Fuyun, what do you mean? You knew there might be clues to save us, but you didn't go. What do you think we are? Are we executioners who take human lives lightly? No, I'm just stating a very possible fact. And it's just a little earlier than what I want to tell you in this main quest. What? Ce wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yuan Fuyun. Also, I remind you that this is the end of the world. Your first task is not to save people, but to keep yourself alive. There is nothing wrong with killing people here. It is very dangerous to always want to save people. The information channel was cut off just like that. Ce and Mu Chu were left looking at each other. Although the other two were not very clear about the content of the conversation just now, they knew from their companions' faces that it was not a happy topic. She said that we should not save people, but she herself did the same thing. And Boss G, does she look down on people by saying this? Ce's angry voice kept coming from the chat group with only 2 people. Now is not the time to think about this. Let's go to that tower first. Go, of course I must go. I want to see what kind of dragon's den and tiger's lair will make me lose my life. That's probably what happened. What do you think? While Ce was mumbling to himself, Mu Chu wrote down what happened just now to the other 2. Go. Yeah. The 2 people who don't like to talk are also very frugal in writing, but from how familiar Mu Chu is with Mouyue, from the subtle changes in her expression, she can already see that her bestie is angry about this. But, saving survivors who have nothing to do with you, and have no interests involved without thinking, this is something that other shelters dare not even think about. Who doesn't fight for a chance to survive, and push countless scapegoats to take the blame for themselves? No one in 710 realizes that their thinking is incompatible with this doomsday. But this kind of thinking actually has a tendency to attract more and more survivors to join. Miss Jiang. In the center of the blue market, as Jiang Yanran fully released her superpowers, the cracks in the ground became more and more numerous and denser until it completely collapsed. Blue light emerged from it, and an inexplicable suction spread from the ground. Jiang Yanran consumed 90% of her superpowers, and her body was about to be swallowed by the blue light. It was Li Jiasai who opened a space directly below her to teleport her back to the ground. But those zombies that were originally directly above the landslide area did not tend to fall into the pit, but were bounced to the shore like cannonballs. What on earth is this? It doesn't seem to like zombies. It likes us. Or the superpowers in us. Blue substances kept seeping out of the 4 people, and flew into the bottom of the pit, the same price they paid in the previous transaction. It can also be clearly felt that their perception of superpowers is getting weaker and weaker. As the superpowers disappeared, the zombie characteristics on their bodies became more and more obvious. It is absorbing our superpowers. Previously, they had to trade to lose their superpowers, but now they were directly robbed. The thinnest of the 4 was obviously panicking. He also knew that it was futile to use superpowers to deal with this thing, so he began to throw various destructive props into the bottom of the pit. However, nothing worked. The props would bounce back directly when they came into contact with that blue thing, and there was no other effect. The loss of superpowers, and the zombie transformation of their bodies were accelerating. In just 5 minutes, large areas of their skin had begun to rot. The pain and the rancid smell constantly stimulated the human nasal cavity, and panic grew in the heart. Calm down. There must be another way. The copy cannot be unsolvable. Jiang Yanran gritted her teeth to calm herself down. Although she was the most seriously zombied among all people due to the previous consumption, she could only hold on for 10 minutes at most without a solution. The pain had begun to become numb. Jiang Yanran looked at her bloody body and frantically recalled everything she had encountered since entering the century. Is there anything? Will it not be absorbed by those blue lights? Think about it quickly. What is it? If you can't think of it, you will become a zombie. Zombie? As if a thread was exposed in a tangled mess, Jiang Yanran turned his head and looked at the zombies around him, who were completely unaffected, regardless of the bloody pain. They will not be absorbed by the blue light, because they are reshaped after the blue light absorbs energy. They are even the same as the blue light, and they need to absorb the energy of humans entering the copy. But they are not as good as the blue light in direct absorption. They need a medium, those probes. Mediator, yes, transactions require a medium. It was the medium that absorbed their superpowers, and the zombies took the blue substance and extracted it from it. If the blue substance cannot be destroyed, then absorb it instead. Anyway, it will die if it is consumed. Jiang Yanran grabbed the probe on the nearest stall and threw it straight into the blue substance. Puff, the needle fell in the air, but it was not swallowed by the blue substance, but inserted vertically into it. It was like piercing the aorta of the pile of blue things, and a fierce blue light spurted out from the other end of the needle. It gushed out blue, turning into a small stream of water flowing into the body of the probe owner. Then, the people and zombies present saw the rotten wounds on his body slowly healing. He began to gradually turn back into a human. The zombies, who were originally angry because their things were stolen, suddenly calmed down, looked at Jiang Yanran with an extremely grateful look, and even came over to give her an excited hug. And Jiang Yanran could clearly feel that the loss of her superpowers had slowed down. He kept thanking Jiang Yanran in a way that mixed loss and human language. I didn't expect. It turns out that the relief we seek has always been around us. It turns out that we don't need to make deals with others. What we want is what we give out with our own hands. The zombies who gradually turned into humans spoke intermittently, but Jiang Yanran and others still understood. Li Jiasai was the second to react, and quickly searched for probes on the zombie stalls, throwing them into the blue substance one by one. More and more tiny blue water streams appeared, pouring into the bodies of the probe owners, and the zombies gradually began to turn into humans. They thanked the people who saved them in front of them with roars mixed with language, and these sounds continued to spread between the funerals. These zombies have been trying to get rid of this state of neither human nor ghost for many years. After witnessing the miracles of the zombies around them, Jiang Yanran and others no longer needed to help. More and more zombies spontaneously threw the probes into the blue thing. At the bottom of the pit, the blue thing roared unwillingly, but could only watch itself wither away bit by bit. On the sky, the dark blue barrier also began to turn into starlight and dissipate. Success? This was the answer determined by the four people. Although they did not receive the blue water flow, each zombie rushed to hug them after recovery. Every hug would integrate some power into their bodies. In the end, not only did the lost power return, but it also went to a higher level. Thank you very much. It was you who discovered the miracle that all of us gave up. At this moment, the last batch of zombies that arrived could also speak normally. They surrounded the four people and kept expressing their gratitude. None of the four people were good at talking, and they were at a loss at this moment. Fortunately, this kind of crowding did not last long. At the moment when they completely turned back to human, their bodies began to gradually become transparent. This change really scared Jiang Yanran and others. Don't be surprised, we should have died a long time ago, but we were trapped in this place and could not be freed. Now we can finally leave. As if seeing their concerns, someone explained with a smile. It's a pity that you destroyed the energy source here, and the props you got will disappear. What's wrong with disappearing? They didn't give much. I think only people like them, who work together, and don't covet wealth can find the real way. Think about it, we fought each other for the chance to get out. Don't mention it. I didn't even know the conditions to get out at that time. I tricked my friend into helping me exchange for rare props and lost his life. Hey, I don't know if he is here, otherwise he will beat me to death. Beat you to death, you are going to die now. Why is he still trying? Besides, didn't you get out in the end? The gradually transparent figure chattered. The four survivors looked at each other and learned another truth about this market from their words. The deception of rules, the growing desire, everyone wants to take some precious treasures away from here. Some people figured out the rules and chose to trick others into helping them trade to ensure their survival, while others died without even figuring out these things. The conditions for survival are also very simple: kill all the companions, or survive to the end. When there is only one person left, the door of the market will open for you. You can also take away one of your favorite things from it without trading. In short, this is a game of raising poison. The poison fights on the artificial stage, and the NPC dutifully provides help, because the copy says that as long as you accumulate enough energy, you can turn into a human again and go out. Everyone competes for limited resources, but forgets that what they actually need to do is to break the cage of limited resources. Chapter 130. Have you all received the news? The chat group was silent for a long time before Chinerbai asked with some difficulty. Undoubtedly, the so-called news refers to the method used by Jiang Yanran and others to break through the barrier of the blue market. How is it? What for? It's hard to say. After all, I don't know if the way to pass all the markets is the same. Xia Xian wrote and drew on the paper, but Chinerbai and Greyas, you too can try. Blood, superpowers and souls, these three are entities extracted from the bodies of survivors, and the situation is indeed similar. But memory and time are slightly different, and the method may not be copied. But anyway, we have to go and take a look in the middle. Greyas looked at the note in his hand. I can probably guess what the difference is in the way to pass each market. Because my clues tell me that to get out, We must break the darkness. Break the darkness? Sorry, I thought it was just my way to pass the level and never brought it out. It was Miss Jiang and their way to pass the level that made me realize the commonality of the way to pass the level in our area. For me, the biggest darkness is the barrier covering the market, so it is likely that we can pass the level by finding a way to break it. Jiang Yanran, because we have verified that destroying a certain energy can break the barrier, so this condition implies that we need to find the substance that provides energy for the barrier and eliminate the energy in it. That's right. Although things like memory and time are not easy to visualize, since they can be used as trading currencies, they must be no different from specific substances. Therefore, our primary goal is to find the hidden source of energy that maintains the barrier. Musong, haven't you guessed it before? The products sold by zombies are constructed by energy. As long as we find the production side of their products, we can find the energy source. I'm really curious. What are the memories I lost? Others, actually, we are also very curious. Your personality before and after amnesia is not consistent at all. Then let's find it. Whether we can destroy it is another matter. Let's find the culprit first. Xia Xuyan wrote down the next clear idea in a notebook and tore off the page to give to Kuchishwan. The latter quickly glanced at her and gave her a thumbs up, indicating that he would accept her orders. The chat group gradually fell silent. Some practical people took up their guns and rushed to the center of the market. For example, Qin Yihei. Almost the next moment Qin Erbai informed his companions of the clues discussed. Qin Yihei rushed to the center of the market like a cannonball. His brother followed behind, but he couldn't stop this wild bull at all, and was forced to run behind because of the setting that no one could talk in the market. In fact, Qin Erbai didn't think he could do it well. Observe the location of the energy source. He knew his brother's character very well. He had narrowed the scope. For this person, it would be easier to do it directly. He was anxious to follow him, but he was worried that the other party would demolish the market too much and the props team would not be able to enter the venue later. Although the other three groups were also anxious, they chose a more gentle way. They did not have the gravity control that was very practical in this demolition, nor did they have the full output of supernatural powers like Qin Yihei. To demolish a house, you need props. Now they don't have a constant supply of props. If they use up all the props and still can't explode the energy, it will be troublesome. Among the three groups, Greyas was the one who was relatively relaxed. The black market traded souls, and among his summoned beasts, the mermaid was very sensitive to the energy of souls. Greyas released her and turned on the tracking mode. As for the only group that had already cleared the level, the four people watched the zombies, including the corpses of the zombies that died again, disappear, and the blue barrier in the sky was completely broken. They found that they had been sent to the edge of the central market. Electronic sounds rang in their minds at the same time. Although this electronic sound sounded a little exasperated and a little stuck. Congratulations to the survivors Jiang Yanran Li Jiasai. Successfully cleared the tide market. Now you can go to the central reward market to buy everything you need. What the hell, it turns out that this place has a name. Why did you report it only now? You didn't say it when you came in? Several people complained in their hearts. What are the conditions for exchanging items in the central market? Since it's a reward, can't the copy be more clear? Because you didn't enter in the normal way. Miss G. Lord G. In fact, the appearance of this voice is not surprising, but it always feels like a world away when I hear it now. Congratulations, hurry to the central market. If you are late, you may not be able to get anything. What does Lord G mean? The rules of the central market are similar to the Connect-the-Dots game. You don't need to spend any money, just exchange with items from other stalls. It's just that the time limit of this market is very troublesome. After all, it is linked to other places. I wish you a happy shopping. The call was unilaterally cut off, leaving the four people still a little confused. But no matter how confused they were, Ji Qingshan had told them to hurry up, so they naturally couldn't waste time. After exchanging glances, the four of them quickly ran towards the market. On the other side, in the market where there was not a trace of fog left, Ji Qingshan looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction, the shops that were gnawed into pieces by the zombie stall owners, and the zombie corpses on every street. Finally, he's willing to come out. As she said that, she suddenly turned her head and looked somewhere. A figure walked slowly, and a thin layer of fog dissipated from his body. You knew it was me. Yes, otherwise, with 5 surviving shelters, where would the 6 markets come from? You built them, right? You transferred some people from the original 5 markets, and brought in some zombies that still looked like human beings outside. The zombies in other markets would not drop energy cores if they were killed. How should I put it, little beauty? Your move is really a risky one. You figured it out. Yu Wanzhou's voice was very calm, and he didn't sound frustrated at all. If I hadn't figured it out, something would have happened here right now. Ji Qingchen smiled, and suddenly took a few quick steps to Yu Wanzhou. The difference in their stature was not big, and Yu Wanzhou didn't have any height-enhancing equipment, so Ji Qingchen could look him in the eye at this moment. The passing wind entangled their hair for a moment, and Ji Qingchen suddenly grabbed Yu Wanzhou's shoulders and took him backwards. The soft touch wrapped around the two of them and floated into the sky. Ji Qingchen's voice came slowly. I'm actually quite curious. Don't you have any other way to create another market? If I don't figure out the operating rules of the market and release all the zombie shopkeepers here first, then even if my companions find a way and release all the zombies, they will not be able to pass the level because some of the zombies in the market are here. By then, people with ulterior motives will know what you have done and guess your plan, and you will be completely finished. Creating another market will directly tamper with the logic of the world's operation, which is much more risky than this. That's true. But you are betting a little too much. Putting yourself in this market as an energy point means that you can't break the rules. If I really don't see it, you have no way to remedy it. It doesn't matter if you bet wrong. I am still useful to him. He won't do anything to me. He won't do anything to you. But I will. The green willow branches suddenly emerged from the dandelion fluff and wrapped someone tightly in a second. In Yu Wanzhou's stunned eyes, Ji Qingchen hit his forehead with a series of brains. Have you forgotten that you still owe me 200,000 yuan? I kindly gave you a few days, but you plan to settle it once and for all. Yu Wanzhou thought, is this a dead end? But he couldn't blame the other party for anything. After all, he was indeed calculating this time. He knew that once the matter was exposed, the person behind the scenes would only take him away by force. But from Ji Qingchen's perspective, the consequence was that the person would be alerted in advance, and might even directly destroy this world. He was using this to threatening her to come here to find him. Yu Wanzhou avoided Miss Ji's gaze due to his guilty conscience, and couldn't organize his words for a while. This made Ji Qingchen grit his teeth even more. What's the matter, using Pearl to show me the way, and then doing this here to create an unmonitored vacuum zone to lure me in, and also holding the girl I brought in as a hostage? After all the trouble, I came here and I don't even have an explanation? Could it be that you took the trouble to make fun of me? That's not what I meant. She's not in danger. This she refers to Lan Ming. Yu Wanzhou's original plan was just to bring Ji Qingchen in, but when he saw that she brought two people with her, he thought that he would have some bargaining chips in the negotiation, so he subconsciously made a stupid move. But kidnapping a minor is really not fair, and it's even more guilty to say it now. On the contrary, Ji Qingchen seemed to have lost most of his anger after hearing this, and just looked at the other party strangely and asked, Mindscape or Virtual Kingdom? Mindscape? That's not bad. This is indeed a method of trapping people without any danger or side effects, and it can even be regarded as a test method to improve mental power and control mentality. It's just, aren't you worried that she can't get out? Mindscape is born from the heart and reflects obsession. She has a deep obsession in her heart, especially after seeing Yang Wanquan and others again. Don't worry, she can get out, Ji Qingchen said with great certainty. But speaking of Yang Wanquan, you also let them in, right? The entire Misty Market is Yu Wanzhou's territory. Even judging from the fact that he was able to build the 6th market, he should be able to control some of the rules here. Yang Wanquan was able to be teleported to the side of the Misty Market so coincidentally, and was chased into the market by zombies so coincidentally. Ji Qingchen didn't believe that there was no control by this person. Yes. If they were put in other markets, it would only disrupt the order. The probability of survival in the central market is too high, and there would still be problems if they went out. It would be better to put them here. Besides, the grudge between the little girl you brought in and him is not small, so it's a good opportunity to settle it. But unfortunately, the one called Yang Wanquan still noticed it, sacrificed 3 of his men and ran away. However, this is a vacuum zone that I have transformed. If you go out, you will not reach the central reward market, but will be trapped in another piece of fog, and return to the original place after the main line is cleared. It's okay, she has to solve her own problems. Instead of that, let's talk about you, including the purpose of calling me here. And what should I call you? Yu Wanzhou, Mermaid's Tears, or Arafan's illegitimate son? Chapter 131. Congratulations to the survivors Qin Erbai, Qin Yihei, and Kai Lin for successfully passing the explosion market. The red barrier shattered, and Qin Erbai looked like he had survived a disaster while watching the slowly dissipating zombies. Almost, he and Kai Lin were almost turned into zombies. Only Chinihei, a tough guy, was better off. Afterwards, the feedback from his body's strength was more beneficial to him. It can only be said that this place was worthy of Chinihei's own choice. At first, the process of excavating underground energy was not difficult. Chinihei turned the ground over with a long spear. But I don't know what happened to this market. The zombie frenzy that was supposed to be triggered halfway appeared when they started to turn the ground. Faced with the zombies, whose combat power suddenly increased exponentially, the three could only barely protect themselves. And the moment the underground energy was turned over, blood gushed out directly from the pores of the skin. The visual impact was really great. They had already lost a lot of blood and had a lot of wounds in the previous battle, and now the blood loss rate doubled. The key is that the zombies are still slow and like to fight. They huddled together for a long time before throwing the test tube into the pit. Compared with Jiang Yanran, their progress was at least 5 minutes slower. Based on his understanding of himself, Qin Bai could clearly sense that at the moment when the blood stopped being drawn, his body was already stuck at the critical point of zombieization. Even if it was a few seconds later, he would have been completely left here. If there was no way to pass the level explored by Jiang Yanran and others, it would be too late for them to find a way by themselves. The gap between zombies is quite big. But we finally cleared the level. Let's go, hurry to the central market to get the props. This is what Jiang Yanran told everyone in the chat group after getting Ji Qingchen's rule tips. The news of the city Lord Ji has always been true. She said that the reward has a time limit, so it must be slow. As the saying goes, red and blue have always been CP. The clearance methods of the burst market and the tide market are almost exactly the same, not to mention the difference in zombie quality. But the clearance methods of the remaining 3 markets are slightly different. Green market. Xia Xuyan observed the source of the goods by himself. Although it was also purchased from the market center by peripheral personnel, it can be clearly seen that those zombies who exchanged goods would put the paper with the time recorded in their hands into a sundial pointer erected in the center of the market. The sundial is not big, at most 1 meter wide and half a meter high. The closer they are, the faster they will turn into zombies. Here, they will become zombies completely within 3 days. This is the rule they discovered before, and it is also the reason why they did not choose to search the central area first. But now, this rule makes them sure that the sundial is the energy source of this market. But obviously, the paper directly touching the sundial does not absorb energy from it. If you want to destroy the energy here, you have to use other methods. Xia Xuyan's eyes stopped on the sundial, and countless possibilities flashed through her mind. If it was an ordinary clock, she could boldly try to see if she could move the pointer, but the pointer of this thing cannot move. The paper that borrows time, and the method of reversing energy seem to have nothing to do with each other. Or just break it to release the energy in it. After thinking about it, Xia Xuyan still took this plan as the last alternative for the time being. If the whole thing exploded, if the guess was wrong, the side effects might be huge. I go over and take a look first, you wait for my signal. Unlike other markets, the energy here is on the ground. This means that they don't need to make a big move to find the energy, and there is no buffer period. Getting close is the beginning of the countdown. If 2 people go together, it will reduce their own trial and error opportunities. Okay. Kuchishwan obviously understood this and nodded quickly. Confirming that the fireworks were used as a signal, Xia Xuyan quickly rushed towards the sundial. With every step she ran, Xia Xuyan could clearly feel the passage of time multiplying on her body. At this moment, the rough skin on the surface had ulcerated beyond recognition. There was a short queue next to the sundial, all of which were zombies holding time checks. Suddenly, a figure was about to cut in line, and the queuers quickly roared in anger. However, Xia Xuyan had no intention of caring about them. Only when she really got here could she feel the urgency of time. It was more urgent than he estimated outside. She only had 10 minutes at most to find a way out. No, maybe even less, because he might not be able to move before he was completely transformed into a zombie. What exactly was the way to reverse the energy? Xia Xuyan laid on the sundial, trying to stare at this small thing. Behind her, the zombies who were extremely dissatisfied with her queue-jumping behavior had jumped over and were ready to attack. Translucent armor appeared, wrapping her in the sundial. This copying ability should be able to last about 5 minutes against the zombies' attacks. Blood overflowed from the broken skin and flowed down her hand onto the sundial. Xia Xuyan subconsciously retracted her hand. She forced herself to calm down and think about the feasibility of various plans as much as possible. The sundial is composed of a piece of green glowing stone and a pointer of the same color, but the symbols on it are not engraved but written by someone. In addition, The entire sundial surface is very smooth without a single flaw. No flaws? Then where did the blood she just dripped on go? Some ideas were about to come out, and Xia Xuyan tentatively put a little more blood on it. But the blood directly turned into red mist, and disappeared without leaving any trace on it. Nothing else can leave a trace on the sundial. Xia Xuyan looked at the symbols indicating the time, and a bold guess came into her mind. The current time is in positive order, so their time was deprived and contained in the sundial. What if the time is in reverse order? The pointer rotated in the same way, but their time was returned. The symbols were written, not completely black but dark green. She had only seen the same color on one thing, the pen used to sign the time check before. Fireworks were thrown, and when Kachishwan rushed in, Xia Xuyan only threw him 7 words. Find the zombie's pen for writing tickets. She put on 2 disposable protective shields, threw away 3 empty pens, and picked up another one to write on the sundial. Where the ink fell, the original symbol had disappeared. On the left side of the sundial was a symbol that had been changed a little more than half. Obviously, to change all 24 large symbols and some small patterns next to them, they would need hundreds of pins. 20 minutes later, half of the numbers were changed, and time seemed to have completely stopped. Xia Xuyan's large area of ulcers had stopped spreading, and the zombies seemed to have sensed something. Looking at the strange human who was writing on the sundial, or like a robber, he had just entered the store, and took the pen to sign the check, he stopped attacking. They seemed to be helping themselves. Some zombies began to tentatively hand over the pen, and when the 13th big symbol and the 25th small symbol were changed, the time of the entire market began to slowly go backwards. The wounds on the zombies began to gradually disappear. Finally, at the 35th minute, the time of the entire market began to reverse rapidly. Everything gradually returned to normal. We succeeded too, come on. When Xia Xuyan's good news came, the situation of the black and white markets was not much different. On one side, they were throwing crystal balls at the white barrier frantically, and on the other side, they were throwing soul stones at the black barrier frantically. At first, they also thought that the energy was in the central area of the market. After all, zombies do get goods from those stores in the central area. When the mermaids released by Greyas kept leading them to the side, the summoner himself was a little bit unconvinced. But this is his own ability after all. Adhering to the principle that he would rather believe that the rules of his market are different than to believe that there is something wrong with his ability, Greyas decided to go to the side to take a look. But it was such a coincidence that as soon as they arrived, they encountered a zombie who put a handful of black gas on the barrier, and then caught the props that fell from the barrier. Very good, it proved that there was nothing wrong with his ability. The other party did not use the soul stone, but only used black gas, which also proved that the soul stone could not be placed directly on it. Very quickly, the 3 people were like robbers, and the whole episode was to loot the soul stone, attracting a lot of zombies to chase after them, and then witness the scene of the soul overflowing from the barrier, and pouring into the body of the zombie, who lost the soul stone. There is no need to talk about what happened afterwards. Anyway, the black barrier is already crumbling. And the situation on Musong's side is even more bizarre. Greyas at least used his supernatural power to locate, and by chance, he knew that the energy source of their market was this black barrier. Musong, on the other hand, was squatting in the central area of the port area, and saw a zombie sneaking towards the edge. Later, he naturally saw the situation of the barrier transferring goods. Needless to say, the subsequent operation process. In short, these 2 places have now become a large-scale sandbag throwing scene. The barrier will not last long. At this moment, in the central tower of the central market, Mu Chu, Ce, Mouyue and Fu Ying frowned at a passage on the stone pillar in the middle. Congratulations on coming here and successfully obtaining the bizarre reward, the most powerful survivor in the world. Now we will tell you a great news. In order to protect your survival resources, we have set a steady stream of zombies to attack the shelter and eradicate those garbage. They are all garbage that this world does not need, and our zombies will help you completely destroy them. Of course, if you, the distinguished passer, want to save those garbage with a kind heart, it is not impossible. You can choose to destroy this tower, so that zombies will not continue to be produced. Those garbage just need to resist the zombies that have already been produced. However, please note that such behavior will greatly reduce your survival resources. Because once you demolish this tower, this bazaar, including all the prizes in the bazaar, will disappear. After all, your choice will make us continue to provide survival resources to a large number of garbage, which is very energy consuming. Of course, if you choose not to destroy it, you can continue to obtain the props in this bazaar, and the bazaar will provide you with quite good living conditions. The above, I wish you a happy shopping. The swear words came out of the four people's mouths at the same time, and Yuan Fuyun's reminder kept echoing at this moment. Chapter 132. In the year 3749 of the new calendar, the first S-class superpower appeared, and humans gained a place in the universe. In the following 1,000 years, superpowers appeared frequently and created high-tech products. In just 1,420 years, the strength of all mankind has rapidly increased to be enough to compete with any known creature in the universe. And thus began the so-called interstellar era. They relied on superpowers and high-tech products to continuously plunder interstellar resources, wipe out other races, and establish a huge interstellar alliance. They claim to be the head of all spirits, but they are doing things to exclude dissidents. Until the year 6197 of the new calendar, there were only 167 intelligent creatures left in the universe, and even more than half of them were endangered. This was the result of the struggle of the most powerful races. However, as a large number of creatures disappeared, the energy in the universe began to decline. Disorder. Finally, some sages realized that something was wrong, because the number of superpowers born in that 100 years was extremely rare, and there was not a single one with S-level potential in the entire alliance. Previously famous superpowers began to feel powerless. The energy of some high-tech products was also beyond measure. Even many superpowers began to die inexplicably, and the harassment from other creatures became more frequent, and their strength doubled in a few years. After many arguments, they finally realized that it was the cause they had planted that produced such bitter fruits. For their absolute strength, in order to avoid being counterattacked by other races that were still able to fight in the dark. The leaders of the alliance suddenly realized that war would eventually cost people money and labor, so they began to promote a peaceful policy to recuperate. After many negotiations, they signed a friendly treaty with those races that still had considerable power. Thousands of years later, the entire universe returned to peace, and energy gradually filled up. Most of the races that still retained their power were pure evolutions of certain elements or substances, such as the Phoenix clan representing fire, the Feather clan representing wind, the Earth clan representing earth, and the Order clan representing time. They were born to maintain the balance of cosmic energy, with a stronger power than other races, and after signing a treaty of friendly coexistence with humans, they continued to accumulate power, and sent some of their tribes to the human world to jointly maintain balance. Most modern humans believe that their world is born with multiracial coexistence. These are the histories of human beings' proud rise. Except for the process of excluding dissidents in the middle, the rest are things that preschoolers in the Alliance know. I believe you have heard of it too. Ji Qingshan looked at Yuan Zhou, and finished the bloody history of the Alliance in a calm tone, and then changed the subject. Then tell me something that preschoolers don't know. For example, among these surviving creatures, there is a different race, the mermaid. The talents of the mermaids now are water control and spirituality. But it is reasonable to say that the water element was originally controlled by the dragons. Because the dragons are too powerful, and in addition to controlling the water element, most of the dragons can naturally resonate with other multiple energies, making them the most powerful creatures besides humans, and the main force of the confrontation back then. Humans are afraid of them, and have organized countless dragon hunting operations, causing the dragons to suffer heavy losses in the war, and some powerful parts of the water element were stripped away, on the verge of disorder. But by chance, the most powerful mermaid king ever born in the mermaids on that day gave birth to a spiritual fetus with pure blood. Mermaids are also friendly to water elements, and the breath of life contains energy. The heart of the ocean, which was running around, recognized its master directly as if it was looking for a savior. However, the master it recognized was not the mermaid king or the spirit fetus, but the breath of birth. This led to a problem. The breath was produced by the collision of two lives. The heart of the ocean was equivalent to recognizing two masters at once. The Mermaid King and the Mermaid Clan obtained the authority to drive the heart of the ocean to control the ocean. However, this unformed spirit fetus completely turned into another existence because of the influence of the energy contained in the heart of the ocean. Because it looks like a pearl condensed when a mermaid sheds tears, they call it the tears of mermaids. What they don't know is that it is no longer a mermaid. Under the collision of two energies, it has become a new energy authority that has not yet been given meaning. Mermaids are naturally gentle and not warlike. Even in the fierce space war, they were strong enough to become the main force. They only wanted to protect themselves. This is the basic character of this kind of creatures. It has not changed since their birth. So even if they have obtained the heart of the ocean, they still want to live in a corner and protect themselves. However, Humans at that time had already realized the problem of their actions, and tried to ease the situation and restore the ecology. Mermaids, a race that rarely showed up, did not help either side, and had some strength, also got the heart of the ocean. The human leaders only wanted to win them over. Of course, the mermaids were still not happy. Their kindness was based on innocence. They knew it themselves, so they didn't want to get involved in the intrigues of human politics. So they fled, and went to a remote planet with a small population to quietly recuperate. Later, the planet was developed, the human scale expanded, and the mermaids just hid themselves. But it's not that easy. This is a balance of power in the entire universe. How can you not participate? At the beginning of the disaster, humans were afraid of the imbalance of cosmic energy, but they are the most forgetful in the world. Leaving the disaster, living a good life for a few years, plus a little benefit, and the idea that people who are not of my race must have different hearts, it is easier to be provoked. They thought that it was because the elemental power was in the hands of other races that they were constrained and could not do it freely. If they snatched it, or even if they couldn't snatch it, they would take them as their subordinates, turn them into puppets, and use them for themselves. Then, they would have the top power in the world and could do whatever they wanted. So what kind of people are good to target? They must be simple and innocent, so that they are easy to deceive. It would be better if they were weaker, so that they would not have to spend so much effort to force them to live and use them. Naturally, they thought of the mermaids, who only wanted to hide, and became the first target. Fortunately, although mermaids are not good at scheming, their strong mental power, and the blessing of the heart of the ocean make their hiding very difficult to be discovered. And although most people are eager for power, this kind of life is not bad for them now. Basically, no one wants to start a large-scale war between races, which will not only destroy the hard-won peace, but also be easily exploited by those with ulterior motives. So after several attempts to find them, or being persuaded, they gave up. But there are always people whose ambitions can never be satisfied. He doesn't want equality for all, or even equality for everyone, he just wants the universe to be his own. Ji Qingqian's statement was interrupted. But she was happy to see this, thinking that after saying so much, the little beauty was finally willing to share some of her burden. It's not that she was worried about Yuanzhou's attitude. Since she was called here, she couldn't be ambiguous. She just wanted to know what Yuanzhou wanted to do. After all, he and the mermaids were of the same origin, and some aspects were inevitably similar. Yuanzhou's eyes were filled with suppressed anger, but more of a sense of powerlessness in the face of a huge conspiracy. Most people actually come for the power to control the ocean in the hands of mermaids. Although the mermaids are simple, they have been prepared for the past few hundred years. But he is different. What he wants is enough energy to rule the universe. Perhaps the mermaids themselves do not know that the fusion of the two powers gave birth to a power that can be written at will. After all, the impact of this tear on them is only that their own tears can cure all diseases, because this blank race only hopes that the world can be peaceful and stable. In fact, getting the so-called mermaid tears can make one of their abilities reach the top in the universe. He came for this, and it was a part of his long-planned plan to get everything he wanted. And the power he chose was pollution, and he even took into account the nature of mermaid tears. At the end, Yuanzhou showed a mocking smile directed at someone unknown. Otherwise, how can you say that mermaids are fish? Their brains have never been very developed, and they actually want to survive by hiding from place to place, by saving the dying and the wounded, and by hoping that those people will be kind in exchange for a chance to live, and by relying on empty delusion that all people in the world are as stupid and naive as they are. And relying on the so-called promise, you think they will set you free. If that's all, I wouldn't have seen you today. Ji Qingqian leaned forward a few inches, stretched out his hand, and rubbed Yuanzhou's face, watching him gradually reveal a strange expression before loosening his strength. Arafin is not someone who is willing to be constrained by other things. The fact that your sense of authority still exists now only means that he has no way to deal with you. In this case, you don't need to be loyal to him, you just need to wait for him to get what he wants, and you don't have to worry about wealth and glory, right? How do you know that all this is not him? No need, after all, I know about this. Putting you down will only increase the risk of him being exposed. What's more, putting the power in the world he can control is tantamount to exposing your own weaknesses. The man in front of him suddenly restrained his smile and said seriously, Yuanzhou, you don't have to lie to me or yourself. In fact, you have wanted to change your identity a long time ago. From the moment that town disappeared in front of you, you didn't do it not because you were stupid or naive, but because you were being watched by him all the time, and you just couldn't do it now. How did you come to that conclusion? I told you before that he wouldn't let you go so easily. It can only be the result of you taking advantage of the loopholes. After arriving at so many destroyed worlds, constantly trying possible ways to save them, and then realizing that it was impossible to succeed by yourself, hope was dashed and you became discouraged. Isn't this a very normal process? Yes, then why did you still tell me all this? Yu Wanzhou suddenly felt that the guy in front of him was really annoying. He should have been indifferent to everything after living for so long, but every word from this guy could make him speechless. But you are not? What? Another unexpected answer. Yu Wanzhou felt that his heart suddenly skipped a beat. If the previous ones were just shallow tests, Ji Qingchen at this moment did not just break a layer of window paper, but lifted the roof. If you are discouraged, you should go back obediently, instead of running thousands of miles to jump into the dungeon. You are just waiting for an opportunity to completely make him lose everything. So do you want to make a deal? Chapter 133. I've contacted them. They can at least hold out for another day. No, I'm still worried. No one knows if the zombies will disappear or simply stop appearing after a day. If they just stop appearing, it will be a big project to deal with the remaining zombies. My suggestion is to demolish it now, so that the dungeon won't get into trouble later. Central Market, Central Tower. At this moment, except for Ji Qingchen, Lan Ming, and Su Yang, everyone else gathered in front of the stone pillar with the statement. Everyone had a look of resentment on their faces. I knew before that this world was good at making things difficult for people, but now it doesn't even pretend, forcing them to choose between themselves and the people in the outside shelter. If CE and his friends had not had the means to contact the outside world, if they had not temporarily reached an alliance, and if Ji Qingchen had not actually controlled 069 and 401, they would not have been able to gather in a circle and right to exchange opinions based on the restriction of silence in the tower. Yes, the damn copy has always carried out the trick of sowing discord. In order to prevent the survivors from using zombies to destroy the tower and exploit loopholes in the rules, zombies are completely prohibited from entering the tower from 10 meters away. However, once entering this range, the sound will be automatically blocked, and communication still needs to be done in writing. At present, the papers in front of the 19 people have piled up into a small mountain. They also saw the trick of the copy trying to make people suspicious of each other, so there is no need for the chat group, and some chatterboxes wish their pens could work automatically. The tower must be pushed, not to mention the people in 710 and 1399. The former subconsciously put the protection of the entire shelter first, and for the latter, the fact that Luoyu was the commander-in-chief of 1399 was enough for them to stop the zombie attack at all costs. As for the people from 069 and 401, they either have subordinates or friends in the shelter. Although most of them are not close, they have some friendship. If it were just them, it would be fine whether to save or not, but now their companions who have shared life and death together have obviously made up their minds to save people, and the scale that was originally indifferent naturally tilted. In this way, since people must be saved, according to their understanding of this unfortunate world, there will inevitably be some traps in the tower, so it is better to do it early and feel at ease. It doesn't matter to us. After all, we have gained a lot before. But you really don't plan to wait any longer? CE spread out the note in front of the other people in the shelter. Although everyone chose which market to investigate, and although it depends on luck, 710 and others did have the upper hand in this matter. Even Jiang Yanran and his group, who broke through the level first, came here in less than 3 hours, and the others who came later gathered here without getting the reward. The dungeon couldn't let them take advantage of the opportunity to destroy the tower market and disappear at the same time. Most likely, the market was completely blocked from the moment they attacked the tower. This was really unfair. Mr. C, there is no need to worry about this. Even if we didn't get any props, we still got the benefits. Jiang Yanran smiled slightly. She started this, and naturally attracted the others to nod. They quickly wrote down the final reward of the dungeon on paper. Everyone who entered the 5 markets got a prop and some kind of blessing. The props provided by the dungeon were all kinds of strange, but the survivors who could come here were the best of the best. They chose either a mustard bag with space storage function or a weapon with superpower, such as Qin or Bai's Annihilation Blade, Xia Xuyan's electromagnetic shock cannon, or Li Jiaisai's eye staff. Only one person was slightly exceptional and asked for 2 resurrection talismans. It's so unique, you can guess who it is. To be honest, the reward is never so good. At best, it's at the level of anti-aircraft missiles, and at most one can be spawned. Not everyone can even have a storage device. Most people can get a bag of enhanced energy cores. And most people will choose this. After all, everyone here realizes the importance of improving their own strength. Energy cores are the best catalyst for superpowers. But for these people now, energy cores are completely equal to the currency for exchanging props. Using them on yourself is a chronic poison. If there are powerful props, then the latter must be more worthwhile. To say why the copy provides so many powerful props like crazy, it's because it has been tossed around, and its mind is not clear. After all, this group of magical survivors really don't like to play by the rules. Originally, there were only 5 colors of markets to choose from when entering the copy. But Ji Qingshan just bombed the factory directly, sent people in from the transmission center, and arrived at the central tower market as soon as he arrived. This is the first. The second is that the humans who saw the various props in the market should have been blinded by greed and exchanged their own things for powerful props and energy cores. Who would have thought that the people who came this time were calculating carefully all day long, thinking clearly, and only thinking about how to break through the barrier. And the last and most fatal point is that after all, they have come in later. Even if they are cautious in purchasing goods in the market, their own energy will continue to be consumed. As long as they consume, they cannot get out of the barrier. They must find a way out. A group of obstructed and self-centered humans, a group of humans who are greedy for the treasures in the market, should not start to calculate and fight each other when they find that they can only get out by absorbing the energy of other humans to replenish themselves. And finally, the only living Gu King will take the energy contributed by others and exchange the desired goods to go out alone? How could they calm down and communicate peacefully, or even find clues scattered in each market and let the energy of the 5 markets go? In previous years, no more than 2 people would leave a market, but this time, on average, 3 people left each market. No, it shouldn't be said that 3 people left each market, because there were only so many people coming in. With their attitude of sucking up all the energy in the market, as many people as came could leave. The copy was shocked, puzzled, and the copy CPU was completely burned. Originally, the rewards were issued based on the strength assessment, but now, the situation is too explosive, and the things that were kept in the bottom of the box were directly used. But this doesn't seem right. It stands to reason that the energy of the entire market has been destroyed, and this main line will not be able to be generated in the future. In this situation, shouldn't the program set by it sound an alarm to notify the boss to come down for maintenance? At the very least, it should directly close the relevant main line and wait for fault inspection. Why did it give out rewards without knowing why? Or was it the treasure hidden in the bottom of the box? The copy was getting more and more messy. His experience told it that it should report it immediately, but the program clearly stated that it needed to give out rewards to these people and then nothing else. Give them rewards to congratulate them for passing the level, and let them enter the central reward market according to the process. And it was a copy, so experience was naturally not as important as the program. At this point, it could only give out the treasure hidden in the bottom of the box to these people without knowing why, and then let them absorb the energy of building the market, so that all other markets disappeared completely. The only thing that made it feel a little comfortable was that although these people absorbed the energy of the market, not all of them were compatible with the energy they absorbed. Only the tall and strong man in the explosion market is most compatible with the energy that enhances physical strength. The superpowers of the 4 people in the tide market are not much enhanced anyway, and they cannot reach the strength of the received energy. The sole enhancement of the shadow market is only obvious in the guy who likes to hug small animals. Only the energy properties of the star market and the sequence market are not strong. One is used to be immune to some mental attacks, and the other can resist the influence of time-related superpowers. These are the benefits that Xia Shuyan and others mentioned. For them, such a large-scale energy is as useful as obtaining props, regardless of whether it is the most suitable. Seeing that they really have no objection to this, everyone stopped dawdling and began to control their superpowers to pick up weapons, looking at the tower in front of them with a fake smile, ready to take action. No hurry, since Fuyan said he can hold out for a day, let's wait another day. At this point, they always have to have some self-protection ability. The laser cannons in the hands of the impatient people were almost fully charged, and a leisurely voice suddenly sounded from the heads of all 15 people, stopping their actions. Following that, 4 figures walked in. Sister Ji. Xiaoming. Su Xiaolong, you are here, are you injured? Mu Chu was the first to rush over and hugged the familiar little girl and looked her up and down. After 2 seconds of reaction, she suddenly froze. She remembered that Ji Qingshan only brought 2 people when he entered the dungeon. What's the situation with this extra guy in a pink skirt? Sister Ji's new 614 brother. This dress is quite like the style that Sister Ji would like. The little girl slowly raised her head and looked at the person next to Ji Qingshan. Then, how come it feels familiar? Wait, isn't this the nominally important NPC brought by Sister G in the Molten Ruins dungeon? No, judging from the way Sister G called her a little beauty, she was not an abducted NPC, but clearly. Although I don't know why important NPCs are common in dungeons, Mu Chu feels that he has vaguely discovered the truth. Also guessing the truth are Ce and Fuing who experienced that dungeon together, Greyas and Mu Song who saw this person in the Lost Ruins, and the two children behind Miss G who have long seen through the essence of the facts. Of course, most people guessed something but didn't quite confirm it with the real owner. Except, oh, I guess this is the boss lady. Boss is awesome. Which handsome guy did you abduct? How can people be so brave? At this moment, whether it is those who know the inside story, those who don't know the inside story but guess something, or those who have figured out the whole story, they all paid the highest respect to this warrior. Then, the warrior of the entire tribe was blown away by a pea. If you don't want the reward, just say so, and I tie you to the pillar right now. Ji Qingshan laughed and scolded, and it was obvious that he was not angry because of Ce's joke. Time is short, so I make it short. From now on, you have 1 day to take the rewards you want in the market and destroy this tower. The method of taking the body has been mentioned before, and how much you can take depends on your own ability. Now you can go. When the time is up, just destroy the tower, and I will deal with the zombies outside. No one would doubt these words coming from Ji Qingshan's mouth. People immediately stopped exploring the relationship between Ji Qingshan and that person, and ran out like wolves seeing the sheepfold open. You can gossip at any time, but you only have 1 day to get the props. I'm very curious. You should know that even if the tower is destroyed, it will only stop the production of new zombies, and the existing ones will continue to attack those shelters. I don't think you want those shelters to fend for themselves. 1 day is already the critical value of their support. So how do you want to eliminate the zombies in the entire world within 1 hour at most? After everyone, including the children who came in with Ji Qingshan, went to get the props, Yuanzhou slowly asked. Maybe you can guess. Ji Qingshan smiled, and kept it a secret, but he had already taken out a pink comb in his hand. Chapter 134. With Ji Qingshan backing up, the central reward market immediately became lively. Some people even made a bet to see who got more props. Only Su Yang followed Lan Meng after leaving the tower. After a long time of hesitation, he tentatively asked, Sister Lan Meng, are those people dead? It was Lan Meng's plan to split the troops into 2 groups. The little girl knew that Yang Wanquan was coming for her, and she originally planned to use zombies to shake them off or eliminate them as much as possible. And Su Yang's departure can also ensure that he will not be affected. Lan Meng has abnormal recovery ability, but Su Yang does not. If the 2 of them escape together, Su Yang will only become a burden. As for whether Yang Wanquan dies or not, it doesn't really matter. Anyway, he can't get rid of the zombies for a while. At the beginning, they were at a disadvantage of 2 against 6. In Lan Meng's opinion, as long as the 2 of them escaped successfully, it would be enough. The result now is indeed like this, but she somehow felt a little embarrassed apology when she saw Su Yang's look. What happened? In that situation, the only correct solution was to escape separately. Su Yang clearly understood this in that emergency. Why did he start to hesitate afterwards? Lan Meng had no idea what he was apologizing for. Maybe he is dead. Even if he is not dead, there are probably not many followers left. The 614 survivors outside are also in danger without his command in this zombie wave. I hope he is not dead, so that I can settle accounts with him when the outside world returns to peace again. 2 against 6 may not be easy to fight, but 1 against 2 or even 1 against 1, it is definitely worth a try. What's more, now she can feel that her spiritual source is more than twice as strong as before. Mental strength has tripled. The increase in mental strength brings an absolute improvement in superpowers. She is one of the few people with companion superpowers. As long as the level of mental strength rises, superpowers will naturally improve. Now her main superpower can make a broken arm grow instantly, and she has also condensed a trace of water of life. As long as she has a breath, she can revive and restore people and eliminate all negative states. And all this increase has to start from that world that is pure white with only 4 black doors. After carefully observing the entire room, Lan Meng confirmed 3 things. First, the room is tightly closed as a whole. Even the bed seems to have grown out of the ground. Second, there is no place on the 4 doors that can be opened outwards or equipped with any sensing devices. Third, in this world, superpowers cannot be used, but props still exist. However, before she understands the situation, Lan Meng will not use them rashly. Although the person who brought her here does not seem to have any malicious intentions, it is hard to say that he will not tamper with the props. Keeping absolute caution, Lan Ming got off the bed quietly and came to the first door on the left. Her body was not in the middle, but stood sideways on the right, with her right hand tentatively placed on the door. The door was easily pushed open with just a little force. So simple? Lan Ming's eyes were full of disbelief. She stood by the door for a long time without seeing any danger. She grabbed the gun in her right hand and looked inside the door tentatively. So when she saw zombies swarming in from all over the world, she was not really shocked. When the laser gun ran out of energy, she would change to another one, using a gun, a knife, or a bomb. Anyway, she didn't rely on her superpowers to attack head-on. Although there were a large number of zombies, and the props were consumed quickly, Lan Ming never intended to fight them to the death. She was originally looking for an exit, so if this one didn't work, she would switch to the next one. While resisting, she had already walked to the door of the next order, and it opened with a gentle push. This time, it was not zombies that appeared, but a few familiar faces. Li De, Yang Wanquan, and their respective subordinates, as well as some people who had pushed her out to block the knife and deceived her in order to survive. Everyone was holding a weapon or activating superpowers, and they also looked like they were launching an attack. A trace of doubt flashed in Lan Ming's eyes. She believed that zombies appeared, but how did these people come? Except for Yang Wanquan and a few others, they were all dead. Could it be that this world can create things? But the current situation did not allow her to think carefully. The eyes of this group of people looking at her were full of anger. They rushed up in a swarm, and they were really ready to eat her alive. The props reserve was already exhausted, so she could only quickly come to the third door. Push it open. This time, the little girl really wanted to complain about her luck. This quarter of the life door was left for her until the end. There is no doubt that the things stuffed in this door are not good. I don't know where a group of hideous ghosts and ugly giant insects came from. They rushed towards her and directly dealt 10,000 points of mental damage. Yes, that's right. Lan Ming is a pure alien who is afraid of ghosts and insects. Especially the various beetles and worms that are taller than humans. They look like from a distance, but it's really a critical hit when you look at them face to face. Not to mention the damage, your stomach will churn. At this moment, the props in her hand have been exhausted. There is nothing to use except some cold weapons. Although she had already developed her skills through fighting in the apocalypse, the room was so small that so many enemies suddenly rushed in and filled it up, leaving little room for evasion. She was already injured a lot. The disappearance of her superpowers meant that her wounds could not heal quickly, and the pain became more intense. Lan Ming's speed had slowed down. But fortunately, she had touched the last door. Just as she was about to reach out, a question came to her mind. Is there really a way to escape inside? She pushed open 3 of the 4 identical doors, but they were all dangerous. Was it really because she had bad luck? Or was it a hint of some kind of rules? Lan Ming's mind was working fast. She should still be in the dungeon now. Since she was in the dungeon, there must be rules. Zombies, people who hurt her, things she was afraid of. These were her fears now or in the past. But if you really want to say, her greatest fear has never been these, but... The moment this thought suddenly appeared in her heart, Lan Ming was shocked to find that her hand was already on the last door. The black door opened like this. Behind the door, there were still many shadows, but they were much more beautiful than those zombies, beetles, and ghosts. They were normal humans, even the humans she had been thinking about day and night. Dad, mom, brother, and her best friend, the grandmother, who would make her favorite clothes, the neighbor's sister, and the people she wanted to save along the way but had no power and could only watch them die in front of her, and the self who was spoiled by everyone. They smiled brightly at her. Lan Ming suddenly woke up. No, she hurriedly tried to close the door, but like the previous 3 times, the door disappeared the moment it was pushed open. Behind her, zombies rushed forward like hungry tigers. Yang Wanquan and Thomas raised their weapons with a grim smile, and the broken human tissues splashed. There were countless screams and requests for help in their ears, and the blood dyed the vision red in an instant. Her heart felt like it was being torn apart at that moment, and the pain from the wounds on her body was eclipsed by such a contrast. You can't save them. Your naivety, arrogance, and excessive kindness will only harm them. When she was about to fall, she saw that the self who originally had a bright smile was covered with bloody cracks. She was already smiling, but her smile was full of resentment. Are you sure you don't need to withdraw? I've said that she has a lot of obsession in her heart. This situation has far exceeded my expectations. If it goes on, her soul will have problems. Someone's voice came from a far distance in a trance. No need to retreat. Although the scene is a bit big, you, as a person who planned it, can't be blinded by it. Her heart lamp is not extinguished, and it doesn't even flicker. Maybe it's because the one-time blow is too big, and she can't react. Although there is really no sign of collapse. You can wait if you want. Really, it's obviously my bargaining chip, but in the end I'm more worried. The voice muttered and shut up. To be honest, Lan Ming didn't understand their conversation very well, but the girl covered in bruises showed a relieved smile in this hellish scene. The emotions that collapsed to the extreme relaxed in an instant. She looked at herself, who kept saying sarcastic words, and slowly spoke. Indeed, I was not strong enough before, and I couldn't protect the people I loved or save many people. But this is not a reason for me to give up on myself and deny myself. Or that's why I became who I am. I will remember them, let them become the direction of my efforts, and not let regrets happen again. That's enough. It's the most tragic to regret and complain blindly, and to treat regrets as reality. My brother and parents would not want their daughter, whom they tried their best to protect, to become that kind of person. And I won't allow it. You? Inside the mindscape, the bloody cracked Lan Ming was speechless for a while. Outside the mindscape, Yuan Zhou suddenly found that the face of the person next to him was 3 parts strange and 7 parts admiring, but only for a moment. When he looked over again, Ji Qingchen became her normal self again. But at this moment, he completely understood why Ji Qingchen was not worried. It was Taiping who was wrong. That young girl could have such a firm mind. Even in the face of the deepest fear in her heart, she could still analyze her own intentions, and find the rules of the mindscape. Yes, although she didn't know where this place was, she had found it. I have found a pattern. Lan Ming stood motionless in front of the zombies, evil men, ghosts and bugs. She let their attacks fall without any movement. In such a non-defensive posture, the wounds on her body continued to increase, but the pain was constantly reduced. Gradually, the wounds began to fade and recover, until these attacks were completely ineffective. Then the zombies, evil men, ghosts, bugs and the hellish scene behind Lan Ming began to fade and become rough little by little, like a piece of paper drawn by a child's prank, swept away by a gust of wind and disappeared. The pure white world has color, and the colors gather to form a magnificent picture. There are bustling cities, beautiful mountains and rivers, memories of family members, and the shelter in the middle surrounded by pink roses. In the shelter are familiar faces, Yuan Fuyun, Mu Chu Ce, Bondi Su Yang, and the person who accompanied her from the confusion. Sister Shuang Shuang. The little girl murmured and opened her eyes, and then she found that under her was a picture scroll exactly the same as the one she had just seen. Congratulations, your mindscape projection. Give it a name. The voice came into Lan Ming's ears from high to low, and then Ji Qingchen's figure appeared in front of her. However, in Lan Ming's mental power, it seemed that there was more than just Ji Qingchen. There was also Su Yang and another somewhat unfamiliar man. Sister Ji. She threw herself into the other's arms. What is the mindscape can be asked later. The most important thing at the moment is the dungeon. The fog in front of us has dissipated, and it is obvious that the current market has been solved. What should be done next? Go to the central reward market. It's time to make him bleed a little. Ji Qingchen said vaguely, and Lan Ming didn't ask. He only briefly explained how they found Su Yang. In fact, after the fog dissipated, the boy saw the dandelions in the sky and ran over by himself. And who Yuan Zhou is, Ji Qingchen said that he is an NPC with self-awareness in the dungeon, and has the same purpose as them, which is also helpful for the next plan. But the two children obviously don't believe it. They have exchanged eyes many times along the way, guessing what kind of relationship this person has with Ji Qingchen. He is so good-looking, Sister Ji should have taken a fancy to him. No, they obviously didn't just meet, maybe they have been together for a long time. Not really, aren't you talking about the NPCs in the dungeon? This should be at most 2 days, how can it be early? How stupid. They said that a conscious NPC can't be in only one dungeon. And this guy's clothes are too similar to the one who kidnapped him. Lan Ming thought that she must find a chance to ask him some other day. The more they discussed, the more excited they became. In the end, Ji Qingchen slapped his head, and he calmed down. Time passed by minute by minute. After being comforted by Lan Ming, Su Yang finally felt better, and went to choose the rewards he wanted. It's not difficult to play the elimination game in such a big market, but it's too time-consuming. Seeing that a day had passed, they still only emptied most of the market. 17 people gathered under the tower again. This time, the laser cannon that had been charged up finally had no obstacles, and hit the tower heavily. Half an hour later, the tower became a ruin, and the market in front of them disappeared and turned back into the empty factory. Roar, 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 the zombies roared, and everyone was on guard at the same time. Fortunately, judging from the sound, the distance was not close. Everyone dispersed and walked out, only to see that there were dense zombies outside the factory barrier. Sure enough, the destruction tower only prevented the zombies from being produced. Everyone shuddered unconsciously, and was extremely worried about the situation in the shelter. Even so, it might not be finished in 3 days and 3 nights. CE contacted Yuan Fuyun again, and the answer he got was that the 4 shelters were all shaky, and the dead were about to appear on a large scale. Are you sure there is a way, Lord Ji? At this moment, everyone thought of Ji Qingchen's previous words and looked at her. Of course there is. Ji Qingchen smiled brightly, and saw a layer of white light under the barrier slowly gathered in the walkie-talkie in her hand. Then she took out the pink comb from her pocket. Anyway, the energy source of his main quest has been destroyed, so don't think about rebuilding this market in a short time. Calculating the time, it's barely enough, so just give him another big gift. It's a probability, but you will help me, right? Ji Qingchen smiled cunningly, and kissed the comb for a moment. Then, there was a sudden sound of space being torn apart in the sky. Everyone looked up at the source of the sound, and saw that a crack had appeared there at some point, and a huge monster that covered the sky, and the sun slowly revealed its true appearance from the crack. That was a starship. Chapter 135. How is it? How many energy cores are left? On the crumbling city wall, Bondi quickly asked the person on the other end of the intercom. The 3rd level energy cores are exhausted, and the 2nd level energy cores are only about 100 pieces. There are still a lot of 1st level energy cores, but the remaining ones are not useful in this level of war. The other party answered with a tired tone. The zombies have been besieging the shelter for more than 5 days. At first, everyone could rely on the changes in the sky to judge the passage of time, but soon this seemingly endless attack took away all people's minds. In front of me, I saw people who were carried away by logistics because of serious injuries or exhaustion. The good days of rotation at the beginning were gone after the 7th protective shield was opened. Now, no matter whether it is logistics or not, everyone who can still stand is gone to the front line. There are only a few people left around the central tower, and the twin sisters, who are busy like spinning tops. The inventory left by Lan Ming was exhausted the next day. Fortunately, the items produced by the 4th level shelter include potions for mental and physical recovery. Although many people are confused about this, they have never seen these 2 things before. But in such a bad situation, they can't think too much. Maybe I didn't look carefully some time ago. Besides, if I don't use potions, I can only use energy cores. Yes, this thing can be used to recover injuries in addition to improving superpowers. It's better to use this thing than to use the chronic poison. The only bad thing is that the potion recovery process is quite torturous. The wound is just painful, and the dizziness and nausea of the mental recovery potion can make people see Tai-Nai. Even so, the potion is becoming more and more popular. Especially for those who are still being supplied, not to mention that everyone has one, which covers 90%. The twin sisters have never stopped taking the medicine. Once they stop, those who are still hanging on to their breath will die. In this way, everyone's mental power is quickly drained and forcibly infused at the same time, and the strong tearing feeling almost drives people crazy. But they don't realize that in this torture, their mental power level and the accuracy of supernatural power control are constantly rising. Those who have been holding on from the beginning to now can accurately control the attacks they release without wasting any of them, and shoot them all at the zombies. But the situation in the shelter is still getting worse. More than 100 secondary energy cores are being consumed rapidly, and only the last few dozen bottles of the 2 potions are left, and they are also being consumed at a rate of 1.5 bottles per minute. It's not that Bondi hasn't sent people to collect the energy cores dropped by those zombies. All the energy cores dropped in the shelter were immediately sent to exchange for supplies, and the area around the shelter was also cleaned up. However, this method was better when there were enough people at the beginning. Now this person is so eager to break it into 2 pieces to use, they will not be allowed to go to Bondi. Moreover, even the people who just started to pick it up did not dare to go deep. From the beginning, the speed of replenishment was not as fast as the speed of consumption. Seeing that the last bottle of medicine was also sent to the mouth of a frontline personnel whose mental power was about to be exhausted, Bondi looked at the dark army of zombies with a heavy face, and counted down the last minute for the shield to be fully charged. At her fingertips were 3 black balls of different shades, from light to dark from left to right. That represents the situation of the 3 shelters, 069, 401, 710, and 1399, respectively. In the current situation, the three are busy commanding their own people, and have no time to use the chat group to ask about the situation of other shelters. But Bondi's ability is special. She got these 3 small balls a day ago. The rule is that the darker the ball, the more urgent the situation. If the ball breaks, it means that the shelter has been completely lost. At present, the colors of the left and the middle are similar, both are dark gray, only the one on the far right is as black as ink and is about to break. Indeed, 1399 has reached its limit. The recovery potion is only elementary, and does not have the function of quickly resurrecting the dead. In 5 days, a quarter of the people were seriously injured and died, and the defense line retreated to the bottom of the central tower, which was completely unavoidable. At this point, there is no need to command anything. Anyone who wants to survive will use their last bit of strength to clear the zombies in front of them. It's not that no one has despaired before. After all, it's too difficult to see the dawn of victory in this endless zombie. But then I thought, since I'm going to die anyway, why not take 2 more people with me before I die? Perhaps it's because enemies are particularly jealous when they meet, and they want to kill zombies more than they want to live. But when people finally ran out of strength, they watched another group of seriously injured people who fainted and were sent back, and bitterness appeared in Luo Yu's eyes. She was also covered in blood, and blood foam splashed on the zombies in the blink of an eye, and the zombies exploded instantly where they were touched by blood. The last plant seeds were scattered by her under the central tower, and 3 of each of corn, roses, and Venus flytraps grew rapidly. I'm sorry, Miss G, for letting so many of your plants be conquered by zombies. She sighed in her heart. Although Ji Qingqian's plants have superpowers, they are actually capable of thinking and speaking. Compared with Graya's summoned beasts that can only scream, they are more like intelligent creatures. Seeing them fall under the attack of zombies is like seeing the final ending of 1399. Luo Yu's sight fell on the distant sky for a moment. I'm sorry, Brother Lin, she failed to protect his hard work. The fall of the shelter is a foregone conclusion, and she is destined to die with the shelter in this bloody place. But Xiaoya, Musong, Tu Ge, and the guy who is the most worrying. These people who accompanied her, encouraged each other, and went through the worst years together should all survive. With Ji Qingqian here, they may really be able to see the future of this world for her. No matter what, good things will happen. What she had to do now was to make this damn world get what it wanted a little slower. The knife cut a long scar on her wrist, and the blood splashed on the zombies in front of her. After a series of bangs, a clearing was cleared in front of her. Beside her, the abilities and props of the 1,399 survivors also blossomed brilliantly among the zombies. Behind her, corn was throwing missiles, roses were growing wildly, and flytraps were running all over the sky. The bombardment lasted for half an hour until everyone's mental and physical strength was exhausted again, and they numbly sucked the recovery potion. Suddenly, there was an unusual loud noise. Luo Yu raised his head suddenly with the potion in his mouth, and his pupils contracted violently, because the direction of the noise was not from his teammates behind him, nor from the zombie army in front of him, but from the sky. In the airspace between 069 and 401, Yuan Fuyun was quietly floating, and the arrows were still in a circle, but the frequency of the attack was obviously higher than at the beginning. The people below were indeed almost at their limit. Although these zombies did not pose any threat to her, Yuan Fuyun knew clearly that her goal was to save the situation, not to attack. She was still able to watch the entire shelter to ensure that the shelter below would not be destroyed by zombies, but the other 2 sides relied on the survivors alone, and the situation would only get worse. Do we have to wait for the uncle? If we go down, 1399 may be in danger. It was not a quick thing to contact CE. She had clearly informed him of the situation before, but the decision was still in the hands of CE and others, or Ji Qingqian. Yuan Fuyun had absolute trust in Ji Qingqian, but she was just guessing what the other party's potential requirements were, and how she planned to resolve the current situation. In the communication with CE, Yuan Fuyun had already understood 80% of the situation. She knew that destroying the tower did not mean that the zombies that had been generated would disappear. At present, relying on these survivors who have reached their limit, let alone destroying the zombies, they can only hold on for half a day at best. For half a day, Ji Qingqian cannot use all her strength in this world, and her cards have not been fully restored, so she may not be able to deal with the zombies all over the world. While thinking about it, the power generated by the tearing of the space caught Yuan Fuyun off guard. Such a strong energy! This must be at least 1,000 meters of space torn apart. Yuan Fuyun's sight moved to that place. The next moment, the purple-haired woman's pupils trembled, and she really had a deep understanding of Ji Qingshan's bug. At this moment, she was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Oh my goodness, is this a starship? This is a starship, right? This starship seems to belong to the Master Uncle himself. Master, rest in peace. In the top box of a top bar on a first-class planet of the Alliance. Cough, 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 in a violent cough, a man with half-purple hair and half-green hair spit out a large mouthful of wine and coughed violently. A group of handsome men and beautiful women around were startled by this sudden action, and their hands that were pouring wine froze in midair. If it were usual, Duga Yun would definitely comfort these people who were scared by him with a lot of nonsense, but at this moment, this non-mainstream young man could not care about many things. He took his clothes and ran out, cursing as he ran. Ji Qingshan, you lunatic, are you sick? You don't want to ask for help, but you move a starship to me. What do you want? You really think a shielding base station is omnipotent? Do you know how to write the word Loki? Ji Qingshan naturally couldn't hear these words. At this moment, Miss Ji looked at the huge monster falling from the sky and smiled wickedly. Be good, 50 copies, help me clean these things up. Her tone was as relaxed as coaxing a child. The starship quickly split into 50 copies from head to tail, and these 50 copies of materials became 50 miniature starships after a transformation. 49 of them rushed towards the zombie group, and the remaining one did not fly away immediately but began to circle around Ji Qingshan and do acrobatics. Be good, help me clean up the trash first, and I will play with you in half an hour. Ji Qingshan patted the other person's head. It clearly expressed refusal. Others looked at this scene and felt that if the starship had a headache, it would definitely look dejected at this moment. But in just 1 second, the split starship, with full of anger, poured towards the zombies that had taken away its and Miss G's good time together. Half an hour. It only needed a quarter of an hour. So Luo Yu and the 1399 people who were about to despair saw such a scene. The behemoth that fell from the sky suddenly disassembled into dozens of pieces, and blasted the zombies on the ground into slag while flying. And in the whole process, nothing else was hurt except the zombies. The small starship flew over them with a roar, and the zombies that were originally showing off their power all fell down in a row, without any escaped corpse. Luo Yu, Bondi, the survivors that can still be seen in the 4 shelters. Is this right? The zombies that they had worked so hard to kill were blasted away in a few hits? Even paper ones are better than this. Except Yuan Fuyun, this one was worried about the upcoming war between her master and uncle. And the 17, who just came out of the barrier at this moment. I know that you have a method, but isn't your method a little too strong? If zombies don't appear, is it a big project to eliminate the remaining zombies in the world? Damn, they were all wiped out in just 10 minutes. Even Yuan Zhou was confused. He thought Ji Qingshan would use her supernatural power to quickly eliminate the remaining zombies, but he didn't expect her to directly get a starship, although this is indeed a big move. The starship did what it said. 15 minutes later, in the world above the ruins, there was no zombie left except for a ruin and 4 shelters. The next moment, an angry electronic sound rang in the ears of all the survivors. Chapter 136. The Qingxuang has disappeared. How is it possible? That starship is stored in the void. The treasures of the Alliance are stored there. Everything is encrypted at the highest level. A fleet is sent to guard the periphery. To open it, per secret orders from the Chief of the Alliance, Admiral Mike, the Chief of the Confidentiality Association, and the Sky Eye Agent are required. Who has the ability to take it away? The first chamber, the highest meeting room of the first house of the Alliance capital star. At this moment, this highly technological space is full of people. Everyone's expression is slightly different, but all of them are solemn. 3 people are sitting in the upper hand position. The person in the middle is wearing an ordinary and somewhat old gray sweater. He has a face that cannot be found in the crowd, and there are many wrinkles. But he sat there with a calm and steady momentum like a mountain, which suppressed the restlessness in the space. Quiet, he said to the people who were talking below. The voice was not loud or harsh, but at this moment the whispering sound disappeared. Where is the image record of the void? Immediately, someone operated on the terminal, and the center of the conference room appeared in front of everyone. The heavily guarded steel fortress was filled with layers of mechanisms, and there was no trace of any creature entering the world of metal and information flow. The huge starship was sleeping in the center of this world, no different from all the metal here. However, just 1 minute later, the sleeping starship seemed to feel something, and the entire ship began to tremble with excitement from the bow. Immediately afterwards, a huge space crack slowly opened up from above the starship, and when the dark black space unfolded, the starship rushed into it impatiently. The conference room was as silent as death. No matter whether everyone knew the inside story beforehand or not, they were all shocked and angry after seeing this video. The anger was because of the space crack that appeared out of nowhere in the void. Everyone knew that in such a space full of shields and strict guards, it was difficult to open a 1-meter space crack. But now a crack of thousands of meters appeared without any alarm. There was only one possibility, that there was an undercover among them. Everyone immediately cast suspicious eyes on their colleagues. The people here more or less have the qualifications to enter the void. No matter what the relationship was in the past, they could only trust themselves in such a big event. However, everyone only stopped at the step of suspicion. It is impossible to rush the internal investigation. What's more, for these people, what is more than anger is the shock in their hearts, which comes from the trembling from small to large before the Qingxuang was hijacked. How could the Qingxuang react? Its only owner was confirmed dead 3 months ago. Except for her, no one has the ability to drive this top starship, and can't even make it turn on 2 lights. This is the conclusion reached after 3 months of practice by all the senior leaders and top researchers of the Alliance. After all, the technology used by the Qingxuang is the most advanced in the Alliance. After the original owner disappeared, most of the Alliance wanted to secretly fight for its ownership. If this group of people hadn't invited various top superpowers to experiment for 3 months and failed to turn it on, how could they lock it in the void? Even now, they are only trying to find someone who can drive it, instead of destroying it. Unfortunately, this ship ignored everyone. Why? It's okay that space power appeared in the void, but the Qingxuang still drove away by itself. It has not reacted at all in the past 3 months. The person who spoke had a difficult tone, and asked this question more for formality. In fact, everyone present had already had the answer in their hearts. Starships are driven by the mental power of the driver. The reason why the Qingxuang didn't move before was very simple. It didn't look down on the mental power of those people found by the Alliance, and it didn't look down on the quantity, let alone the quality. After all, its original owner was too amazing in this regard. The Management Alliance found an S-level superpower who was already in the top 50 of the known mental power rankings, and the attributes also covered all aspects, but it was still difficult for it to swallow because it was used to eating fine bran. Based on this, the reason why the Qingxuang could be driven was also very simple. The mental power of the driver met its requirements, and it could be said to be perfectly satisfied. It even couldn't wait to rush out to see her. The mental power was higher than that of all the known superpowers in the Alliance, and the Qingxuang couldn't wait to react. There was only one possibility when the two were combined. Ji Qingchen is still alive. The first person on the left side said what everyone was thinking. The conference room exploded. People from all walks of life started talking about it. Ji Qingchen is still alive? How is it possible? She only has an ordinary spaceship in the suicidal siege of hundreds of top mechas and starships. Even an S-level defense system would find it difficult to survive under such conditions. She is just an S-level plant card player, and there is no guarantee that her body will be left. We rushed to the battlefield and detected the airspace within tens of thousands of miles, but we didn't find any trace of life. Just an S-level card master? You must have forgotten how many God-level cards she has, right? 9 in total. An ordinary S-level card master can only make 3 cards at most in his lifetime. The card master before her had 5 God-level cards at most. S-level is just the upper limit of the evaluation of psychics, not her end. She can revive the dead on a planet within 10 breaths with just 1 lotus. 3 of the remaining 8 cards are recorded as first-class miracles, and the remaining 5 are unknown in effect, but they can't be much worse. How could that kind of explosion not even find a corpse? I said at the time that there must be something fishy at this time. Oh, there must be something fishy. Why didn't you support the investigation at the time? The cause and effect of that ambush have not been clearly investigated until now. Who are you trying to show off to by jumping out so eagerly now? Everyone, it is not clear whether General G is dead or not. We cannot conclude that she is still alive just based on the reaction of a starship. I think we can use this as a breakthrough point to investigate the original incident first. Once the person behind the scenes is caught, it will be clear whether General G is alive or not. Humph, there is still a need to doubt. I just want to ask you, who else can use the Qingxuang besides her? I think the most important thing to investigate now is not the truth of her murder, but how she quietly drove the Qingxuang away from the void, and why she drove it away. Kostra, are you doubting the general? You were promoted by her. You and I have witnessed how much General G has contributed to the Alliance. If it weren't for her, the Alliance would have been overthrown by the rebels in the war 50 years ago, and you would still be a baby at that time. If she really has no problem, Why doesn't she return to the Alliance immediately, and use the Alliance's strength to find the traitor who harmed her? Instead, she chose to quietly move the starship away from the void? What else could this be but a guilty conscience? You are slandering me. Seeing that the meeting had become a market, the middle-aged man in the main seat frowned more and more. Quiet. Finally, he shouted to stop everyone and looked at the blonde general sitting on his left. Mike, you tell me how to deal with this matter. We should find out the truth. The blonde general answered without hesitation. Because he looks quite young, only a few people know that he is actually older than Ji Qingshan, but the other party's brilliance in the Alliance is too dazzling, and everyone subconsciously ignored him at that time. Find out the truth? Then, I would like to ask what truth Mr. Mike wants to find out. Not to mention that the attack on General G in the past 3 months has made little progress. Just now, it is difficult for Mr. Mike to investigate who among you is the one who made the mistake in the void. After all, you are famous for being careful. The door of the conference room was pushed open, and a young man, with a flamboyant look strode in. The half-green and half-purple hair and the non-mainstream mixed style of dopamine color are particularly conspicuous among the crowd of people who are either in suits or uniforms. Not to mention that he is full of yin and yang. Yuan, what do you mean by this? Mike was undoubtedly irritated. Everyone can hear the meaning of Yuan's words. He, Mike, only sat firmly in this position after Ji Qingshan left, and Ji Qingshan's death would only benefit him. But even if he knew, even if he was angry, Mike didn't dare to mess with Yuan. Judging from his position, this man is just one of the assistants of the director of the Alliance Dispute Resolution Bureau, a position with little say and a lot of trivial matters. But in fact, he does not do his job every day and spends his time drinking and partying. He only stays in the director's office for 10 minutes symbolically when he is in a good mood. His salary is paid as usual, and the director has to be respectful to him. Because this man's deeds were so awesome, the clear video of the deputy director of the Judgment Department accepting bribes from the director of the Taxation Bureau, the short video of the director of the Legal Affairs Bureau, and the 18 dating partners, the detailed data flow and video of the director of the Intelligence Collection Department privately selling the Alliance's top-secret documents to business tycoons, and the president of the Alliance Supreme Council asking the deputy minister of the Alliance Military Department for hush money for wrongly killing people. He got a huge scandal of all the top leaders of the Alliance, covering nearly 1/3 of the people. On the day of the Supreme Council, it was slapped on the table in front of him. His original words at that time were, "I copied 180% of the original file and put it in my terminal on Ghost Network. 5 minutes after I issue a command, it will be sent to the terminals of all the people in the Alliance. You can do whatever you want. Oh, by the way, if these are not enough." Before he finished speaking, the parties tried to make joint threats and fell down. "I put the control chip on you." The other side snapped their fingers, and the few who pounced on them began to state their crimes. In the end, the top leaders of the Alliance experienced a major reshuffle. In order to make this person quiet down, he was specially assigned a job with free time and money, and someone would comfort him immediately if he was unhappy. As a result, this person is currently wandering around the world every day, and has not caused a big problem for the Alliance for nearly 70 years. But just because people don't make trouble doesn't mean there's no pressure on the top management. Even if it fades, it still exists. Moreover, he is a disciple of the most respected person in the Elders' Council. He is in seclusion, but not dead. If Yuan gets into trouble, he will come to support him in a minute. What do you mean? Mr. Mike, why don't you ask yourself first, why did Ji Qingshan's schedule leak? After Ji Qingshan disappeared, you were eager to make a conclusion. And everyone present, don't you think about who will break through the tightly guarded void? How many termites are there among you? Instead, you set the end point on something that should have been resolved 3 months ago. I guess many of you are quite guilty. You? Mike was obviously furious, Chief. At the beginning, all the clues were destroyed in the explosion. I wanted to investigate, but I was powerless. Now that I finally got the clues, I was planning to start the investigation again. Yuan's words clearly showed that he was using his own villain's heart to take advantage of others. Mike, now I have to entrust you to investigate this matter. You just need to investigate it carefully, and don't pay attention to him. The chief rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. Really? Then I have to trouble Mr. Mike to investigate more carefully. Especially the internal traitor issue, which is related to the stability of the Alliance. Don't let your eyes and minds wander and miss some things. Or just let it go, because of incomplete clues. Or like what you discussed today, you strayed from the point. You should also say less. I believe that the people present here will not tolerate the internal traitor issue in the Alliance. The chief stopped Yuan, who was about to say something. The meeting was disbanded after the investigation was divided. After everyone left, he gritted his teeth and looked at Do-Hyun, who was sitting in a chair in front of him and sitting awkwardly. What's the matter? You are tired of hanging out in the bar, and are ready to go back to your old job. So you have to come and make trouble for me. You have to get involved. You may not understand even if I don't come. Old man, don't you understand what happened 70 years ago? Some people have long been dissatisfied with the status quo. They want to go to war after living in peace for too long. It was me at that time, and later it was Chin-Chun, but we all know that it is a temporary solution. We need an opportunity to let these guys get together, wait for them to devour each other first, and then eliminate them in one fell swoop. Look, isn't the opportunity here now? Then do you know the fate of those who have tried to reform throughout the ages? I am old, and I just want to see you live a peaceful and smooth life. Isn't that good? It's not reform, it's cleaning up the garbage. If some things are not removed, the world will fall. How can eggs remain intact under an overturned nest? As for the end, you don't have to worry about it. We know that you are used to stability, and we don't need to help you. It's fine like this today. We will handle our own affairs. Let's go! Do-Hyun left like a gust of wind, leaving behind an empty conference room and a middle-aged man who sat on the chair for a long time before sighing helplessly. Sometimes he would think that he knew 70 years ago that he could not take care of this matter when he grew up. At the beginning, he could keep his mind steady and let him do it, but now he is starting to be timid. Sure enough, time is unforgiving. Chapter 137. Alliance, Covenant Fortress. The peace treaty stipulates that all races in the universe will never invade each other, will not interfere with each other, will be free to intermarry, and have equal rights and interests. In addition, 1/3 of the senior members of the Alliance must be creatures of other bloodlines. Since the signing of the treaty, the war that spread across the universe has gradually subsided, and the Alliance has gradually recovered. So the people of the Alliance named the peace treaty the Covenant. The establishment of the Covenant Fortress is to commemorate this great history. It is the guardian of the star cluster of the Alliance capital, and the core defense line. The command here is in the hands of the highest military agent of the Alliance in all generations. At this moment, the door of the office located in the core position of the entire fortress was closed, and only the sound of some documents and fragile items falling to the ground and low curses could be heard from time to time. Obviously, the owner of this office was madly pouring out his anger, and his secretaries had to wait outside with the documents to be reported in fear, and no one dared to touch his brow at this time. Half an hour had passed since he slammed the door with a gloomy face. After finally waiting for the noise inside to quiet down, someone dared to knock on the door tentatively. Get lost? The voice inside completely stopped the secretaries from reporting, and they all scattered. Mike's face was extremely ugly. Anger and fear made his face, which usually showed no emotion, twisted to the extreme. Damn it, damn it. How could that woman still be alive? She should have died long ago. Why didn't she die? 3 months, 3 whole months, she was already dead. I am the general, I am the leader here, but those bastards in this base only regard her as the commander. I have more experience than her, I have worked harder than her, and I have made so many contributions to the Alliance, but I have to give her this position just for one planet. The planet is just full of impure blood. What's the point of saving them? And that Do-Hyun, a despicable villain who climbed up by relying on his status and inferior means, who is not even a top leader of the Alliance, how dare he challenge me in such a meeting, and question my ability in front of everyone? Who is he? Why doesn't he die? How come they are still alive? After cursing and smashing an office into ruins, Mike felt better, and sat down on the sofa. Knock, knock, knock. Just at this interval, there was another knock on the door. It was gentle and unhurried, in sharp contrast to the madness of the people inside. Mike's anger rose again. What on earth did these people have to report now? He was planning to drive this person away in the same way. But this time it was the person outside who spoke first. General Mike, the elder invites you. The female voice sounded quite beautiful, with a hint of charm in the gentle and graceful voice. The most important thing is that she only said this sentence, but it miraculously brought Mike back to his senses. After taking a few deep breaths, Mike barely regained his composure. Come in. After receiving his order, the metal door slowly opened, revealing her face. It must be said that her face was more amazing than her voice. Phoenix eyes, red lips, high nose bridge, extremely majestic and bright facial features, skin like snow and jade, soft and thick brown long hair tied behind the head with a hairpin. She was already stunning without makeup. The woman was wearing a slim-fitting long skirt, which was cut from expensive nebula yarn. She lifted the hem of her skirt slightly, like a light black butterfly gliding through obstacles on the ground, until she walked to the opposite side of Mike and bowed to him. Beautiful people and things can make people happy, but Mike couldn't be happy when he saw this person. Others don't know, how could he not know? This woman who is more beautiful than all the star models in the Alliance is simply a venomous snake that can kill people at any minute. Beauty and gentleness are just her disguise, and viciousness and cruelty are her nature. Not to mention the man behind her, who is even worse than him. But Mike knew that he had already boarded the pirate ship of that person, and even if he hated it, he had to keep the appointment. What's more, he also had something to question that person. "Let's go, Miss Tisching." He ordered his personal secretary to clean up the office, and then followed Tisching out of the fortress. "Sir, Mr. Mike is here. I will leave first." In the Mecca, Tisching bowed respectfully to the person in front of her, and turned to leave, but was stopped by the other party. "No, Tiz, you don't have to leave. As my hands, I also need your help in the next thing. Come, sit next to me." Arifin extended his hand to the woman, and Tisching walked over and sat next to him. With a gentle smile on his face, his eyes were solemn. Based on her understanding of Arifin, this help must be very tricky. Both sides knew each other's purpose. After Tisching sat down, Mike did not wait any longer. The anger that he had suppressed surged up again. He questioned Arifin with a bad face. "You said that Ji Qingshan would definitely die under such an attack. What's going on now? Do you know that woman is difficult and stubborn, and she has a very high reputation in the Alliance? I have suppressed the investigation of her murder for 3 months and failed. It is a big trouble for you and me if she is still alive. Not to mention that De Guyun also shifted the focus of the conflict to the internal traitor, and the chief has spoken." However, facing Mike's anger, Arifin seemed unusually calm. "First of all, General, please understand that I said it was a high probability. You and I know Ji Qingshan's methods. Not to mention the trump card to save his life. There are only 5 of the 9 god-level cards, and the information is known. She really wants to fight to the death. It is not impossible that she will not survive. But even if she survives, she will definitely be seriously injured, so that we can buy enough time. You have seen the result now. If she had not been seriously injured, how could she have taken away the Qingxuang now? The vision in the void has nothing to do with you? Did her people take away the Qingxuang?" Mike frowned. He didn't know what the vision in the void was. He had guessed that it was caused by his ally, but now it seems that the other party didn't know. Of course, the starship drove away by itself. How could it be possible without her cooperation? You also said that she has a high reputation in the Alliance in recent years. With that level of mental power, it is possible to make people work for her," Arifin said with a nasty smile. "But this is exactly her weakness? You say, if people see that the person they admired in the past is actually a complete hypocrite? He seems to be upright, but does the work of a traitor, what will they think? People are happy to create gods, but are even more happy to blaspheme gods. The higher you stand, the worse you will fall." On the other side, Mike felt a chill on his back. He didn't dare to think about how miserable Ji Qingshan would become if the method Arifin said was successful. This is so exciting. But on the surface, he had to show a dissatisfied look, because the most taboo in negotiations is to be controlled by others. Even if Ji Qingshan can do what you say. What about De Guyun? Didn't he know something from his speech at the meeting, deliberately causing a purge of the Alliance's top leaders? Once the reshuffle, how can we hide what we have done? It would be fine if it was something else. But now the leader obviously supports his approach. If the things you did are found out, you will be in trouble first. He thought he had found a handle on Arifin, but after hearing what he said, Arifin laughed. "Chief? If the chief can decide everything, why do the Council of Elders and the Alliance have so many institutions? He has power, but only limited to it. Otherwise, do you think that you, a newly appointed general, could suppress the investigation of Ji Qingshan's death so quickly? Where did those people who disturbed the wind direction and guided their topics come from at today's meeting? If this chief can't do a good job, just replace him. After all, there are many people in the Council of Elders who have long been tired of those lowly things tarnishing human power. As for De Guyun, he is just a junior who doesn't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. He wants to make a fuss about Ji Qingshan's affairs, but what if the person who makes the fuss is a negative example? At that time, we don't need to do anything, he will be criticized." "You mean?" After listening to Arifin's words, Mike was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Arifin actually wanted to attack the chief directly, even united with the entire Council of Elders. Originally, he thought he had overestimated Arifin enough, but he didn't expect that this man's skills could really reach such a level. He had calculated everything, and left no way out for those clowns. Of course, this is the alliance we established. Why should we share it with others? You just need to cooperate as we said at the beginning. I promise that you will soon surpass Ji Qingshan and become the first commander remembered by everyone. And she will only be a stepping stone for your glorious deeds. Then it's a deal. If you still need help, you can also ask for it. Mike smiled, as if he had seen his bright future. Arifin also smiled happily. If there is a need, I will not be polite to the general. After all, this is all for our common goal. Then happy cooperation. Tiz, please send the general off for me. You stay by the general's side for the next few days to facilitate our contact. Yes, sir. Tizkishing lowered her eyelashes and agreed obediently. Throughout the negotiation, she was like an exquisite doll and never said a word. At this moment, Arifin gave the order and then took action. When there was no one else in the mecha, Arifin's face turned cold. The space portal opened, and he returned to the base in an instant. Bring up all the records of that place for me. I want to check them one by one. What he said just now was to make Mike continue to work for him. Arifin knew in his heart that the disappearance of the starship was not within his expectations. It stands to reason that Ji Qingshan would not think of mobilizing the starship unless she has realized something. After reading all the records, Arifin almost turned into Mike number 2 and turned the room into ruins. Ji Qingshan not only brought a starship to kill a zombie in the real world, but also eliminated the core energy of the silent market, making the market unable to operate anymore. You must know that the core of the world copy comes from the silent market. Ji Qingshan destroyed the silent market, so how can the world copies of the next worlds proceed? But even with such an incredible operation, Arifin did not find any suspicious points or human traces. His previous suspicion was wrong. That woman really only inferred part of the truth from the clues. It was only her good luck that she triggered the key copy. Fortunately, the truth that the woman thought she had discovered concealed the biggest layout of the world against her. No matter how hard she tried, she was destined to fail miserably, and give up everything like those ants. But her move caused huge losses to Arifin. The world copy was scrapped, and he could not come up with a similar screening mechanism in a short time to complete the incubation of the other 6 worlds. It was impossible to go according to the original plan, so let's start the last carnival in advance, so as to avoid changes after a long time, and let the woman's terrible intuition find some clues. Although most of these people did not grow to the level he wanted, they were always talented people. The energy and manpower required by the plan were not far away. When everything is ready, the entire alliance will be in his hands. Even if Ji Qingshan has great ability, he will never be able to turn things around. As for Duga Yuan, a playboy with some means, he has survived until now with the support of that person, so he is not to be feared. But that kid is getting more and more restless. He tries to extend an olive branch to that woman because he can't kill him now. It seems that he needs to teach him a lesson and let him remember it for a long time. Chapter 138. ZZ, Data Disorder, Data Error, ZZ. In the crackling current, the electronic sound has been jumping these 2 words for nearly 10 minutes. It seems to want to blow up everyone's brains. You can imagine how much damage Ji Qingshan's operation has caused it. No one has ever been able to pass the world copy in such a buggy way. The energy of the silent market was drained, making the market scrapped and unable to operate, but only 1/10 of the people who entered died. Not to mention the outside. In the past, it would take 6 or 7 days for people who entered the main line to come out, plus the time to get rewards and destroy towers. In the end, there were only a few people left in the shelter, and it was not certain that someone would choose to give up rewards to protect others. Now, it's okay for the zombies to stop producing for 5 days. At least the zombies in a world that have been produced can fight for another 2 days. But that damn guy actually blew up all the zombies in a world in just over 10 minutes. The system program behind the electronic sound told it that this was not in line with common sense, and that it must report this situation. However, in this world, there seemed to be an inexplicable mysterious force that intercepted its information flow, and no one responded to the messages it sent out until now. The system collapsed. The system was desperate. It had no time. If it did not announce the results to those who passed the copy, it would soon have another bug. The system did not want bugs. Since it came here, it had enough bugs. Anyway, it had been reported now, and there were no other logical errors. It was the people above who did not respond to it, so it was better to ignore it and make the world a little more chaotic. So, the system said in its standard electronic voice, "Congratulations to the survivors for passing the world copy above the ruins of the real world. Main quest: Silent market, achieve the true ending. We are never the ones who should be silent. Why is the name of this ending so strange? Never mind. No one has ever played this ending anyway, call it what you want. The system gave up on itself and continued to broadcast. Side quest. Fallen world, achieve the clearance ending, endless life. There is no solution for the side quest. There is only one ending. As long as there is a shelter surviving, it is considered passed. The main quest reward has been issued in the scene. But because the survivors have achieved the true ending, get an additional reward, unknown error. The system paused, and after a burst of interference current, it continued, get the reward, the revelation of the silent. Reward description, make a 100% correct choice with the cause and effect. Usage conditions, it can only be used by any one person, limited to 3 times. A notebook with only 3 pages flew into Ji Qingqian's hand, and Miss Ji flipped through it, and threw it to Yuan Zhou. It's for you. It's a guarantee for the transaction. She had half-tricked Yuan Zhou into joining the pirate ship before. In order to avoid trouble when people react, some guarantees must be given to ensure that the transaction can proceed smoothly. When Ji Qingqian took the reward, the others naturally agreed with both hands and feet. Without her main storyline, not to mention reaching the true ending, there would be few people who could pass the level, and the outside shelter would definitely be devastated. Just when they saw Ji Qingqian throwing the things to Yuan Zhou, everyone's eyes showed gossip. Transaction, it can't be that kind of thing? Impossible, what are you thinking? People can travel through dungeons to find important figures. It's probably Boss Ji's plan. But Mu Song said that they had before. Before was before, now is now. You see, Miss Ji, every step is not planning for the future. Can a transaction with a real ending be the same as an ordinary transaction? This group of people. Ji Qingqian's 5 senses are beyond ordinary people, and now that he is so close, he can naturally hear those conversations clearly. But gossip is human nature, anyway. They didn't say anything too excessive. It's not bad to use it to confuse people. Except that the little beauty is too thin-skinned and a little embarrassed. Well, let him practice it another day. Since they are in a cooperative relationship, she has to be responsible for his life. Can't let people go wrong before the plan is completed. Fortunately, the system doesn't care about these messy things. Just wants to report the rewards quickly and get off work quickly. Reward for the side quest. Blessing of the world. Reward description. Immune to any fatal attack. It was a pretty good reward. Ji Qingqian was surprised for a moment, but soon understood. People who could survive the pursuit and blockade of so many zombies were already valuable enough in the eyes of some people, so it was reasonable to give them some protection. This time, the game ended early just because of her joining, but just like the system cannot easily avoid the fact that they passed the level, since it was completed according to the regulations, the reward must be issued. In addition, since the main and side quests of the world dungeon are all completed and the evaluation level is S, all surviving dungeons will be upgraded once. That's all. The system finally ended this depressing task and was ready to get away. Unfortunately, the world with the barrier removed welcomed an uninvited guest. ZZ. After another burst of electric current sound, the system was forced to work again. Congratulations to the remaining survivors of Shelter 710, 1399, 069, 401 Shelter, survivors Yang Wanquan, Gong Ziqiang, Florian. A total of 13,107 people have successfully passed the real world above the ruins, unlocking the real ending of the world, rebirth above the ruins. Reward. Eliminate the boundaries of the real world. All real worlds begin to merge, and the rules are about to be generated. TSK, Ji Qingqian's face turned cold. She knew that the person who was talking behind the system had changed, and that this news must have been announced to the whole world. He really likes to draw hatred for her. Although it sounds so nice, you can imagine that people in other worlds will scold her. Originally, they had already figured out a lot of world rules, but now the clearance of the world above the ruins directly merged the world, catching them off guard. Although in this situation, people in other worlds will temporarily die less. But Arafin's nature, the next rules will definitely be more cruel. They have rewards for passing the level, but people in other worlds don't, and they are also implicated to enter the next stage, which directly makes them the world's public enemy. Fortunately, there are people who are worse off than them. At least they have the shelter number to protect them, but Yang Wanquan and the other 3 directly reported their names. Not only is the hatred complete, but it also proves that 614 is completely finished. It's a good thing, Ji Qingqian thought. In Shelter 297 standing on the ice field, Madden, who had just returned from a fierce battle in the dungeon, was exhausted. For him at present, It was not difficult to find an independent dungeon. But it was quite difficult to pass the level, especially to pass it perfectly. Madden was used to solving problems with force, and he was not good at thinking. But his current force was not enough for him to walk sideways in the dungeon. Too often he only had time to protect himself. Completed the personal line task, and forcibly left the dungeon. But this method was not even considered a normal ending, so it was naturally not considered that he had passed the dungeon. Instead, he buried one of his partners with his own hands. How long would this kind of life last? Madden didn't know. Fortunately, except for the unsuccessful dungeons, he was getting more and more comfortable in managing the shelter. At least his top force value was enough to make everyone dare not act rashly in front of him. Killing zombies was even simpler. Ordinary level 2 zombies could be killed with one punch, and level 3 zombies were a little more difficult, but they could also be killed by one against many. Although Madden's brain was not very bright, he was not blind. He knew clearly that he had seldom entered the dungeon in the past half-month, and only hunted zombies and managed the dungeon blindly. This time he was accidentally involved in the zombie hunting, but fortunately he was alone and he could use force to leave. But just after returning to the shelter, he heard the news that the world was about to merge. Changes are always accompanied by dangers, especially changes in rules. Madden only hopes that the rules of the merged world can be simpler and rougher, although he knows that this is impossible. And the world dungeon mentioned by the system sounds much more difficult than the independent dungeon, and you have to play the real ending. Madden only felt admiration after hearing it. He only got the normal ending when playing the independent dungeon, and it was not by his own command. Could it be the person named Ji Qinshan from 710 who did it? Is it possible to ask her for some experience and then compete with her? The real ending of the world dungeon, let more than 10,000 people survive? This ability to protect people is very strong. What does the so-called world fusion change the rules mean? In the black world, Gusun shook off the zombie slime on his hands. It seems that there will be several tough battles to fight next. Since knowing the difficulty of independent dungeons, 369 has formed 3 teams dedicated to exploring independent dungeons. They are responsible for scouting, guarding, and breaking through. Among them, the team mainly responsible for breaking through the dungeon is led by Gusun. After passing 4 dungeons, Gusun is very clear about the difficulty of this thing. The world dungeon will only be more difficult. Although I don't know what the real ending is, it is obviously much higher than the personal clearance, ordinary ending, and perfect ending she has achieved. And she has only played the perfect ending once, and it was at the cost of 2/3 of the death. And the dungeon broadcast ranking is also particular. The greater the contribution to the clearance, the higher the ranking. So Gusun knew that the main force that could clear this so-called world copy came from 710. 710. This is not the first time that they have been spread all over the world by the system. And at that time, there was a separate name behind it. Ji Qinshan, what role did she play in this copy? Also, why were the last 3 people directly reported by name instead of the shelter affiliation? Doesn't it have to be based on the shelter unit to clear the world copy? Really, why do we have to compete for this position? It doesn't seem like the style of this system to not wait until all 7 worlds have passed the world copy before proceeding to the next step. Why are you so anxious? Jiang Shusu was sitting on his bed, talking to himself with a nonchalant smile. I just triggered it, and they told me I don't need to go. What a pity I didn't get to experience it. 10 dungeons were cleared, and there was no shelter below level 4 left. This condition was met so many days in advance. And it seems that 5 shelters have met the conditions. 4 of them can still be used as shelters after the dungeon is solved, which shows that not many people were lost. Not only solved, but also saved most of the people. Is it an alliance? Then the first place 710, this world dungeon was finally solved by you. Or by you? His finger wrote a name in the air. Then he smiled brightly. I don't know about others, but what you did was so good. So, the people in the shelter owned by 1 or 2 of the 3 people should have the idea of robbing. But unfortunately they didn't calculate their strength and were beaten by borrowed knives. The borrowed knife should be the world copy. Let me think. The system may not be able to accept that it was used as a knife by a player, so it deliberately changed the rules to merge the world, venting its anger and making you hate it. Looking at it this way, I really expect what kind of treasure you are. World merger? Can't it be slower and wait for us to play in the world copy? The system is angry and deliberately retaliates. What a terrible thing. Xiaoyu's baby face was full of contempt. From the time point of view, the real world where he and Jiang Shusu were located triggered the real world one after another, and they were preparing excitedly, but they happened to encounter the system changing the rules. play the true ending, at least manage 4 shelters. The original shelters of those 3 were killed by you in the world copy. Maybe they wanted to strengthen themselves by any means, and the other 1 or 2 should have been killed by them. Coco, how many shelters have we formed an alliance with? 2. The other one was dealt with, because he wanted to target us. The other party answered quickly. What a pity. If I were to go to the dungeon, they might not be the victims. On the contrary, they would certainly push us out in times of crisis. By the time we clear the level, we will probably be scattered. Ji Qingshan let people live a little longer this way. The system is probably also mad at me. This is no longer important to it. Xiaoyu took out a lollipop from his pocket and held it in his mouth. With an innocent smile on his angelic face, Ji Qingshan, you cleared the world dungeon so many times in advance, forcing the system to change the rules and directly merge the worlds. Could it be that the world dungeons of each world share the same energy source, and you directly raised it? It makes sense that the system was mad to death in this way. He finished chewing the lollipop and opened another one. Kiki, what do you think the city Lord Wei Ji is like? Well, it must be sweet to be able to piss off the system. Although I don't like people who always meddle in other people's business and save the world, this sour taste can't stop me from liking her. The system has done a good thing for me in these days, allowing me to find her quickly. Find her and then discuss how to kill the system? Kiki wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. For more than 2 months, he has personally watched this ancestor pick on NPCs in various dungeons. Try on the edge of death every day. If there is another one, his life will be completely gone. Chapter 139. It is said that the world is merged, but nothing has changed. The ruins are still full of broken buildings, but they are more broken. It is probably the same in other places. The so-called merger is just to make people from different worlds completely in the same space. This is probably a big project. The system was silent for a long time. When it spoke again, Ji Qingshan could already see the outline of 710. Why so fast? Because they flew back on the starship. Not only her, but also the people in the other 3 shelters were sent back directly by the starship. World merging completed. Survivors are being counted. Real world, 3,750 survivors in Storm Wasteland, 018, for 39, 1156, 223, 114 survivors in the shelter. Real world, 4,091 survivors in Cloud Fantasy, 565, 1357, 319, for 42 survivors in the shelter. Real world, 3,172 survivors in Lightless Kingdom, 369,960,675,916 survivors in the shelter. Real world, 31 survivors in Tranquil Swamp. 10 people, 669,753,118,074 survived in the shelter. Real world, 2,719 people survived in the frozen snowland, 297, 313, 523, 1136 survived in the shelter. Real world, 3,531 people survived in the misty forest, 851, 896, 1121 survived in the shelter. Real world, 13,107 people survived in the ruins, 710, 1399, 069, for 01 survived in the shelter, Yang Wanquan, Gong Ziqiang, Florian survived. There are 29 surviving shelters, and 30,105 survivors. This survival rate is much better than the previous world. According to the previous world, at most 1 or 2 shelters survived, and the total number of survivors exceeded 1,000. After all, what Arifin wants is the Gu King, and it would be difficult to deal with too many survivors. However, the above data is based on the fact that all shelters have experienced the world copy. Before the world copy, such a survival rate is only medium. When the system finished reading this long list of data, Ji Qingshan just landed in the shelter. By the way, he heard the system's mean summary. Brave survivors, welcome to the new world. Ji Qingshan couldn't help rolling his eyes, while holding the casualty statistics handed over by Bondi. The number of casualties was within expectations. Counting those who went to the copy or were attacked by zombies before, compared with the zombie carnival night, the overall number of 710 was reduced by 177. The seriously injured and dying person, who was hanging on by the twin sisters, has been taken over by Lan Ming, and his vital signs are gradually stabilizing. Ji Qingshan doesn't need to worry about it for now. So, in the stunned eyes of all the 710 personnel who could still stand, she commanded the dispersed bodies of the starship to rebuild the shelter and expanded the boundaries of the shelter. There is no reason not to use the reward of the upgrade right, but you have to listen to what the system will do next. However, nothing happened, and the system fell silent after saying that cheat blessing. Is this a way to mess with people that he has not thought of for the time being? Yes, he always likes to catch people off guard inadvertently, not to mention that his plans are now in a mess, and it is normal to delay the launch for a few days. Then hurry up and clean up the current situation. 5 hours later, with the coordinated work of 47 starships, the construction of 710 was completed. Ji Qingchen specially enriched the Qingxuang when killing zombies, and took away all the energy cores 200 meters away from the 4 shelters. Now she is in a state of not lacking money. She has the direct exchange authority for the central tower goods. There is no need to worry about the shortage of materials when the starship is building. So, 2 hours later, what appeared in front of all the survivors was a very solid steel fortress. It regarded this place as an alliance transformation, and saw that the actual power of the final result was only 1% of the alliance fortress, and whispered to Ji Qingchen. Nonsense, what else does it want with this little time and materials? It's almost enough. The system has long been full of complaints about Ji Qingchen, and when the upgrade requirements were met, it upgraded without a word of nonsense. The attack power of the 5th level shelter's protective shield doubled after adding a circle of heavy weapons, and more importantly, it does not need to be closed when charging, only the energy core needs to be burned. The transmission channel can be opened in both directions, and you can return to the shelter in a short time by spending energy cores. The exchange area of the central tower has also been further opened. A series of common alliance equipment such as particle turrets, electromagnetic jammers, energy towers, space shields, portable energy and space storage bags with not too large capacity have been added. The exchange method is still level 3 and level 4 energy cores. It happened that the energy left on the Qingxuang was not much, so Ji Qingchen waved his hand and got out 20 energy towers to fill her starship. Finally, the system weakly said the upgrade method of the level 6 shelter, and transformed the shelter to obtain the corresponding attack power. This time it's not about opening up the land. For ordinary survivors and natives, the difficulty of modifying a shelter is no less than that of clearing a world dungeon. I think the system doesn't expect anyone to get the shelter to level 6. But it's not difficult for Ji Qingchen's starship. The high-end materials you want. Ji Qingchen pointed to the exchange things, and said to the starship. This starship was built by a mecha boss she had found in the Forsaken God realm to thank her for saving her life. Ji Qingchen only has 2 requirements for her equipment and abilities. Have your own brain, don't always be so big. So a year later, this starship that made researchers bald and the Alliance wanted so much was born. Perhaps the main manufacturer is a genius in mechanics, and the Qingxuang inherited this trait, and has a lot of experience in construction. In its eyes, those abandoned energy towers are piles of raw stones of rare materials. After dismantling them in a few minutes, it happily builds a fortress. Having money in hand is the only benefit. After Ji Qingchen exchanged 100 energy towers, and a bunch of material carriers that Qingxuang wanted, the other party gave her a complete version of the Alliance fortress, the kind with turrets installed in every house. In fact, the attack and defense are far behind, only the training room is barely qualified, and these materials can't be improved. But it's no problem to stop the zombies before. As long as there is enough energy. The shielding base station has also been put up for you, and the power has been changed. It's already okay. Didn't you see that the system opened the 6th floor exchange area without even saying anything, and made something that can automatically drop energy cores? Ji Qingchen's mouth twitched a little. It has been a long time since he used it. The Qingxuang's personality of striving for perfection is exactly the same as its creator. After much persuasion, he gave up taking the things from the level 6 exchange zone to continue to transform the shelter. Ji Qingchen decided to send it to other places temporarily. Help to transform the other 3 places as well. Well, forget it, you go to the 2 places together first, bring so many energy cores to Yuan Fuyun, and let her get the materials for you. I will take you to the other side when the time comes. Yuan Fuyun knows the morality of this starship. It would be bad if Luo Yu caused panic. Qingxuang took the energy core and went. Ji Qingchen glanced at the things in the exchange zone, gravity cannons, instigation bombs, absolute defense shields, and even small mechas. Although there are few types, they are indeed of the Alliance military standard. It's a pity that the price is too uneconomical, otherwise I would definitely get a few to play with. Now she had to deal with all the miscellaneous matters in the shelter, including but not limited to the allocation of personnel after the restoration of order, strength investigation, etc. Since the starship made 710 half of the Alliance fortress, she might as well make a deployment according to the situation of the fortress. Anyway, after this battle, most people are strong enough to take charge. Of course, it is impossible for one person to solve so many things. Write the instructions for the use of various weapons in the base, and then train the head combatants clearly, and let them teach their subordinates. The same is true for the reconnaissance team, which is redistributed according to the original personnel. CE was pulled by her to summarize the statistics, and Fuing and Moua were responsible for strength testing, 1 long range and 1 close combat. Bondi, Muchu led the rudimentary 710 administrative staff. Usually when managing a shelter, a few people would be selected to form a temporary responsible department, and the department would gradually develop as it worked, to separate the functional area and residential area of the shelter that had suddenly changed, and register the identities and positions of the people who stayed in. After surviving for more than 2 months in the apocalypse, everyone should have good quality, and everything went smoothly. Ji Qingshan's main task was actually to calm the place, and do some greening by the way, and she was very satisfied with this. Speaking of greening, Ji Qingshan took out the sunflower that had taken on a human form from his pocket. The remaining people in other shelters were sent back to their respective shelters after being informed of the situation. This was her real purpose for bringing the starship here, and making Arifin angry to death was incidental. The zombies in one world were enough for her to restore most of the cards to their original state. At this moment, Sunflower looked at Ji Qingshan with her watery eyes, silently accusing her of not giving her food. Seeing this, Ji Qingshan just smiled, and then took out a stack of cards from his tattoo. Please. A gray-black airflow flowed out of the cards, and then various colors of light began to appear, and were continuously absorbed by the sunflower. As time passed, the baby fat on the face of the 4 or 5-year-old baby gradually disappeared, the brown hair grew, and the body lengthened until it grew into a girl of 14 or 15 years old. The green highlights between the waterfall-like hair were particularly prominent, and she was wearing a gradient dress from white to golden yellow, with a green strap around the waist, and irregularly dotted with large and small sunflowers on the hem. Then, the girl's originally illusory body gradually solidified, and the sunflowers became. I'm full. The girl touched her round belly and sighed, oh, I can control my body now. Shwang shwang shwang, rub it for me. Ji Qingshan's pupil shrank, and he froze for a moment while putting away the cards to check them. He was pounced on by the sunflower spirit and almost threw the cards away. Fortunately, he still had instincts and immediately grabbed the other person by the back of the neck and took him away. Then, she controlled the cards scattered in the air to fall back and said to the sunflower unhappily, be quiet for a while. TSK, boring, at least give me a name. Sunflower pouted. Xiao Huang. Hey, I'm not a dog. Then Xiao Jin Xiao Kue. Or Xiao Zong. Sunflower's pretty face wrinkled up. Could this lousy guy be a little more cultured? Then, call it Ji Yang? Ji Qingshan stuffed the check cards back into the tattoo, without even raising his head. In the end, there were only 4 cards left. There were 4 cards with distinctly different patterns. The first one was a white mandala, followed by a golden laurel, and then the verdant Bodhi and Chuji. Chuji represented absolute attack, Bodhi repaired the broken soul, laurel removed all negative states, mandala could instantly make people fall into an endless illusion and mentally collapse, plus the repaired lotus. 5 of the 9 magic cards had been played. Not to mention that half of the remaining ordinary cards had been unlocked. I didn't expect that the zombies of a world would be so powerful. When Ji Qingshan came out of the room, he felt refreshed. Yuan Fuyan sent a message saying that the Qingxuang had almost transformed the 2 shelters and completed the upgrade. The situation at 710 was basically stabilized, and Ji Qingshan planned to take a bunch of Qingxuang to 1399. Allies must be taken care of. More strength will cause more trouble for Arifin. 1399 was the worst of the 4 shelters, although their shelter level returned after the zombies were wiped out. But the 2 close battles caused them heavy losses. Now there are only over 300 people who can breathe. Fortunately, Greyas and his men brought back a lot of props from the market, and snatched these people back from the god of death. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to start post-disaster reconstruction work for a while. However, Qingxuang was not within this normal situation. Ji Qingshan had expected the tragic situation there, and specially called 2 ships over, and now the broken buildings have been almost restored. So, was it really her who made the spaceship that appeared from the sky before? Luo, Yu was forcibly stuffed with a pill by Sangaya. She wanted to get up and take charge of the situation when her body had almost recovered, but was suppressed by the little girl in Musong. Sister Yu, you should take a rest. Let my brother do this. As the owner of the shelter, he can't always rely on others to do things. In order to stop Luo Yu from thinking about it, the little girl gave a detailed description of their main task. We destroyed the market. The system had no replacement, and could only merge the world in a hurry. Huh? What's that sound outside? The three people in the room looked out at the same time, and saw a group of starships rushing over. A vine swung down from the leader, and flew to the window of Luo Yu's room. A burst of green color grew on the wall, and in the blink of an eye, a hole that could accommodate one person was decomposed. Long time no see, Miss Luo. Ji Qingshan landed steadily on the ground, the moss behind him quickly faded, and the wall returned to its original state. Chapter 140. Given that Sangya had roughly told Luo Yu about the main plot of the dungeon, and the details agreed upon when the alliance was formed, Ji Qingshan only used 3 sentences to explain the current situation. The energy source shared by all world dungeons was damaged by us, and the person behind the scenes had no backup plan and had to advance the subsequent tasks. The subsequent tasks may require us to leave the shelter, during which time the shelter may not be attacked again. I have some connections with the other side, so it is likely that I will be targeted. Can he completely control the direction of this world? After a moment of silence, Luo Yu asked this question. No, the world has its own rules. He can only modify the rules, but not decide the results. Otherwise, he will be finished before us. You said before that we should not think too much about the truth of this world because he can monitor us, right? But it doesn't matter now, because you can limit his monitoring. Well, the range is only 4 shelters. You can discuss what happened here. I see. Luo Yu nodded, and suddenly smiled as if he thought of something. Aren't you going to supervise outside? It looks like your mecha is about to build a new base. Don't worry about it, they are very reliable in this regard. They will also find a way to get the materials themselves. For example, let Greyas exchange the energy core for the props. After a pause, Ji Qingshan looked at Luo Yu helplessly, and suddenly changed the way of chatting. If you have any questions, just ask. There are only 2 of us here. Luo Yu was not embarrassed at all, even though her thoughts were seen through. Instead, she felt a little secretly happy. I know Miss Ji probably doesn't belong here. You know the operation of this world very well, and you are also familiar with the people behind the scenes. After considering the words, Luo Yu continued, do you and he have the same stance? You want to ask me how I see this place, and why you are going through this? Ji Qingshan sighed softly. Regarding the former, I am simply here to solve the problem he caused. We are in opposition to each other, and it has nothing to do with the world. I just want to disrupt each other's plans, and put each other to death. As for the latter, you don't need to know it now, and it's best not to explore it. After all, the chess pieces in the game have no qualifications to find their way back, and breaking the chessboard will naturally get the real one. A piece of advice: don't recall before everything is settled, memory will only cause trouble. After most of the day, Qing Shuang built another fortress. 90% of the energy cores that Ji Qingshan picked up were used up. Ji Qingshan didn't feel bad. She knew the temper of this mecha. She didn't want to waste it, but she always wanted to do her best within the budget. The few people left in 1399 were much more convenient to manage, and order was re-established in less than an afternoon. Those who are still alive at this time will not be stupid. They knew very well that they could survive. The shelter was rebuilt so quickly not only because of Luo Yu's command and decision during the confrontation, but also because of Greyas's quick use of props to save the lives of a large number of dying people after his return. The most important thing was the thundering divine soldiers that descended from the sky, which cleared the crazy zombies in a very short time. Including Greyas, who arrived later, it was with the help of the Qing that all the injured were quickly transported to one place to avoid secondary injuries. When they learned that Ji Qingshan was the operator of the Qing, the group's admiration for her was unparalleled. The leaders of the organization, who were somewhat disapproving of the alliance before now, only felt fortunate. Fortunately, their city lord and sister Luo were far-sighted, otherwise he would have turned into ashes now. This also made the people of 1399 unprecedentedly united. Unity is of course a good thing. But Luo Yu and Greyas would not make the truth of the world public because of this. Not to mention that it would cause unnecessary panic. The more people know, the easier it would be for the news to leak out and cause trouble. So after much discussion, the insiders of the 4 shelters, mainly those who had gone through the main quest and some who had communicated with Ji Qingshan before, formed an alliance within the alliance. Anyway, there is no obstruction in the transportation between the shelters now. If there is any discovery, open a portal and discuss it immediately. The rest of the time, take care of your own manpower. There is no movement in the system at present, so there is no need to rush the next plan. Let these survivors take a few days to get familiar with the use of these weapons, so that they can better deal with the next danger. In addition, since these were things that she had never touched before, Ji Qingshan stayed in 1399 for an extra day to ensure that the survivors here could perform basic operations. Division of labor and other things were what Luo Yu and Greyas had to worry about. In addition, Ji Qingshan talked about a lot of situations in this world one after another. Most of what Luo Yu and others had guessed before was completely confirmed by this. When everything in 1399 returned to normal, Ji Qingshan left 10 starships. One because she could not afford so many starships, and the other was to deal with emergencies. She also left 10 ships in 069 and 401. Speaking of the two shelters, Yuan Fuyan happened to receive news that the vitality of the two shelters had been restored. I planned to have them come together to discuss the matter of joint protection. The joint protection had been planned long before Ji Qingshan went to the World Dungeon. The purpose was to ensure that the message could be transmitted in time so that one party could receive support from multiple parties in case of trouble. But at that time, she had too few core personnel from other shelters available, but now she has the conditions. Then let's discuss it. Let's go! Anyway, Luo Yu and others were all there to see her off, so they might as well go together. The current shelter is already self-protective enough, and it's no problem for a group of level 4 zombies to come. Speaking of zombies, Ji Qingshan had already arranged defenses at the beginning, fearing that after the dungeon was over, he would have to resume his daily zombie fighting state. But I don't know if the previous large-scale cleaning of zombies and the killing of the main task damaged the origin of the world's zombies. Now that the transformation has been completed and the seriously injured survivors have breathed a sigh of relief, there is not a single zombie near the 4 shelters. It's rare to have 2 days of comfortable days. However, their luck ended here. Just half a minute after departure, the color in the sky suddenly dimmed, and the system's voice sounded in everyone's mind at the same time. Ding dong! Congratulations to the survivor for obtaining the train ticket fragment. The starship suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at each other to make sure that everyone heard the voice. Then, a small piece of nameplate made of unknown metal appeared on everyone's neck. I can't take it off. The chain of the nameplate is quite long, and it can be moved but cannot be taken off from the head. There are 5 people in their group, and the names on their necks are not exactly the same. At present, there are 3 types in total. It looks like different parts of a ticket. The 3 different tickets can be put together perfectly, but there is still a gap. I think there are 4 kinds of so-called ticket fragments mentioned by the system. However, at this point, the information on the ticket can be basically seen. Hell Train? Apart from those strange patterns, there are only 4 clear words on the front of the ticket. And there is a raised button on the back. But no matter what the use of this ticket is, it should be put together to play its role. But we can't take it off by ourselves. Amid the discussion, the electronic sound of the system continued to broadcast. The Hell Train will arrive at the initial station, Hell Gate, in the evening of the day after tomorrow. Survivors with ticket fragments can follow the instructions on the holographic map on the back. The Hell Train will give passengers the opportunity to realize their wishes. Putting together 4 fragments will qualify them to get on the train. Dear brave survivors, may we meet again after we get rid of Hell. After the system finished broadcasting, someone pressed the button on the back, and a translucent holographic map appeared. The original sites of the 7 real worlds on the map formed a circle, with a large train logo in the middle. It's quite similar to the Silent Market. But according to the way it's drawn, where will the train go? There are shelters and survivors all around, so there's no place to build tracks. It's already a Hell Train, so it's naturally either going up to the sky or down to the ground. Don't use common sense to judge this place. Greyas folded the furry creatures in his hands. The dungeon rewards of the Silent Market are particularly obvious to him. The quality of the summons has been significantly improved, such as the fox, which has grown 3 tails. The mermaid's skill effect is close to that of a real mermaid, and the rat snake has unlocked the mimicry function. It's like this again, one day, and the rules and requirements are only rough. Luo Yu sighed helplessly. This is also an old problem of the system. It is not enough to say half and hide half, and it always likes to set a strict time limit. It seems that our original discussion plan needs to be changed. For those who know some of the truth of the world, the fact that they can realize their wishes is just a scam. But for people in the other 6 worlds, this condition sounds too tempting. The price of 3 lives is too cost-effective for the regrets that the survivors here have to make up. 3 hours later. Then, Yuan Fuyun and Xiao Muchu will stay to take care of 710, and Kai Lin and Tu Gu will come to 1399. What about you two? How is the discussion going? The rules of the Hell Train are now mainly based on single-soldier combat. It is undoubtedly a wise move to replace Luo Yu with Tu Gu. I will go with Chiu Chiu, and the people under the guild will take care of it. The same goes for Qinihei and me. Forget about me, Miss Jian will go. Li Jiasai's ability is also not suitable for individual combat. 069 and 401 are originally a multi-party management model, so it is not a big problem to have some senior people in the other two shelters. Not to mention that Yuan Fuyun, who had been holding the fort, is still here, and Ji Qingshan needs her to provide support at this base. As for whether the survivors of other shelters who receive the news go or not, it is not within Ji Qingshan's consideration. She transformed the shelter to protect the lives of ordinary people, but if someone wants to fight for other things, there is no reason not to pay a price. Even this time, Ji Qingshan added these people because of the pleasant cooperation with Silent Market and knowing some of the inside stories of the world. Perhaps the only unfair thing is that she did not tell everyone the truth about this world. But think about it the other way around. Even if you tell them, how many people who haven't experienced it will believe it? The hope that is within reach is obviously more tempting. Besides, some things have the same destination. Then pack up and set off tomorrow morning. The main purpose of packing up is to hand over work and exchange enough props. At present, everyone has a space storage bag, so naturally they can take as many props as they can exchange. Saving lives is important. The others went back to their shelters through the portal. Ji Qingshan thought about it, and asked Yuan Fuyun, Mu Chu and others to tell 710 that everyone who wanted to find the Hell Train could go without worrying about it. But she could only guarantee the survival of those who stayed in the shelter, and she was not responsible for these people. At most, she would not attack them if they met them. Greyas and Chinerbai also explained the same news to their subordinates. What happened after that was a personal choice. Okay, it's getting late, you guys should change your props and go to bed. 710 Ji Qingshan said to the 7 people who were going with her, Lan Ming, Su Yang, Ce, Fu Ying, Mouyue, and Bondi. She called Yuan Fuyun, and went to another room on the 2nd floor. Arifin can't wait to close the net. I guess the Hell Train is not only a trap set against me, but also a simple and crude way to screen out all the useful people. I won't give me any loopholes. The rest of the world is just nutrients for him, and it will probably be handed over to the zombies to clean up directly. I used the starship to kill his plan in advance. This time he will definitely increase his firepower. You know what I mean? I understand. The teacher has contacted me. If it doesn't work, I will notify someone to come directly. That's good. I probably won't be able to contact you anymore. After losing contact, you can make all the decisions here, right? I understand. But do you really plan to put the survivors as the first priority? You know this world. If you really give up, I'm afraid the next time. Yuan Fuyun looked serious. The air was silent for a moment, and after a long time, Ji Qingshan said, Let's do it this way. It's always good to have more people alive. Chapter 141. Sister Ji Shishi. Boss, this can't be your illegitimate daughter. City Lord this is. Early morning on the Qingshuang. In order to reduce unnecessary trouble, Ji Qingshan only brought a disassembled body of a starship, the one loaded with all the core technologies of the Qingshuang. So at this moment, all 18 people from the 4 shelters gathered here. And what made them sigh was the girl after the sunflower transformed. This flower can't be transformed back after it has a human form, nor can it be put in Ji Qingshan's tattoo. In the past few days, Ji Qingshan kept her in the simulation training room of the central tower, and gave her some zombies to play with. Today is the first time to bring her in front of people, and I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. The few people in other shelters are better, and it's not good to gossip if they are not familiar with each other, but the 7 people he brought with him and Greyas and Musong, who are familiar with each other, are troublesome. Especially Greyas and Ce, they started to make up stories about Ji Yang's face, which was 50% similar to hers, and involved Yuan Shou, who was sitting quietly and eating melons. This little mermaid who had been hiding in the abandoned factory, and came only this morning, was almost cooked. At this time, Sangeya asked a question. What's your name? Sunflower, Ji Yang. Ji Qingshan finished. Sure enough, everyone looked at her at the same time. Boss Ji, are you so quick? Ce looked at her, and then at Yuan Shou, and his face was almost written with how long have you two been together? In fact, it was just not made public before, right? Ji Qingshan. Objectively speaking, it is impossible for her to give birth to a teenage sunflower with a mermaid who had just known each other for a month. Give birth to such a big child in 2 days? Otherwise, you can experiment yourself. Or have you seen her in the shelter before? Ji Qingshan glanced at Ce, but I can let you experience it. After all, roses sprout very quickly. The thorny branches grew from Ji Qingshan's hands and almost pushed into Ce's mouth, which made him stop. Ji Yang, my sunflower. Ji Qingshan rubbed the other's head, and the insider quickly remembered that Ji Qingshan did have a sunflower before. Come to think of it, Ji Qingshan's plants can talk, so it's no big deal to change their shape. The gossiping people quieted down and began to discuss the tactics later. In order to conceal the truth, the starship will stop outside the destination. You need to find the exact coordinates by yourself. Just like in the silent market, I suggest you work in groups of 2 or 3. The tickets are fragments, which means you need to take the tickets from other people, and the condition for taking them is likely to be killing them. Everyone paused, and killing zombies would not be a burden for everyone. Killing people. Even though they had already guessed it before, they subconsciously resisted it when it was revealed. In fact, everyone present understood that killing people in the end times is a normal thing, and they have done it indirectly or directly in order to survive before. But it seems that since Ji Qingshan covered for them, this is no longer a must, and they have many ways to survive. Ji Qingshan saw through their thoughts at a glance, and didn't say much. In fact, it was just a vaccination for them. Arifin would not let those who stayed until now die so badly. The price of taking away the nameplate should only be serious injuries, and then being used as a transformation reserve. Moreover, it is not possible to take the initiative, but passive defense is not difficult to do. Half a day later, the starship slowly flew out of the range above the ruins, and they finally saw things outside this real world. There is a plane in front of them. Nothing? It's a barrier. The structure is similar to the one outside the zombie factory. Soon someone found a clue. Come down. After everyone landed, Ji Qingshan waved and directly put the starship back into the ice lantern J2. In order to avoid crowding, 19 people walked into the barrier from different places one after another. The electronic sound of the system sounded at the right time. Welcome to the first entrance of the Gate of Hell. There are still 4 hours before the train departs. Please collect tickets as soon as possible to obtain passenger qualifications. After passing through the barrier, a huge empty platform appeared in front of them. It seems that they came too early, and other passengers have not arrived yet. Ji Qingshan is now with Lan Ming, Ji Yang, and Yuan Do. Ce, Su Yang and Bondi, Fuing and Mouyue. This is for attack power configuration considerations. Everyone is familiar with each other in terms of cooperation, so there won't be too many problems. Come in, this is the second entrance of the Gate of Hell. Boss, where are you? Ce reported the location, and then looked around. The place where they came in was not far away, and this place was so empty, so it shouldn't be impossible for them to see each other. Lord, there are 4 areas here, and each area is temporarily not connected. Bondi said on the opposite side. Her ability is always very useful in such things. Well, be careful. Ji Qingshan said and looked around. There was nothing else, but she really looked like a family of 4 going out for a trip. Sister Shuang, there are many people ambushing around. We are being targeted. Lan Ming's mental power has undergone a qualitative change after breaking through the mindscape, and the corresponding perception has also improved. According to her observation, there are at least 3 groups of people ambushing around. It's okay, I guess they are just here to rob things. Ji Qingshan smiled lightly, and led the 4 people to a remote corner of the station. It's better to take it if it's delivered to your door. As he was talking, there was a sound of breaking wind on the left. Miss Ji raised her eyebrows, and looked at the other party's hiding place with great appreciation. Not bad, it saves time for all of us. This glance instantly made the sneak attacker aware of being exposed, and he growled at the people with the same purpose. We've been discovered, let's go together. Take it down first, and then divide it. Bullets, darts, and chains were fired together, and behind them, there was another person muttering something. The movements of Ji Qingshan and others slowed down all of a sudden. Watching the attack go straight to the vital point. Restricted, didn't anyone tell you not to use your mental power if you don't have enough? Amid the crisp snap of his fingers, the man who was muttering to himself fell to the ground with blood all over his body. Eagle. The companion screamed and turned back in a hurry, but saw that the target in front of him had disappeared in his peripheral vision. The green swept across his vision the next moment, and when he came to his senses, he was tied up like a dumpling. I take the ticket. The woman before had a smile on her face, and grabbed the nameplates of him and Eagle. The things that could not be taken down during the experiment on the starship before were now easily taken down. Sure enough, it can only be taken down by making the person lose the ability to resist. The survivor Jean Minshu, Xiao Ying lost the train, and Jean Minshu was exiled to the sea of zombies. The people who were still alive were teleported away before they could even scream. The zombie sea? The name doesn't sound like a good place. Ji Qingshan retracted her sight, and the battles on the other two sides were resolved. Before she came up, she threw a corn mushroom to the person squatting in the cabinet next to her and poisoned him. Lan Meng was responsible for finishing the job and taking the nameplates, while the other three were stunned by Yu Wanzhou's mental power. She got 7 pieces right away, but most of them were repeated. But there was no harm in having more. Yu Wanzhou and Ji Yang didn't have nameplates at the beginning, and Ji Qingshan didn't know if there were any restrictions on them getting on the train, so she took them first to be prepared. There were not many people in the station at the moment. The 4 of them walked up a staircase and met Qin Erbai and Qin Yihei, who were assigned to the same place as them, on the 2nd floor. After looking at each other, the 6 of them tacitly separated and went to 2 different directions. It was too inefficient to grab things together. As for communication, they could rely on daughter. With the blessing of Laurel, the chat group is no longer disturbed by anything. The 19 people are divided into 4 stations. Ji Qingshan and Qin Erbai are in the first team. Ce and Lu, you are in the second team. Xia Xuyan and Jiang Yanren are in the third team, and the remaining 4 teams are Grez and his sister, Mouyue and Fuing. The structure of each station is basically the same. There are 5 floors in total, with multiple stairs on both sides, and a 20 square meter patio in the middle. There are no closed rooms, but there are many inconspicuous hiding places. Although there are survivors in other stations, most of them are hiding in the dark, waiting for the system to announce further rules. Only a few impatient ones have begun to choose their targets. Ji Qingshan found a hidden spot on the 2nd floor, just in view of the station entrance, but the other party could not easily discover their presence. The 4 of them took a break here. Survivor Good, Wang Qinghai lost the right to board the train. Wang Qinghai was exiled to the sea of zombies. Survivor Li Nal lost the right to board the train. Survivor Li Qinjin lost the right to board the train. The announcement of losing the right to board the train came from time to time, undercurrents surged in the station, and fights occurred everywhere. The system notification was also different from before. It was not in everyone's mind, but was conveyed through the entire station broadcast, which meant that everyone could hear the consequences of the ticket being robbed. An hour later, many people arrived one after another, and many people who were robbed of their nameplates, but not dead, were sent to the sea of zombies. But so far, only small-scale conflicts have occurred. Now I only know that if I collect all the tickets, I can get on the train, and if I lose the tickets, I will be exiled. To survive, it is enough to protect my own tickets. In this case, most people still choose to protect themselves temporarily. Wait until the system has finished the rules before making a decision. So far, within Ji Qingshan's perception range, more than 200 people have gathered in the entire station. Less than 1/5 of them are eager to take action. After all, not all of those who come here are top-notch masters. The ambiguous statement of the system and such tempting conditions will inevitably attract some guys who try to pick up leaks and try to get a share of the pie by relying on their cleverness. However, perhaps Ji Qingshan is too unlucky, or perhaps he brought 2 kids to them and gave them the illusion that he is also easy to bully. Before they finished cleaning up, those people went up to the 2nd floor and were targeted again. Speechless and not wanting to do anything for the time being, she threw out a beautiful woman. Those people only felt dizzy, and when they woke up, they didn't know why they were here. Everything seemed so calm. But anyone who has entered an independent copy knows that with the degree of this system dog, the rules cannot be so gentle. So, in fact, most people who are not moving are just waiting for the system to complete the rules before making a decision. As they expected, the mutation occurred with 2 hours left in the countdown. Attention, survivors, please note that the Hell train will arrive at the station in 2 hours, and the stop time is 3 minutes. Survivors with complete tickets are eligible to board the train. After the train departs, all survivors who fail to board the train will be sent to the sea of zombies. Note, no one is allowed to leave the station. The voice of the system was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the radio, and the atmosphere in the station froze instantly. Some people tried to escape without giving up, but as long as they approached the outermost wall, they would be bounced away by a huge force. This is not just happening now. Those who had entered here before and tried to leave were all bounced away without exception. However, the rules were not announced at that time, and everyone was here for the rewards, so few people tried it, and those who tried it out were just the rules of ordinary dungeons. But now, the system's meaning is very clear: you can't leave. When the time is up, the survivors who don't get a complete ticket will definitely die. Some people who originally had a fluke mentality and just wanted to watch the fun or pick up a bargain are all not calm. Many national treasures appeared in the station at once. Are you still waiting? Yuanzhou looked at the woman who closed her eyes and rested beside him. In fact, waiting is a more correct option. The train hasn't arrived yet. You can't use the ticket even if you get it, and you have to be on guard against being snatched away. It's better to wait 2 hours and grab the ready-made one once and for all. With this woman's strength, half a minute is enough to grab the ticket. I want to wait a little longer, but someone won't let me. The nut was generated in front of him, instantly blocking the 4 people behind him tightly. With a sound of duong, the cross dart exploded on the shield. Then, green bamboos grew out from under the attacker's feet and pierced through the 2 men. Rose climbed up and sucked up the blood that was about to drip onto the ground. Ji Qingchen sighed helplessly. Why bother? She also wanted to save some trouble. Chapter 142. Damn, who is this guy? Does he want to blow up the whole station? Accompanied by Graya's scream, the chat group began to be in chaos. I think the encounter has begun. It is said that the entire station is quite large, but it is open and there are only so many places to hide people. At this moment, there are at least 400 people in each station, and the supernatural props are flying everywhere. It is difficult not to be affected. Even Ji Qingchen's handling of the noise was very small, but the place where the other party was standing was not so hidden, and was seen by the strong man, who was looking for prey upstairs. After looking for him, Ji Qingchen was also exposed. For weaklings? Seeing Ji Qingchen, a woman and 2 children, the strong man and his teammates were instantly excited. With a big jump, he jumped to the opposite side of Ji Qingchen and rushed towards the few people with a big knife. Well, there is really no peace now. Seeing the sturdy man running in front of them in 2 steps, the big knife in his hand seemed to have no weight and chopped them in the waist. Ji Qingchen and the other 3 suddenly saw black in front of him. The smile on the sturdy man's face became more ferocious. Deprivation of vision is the superpower of the thin and tall man behind him. It doesn't work when fighting zombies, but it works all the time against superpowers. Vision is the most dependent sense of all senses. He has seen too many superpowers with richer equipment than himself, and their attacks and defenses are also better than his. But when they lose their vision, they will directly hit his knife, like a headless fly. There is no chance of survival for these 4 guys, who are here to fish in troubled waters. Come on, he can't wait to use their blood to sacrifice the knife. With the sound of breaking wind, the big knife is about to sweep Ji Qingchen's side waist, and the bright red blood is flying out like a fountain. The strong man's smile froze. 3 times the enhancement is your limit? Ji Qingchen's tone was full of disgust. Let Lu Shu throw the cut hands farther away. The limit is of course not counted. His current ability can enhance all aspects of the body's attributes by 7 times. But the strong man didn't think that the 3 women in front of him and a pretty boy who looked prettier than women could have any ability. 3 times the enhancement was enough to kill them instantly. But the result was far from what he thought. The pain nerves only reacted at this time. Ji Qingchen frowned when he heard the pig-killing scream, and a piece of cotton blocked the opponent's throat. Titan. His teammates looked at the 2 arms, and their eyes turned red instantly. I will kill you. 5 shock bombs and 7 explosive bombs attacked Ji Qingchen in high-speed rotation. There was a wall behind Ji Qingchen, and the front road was completely blocked by bombs. It seemed that there was no escape. But they couldn't avoid it, and neither could the one rolling on the ground. Titan watched a bomb getting closer and closer to him. He couldn't even curse, and became a pile of human tissue. That's good, you helped me. Ji Qingchen walked briskly to the pile of human tissue, released a rose, and rolled up the blood-stained nameplate, and the petals swept across the nameplate, and the blood disappeared. Just enough to make a pair. Ji Qingchen took the ticket fragments on Titan's body. He gestured with the only ticket in their hands, that was pieced into 3 pieces, and put the 4 pieces together. Congratulations on getting the hell ticket. This time the system said it directly in her mind, but the name sounded too unlucky. I clearly used my superpowers. Why can you see it? The superpower user on the opposite side has not recovered from the shock of blowing up his companion. Suddenly, he realized that Ji Qingchen's actions were not like those of a person with limited vision. Thinking back, he found that each of the cotton that caught the bomb he threw out before could accurately locate the trajectory of the bomb. Uncle, don't you know? You don't have to use your eyes to see. Lan Ning mocked the thin and tall man, while jumping to Ji Qingshan's side, and leaned over to look at the tickets she had put together in her hand. Okay, Xiaoming. Ji Qingshan rubbed Lan Ming's and stopped her from saying the next thing. The natives of this world should not know the existence of mental power. When he looked up again, Ji Qingshan looked at the thin and tall man with a gentle smile on his face. Is your ticket the same as Titan's? But this smile looked like the side of the god of death in the eyes of the thin and tall man. Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I can join you and provide you with supernatural power. You just saw my supernatural power, which can catch others off guard. It's very useful. I still have props, which can be used. Woo. This time, the cotton blocked the throat of the thin and tall man. There was a bang. The peas wrapped in it exploded, splitting the opponent's head and body in two. Sorry, we just want your ticket. The rose reached out again, but just as it rolled up the nameplate, the leaves suddenly shook slightly. Swish! A wind blade cut off the flower holding the nameplate, and then rolled it into the air. Your method is not very good. Ji Qingshan looked at a man in a windbreaker in the direction of the rose's flight with a smile in his tone. Like her, this man also had 3 companions behind him. This place does not stipulate that you must knock out the nameplate owner to get the nameplate. I did not break the rules. You use a simple and rough method. I rely on wits. It is obviously based on our own abilities, but the method used is not very good. How can it be a foul? Hiss, why is it a cactus? Originally, the windbreaker man's teammates couldn't listen to his words. This guy is not weak and can't beat others. He just wants to do some weird and coquettish operations all day long. He even wanted to try it before, but was finally stopped by the people behind him. So he stole. In the name of not hurting anyone. So now they feel quite happy to see this man get humiliated. You guessed it a long time ago. The man in the windbreaker didn't look angry, but looked at Ji Qingshan curiously. So your ability is to summon plants, and you are also a systemic ability user. You just used a sleight of hand. You knew my ambush a long time ago. Systemic ability. Is this what they call innate ability? Ji Qingshan's mouth twitched. She hated people who chattered endlessly, and this guy happened to be one of them, especially when he just tried to take her things. If you want to say that she discovered it, she discovered it. With her mental power, the fluctuation when the ability was released was already a big movement. As for the sleight of hand, Ji Qingshan turned the nameplate in his hand and put away the mimosa at his fingertips. Its ability is an illusion, and Xiangwei did get the key, but it was after the cactus was taken away by the other party. Let's go! After getting the things, she didn't want to get entangled with the man in the windbreaker. Although what he did was bad, it didn't cause any real harm. And the cactus was enough for him. The thorns of that thing were not easy to pull out, and it would hurt more and more. Hey, wait a minute, at least answer a question, and don't you want to take the cactus back? Ji Qingshan, sometimes I really want to do something that doesn't match my personality. Fortunately, there are kind people who stop Miss Ji from thinking further. It seems that they saw that there were 2 teams preparing to fight here, and some self-righteous yellow birds chirped around. It should be because they heard that Ji Qingshan's ability is plants, and 10 fireballs flew over first. Ji Qingshan, after killing these people, she will give that guy a set of cactus gift bags. Protect yourself. It doesn't matter whether these people live or die, there is no need to hold back. Anyway, you will die in the zombie sea, and he will use you, she said to the little girl beside her. I know. Lan Meng answered with certainty. She could tell that Ji Qingshan's last sentence was to eliminate her worries. However, how could she have any worries? She was no longer the child who could only cry in front of death. Now she just wanted the culprit to pay the price. She could endure everything in the process. Ji Qingshan was besieged, and the windbreaker men had to take care of him. The 2 teams that were just against each other now sympathized with each other. Hey, seeing how miserable I am, aren't you going to help me get the cactus down? It hurts. Even at this time, he was still talking nonsense. His teammates almost attacked him one by one. This is terrible. Obviously, this guy didn't use such strange methods before. Since he knew that there were extra ways to pass the zombie carnival night, he has been studying little tricks and never looked back. Ji Qingshan was already annoyed and didn't want to pay attention to the other side. Although they were attacked at the same time, the treatment on both sides was obviously unequal. The man on the side of the windbreaker was used for entanglement, and there were only 2 of them. One of them had the ability of a weakened version of CE, the quagmire. It can turn the ground within a certain range into a swamp, restricting people's movements. The other person's ability is a vine. However, this person was obviously restrained by the windbreaker man's ability. The vine tried to entangle several times, but was cut off by by the wind blade. Seeing that the ability didn't work, the other party gritted his teeth and started throwing props. His props were also taken out of the storage bag. Not only him, but almost everyone present had a storage bag. In order to balance the combat power, did they directly give the right to upgrade? The storage bag is only available in shelters above level 5, but there should be very few shelters that can reach level 5 in the world without passing the world copy. At present, everyone has one, so they can only face Arifin to find a reason to upgrade all other shelters to cause trouble for her. Unlike the delaying battle between the two men in the Windbreaker, the opponent obviously listed Ji Qinchin and the other four as the target of seizing the nameplate, and the manpower here has quadrupled. I really think they look easy to bully. There are a total of 8 people besieging Ji Qinchin and others, and 2 of them with the same ability are heading for Lan Ming. Their ability is to grow poisonous spikes on their skin, but now the only part that grows thorns is the palm. Lan Ming has been taught by Yuan Fuyun and Ji Qinchin for more than a month. Although her strength may not be enough, her agility is definitely maxed out. Coupled with her own fast recovery and the passive ability of being immune to all poisons, these 2 people can be said to be completely restrained by her. They basically couldn't touch Lan Ming, and even if they did, it wouldn't have much impact on her. Lan Ming threw 2 bombs from time to time to blow them up. They weren't seriously injured, but they were extremely insulting. On the other side, Yuanzhou's opponents were also 2 people, one of whom could turn into 2 poisonous snakes, and the other had a rare ability of words. At this moment, he kept saying a bunch of words that weakened his status, such as shoulder pain, yawning, etc. Unfortunately, this control was not even considered a breath for Yuanzhou. 2 balls of water floated up out of thin air and wrapped the 2 people. Just as the 2 were about to struggle hard, they felt a sharp pain in their brains. At the same time, their eyes went blank, and the flying corn kernels gave them the final blow. Little beauty, take care of it. Not far away, Ji Qinchin and Ji Yang were being besieged by 4 people. The one who rushed to the front was the one who set off the fireball. At this time, he rubbed out 5 more, and the 15 fireballs blocked Ji Qinchin's dodging space. One of them fired arrows from a distance, and the other 2 seemed to be the commanders of this battle. They did not release their superpowers for the time being, but only used props to continuously shoot. In fact, she could use the bitter melon to kill the fireballs herself in her current state of being able to support her teammates at any time. But Yuanzhou had already released his superpowers, so there was no reason not to use them. The scattered water balls regrouped into a water curtain, and the water curtain rose, and the fireballs were all extinguished in less than 2 seconds. Ji Qinchin dodged the prop attacks of the 2 people around him, turned his head, and made a hard gesture to Yuanzhou, and the whip in his other hand had pierced the heart of the superpower who released the fireball. It was not until this time that the besiegers realized that they had seriously underestimated the strength of their hunting targets. Although Lan Ming's own attack power was not high, she had the upper hand in a 1-on-2 situation, and from time to time she threw a few bombs to blow the opponent into a bloody man. Yuanzhou's opponent lost his combat effectiveness as soon as he met him. As for the woman in front of him, she had brought a person who had not made any moves and remained unscathed when her superpowers were restrained, and she also killed the superpower who restrained her under their cover. Although she relied on Yuanzhou's help, the fact that she was unscathed against 4 people and slowly called for help was already a manifestation of her strength. These people came from the same shelter, and their strength was not very outstanding. They just wanted to try their luck to see if they could get a share. They didn't expect the system to introduce such a rule, which made them very worried. They almost fought among themselves. Finally, someone stood up and suggested to rob those who had just won, but were obviously exhausted. At the beginning, they did succeed in robbing a few people. Originally, I thought Ji Qinchin and the man in the Windbreaker had already fought, but the winner had not been decided, and they were ready to follow suit to get an advantage. Now, not only can't they get an advantage, but they are also going to lose it. Chapter 143. Retreat, retreat quickly. The leader of the team shouted, and threw out a handful of steel balls. This is his special ability. It is extremely fast, and can bounce back and forth on the surrounding buildings. There is a silk thread at the tail. After a few times, it can weave a large net to tie people up tightly. The man who cooperated with him before also raised his hands and released a handful of smoke. In addition to blocking the vision, smoke has a certain toxicity and can temporarily make people lose the desire to fight, but it also applies to teammates. The reason why these 2 people did not use their special abilities before was that they were afraid of interfering with their teammates. But now they just need to escape. It doesn't matter whether they rob or not, just keep themselves out of the game first. Do you want to help them? The companion next to the Windbreaker man asked. No. The Windbreaker man said it calmly, which surprised his companion. Why? The actual meaning of helping is to do what these people wanted to do before, and take their lives while one of them is seriously injured. The companions didn't believe that the man in the Windbreaker couldn't hear it, and they couldn't understand why the man in the Windbreaker had just shouted that he would take the nameplate by force, but now he gave up this great opportunity. We can't move. The man in the Windbreaker answered confidently. What? This time, the other three were stunned together. No, Jiang Xiusu, are you crazy or stupid? Tell me you can't move. The only girl in the team was so surprised that her eyes almost fell out. Even the two people who used superpowers over there twitched at the corners of their mouths. Buddy, why don't you look at what you were talking about? Our two attacks were blocked by your wind 8 feet away from you. And this mud pit was originally able to submerge people's thighs. Why don't you look at the mud under you that just covered the soles of your shoes before you speak? Yes, Jiang Xiusu's ability lifted up the 4 people from the moment he noticed the ground change under his feet. They were not hit at all, and they just stood there to watch the show. Anyway, the fight below was so intense that no one paid attention to the situation here. As for the two who were sent here, they found that they could only release their abilities and props with a sad face, and comfort themselves. Jiang Xiusu was not restricted, but he could not attack them under the bombardment of props. Although this reason seemed so pale in the relaxed chat of the 4 people. And now, the large army shouted to retreat, and the 4 people on the opposite side suddenly quarreled among themselves. If they didn't run now, when would they run? The two looked at each other, and threw 2 shock bombs at Jiang Xiusu, and the other 4 at the same time. Then, they ran ahead without looking back. However, just after running out 1 step, the one with the Quagmire ability felt a flash in front of his eyes, and his companion changed from 1 to 3. TSK. Xiaoyan used his supernatural power again. Jiang Xiusu spread his hands inside, and the wind swept this person into 2 shock bombs, turning him into human fragments. On the other side, Muronian raised his hand, and shot another person in the head, who had not yet reacted. The movement here was not small, but their companions had long since stopped caring about their lives. Several huge purple eggplants fell from the sky, and 3 of the 5 people who escaped were instantly shot into 2-dimensional creatures. The remaining 2 reacted, but just as they took the cannon to burn the eggplants, they felt a sharp pain in their brains. The consciousness was blank for a moment, and then they could not wake up again. In the pool of blood, roses grew. Ji Qingshan sorted out the 15 nameplates in his hand. It seems that these people have gained a lot before. So, including the previous one, they only need 1 piece to complete the 4 tickets. Is it okay for you to use your ability like this? After putting away the 3 tickets, Ji Qingshan looked at Yuan Zhou. It was his handiwork that made those 2 people lose their ability to resist just now. It was the simplest mental attack, which would at most make people daze for a moment if they were prepared. It was because they were in a state of confusion just now that their eyes went dark. Yuan Zhou's mental power was enough to crush these ordinary survivors, so Ji Qingshan was not worried that he would be injured. He had this question only because of his current identity. In theory, this person was the rebellious zombie leader, one of the raw materials for Arifin to make zombies, and was considered an important NPC in this world. As part of the system, NPCs can act on their own or fight with colleagues, but once they get involved with survivors, they will inevitably be detected by the system, especially attacks on the survivor's spiritual origins. A part of the system is hidden in the survivor's brains. It was touched twice by Yuan Zhou, so it is hard to say whether they will not do something with it. This is the 2nd time. If there is, Ji Qingshan should make some arrangements in advance next time. Fortunately, her worries are unnecessary. It's okay, he would rather I have more malice towards the survivors. He doesn't even bother to care. Yuan Zhou said and shook his head. Is that so? I'm still thinking of using this to do something interesting. Ji Qingshan said that Arifin still doesn't give him a chance. Su, aren't we leaving? On the 3rd floor, Jiang Xiusu played with the nameplates they had obtained. They could now put together 2 complete sets, and the remaining 2 sets were missing 2 pieces and 1 piece. The kind that can be gathered quickly. But the companions all found that Jiang Xiusu had been absent-minded since just now. The reason why he didn't go to grab the ticket of the guy who escaped before could be barely explained, as he was worried about another conflict with Ji Qingshan and the other 4. After all, now it seems that the 4 were able to counter-encircle the other party despite the obvious disadvantage in numbers, and crush the person into slag in less than 10 minutes. Their strength is not much worse than theirs. If they go, maybe both sides will suffer. But it doesn't make sense that all the obstacles have been cleared, but they are unwilling to leave. Unless this Jiang Shusu intends to pursue someone among the four opposite. This seems even more impossible. This guy is a paper lover, and can only be friends with real people. But to be on the safe side, it is better to rule it out. The three looked at each other and asked at the same time, "You are not interested in him, are you? You know my preference for the first day." Okay, it's ruled out smoothly. But Jiang Shusu's behavior makes people more curious. So why don't you leave? Murong Yin looked at Jiang Shusu and asked in plain words. "I'm not leaving because I can't leave." Jiang Shusu said slowly, "Didn't you hear that many people are coming? Sister Shuang Shuang. Someone else is coming. Those who come at this time are definitely not good people." On the second floor, Lan Ning held a laser gun in her hand and looked at the other side of the second floor. They were at the easternmost part of the second floor, with a wall behind them. There was no way out. TSK. Miss G frowned slightly. It's really annoying. If it doesn't work, just make a big noise and deal with it all at once, so as to avoid endless waves. Let's prepare for a round-robin battle. The wind brought information from afar, and Jiang Shusu stopped laughing. The station announces the time and rules every 10 minutes. There are no enclosed spaces around. Except for a few corners, it is difficult to hide in most places. Some people previously held the idea of waiting and watching, but when the rules are completed, they can't help but take action. But once they take action, they will inevitably attract the covetousness of others in this empty environment. Compared with taking action with a person whose strength is unknown and in good condition, robbing a person who has just experienced a fierce battle is obviously a more cost-effective approach. They consume a lot of physical energy and have tickets snatched from others. This is the danger of the system. Once the conflict begins, it cannot be stopped unless you die, just like a 2-hour ring match. Unless you are absolutely confident in your own strength, you can find a hidden spot to avoid the battle at the beginning and quickly harvest the tickets of the survivors when the train enters the station. Unfortunately, most people don't have this confidence. And now Ji Qingqin and Jiang Shusu no longer have this opportunity. Why is it this way of raising goo again? It's been more than 2 months, and you still haven't realized that the system is raising goo? Stop making jokes and get to work. Murong Yin squinted at him. Okay. In the wind field, the person on Jiang Shusu's left looked at the props flying towards him, and raised his hands to rub them in the air like kneading dough. After a series of clicks, the various bombs and missiles were combined together to form a huge laser cannon, which blasted towards the opposite side. Mechanical transformation, but only works on props produced by the system. After the transformation, the power of the props increases by 70%. Qin Air, how are you guys doing? Not bad. Qin Erbai was squatting on a compartment between the 4th and 5th floors, holding tightly to Qin Yihei, who tried to rush down several times. Although he had a lot of recovery potions in his bag, he didn't want to be besieged for 2 hours, so he made a strategy from the beginning to take action in the last half hour. With their strength, it was not difficult to collect 2 tickets in half an hour. It just took some time to explain the logic to Qin Yihei, and he had to keep an eye on someone's fighting desire that occasionally erupted. It sounds like the situation over there is not good. It's not good, it's very bad. Greyes has never seen such a crazy person. Originally he and Sun Gyo fought well. The 5 guys in black cloaks were staring at him to kill since they appeared. The weapons of these 5 people, boning knives, iron rods, whips with barbs, bamboo sticks, and chains. Once touched, it's not just pain, you can even feel your soul being torn apart. And the black hole in their hands, every time you open it, you can hear the screams of countless wronged souls. It was terrible. They wanted to obtain his soul. It was even more terrible. The summoned beasts were almost ineffective against their attacks. He had released the snake and fox to attack before, but they almost took him away. Greyes clearly felt that the connection between him and the summoned beast was almost cut off. Fortunately, his soul was strengthened after clearing the world copy before, and the summoned creatures also underwent transformation. At the critical moment, the mermaid screamed, and 2 of the 5 people spit out black blood. Greyes barely pulled out of control, grabbed Sun Gyo and ran away. The damage to the soul could not be recovered in a short time, because he was afraid of the abilities of the 5 people on the opposite side, and did not dare to release the summoned beast. Fortunately, Sangai's ability is space, otherwise he would have been in trouble. Although it is not much better now, there are fights everywhere in this station, and those 5 people are like putting a tracker on him. While running, Greyes searched in his storage bag. Those 5 people are very fast, and the interference of small-scale long-range attacks such as guns is limited. Then, flamethrowers, current releasers, and particle bombs. The distance between the two sides is getting bigger and bigger. But the chase game is not over yet. Go upstairs. Seeing that the war broke out on their way, Greyas pulled Sangaya to the left staircase to avoid being affected. However, just as they arrived at their destination, there was a bang, and a huge rock fell from the air. Although Sangaya quickly put it into the space and moved it aside. The time wasted was enough for the pursuers behind to surround them. Hey, do you have to do this? Greyas' flamethrower had just run out of energy, and Sungya had collected her superpowers, and was still some distance away from Greyas. The 5 men seized the opportunity, and one of them blocked Sungya with a chain. The 4 men rushed towards Greyas. Sungya reacted quickly, opened the protective shield at the first time, and fired the electromagnetic rapid-fire cannon at the newcomer, without being entangled by the chain. Greyas, while keeping a distance, she turned her head to look at the person behind her, who was shrouded in black fog. She could feel that these 5 people had a strong killing intention towards Greyas, and his superpowers were still restrained by them. I'm fine, protect yourself. Greyas' relatively calm voice came from the black fog. The superpower that was originally charged stopped, and Sungya turned around and dealt with the man in front of him seriously. Her space movement can pick up anything within 2 meters of her body, put them in the space she carries with her, and move with her. When releasing, she can also choose any place within this range. In the constant exploration, Sungya discovered a new use of space movement, which is to pick up an object 2 meters away from her and quickly put it on the other side. The person who was fighting with Greyas on the opposite side was exactly 2 meters away from her. Although moving an enemy, who was not cooperating and resisting, was a great consumption for her. Greyas knew his sister's ability, clearly refused, and asked her to take care of herself. The tone did not sound very embarrassed. Then I will take care of myself, Sungya said to herself in her heart. Although her brother is 80% unreliable every day, his survival ability is very good. At the beginning, he was targeted by Hilt so openly and secretly, but he didn't die in the end and killed him. It's really hard to deal with. After confirming that Sungya didn't do anything wrong, Greyas looked at the shrinking encirclement in front of him, and the laser gun beam in his hand never stopped. It's really hard to fight 4 guys with equally good strength when the superpowers are restrained. Thanks to the reaction ability he trained before, otherwise the bamboo stick just now would have ruined his right hand. He smeared the corrosive bullet on the face of the person on the left, and then suddenly turned sideways to avoid the whip swung by the person behind, and smeared the electromagnetic controller on it, giving the other party a shock. Greyas finally got a moment to breathe. He quickly glanced around. It's been so long, it's time. Chapter 144. It's almost there, it's almost there. That beautiful soul will soon be ours. His resistance was gradually weakening, and he couldn't keep up with the use of props. Just now, his and Gui Li's weapons hit his left hand and right shoulder at the same time. The blood dripped with black air, and the feeling of having his soul devoured must be uncomfortable. Look at that guy, he can hardly lift his gun. He seemed to see that soul waving at him, that soul that was several times brighter than ordinary people. Wait, how could it be so bright? So you guys are shooting the light. I was wondering why you retreated so quickly when you used the flamethrower before. He saw the man who was struggling to death, with a mocking smile on his face. It was a flash bomb. He wanted to remind his companions to cover their cloaks, but before he could say anything, a strong wind hit him in the face. A huge rabbit appeared in the field of vision, spinning its ears wildly, but it only lasted for less than a second. After that, his vision was filled with flash bombs, followed by a pain that was more painful than a burning fire. Damn it. Guiyun never thought that the 5 brothers would capsize in such a place. The 5 of them were named Guiyun, Gili, Gimo, Guowang, and Geyer. They didn't know each other at the beginning, but they were mixed together because of their similar way of survival. To be precise, they can't be considered human. They died once at the beginning of the apocalypse. But perhaps because of their strong obsession, 5 survivors crawled out of the sea of corpses and blood half a month later. The special way of survival gave them unique superpowers. Their attacks can tear and devour the souls of their opponents, and the more souls they devour, the stronger they are. They will not get sick and have no sense of pain. Their strength and agility are more outstanding than ordinary survivors. They are more like conscious zombies than survivors. But fate never gives without taking. Soon they found that while their strength increased exponentially, they had 2 fatal weaknesses. One was that they had to devour more than 1 soul every 7 days, otherwise they would die completely within a day. The second point was even more fatal. They could not see the light, otherwise they would turn into ashes within a minute. Fortunately, in this doomsday, the light is dim even during the day, and the shelter sells this kind of cloak with strong light blocking power, so this weakness is easy to overcome in daily combat. In order to ensure that they can get souls every time they attack, the 5 people formed a team. Their strange attack methods and top-notch physical fitness made those single targets no match at all. 1/3 of the people in the shelter became their nutrients. People often change color when talking about it. Weaknesses will not be discovered. Before that, if you tell it that a person with superpowers that are obviously restrained by them can break through their pursuit and blockade, it will only laugh at that guy's fantasy. But not only did this happen, the other party even found their weakness, and surrounded the 4 of them. Quickly absorbed those souls. The intense light has begun to melt their bodies, and Guiyun's voice has become hoarse. Although few opponents can find their weaknesses, it is never a pleasant thing to have a fatal weakness. The 5 people did a lot of experiments, and finally found a way to reduce the damage of light, and refine the wrong souls. These souls that suffered great torture before death have a wonderful magic. Absorbing them not only improves their strength more significantly, but also can restore the body melted by the sun in a short time. It is a great tonic and a life-saving artifact. So after that, all their hunters died extremely tragically, which made them even more notorious. Back to the present, Guiyun shouted while putting the bag of wrong souls into his mouth. Then, your soul, how could it be? Why can't it attack automatically? Guiyun and the other 3 people collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud, gradually melting under the strong light. His voice was so hoarse that it was almost inaudible what he said. In their bodies, another soft white light with colorful halos gradually spread, splitting their bodies into pieces. This was the 3rd time he was surprised today. And this time, there was no shock, only fear. He clearly knew that he was about to die, the kind that could not be saved even if all the wrong souls in the world were poured in. Grea's soul was like a deadly poison, burning through the internal organs of the 4 people. The world is so vast that nothing is impossible. If you can attack souls yourself, you cannot allow other ways of attacking souls to exist. Well, that's not right. After all, this is not an attack. It's just a cleansing of your rotten souls. Grea smiled brightly. There's one left. The fox lightly grabbed the hood of Sungya's opponent. Grea gave him VIP treatment and let him enjoy a whole flash bomb. His companions had 1 bomb for 4 people. Huh, it's finally solved. Watching the last person turn into a puddle of mud, Grea sat down on the stairs. Really, why do some people find it so easy to split the soul when it's so painful? In fact, Grea's strategy at the beginning was very simple. When he first collided with the 5 people, he clearly felt that the soul quality of the other party was not as good as his. It was only the weapons that were harmful, which was the so-called strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Once the defense of the weapons was broken, they would no longer be a threat to Grea's. So, when he saw that the 5 people carried the wrong souls with them and replenished their abilities by devouring them, Grea's came up with a bold idea. Split a part of his soul origin and mixed it with the souls torn by the weapons, and summoned creatures for them to take away. Once they devoured them, Grea's could use these souls to severely damage their soul origin. So in fact, it was a lucky accident to discover their weakness of being afraid of light. It was an accident that allowed Grea's to ensure that they were completely killed. As for the method of splitting the soul, of course, it was taught by a certain lady named Ji. Grea's thought that he was just curious at that time, but he didn't expect Ji Qinshan to really teach him, and he didn't expect to really use it now. She is indeed a magical person. You are also quite magical. Why did you call us after the fight? Mou's head popped out from the stairs. Grea's called for reinforcements in the chat group when he was attacked. In fact, it was just in case. After all, the opponent's ability was really weaker than his. If he made a wrong judgment, he had to keep a hand to prevent the boat from capsizing. Besides, he had to prevent any sequelae of splitting the soul. Sangia might not be able to deal with it alone. But he said, hey, let's exchange feelings, and show my wisdom by the way. Mou and Fuing looked at each other speechlessly. It's not that they hate each other. After all, there is such a pervert in their shelter, and they have to deal with him every day, especially Fuing. It's impossible not to get used to it. How come you don't seem to be attacked? Maybe because we don't have a sense of presence like you do. When you stay with some people for a long time, you will always pick up some bad habits. In fact, Mou and Fuing are born with a low sense of presence, and Fuing is very proficient in hiding, so the two have never been involved in a battle. But sometimes it's really fun to be naughty. Excuse me, we have to leave here. Many people have been attracted by the movement just now, and are rushing over. This is a ring match. At this time, Grea's has already realized the pitfalls of this copy. He grabbed the nameplate on the ground and added Sengaya, but found that his sister was one step ahead of him and had already walked with Mouyue. Soul Division, not bad, he really can use it. In a sea of pink roses, Ji Qingshan sat on a cotton flower, and the roses next to her came over from time to time to rub her cheek, or put a piece of ticket fragments on her legs. Why do you say legs? Because Miss Ji has a bunch of grapes in her left hand, and a peach in her right hand, so her hands are no longer free. There is a huge screen in front of Ji Qingshan. The images keep changing, and if you don't look carefully, you might think it's a fight scene in some hot-blooded show. It's just that both sides of the battle are not all human. Pumpkinhead, protect Strawberry, his new batch of fruits haven't grown yet. Potato, be careful, don't collapse this station. Bitter Melon, be prepared, someone in the northeast is going to set fire. Ivy, well, you should grow more neatly, it's ugly with more on the east and less on the west. Well, Watermelon, you bring one in for me to taste. 2 seconds later, a round watermelon was handed to Ji Qingshan. A willow branch reached in from outside, and cut the watermelon in no time, and placed it on a lotus leaf. Is this right? This is not right. The 3 people behind her were petrified. They had been staring at Ji Qingshan for a long time, and they simply didn't know how to express their current feelings. 10 minutes ago. Looking at the person with green eyes rushing towards the 4 of them, like a locust seeing crops, Ji Qingshan held down Lan Ming's hand that was about to take out the props. In her puzzled eyes, the cards flew out of her hand like snowflakes. The dense plants grew wildly with Ji Qingshan as the center. The entire east side of the second floor has completely turned into a sea of plants. The attackers who rushed in front of them didn't even react to what happened and became fresh fertilizer. What happened next was simple. Ji Qingshan lay inside the plant fortress, using daughter and mental power to make a holographic screen to watch the battle without any burden. If he was hungry, he could even pull out some fruits to eat. Seeing that the people behind him didn't move, Ji Qingshan raised his eyebrows and turned his head. Eat, what are you looking at? If you don't like these, I still have bananas, apples, pears, pineapples, coconuts, oranges. Which one do you want? Sister Shuang, we are now. Lan Ming's voice trembled. Waiting for the bus? Isn't it normal to eat some snacks while waiting for the bus? Goddamn waiting for the bus. Are they here for vacation? Fortunately, Ji Qingshan and I didn't tell the others in the chat group about this scene. Otherwise, there would be more than 3 people petrified at this time. Although, Ji Qingshan actually has a lot of tricks in his daily life. If you think about the previous action of using a starship to bombard zombies, you will know that this person likes to make a big move in his bones. Lan Ming, as the person who has the most contact with her, has also experienced similar things. This time, she was at a loss because she felt that the current scene was too discordant. But if you think about it carefully, Ji Qingshan's strategy is to deal with the dungeon, and it's just her attitude that is discordant. And with such an attitude, if she can kill others, she may be more presumptuous than Sister Shuang. Lan Ming was relieved. Can I eat an orange? The round and plump orange was thrown into Lan Ming's hand. Well, it's very delicious. Compared with Lan Ming, Ji Yang has walked with this woman all the way in the end times, and he is more accepting of some of Ji Qingshan's behaviors. Not eating fruit is probably a sympathy for the same kind. She still remembers the grudge that Ji Qingshan pulled her melon seeds before. Among the 3, Yuanzhou was actually the one who was most shocked by this scene. He didn't turn his head stiffly until the people outside realized the reality and fled for their lives, looking at Lan Ming who was chewing a peach next to him. He seemed to be asking, or talking to himself, has she always been like this? I guess so, didn't you know before? Lan Ming looked at Yuanzhou with surprise. Judging from the atmosphere, Sister Shuang and this person seemed to have an affair, but why did he feel that this person didn't really know Ji Qingshan? Yuanzhou ignored Lan Ming's doubts and shouted in his heart. He only knew that this person was crazy before, but he didn't expect it to be this crazy. He knew that Arifin couldn't do anything to her, but he didn't expect this person to take advantage of this madness to disgust the other party. She won't stop until Arifin is pissed off, right? She does have the capital to do so, but Yuanzhou felt a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. Ji Qingshan's behavior is not without risks, and he only has one chance. Did he really make the right choice? Finally, all the people who were still alive, except the plants, saw clearly that they had offended some unknown big man, and all those who could move ran away. On the cotton, Ji Qingshan showed a regretful expression, sighing in a sad tone. Really, the time is not up yet. Why did they all run away? Ms. Ji, I have heard of your name for a long time. A male voice suddenly came from above. Chapter 145. Soon after the attackers arrived. Jiang Shusu immediately deployed the wind domain. His ability is also element control. Control element, wind. In more than 2 months of practice, he has already used his ability quite skillfully. In the wind field, the attackers were blown all over the place, and they had to avoid the wind blades that condensed from time to time. Morongyan kept switching his position with the attackers, completely disrupting their formation. Various mechanical creations of different sizes played the role of auxiliary defense and attack, and increased with the increase of props thrown by the attackers. As for the last person in the team, under the protection of Jiang Shusu, he continuously provided energy for the other 3. If they continued to fight like this, 2 hours would not be a problem. After the first wave of random attacks, the people who came later were much more cautious, and did not dare to rise into the wind field, but only wandered around the periphery. They saw that Jiang Shusu and the other 4 were not easy to deal with. Even if they win, they won't have much physical and mental strength left, and it will be troublesome to meet other enemies later. Some people have already begun to retreat. Seeing that the pressure has eased, Morongyan just swallowed the matter and put it on the agenda. Jiang Shusu, don't think you can skip the previous question when fighting. Tell me, why did you watch the show just now? Even if you think we can't kill those 4 people in a short time. But robbing the 3 people who escaped is always possible. Stealing heads is something you have always wanted to do. If you want to do it, you have to see if you can beat them. Using a small tornado to stun the 4 or 5 enemies closest to him, Jiang Shusu tore off their nameplates and motioned Morongyan to see the situation on the 2nd floor. The situation is imaginable. The attackers were completely restrained by a group of plants. Even if they wanted to use fire to restrain them, there was a bitter gourd with ice armor to assist. Is this ability really something that humans can have? Isn't the strength a bit outrageous? Morongyan, who was sure that she was not mistaken, felt that she had suffered a serious blow. And when she saw what the people inside were doing, she almost vomited blood. No, they treat this place as a resort. Who is that guy? He doesn't need to do it himself, relying on his ability. No, those noobs can't even break her defense. Then do you think you can break through? Me? Morongyan glanced at Ji Qingshan, who was surrounded by layers of plants. She originally wanted to say whether Jiang Shusu had forgotten what his ability was. Killing the people inside might be a problem, but only breaking through. There are living things in the plant pile, so you can't just go in casually. But soon she found something wrong. Her ability to change positions requires accurate marking of a certain person, but when she looked at the 4 people in the plant pile, she found that she couldn't locate any of them. Morongyan stopped talking. Jiang Shusu gave her the answer. No, right? Then why do you think we can get away with this kind of superpower? No. Morongyan suddenly realized you got the time wrong. She didn't use this big move before those people came. How did you know? Now it seems that Jiang Shusu's decision is undoubtedly correct, but as the timeline goes forward, Morongyan is still curious about how he came to the conclusion. If it is confirmed, it was just now. Didn't you notice? When those people came to attack, her superpower fluctuations were so faint that they were almost invisible, and it was not a sudden outbreak. This only shows that she is confident that she doesn't need much superpowers to get rid of the sneak attacker. Morongyan thought back and saw that Ji Qingshan was indeed at ease when he was fighting with the 4 people just now. Jiang Shusu was affected by the wind field, and his superpower perception was more sensitive than ordinary people. It is not unreasonable to make such a judgment. Wait a minute, he said at the beginning that it was confirmed just now. Morongyan suddenly had a bad premonition and asked, then what about the discovery? Discovered. At first, when I met her and tried to grab her head, I felt that her superpowers were very strong and should not be an ordinary person. What did this person say? When did he find out? Then why did you provoke her? Morongyan's voice rose 8 degrees. This person is courting death. If they really fight, they will not get any advantage. What do you mean by provoking? This is a way of greeting. Anyway, it ended perfectly in the end. Morongyan rolled his eyes speechlessly. Take a look at the cactus you took down with great difficulty before you speak. So, I took her spoils, and she gave me a cactus, a gift in return. Morongyan, she doesn't talk to people with strange thoughts. She should be from another real world. If we are in the same place with this kind of strength, we should have never heard of it. At the critical moment, we still need to rely on the team's assistant to change the subject. She is indeed from another world, but it's not that we haven't heard of it. Jiang Shusu showed an intriguing smile on his face. What do you mean? The other 3 turned their heads to look at him. The miscellaneous soldiers around them had been cleared, and they were really collecting the drop nameplates under the cover of the wind field and mechanical creations. There were many nameplates, enough to make up 10 complete tickets. All 4 of them were qualified to board the train, although they didn't care about this now. We are not in the same world and have no intersection. How could we have heard of it? Chung Guanxia, the assistant, paused for a moment and reacted first. After all, there is indeed a person in the whole mode who is well known even if you don't meet him. It can't be such a coincidence. Just ask and you will know. So, Miss G, I have heard of you for a long time. The wind lifted Jiang Shisu and the other 4 and floated down from the 3rd floor. Jean Air, report the situation. If you need me, you can come to the 2nd floor to find me. There are a lot of tickets left. Half a minute ago, with only a few enemies left on the screen, Ji Qingshan waved his hand to let Rose and Moss clean up the battlefield, and shouted in the chat group. Not bad, we plan to collect tickets later. But Boss G, you said there are a lot of tickets left. Did you make the broadcast that lasted for a long time? I was wondering why there are so many fewer people visible to the naked eye. Ji Qingshan nodded to confirm, and then stopped paying attention to the chat group. After confirming the status of other people with daughter, and knowing that they would not die for a while, he looked around. At this moment, there were no more people around who overestimated their abilities. Half of the station was cleared, and there were no other living creatures on the entire 2nd floor. Those who escaped by chance wanted to stay away from here, and their miserable condition fell into the eyes of some guys who were secretly observing, and these people also tacitly stayed away from this place. At present, the closest to Ji Qingshan were only Jiang Shisu and the other 4. Ji Qingshan put away the plants and watched them float to a place 10 meters opposite her. I've been recognized. Jiang Shisu's ability is the same as Ci's, and he may even be a little better than Ci in terms of control. He should be considered a very powerful person in other worlds. It's just that his personality is a bit weird, but it's harmless. At least he can judge the situation, give and take, and has a clear mind and can be considered sharp. Such a person is a rare resource. Ji Qingshan doesn't mind having a friendly exchange with him, and if possible, he can ask someone to cause more trouble for Arifin. She has noticed that the aura of the 4 people eroded and polluted by the energy core is not serious, especially Jiang Shisu, a natural superpower. It seems that he didn't rely too much on that kind of thing during the improvement process, and he can still be saved now. But she can't do it now. Arifin has already noticed the situation here. It is impossible to change the status of these people, who he also cares about without being noticed, so he can only influence them slowly. Thinking of this, it is even more necessary to have a good exchange with the other party. Mr. Jiang, are you and your accomplices planning to continue to steal heads? Ji Qingshan had also heard the conversation between Jiang Shisu and Murong Yin, and now he was talking about it with a bit of teasing. Before Jiang Shisu said anything, his companion took the lead in distance from him. The meaning was very clear. I didn't. Stealing heads was his idea alone. Jiang Shisu, who was still calm just now, hey Murong Yin, you said you didn't participate? That was your idea. Okay, I just gave you some advice. Fuck you, kid, you're confusing right and wrong. Jiang Shisu gritted his teeth and complained, but that was all. Miss G, are you interested in making friends? He changed the subject, seemingly casually walked towards Ji Qingshan and stretched out his hand, which held a green, smooth, round thing, the cactus. Jiang Shisu handed the cactus to Ji Qingshan, but saw Ji Qingshan covering his ears with a strange expression. The next moment, wow, old Ji, this bad guy shaved me bald. The cactus's earth-shaking shout startled everyone present, including the 3 people who knew that Ji Qingshan's plants could talk. Of course, the worst one was Jiang Shisu, who almost had tinnitus from being so close to him. Shut up, got it. Ji Qingshan sealed its mouth with an elm leaf while it was about to call again, and then looked at Jiang Shisu. Make friends? Yes, more friends mean more ways. We all have tickets now, and we can definitely get on the bus. And given the nature of this world, there will definitely be trouble after getting on the bus, so we can take care of each other at that time. How can you guarantee that you are helping instead of making things difficult? Ji Qingshan smiled. I really can't guarantee this, so I'm just suggesting it. What do you think, Miss G? Hiss. While talking, Jiang Shisu suddenly realized that the green ball was missing from his hand, and then he felt a tingling pain on the skin of his palm, and the dense thorns flew out of his hand and grew back on the cactus. The tingling in his hand finally disappeared, and his heart finally fell back into his stomach. Jiang Shisu knew that this matter was settled. Okay. Ji Qingshan tore off the leaves on the cactus mouth and threw them back into the tattoo. On the ruins. 710 Shelter. Yuan Fuyun, who has been running between two shelters for many years, rarely has a little free time. She took out a dark novel published by the Alliance more than 10 years ago from her storage bag. Although she has read the content many times, she still likes both the story and the character illustrations, so she puts it in her pocket and takes it out to read it again when she has time. But this time, unfortunately, just after opening it, the intercom in her pocket rang again. Xiao Yunyun, how are you? Do you miss me? By the way, where is Xiao Qichen? Where is she now? Is she not with you? Alas. Her teacher, her appearance is always so distinctive. And that Xiao Qichen, I finally understand why the teacher always likes to contact her first. If he faces his uncle like this, he will be beaten to death. No, my uncle went to the hell train. After briefly explaining the current situation, she asked, Teacher, what happened? Is that so? There was a moment of silence on the other side, as if thinking about how to express the next thing. If there is a problem, I can now. Yuan Fuyun realized that something was wrong, and was about to say that she had a way to contact Ji Qichen, but was interrupted by Dudi Yun. No, it's the same if I give it to you. Be careful about your shelter, or world, there should be big trouble soon. You also know that Arifin is not a person who likes garbage. He can't put so many living people in one world. He won't put so many living people in this world. Could it be that he thinks that the hell train is not just a platform? But everyone has only one ticket, doesn't that mean? It's not just a ticket problem, but Xiao Qichen should have left a solution with his caution. You should pay attention to it. If it doesn't work, hold on for a while, someone will come to find you soon. Outside the apocalypse, in the Alliance route. After a burst of sizzling electricity, the screen in the monitoring room of the interstellar route suddenly went black. The repair personnel finished the emergency repairs and nervously checked whether there was any accident. Fortunately, all the spacecrafts were sailing as usual, and it seemed that this was just an ordinary failure. No one noticed that a mecha on a spaceship opened the transformer hatch and quickly deviated from its orbit and flew towards the depths of the universe. Chapter 146. Damn Arifin, why did you build it in such a remote place? In the cockpit of the mecha, the person in the co-pilot seat tapped on the control panel angrily and spat. The person still had some baby fat on both sides of her cheeks, and her facial features were small and delicate. She should have been a very delicate girl. But her messy black short hair, and the two exaggerated dark circles under her blue half-closed almond eyes, which were 2 centimeters wide and uneven in color, completely destroyed her natural good looks. Not to mention that she was wearing a black non-mainstream suit, with a bunch of messy jingling ornaments on her clothes, ears and mouth, which made a rustling sound whenever she moved. Nana, can you take a little more photos? This is my mecha. If you don't feel bad for it, I will. The operating table is broken, and it's very expensive to repair. Sitting next to her was a plain-looking man, the kind you wouldn't find in a crowd of emoticons. His only pair of eyes were frighteningly bright, and his facial expressions were really rich. Every muscle on his face was very flexible. In just a few words, his expression changed from complaining to sadness, and then to heartbroken and helpless. Every expression could be used as a standard emoticon. You can act as if you want to fall to the ground. Don't make such a disgusting expression now. Why do you feel bad? It's not like I won't help you fix it. Nana glanced at him. Can we talk some sense? When did you not charge me for the materials, when you didn't charge for the repairs? These things are very expensive, and you even sold them to me at double the price. Haha, are you saying that I made all those mechas that are on the verge of being scrapped? You can blame me for running around like crazy every day. Otherwise, you can just send me a pile of scrap metal to repair it. But you never charge for repairing things for the boss. Say this to her face, and I won't charge you. Nana's words blocked all the man's words. Say it to the boss, and it's not a question of whether Nana will charge or not, but whether he will have the life to pay. After choking the other party's words, Nana turned to continue her output. Oh damn Arifin, he actually brought the boss to this godforsaken place. Isn't he from the Council of Elders? He's such a high-ranking official, can't he get a more luxurious place? Please, what he did is against the laws of the Alliance. No matter how high-ranking an official is, he can't be so blatant, okay? He's not very courageous. He got rid of the boss, okay? This is not to say that Arifin got rid of Ji Qichen, an important official of the Alliance, which is likely to cause unrest within the Alliance. In fact, most of the top leaders of the Alliance would rather Ji Qichen disappear quietly one day. Nana's so-called courage is that Arifin dared to get Ji Qichen to his place. Didn't he know that their boss has been investigating this matter? The first person to let the wolf into the house. But that said, She also understood that Arifin was not a stupid person. He dared to get Ji Qingshan in, and must have made all preparations. Poor Dugayun, he is ordering us around day by day. We are not his subordinates. He didn't even come and sent a letter, saying that the boss is in danger, and asked us to do him a favor and go there. What nonsense are you talking about? We are still helping him. Of course we have to go if something happens to the boss. What does he want to do when he comes to us, as if he has no other choice? Is the boss familiar with him? The girl knocked on the controller louder, and the person next to her suddenly raised an eyebrow. I say, Nana, you are not angry that the boss didn't tell us anything and took the risk alone. Nana's expression was stiff for a moment, and then she cursed even louder. What are you talking about? How could I? That's the fact. She arranged everything and handed the other half of the plan to Dugayun, but she didn't tell us anything. Even where she was, and what she wanted to do was told to us by Dugayun yesterday. You are actually sad that you were excluded by her, but you just don't want to. Woo woo woo. A huge spray paint can was stuffed into his mouth, and then Nana's vicious voice came. If you say one more word, you will pay 10 times the price next time you repair the mecha. 10 times. This money grubber is crazy. The man quickly shut up, wishing he could grow a zipper on it. The mecha returned to its original calm, but the atmosphere became visibly dull. Even if she could physically gag him, Nana had to admit that the man was right. She did shift the conflict to other people. How could she be blamed? If Ji Qingshan hadn't insisted on doing it, she would have died in the pile of corpses in the slum. She knew that Ji Qingshan's strength was above hers, and she would always find the best solution to create a new possibility for those of them who had once been in the dust, a possibility of standing at the top and treating the world equally. But, she is no longer the little girl who had nothing, and she also wants to do something for her. Hi, can you hear me? You're almost there. Pay attention to logging in from that white area. Don't go the wrong way. I don't want to bear Xiao Qingshan's wrath. Dugayun's voice came from the intercom. Got it. Nana had calmed down and said in a normal tone. I've said it before for other situations. Just be careful not to make too much noise. Okay. The mecha's detection system has already scanned the white area Dugayun mentioned, and it's approaching in stealth mode. However, when the distance was about 100,000 kilometers, a strange wave suddenly appeared. Oh no, we're going to be discovered. The man's voice came the next moment. He quickly entered the command on the console, and was about to turn on the armed mode of the mecha. Dugayun's voice came first. Don't move. Another strange wave, as if some kind of electric current spread throughout the mecha in an instant, covering the mecha before the strange wave arrived. The two energies cancelled each other out, and nothing happened. Okay, it's okay. Remember what I said before, and you have to speed up. Dugayun hung up the communication. And in the steel forest thousands of miles away. In the central control room, the eyelids of the person sitting in front of the control console jumped. He frowned and opened his eyes to look at a floating screen in front of him. He was stunned for a long time, but finally leaned back in his chair as if he had not noticed anything. There was just a strange gloom between his eyebrows, and after a long time he said, "You are still so annoying." Zombie planet. The mecha passed through the white barrier and fell into the desolate ruins. At first glance, there were ruins of buildings everywhere. Occasionally, you can see zombies that look like people from a distance, but look weird when you look closely. But the number is so small that it seems to be just to maintain the setting. He said let's go to 710 to find Yuan Fuyan first. According to the identification signal given by Dugayun, Nana controlled the mecha to locate. It was easy to locate, but when they rushed over, they saw that the original shelter was only a pile of ruins. Damn, we are still a step late. Nana slammed the control console. However, this time the people next to him did not gasp because of heartache. Don't worry, there is a second plan. Nana showed him an expression that said, "Of course I know this," and continued to curse. Damn Arifin. If you want to ask why everything has become like this, you have to go back an hour ago. Train starting station, Hell's Gate. Station number 4. This is really endless. Greyas carried the props and put his summons aside, running towards the stairs without stopping. Except for the top floor, people could come from all directions in places like the stairs. The rat snake swam very fast, leaving tooth marks on everyone who approached and knocked them down quickly. The rabbit jumped over and gave the last blow to the person who still had a trace of consciousness. The fox rested enough in his arms before using its claws to knock the person down, and the mermaid. Although it was very useful in making people unconscious, it made a lot of noise, and Greyas really didn't want to attract more people. The others were not idle either. Fu Ying's gun skills were quite good. He used the ability of small-scale air compression to cooperate with the gun to suppress the long-range firepower or intercept the flying bullets and props. Greyes was in charge of the mid-range. Moyua and Sangaya dealt with some attackers and props that broke through the defense line. The main force was Moyua, and Sangaya had to observe the situation in the field while cooperating with her, and check for loopholes in time. The four of them walked to the top floor at a certain speed. However, although many people were knocked unconscious, they were always moving, so they could only take the ticket fragments delivered to them, and the nameplates dropped from a distance were picked up by others. Fortunately, the base was large enough, and only one fragment was left. The higher they went, the fewer sneak attackers came down from above, and even at the 4.5 floor, no one above them went down. There was only a faint sweet fragrance in the air. Superpowers, ambush, or... The four people were nervous at the same time, and suddenly a surprised voice came from not far away. "Ah, little fox. And little rabbits and snakes. Uncle, can I touch them?" Uncle, Greyes' expression cracked. He had seen his sister's ruthless mockery. Looking in the direction of the voice, the four people saw two people. In fact, the one behind was not important. All eyes were focused on the person in front, who was eating an ice cream cone. He was also the one who called Greyes uncle. Eating an ice cream cone in this environment? This shows that he has absolute confidence in his own strength. The four people exchanged glances. Behind Xiaoyu, Luca suppressed the embarrassment on his face and whispered to the person in front, "Boss, I am at most 30, you are 25 this year, not much younger than others." Although Xiaoyu's baby face said that he was under 14 years old, and some people believed it. But the real age is here, and Luca is sometimes really ashamed of some of his city lord's unruly behavior. It was obvious that the other side was already dissatisfied. Although Luca didn't think they would pose a danger to Xiaoyu, unlike the previous attackers, the other side clearly had no intention of taking action. This time, it was his side that provoked them first, and he didn't care about anything they did. Xiaoyu himself seemed to be unaware of it. No matter how the people behind him brainstormed, he walked towards Greyes and his friends with a well-behaved smile. Luca's morality was fighting with his selfishness. His hand was frozen in the air, and he missed the best opportunity to pull people. He watched Xiaoyu walk to the other side, holding 4 lollipops and handing them over, showing a bright smile. "2 uncles and 2 sisters. Do you want to eat candy?" "Thank you, little nephew. Uncle won't eat it, because eating too much sweets will cause tooth decay, and tooth extraction is very painful." The rat snake quietly wrapped around Xiaoyu's ankle and bit him hard. Chapter 147. Finished. Because Xiaoyu was wearing shorts, Luca could clearly see the whole process of the rat snake committing the crime from a distance. But the speed was too fast, and it was too late for him to remind it. His own little city lord hid well, but Luca saw Xiaoyu grinning while treating a wound less than 2 centimeters wide and less than 2 millimeters deep behind his back in a certain copy, and he knew that this person was actually extremely afraid of pain. It's just that in the past he used his supernatural powers to avoid all situations that would cause him to get hurt. Now Greyes' operation is undoubtedly a disco on Xiaoyu's thunder spot. As expected, Xiaoyu's face has turned black. "Uncle, I'm kind enough to treat you to candy. It's not good to attack by surprise." "Greyes, the people behind us can't stop it." 2 voices came into Greyes' ears, one inside and one outside. The pursuers behind them did not stop because they stopped, and Sangai and the other 2 could only take his share when Greyes and Xiaoyu were talking nonsense. "Hold on a little longer, and then we kill the whole group." Greyes said this briefly, and ignored Sungya's reaction and continued to fight with Xiaoyu. "You didn't faint, did you? Instead, you almost poisoned Shaokai to death." He noticed something was wrong the moment the rat snake started talking. The signal from the rat snake said that Xiaoyu's blood tasted sweet. He quickly recalled the rat snake, and found that this guy didn't faint others, but got himself drunk first. It's a good thing that part of the summoned creature's soul is connected to the summoner, so as long as it's not fatal, it can be saved. But when saving, the summoner will experience the state of the summoned creature being injured. Just like now, Greyes' face was stained with red, his head was dizzy, and he almost fell into Fu Ying's arms, and the other party was pushed to attention by reflex. This is a very drunk person. Fortunately, the rat snake didn't inhale much, and Greyes' state only lasted for 1 second before he quickly came back to his senses. He looked at Xiaoyu, and his face turned cold. Chocolate with wine filling, a lollipop with unknown effect. This child who is born with supernatural powers, you are really kind. It is hardened, uncle, and it can work even without eating. Xiaoyu used the lollipop as a dart, and it stuck to Grey's in less than a second at such a short distance. However, the situation he imagined that the other party would be petrified did not happen, and a tortoiseshell blocked the lollipop from sticking. This is one of Grey's new summons. After finishing off the 5-member group of demons and monsters, he just felt that he finally had the ability to defend himself, and he used it now. Oh, you still have little turtles. If you are willing to give them to me, I can forgive you for hurting me. Otherwise, I will make you into a small cake. A large cream spray gun appeared in Xiaoyu's hand, and white cream sprayed out from it. A drop of it fell to the ground, and slowly corroded the building. TSK, kids, don't play with this kind of thing. It's very troublesome to clean up. A huge white wing stretched out from the air, and the gun head was tilted just before the spray gun fired, just aiming at the staircase behind Grey's. Sangya had already prepared, and instantly put Fuing into the space, and she herself was pulled aside by Moyue. A large lump of cream was thrown at the crowd that gathered on the stairs again, and the people who rushed in front were instantly buried. The screams that came one after another just sounded, and they were completely extinguished because their mouths were also filled with cream. Grey's smiled wickedly. He wanted to do this when he heard Sungya say that more and more people were gathering behind him. Seeing that the 5 empty floors were still emitting sweet fragrance, combined with the candy handed over by Xiaoyu, Grey's guessed that Xiaoyu must have some large-scale killing ability. Killing with a borrowed knife. It's okay if it doesn't work, but wouldn't it be wonderful if it works? A large lump of cream completely blocked the stairs to the upper floor, and Xiaoyu also threw a handful of popping candy into it. Occasionally, a bloody hand could be seen trying to pry open the cream, and Xiaoyu frowned and added another lump. Grey showed a bit of surprise. He just deflected Xiaoyu's attack direction, and didn't control the opponent for a long time. Xiaoyu could stop as soon as he found out that he sprayed the wrong thing, but he didn't. Instead, he increased his horsepower at those people, and smiled very brightly. It seemed that in his eyes, it didn't matter if he sprayed these people and then sprayed Grey's, it would just waste more cream. Okay, this weird uncle who likes to kill with a borrowed knife, I have cleaned up the trash. Let's discuss how many small animals you have left. Of course, according to the principle of equal exchange, if you want my cake, I will be happy to give it to you. As he spoke, Xiaoyu had super large black forest and red velvet cakes in his hands, which looked very delicious. Do it? No, I can do it myself. Grey's rejected the idea of the other 3 to help me keep an eye on the person behind. Behind Xiaoyu, Luca did not move. He couldn't do a 1-on-3 thing. This little ancestor didn't know why he only brought him, and he also made it clear that if other people in the shelter came here, don't bother him. So both sides reached a consensus. In this empty space, the war was only between a pair of uncle and nephew. Station number 3. 2 figures collided quickly. Good skills. You too. Xia Xuyan slapped the huge sickle away with one palm, but the other side cleverly deflected the blade at an angle, and when they separated, there was a blood mark on the back of Xia Xuyan's hand. How about it? Do you agree to cooperate? The 2 stood still at the same time, and Gu Sun looked at Xia Xuyan and the other 2 with sharp eyes. The meeting of the 2 groups of people was very coincidental. Probably because they were 3 girls, they were targeted as soon as they came in, and they were immediately hunted after the system announced the rules. But there is no doubt that the attacker underestimated the strength of the hunting target, and faced the sudden huge gravity, and the bombs that Wang Qiuqiu threw out one by one, and it very awkwardly. Not to mention Xia Xuyan's endless superpowers. In the last second, she had just set off a fireball to burn a group of attackers, and in the next second, she waved her wings to launch several sharp feather arrows and harvested a crop of leeks. Help those people deeply feel what it means to be a person by appearance. They were not afraid of running out of superpowers. Anyway, they had enough replenishing potions. When no one dared to come up and provoke them easily, they automatically excluded them from the target, and the tickets in the hands of the 3 people had already been collected. There was less than an hour before the train arrived at the station, and the 3 of them planned to find a feng shui treasure land that was a little off the beaten track and wait until the last 10 minutes before going out to move. Coincidentally, the feng shui treasure land was found quickly, but unfortunately, people came to the feng shui treasure land first. They were not good people. When the girls saw 2 corpses lying on the ground, and the only living thin and purple boy was surrounded by 4 grinning men, with his hands and feet tied, their eyelids could not help but jump. This is really a feng shui treasure land. Who? The good thing was suddenly interrupted, and the 4 people were all angry. They hurriedly picked up their clothes, and almost forgot how to use their special powers. But when they saw that the 3 good-looking girls came, one of whom was still young, Most of their vigilance and caution turned into obscene smiles. Hey, 3 little beauties came to the door on their own. Don't worry, brother loves you. The man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks on the right back looked back and forth at the 3 people, and he had already revealed a smile of determination, but the sudden change in gravity made the smiles of the 4 people freeze at the corners of their mouths, and the next moment, they were pressed straight to the ground. Xia Xuyan quickly took action, and in the burst of speed, his figure flashed and picked up the little boy curled up in the back with lifeless eyes, and returned to his original position. Everything happened quickly, and now Wang Qiuqiu just needed to finish it off with a bomb. But the little girl didn't have time to throw the bomb, because a huge sickle came quietly from the sky. Born. A woman in a black dress descended from the sky, and the huge sickle slashed the 3 people in half like sashimi, then shrank back to normal size, and returned to her hand. Is the child convenient for me? We brought a healer. After putting away the weapon, Gusun walked in front of Xia Xuyan and the other 2. A man ran up behind her, holding a bunch of common pills in his hand, which were obviously transformed by supernatural powers. Xia Xuyan did not move, but she had great doubts about this woman who appeared out of thin air and the 6 people following her. Jiang Yanran spoke first. It's useless to save him. If he doesn't get a complete ticket by the time, he will still die. It's different. He can die because he doesn't have the ability to defeat zombies, but he shouldn't die because of human desire for energy. This is not the ending a child should have. Moreover, one more chance means one more hope. There should be more people alive in this world. Don't you think so too? I saw your fight just now. You didn't take the initiative, but only passively killed those who attack you. Xia Xuyan and the other 2 looked at each other, handed the little boy to the man with the medicine, and then looked at Gu Sun. There is no difference between the 2. They both want to gain their own interests. Xia Xuyan said. No, everyone wants to gain benefits, but people choose different ways. In the end times, this way will drive people to abandon all morality because of the harsh environment and only care about everything they can get. You are one of the few people. So I want to cooperate with you to save as many people as possible. Only in this way can we change the world. Change the world? Xia Xuyan, Jiang Yanran, and Wang Qiuqiu raised their eyebrows at the same time. Does this person know why this world came into being? Wait, it seems that they didn't know it in the first place. If there was no Ji Qingchen, they would have grown up like most of them. They would have tried their best to survive, and they would feel guilty, maybe. But they would never grow up like today because they knew someone would back them up. Although Ji Qingchen said that they should solve the problem themselves, in fact, when did she not come to after-sales service? But Gu Sun had no one to back her up. Judging from the reactions of the group of people behind her, she was the one who backed her up. In this case, she still wanted to change the world and save as many people as possible. Regardless of their strength, Gu Sun and Ji Qingchen are essentially the same kind of people. Compared with Ji Qingchen, Gu Sun is more naive. Naive but not blind, she knows that her dream is difficult to achieve, and her strength may not be enough, but she still firmly believes in it and works towards this goal. The world needs such people, so that it will not lose sight of the future. Xia Xuyan and Jiang Yanran looked at each other and made a decision. Gu Sun knew less about the world than them, and he could make a decision based on this. What reason did they have to shirk their responsibility? But the premise is that the person in front of them would not be too weak. We can't give you an answer for now. Why don't we fight first? So after 10 minutes of evenly matched competition, the 2 sides reached a consensus on cooperation. What are you going to do with her? After Xia Xuyan and Gu Sun stopped fighting, they pointed at the poor little boy who had been drugged and fell asleep. But it seemed that his dream was not good. After what he had just experienced, this was also normal. I will wait until he wakes up. The nameplates on the 4 people and his own can be combined into one set, and then it depends on his own choice. Chapter 148. Station number 2. From the outside, it looks the same as before, but if you walk in, you will find that 1/3 of the station is covered with dense cracks, and the cracks are bonded by brown soil. On the first floor, there are scattered building fragments. Thank you. A strong and sturdy man stood up from the mess. My friend, you have no sense of public morality. Even if you demolish this station, you can't kill the system, okay? Opposite the strong man was CE, who was holding the wall with one hand and pouring the supplement medicine handed by Bondi into his mouth frantically. He never thought that someone could be so crazy. He was just fighting with someone on the first floor, but he blew up half of the station by himself. He was unlucky because Su Yang, Bondi, Luoyu and Musong were all fighting with others in this half of the field at that time. After a while of shaking, the building fell down. If this was an open area, they could fly to avoid it, but at that time, they were only 2 meters away from the obstacle above, and there were quite a few living people in the entire area. In fact, to be honest, it was the most efficient way to use only supernatural powers to support the buildings in the area where the 5 people were. But CE cherished his life, and he couldn't watch so many people die in front of him. This was the only thought in his mind in the few seconds when the building was about to collapse. So at that moment, the reaction without thinking prevailed. The earth elements gathered in overwhelming numbers, using supernatural powers as glue to support this half of the building. When the brain caught up, all he could feel was the dizziness of mental power deficiency. And he has completely become a part of this building. Once the superpower stops being used, the building will still collapse rapidly along the original trajectory. Fortunately, at this moment, the people who sense the danger have already evacuated to the other half. How is it? Luo Yu and Mu Song also gathered around, looking at the people around them with a fierce look. There is no doubt that CE has used up all his mental power. Not only must it be clean, but he also has to continuously provide superpowers to this half. He is now like a transfer device, constantly converting replenishing potions into mental power to keep the building intact. But this is a very dangerous thing in such a place. Others will not stop just because you have just spent a lot of effort to save people. On the contrary, they are happy to pinch this kind of soft persimmon. However, CE has a nonchalant smile on his face, and he staggers out of the protection circle of 4 people, still chatting with the culprit. Friend, think you can't just be verbal. What do you want? Tickets? Sure. In fact, the strong man was almost dumbfounded when he saw that he was about to blow up half of the station. He had just used his superpowers to kill the enemy in front of him, and now he had no time to turn around and defend. As for his teammates, they never get too close to him when he fights, and they are also powerless. If the building really collapsed, the strong man in the middle would definitely not be spared, and he would almost die. It can be said that CE's action saved his life first. So at this moment, as long as CE's request is not too excessive, he will agree. Tickets are also fine, but I would like you to be my bodyguard for half an hour. How about it? Okay. In the eyes of the strong man, this request was not excessive even if the ticket was added. He agreed so easily. CE's words were about to come out of his mouth, but he urgently withdrew them. Although he had asked Bondi to predict the result before, and the other party's answer was that the strong man in front of him was a person who could cooperate and have a deep friendship, this was too easy, and he had prepared a lot of excuses, but they were useless. Even when this bodyguard just took over, the strong man took the initiative to help him drive away the people around him, who were eyeing him covetously. After seeing the strong man's ability to destroy the house, people who were originally afraid of the fighting power around CE dared not act rashly. Okay, now the question is how to get out. Since the range of the superpower is too large, CE's hand must be close to this wall. Once he lets go, it is likely that the superpower will be directly invalidated due to unstable control, and he will be crushed into a meat pie in less than 2 seconds. But none of the known superpowers present can transfer CE to an area with intact buildings within 2 seconds. The problem came to a stalemate, but CE's mental power was consumed all the time. Mental power consumption can be replenished with medicine, but this kind of disgusting feeling of drinking water while draining water is not something that everyone can bear. No matter how many supplies they brought, they were helpless, and CE's spirit was already in danger. Bondi and Miss Luo, you go first. I have a way to get out. At this time, the person involved spoke instead. Are you sure? Luo Yu looked at the man's face, which was as white as paper, but he still made a calm expression, and thought of someone around him who also liked to die. You know what, these two are really similar, both of them are careless, and both like to be smart. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed wrong. Greyes was sending himself to the bandits' den every day. He felt that this guy was the same. Don't worry, I cherish my life very much. If you leave later, I won't be able to survive. CE looked at Luo Yu, who was hesitant to speak, and guessed what he was thinking, so he kept talking first. Luo Yu. Why did he feel more like him? However, CE was right. He was just holding on at the moment. A little later would mean twice as many surprises. Luo Yu, let's go. Bondi left 2 bags of medicine for CE and rushed out of the collapsed area first. After all his teammates left, Luo Yu, who still had a certain probability of guessing CE's survival, no longer hesitated, winked at Mu Song, and ran out quickly. More than a minute later, several people had already run out of the collapsed area. Okay, now let's try the previous method to see if it is reliable. Seeing that his teammates were safe, CE said to himself. He finished 2 bags of supplies, his hands pressed against the wall, the brown light spread from his fingertips to his whole body, his body gradually softened and deformed, and melted into the wall. Half a minute later, the collapse occurred again, and the stones continued to break, but CE had already shuttled through the various building blocks to the edge of the collapse. Everything was going well, only a broken staircase almost broke the building he was passing through. CE's vision seemed to take a moment, and when it became clear again, he found that he relied on instinct to avoid the fatal blow with a slight deviation. When the dust settled, an inconspicuous building wreckage in the ruins twisted a few times, and a ball of brown soil emerged from it. The soil rolled to one side, was stretched and shaped quickly, and finally turned back into CE. I said I have a way. The man fell straight down halfway through his words, and was supported by 3 people except Su Yang, a kid who was not tall enough. He was about to fall asleep. Elemental incarnation is very useful, and you even count me in. You choose this time to practice. Just wait for me to cover you up. Ji Qingshan's voice, with a bit of gnashing teeth, came from the chaotic mind, followed by a burning pain, but the rushing mental power restored its original operating order in this pain, and CE's consciousness regained consciousness. Although the recovery process was not very comfortable, he still made the right bet. Elemental incarnation is a special skill of elemental psychics, which allows oneself to transform into an element, whether hiding or escaping. Those who are proficient in it can even use it to control all similar elements that can be touched, and transform their own location at will. Unless the mental power is exhausted, it will not die. It can be said that being able to use the elemental incarnation means that this elementalist has already joined the ranks of A-level psychics. CE knew there was such a skill, and had tried it many times, but just now was the first time he really mastered the trick. The reason may be the enlightenment brought by the large-scale control of the earth element, or it may be the potential explosion in a critical moment. Even he himself could not explain it clearly. He just thought of this most suitable method and tried it. But CE also had to admit that when he thought of this method, he did have the intention of borrowing Ji Qingshan's ability to help solve the possible side effects. After all, the elemental incarnation is a new skill that has never been used. In this case, there will be a backup in case of failure. Oh Boss G, I really have no other tricks. I won't do it again next time. Heh. You'd be a fool to believe such words. Besides, it's not wrong to properly use the resources around you in order to survive. CE wasn't waiting for her to solve the troubles in front of him. He just wanted to eliminate a sequelae, and it was an awesome skill. To be honest, Ji Qingshan was actually quite satisfied. CE's sea of consciousness had completely recovered. Smart people always share brains in some aspects. For example, now, he was very clear about Boss G's seemingly sarcastic, but actually satisfied attitude, and he didn't worry about being weakened by the other party in the future. Back to the reality where he was. In the eyes of others, his state was just a moment of instability. Ji Qingshan either didn't take action, or if he did, he would eliminate all the hidden dangers in his consciousness. Now CE had no negative state, except for being a little tired. Meet you, CE. He took 2 steps towards the strong man. During this time, the other party strictly fulfilled the agreement between the 2 parties, and they were the only ones around. Madden, the sturdy man said in a muffled voice. Your ability is compressed air? Most people rarely reveal their abilities to others, which are related to saving their lives, but CE always feels that Mr. Madden will not hide it. Besides, CE can basically determine this person's ability when observing his battle, and asking this is at best to confirm it. Yes. Madden answered very straightforwardly, and then he was puzzled. Is there any problem? Your ability is to control the soil, which has nothing to do with this. No, it is somewhat similar to the ability of a friend of mine. When he saw Madden using his ability, CE immediately thought of Fu Ying. Although most of Fu's attacks were presented in the form of air bombs, his ability was indeed compressed air, but the range of compressed air, or the overall upper limit of the ability, was lower than that of Madden. But the same overall shape can prove what Ji Qingshan said at the beginning. Except for CE and Lan Ming, who are a few people born with superpowers, those who are forced to stimulate superpowers are actually more like being pasted with part of the effect of a certain superpower, but the completeness of the copy is different. However, it is not time to use this knowledge yet, and there is no point in talking about this with Madden. CE immediately changed the subject. Have you collected all the tickets? If you have, let's talk here. They only need 1 pair of tickets to collect the 5 pairs of tickets. Since Madden agreed to give them the tickets before, it would be a waste if they don't take advantage of it. Okay. There is still half an hour before the train arrives. The reason for talking here is that behind them, there is only a ruin and an empty shell of a station. No one is willing to come here despite the previous deterrence. It is really a feng shui treasure land. Do you have strawberry-flavored ice cream? I give it to you if you hold the rabbit for me. At station number 4, the fierce battle stopped 5 minutes ago. At this moment, there were 2 people sitting on the ground. One of them was holding a little fox and a little hamster in his arms, with a rat snake coiled on his head, and the other one had several kinds of strawberry-flavored desserts in front of him. Chapter 149. Is the fight over? Who won? When the crackling noises on the floor stopped, the audience looked at each other. They were all standing at the stairs at this moment. The reason was simple. The fight between the two was too big. Except for the load-bearing wall, everything else was ignored. Looking at the calm 5th floor at this moment, the war here was probably over. Look, Luca suggested. So 5 minutes later, the 4 saw the 2 people who were sharing their superpowers in front of them. Kiki, look, big rabbits. Sister, do you two want candy? What's going on? You feel relaxed, right? This subtle atmosphere made the onlookers stunned for a moment. Luca was worried that he would get into trouble now. Moua and Fuing on Grea's side were used to silence. In the end, it was Sangaya, the expert in dealing with her brother, who took action. Greas, are you done fighting? Sungya asked directly without any hesitation. What do you mean done? I just had some friendly exchanges with this kid Xiaoyu. Ignoring other modifiers, it shouldn't be a big deal since the names are called. So who won between you two? Sungya asked, picking out an orange tangerine pudding from the pile of pink desserts in front of Grea's. It's said to be a friendly exchange, where does? So it's a draw. Sungya knew her brother's tone of voice very well. This kind of calm and neither discouraged nor complacent situation is mostly because they can't win or lose for a while. As long as it's not a life and death fight, Grea's will usually feel particularly boring at this time, and start to be lazy, and prepare for evacuation. This is normal. After all, there is no grudge between Grea's and Xiaoyu. Or it is just that Xiaoyu coveted Grea's fur and Grea's refused to give it to him. Xiaoyu also had plenty of tickets in his hand, so there was no need to fight to the death. But now the two sides who were fighting each other were sitting together calmly. It seemed that the other person also held the mentality of playing badly, when they were evenly matched. It was quite rare for two bad people to collide with each other. Oh really? I haven't held a small animal since the end of the world came. You held so many for me. I will help you if you encounter problems next time. Haha, you dead kid, if you really encounter problems, I don't know who will help whom. This bickering style, he is a kid and you are too. The 3 people who came out of the ruins complained in their hearts at the same time. Only Luca was an exception. Cuckoo looked at this scene, and felt that he still had to help his city lord clarify it. He couldn't always let people call him a kid. Mr. Greas, Mr. Xie is 25 years old this year. Although Xiaoyu has a baby face, and is not much taller than Sangya, he is indeed 25 this year. Unexpectedly, Greas smiled maliciously. Oh 25, that's still younger than me. Little brother. Luca instantly received a glare from Xiaoyu, and it would be better not to explain. From a child to a younger brother, the age difference is not big, and the insult is multiplied by who knows how many times. The second round of the elementary school quarrel between the two is about to begin, but the system takes action at this time. Please note, survivors, there are still 15 minutes before the train arrives. For trains will arrive in 15 minutes. Please choose the correct train within 3 minutes. The train's arrival position will be displayed in 5 minutes. Please be prepared. Announce again. For trains, is there any hint? If there is no hint, it's not pure gambling. The system is unlikely to play a pure gambling game. There should be a hint, and it is most likely in this station. We must hurry to find it. Only 15 minutes left. This station is so big. What if the hint is on the train? There are 4 of them. How can we see them all in 3 minutes? Currently most of the people who are still alive have obtained tickets, and only a few people who are still alive are thinking of taking advantage of the last moment. Those who have obtained tickets thought that everything will be fine, but now they just want to curse when they hear this condition. 4 trains. The system really won't let us get on the train quietly. Xia Xiyan and the others were sitting where they met with Gu Sun and others. Although they all knew that the system liked to make trouble, they couldn't help but get angry when they heard this rule. What will happen if you choose the wrong one? One of Gu Sun's companions whispered to the people around him. It is estimated that you will be blown away directly. No way. If it's not a bomb, it's some other spectacular scene. The system always likes this. Okay, there's no point in discussing this now. Let's find the train location in 5 minutes. You just said there are 4 stations here. How did you determine that? Although Goosen roughly guessed that if there were only 1 station, there would not be only this many people. But she had no way to accurately determine where the diverted people went, let alone how many stations there were. It's not necessarily 4. 4 is the minimum. Xia Xuyan ignored Gu Sun's question calmly. Gu Sun was not a stubborn person. He saw that the other party did not want to answer, and did not ask again. Station number 2. If the clue is in this station, then we are finished. Almost at the same time as the rules were finished, Siyi's eyes were cast on the ruins behind him. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. Maidun was also panicked after hearing Siyi's analysis. If it was true, he would be burying himself and everyone here with his own hands. It is very likely. After all, the system's prompt should have been released long ago. It seems that we could only guess at that time. With a 1/4 probability, we may be right. We can only rely on guessing. Is there no other way? The other people in this station. Maidun couldn't continue his defense halfway. He destroyed the station, and the people he saw were all from the same station, so it was naturally impossible for them to give him a reference. Finished. What should I do? After thinking for a while, Madden began to worry whether other people in the station would come to trouble him. He looked at Ce pitifully for help. Although he was not unable to beat these people, but he was in the wrong. Well, if you really want to say it, there is a way. Ce thought for a while, and pointed at Bondi. My friend's ability can increase our chances of choosing the right one. If there are only 4 cars, it should be easy to choose the right one. It's just that the consumption is quite high. Really? It doesn't matter if the consumption is high. I brought a lot of high-level energy cores to make up for the consumption. You can also take the props at any time if you need them. Or if you have any conditions, I can use them to exchange for this information as long as I have them. Madden's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he dug into his storage device and took out a lot of things. If there is a 100% correct method, it will not only save his life, but also his teammates, who were implicated, can survive. No need to exchange, aren't we cooperating? It's normal for partners to share information. But her ability can only predict things within 3 minutes, and we can only know when the train arrives. It's okay, 3 minutes, as long as I know which train it is, I can send you up immediately. When saying this, Madden had already regained his spirits, and he was almost patting his chest to promise Ce and the others. The people behind him always felt that something was wrong, but they couldn't tell what it was. Thinking about it, they could only feel fortunate. I have to say, it really has the taste of those who are involved in the matter being confused while those who are on the sidelines are clear. Ce, you can do it, you are almost coaxed into an embryo, and that person named Madden is almost going to kowtow to you. This is the admiration from Greyas. How can you call it coaxing? I just told him how to get out of trouble. Everyone in the chat group, who can come to this guy, he is so ungrateful. However, the one who can cure this man has not spoken yet, and everyone can only watch Ce coax the ignorant young man Madden step by step. But the young man himself didn't notice it at all, and sincerely thought he met a great man. How to say it? It's a bit miserable. So why is this guy in front of me not easy to deceive? I have to fight to solve the problem, although I didn't lose much. What do you think of this rule? Complaints aside, although it's not nice to have no one to fool, having a partner like Xia Yu is not without benefits. At least now this situation can be discussed. There should be others. Just 1 out of 4. Too few people died for the system. However, if it doesn't tell us, we have no way to know. We can only wait and see. Dead people? Greya's fingers clenched for a moment. Did Xia Yu know the inside story, or was he just relying on his own inference? But there are not many of us. Even if there is a real large-scale death, we can always protect ourselves. Others are up to fate. But I always feel that you should have more than just that many friends. Ah? Greya's expression froze. By the way, I haven't asked you which world you are from after talking for so long. Which world's people are so happy, with small animals rubbing every day. The world is not the point. The key is that there is someone too famous here. Greyas complained in his heart. He understood what Xia Yu meant. Whether it was based on intuition or observation, it was normal. After all, Greyas' expression management was not very good from the beginning. If he were Xia Yu, he would have guessed a lot of things. But the matter involved a bug after all. If Ji Qingshan didn't want to be exposed now. It's okay, you tell him. Xia Yu has strong abilities and a good brain. It's good to have more people like him. Greyas' embarrassment lasted only a second, and Ji Qingshan's voice came. Then I say it. Go ahead, you say it sooner or later anyway. By the way, pay attention to the time. Station number 1. At this moment, Qin Erbai and Qin Yihei had also obtained the tickets, and a group of 10 people gathered in the second-floor lobby. When she heard the 15 minutes, Ji Qingshan frowned for a moment, as if she couldn't figure out something, and then she seemed to accidentally flick the coriander next to her. Look up at Jiang Xiusu. If the tickets are ready, then prepare them. Spread out, don't stay in one place. The system hasn't prompted yet. Do you know where to go? Jiang Xiusu looked at the people in front of him with an inquiring look. I don't know, but waiting for the system to prompt before taking action is a very inefficient thing. After all, there are only 5 floors here, and it is better to spread out to collect clues. As Ji Qingshan said, she had already signaled Qin Erbai and Qin Yihei to go to the first floor, and she took Ji Yang, Lan Meng, and Yuan Shou upstairs. The 4th and 5th floors belong to us, and Mr. Jiang will be in charge of the 2nd and 3rd floors. You seem to know the system's routines very well, and it doesn't like you very much. Jiang Xiusu asked the back figure, who had not walked far away. You said it the other way around. It's because you know it that it doesn't like you. After all, this thing doesn't want so many people alive. Although you have some hidden dangers that you won't live long. Afraid of causing panic to others, the last sentence appeared directly in Jiang Xiusu's mind. Although Jiang Xiusu had guessed about this way of communication, there was no sign when Ji Qingshan's other 2 friends came, and it was obvious that there were some hidden ways of contact between them. But when he really put it into practice, Jiang Xiusu was still not used to it. How to use this? This idea popped up in his mind, and Ji Qingshan answered him immediately. Just think of it this way. I think you have a lot of questions, right? For example, why do you say you won't live long? Who are you referring to? And how do I know so much? Actually, I want to ask, how did you piss the system off? But these questions are indeed curious. Oh, then don't ask. Ah? Is this a cold joke to answer 4 questions at once? But it's not funny to know that you might die soon. I'm serious. There's no need to ask now. Make sure you can find the right train and survive later. Otherwise, it's useless to ask. You should feel that the system intends to let you kill each other in order to keep the strongest. Then let me ask you, are all these people the elite now? No, at least not completely. Jiang Xiusu can feel that most people are no threat to him. Using him as a standard, at least 3/4 of those who meet the requirements of being able to stand on their own should be cut off. So, that's why we have the rule of choosing 1 out of 4. Just wait and see, something new is about to happen. As if to verify Ji Qingshan's words, the system voice sounded at the right time. Chapter 150. The train arrival notice has been triggered. The number of people on board is limited. Please go as soon as possible. Accompanied by the appearance of dozens of silver-white light balls, as tall as a person between the floors of the 4 stations. The space channel has been opened, and passengers will appear in half a minute. As poor people without tickets, they will do everything they can to snatch your tickets and get on the train that can fulfill their wishes. Fortunately, the passengers are cruel but not greedy. Each passenger will only snatch 1 ticket. The space channel connects the internal space of the station. There is only 1 correct channel in each station leading to the direction you want to arrive. Please find it as soon as possible. Countdown for passenger appearance, 30:29. Dog system. Whoever comes here will have to curse. The station is so big, there are at least hundreds of portals inside. It takes 10 minutes to walk around, not to mention finding the only correct channel, and having to beat up those passengers who come to snatch tickets. I can't even think about it. The damn system really can't let them find the train easily. 1/4 of them survive? 1/10 is about right. Let's search quickly before the passengers are swiped out. Time is short, and the task is heavy. The later the action is, the more dangerous it will be. But when Murongyan said this, he still looked at Jiang Xiusu, giving a signal of inquiry. Although this person sometimes does not take the usual path, he is inexplicably good at those tricky operations in the system. She doesn't know if there is any hidden information in the system's rules. Maybe Jiang Xiusu can figure it out. Qin Yihei is also a man of action. But he does not have the good habit of communicating before Murongyan takes action. He went straight to the nearest passage and was urgently grabbed by his brother. Hey Laohei, wait a minute. No, wait a little longer. Jiang Xiusu also responded to Murongyan and said AQ to Ji Qingshan. Miss Ji thinks so too. Now that they were separated, Ji Qingshan simply created a small group for her and Jiang Xiusu for convenience. When she first used it, Murongyan and the other 3 were shocked. This ability is really useful. The evaluation came from Murongyan. Yeah. There's really no rush. Ji Qingshan agreed with Jiang Xiusu's point of view. No need to be so troublesome. But if we wait any longer, won't our actions be restricted when the NPC comes out? Won't it be more troublesome then? At station number 2, Madden's face was full of questions. Shelter number 3. The system doesn't need to give you this kind of luck-based question. There will definitely be a hint. I think the problem lies with those NPCs. NPCs are passengers without tickets. Since they are passengers, they must get on the train in the end, and they need tickets to get on the train. Where do you think they will go after getting the tickets, little brother? It's impossible for them to bump into your arms anyway. The two people at station number 4 reached a consensus quite quickly, but the downside is that Peace continued the elementary school chicken mode just now after a sentence. The sight turned back to station number 1. Xiaoyan, let me ask you, where do you think these passengers will go after getting the tickets? Where to go? Take the train. Now Moronian also understood that these NPCs were ready-made tools. As long as he watched where they went after grabbing the tickets, he could determine which entrance was the correct passage. Ji Qingshan and the others each had more than one ticket in their hands, so it was no problem to use a few as guides. But there is also a problem here. What if these NPCs don't know which entrance is the right one? It's unlikely, and it's not impossible to make a mark on the ticket. Ms. G has cards that specialize in this kind of thing. In this way, as long as the mark disappears after the NPC enters a certain channel, it can be determined that it is the correct channel. But just in case, 2 people should guard one layer. Qin Air, Wan Zhou, and Mr. Jiang, are you okay? Okay. Good. No problem, Xiao Siwei, and I will each guard one layer. Xiao Siwei is the mechanical transformation mutant. It's easy to put a small thing on the ticket. Get ready, the passengers are coming. As Ji Qingshan's voice fell, airflow surged in the channel, and dark and hideous zombies quickly rushed out of it. At a glance, they stared at the nearest survivor. There is only one ticket, first come first served. Ji Qingshan just smiled, and watched the zombies rushing towards her with their fangs and claws. After sticking a cocklebur on a complete ticket, and handing it to the claw in front, she released the eggplants. The group attack effect of eggplants is not as good as that of corn and willow trees. But this zombie is straightforward. He followed the passenger who got the ticket, and shot him without raising any dust. She pulled Ji Yang to follow the passenger who got the ticket. As for the survivors next to her, everyone saw that Ji Qingshan was leisurely collecting heads, while others couldn't even break her defense. So at this moment, a group of people automatically avoided this ancestor. Even if they guessed what Ji Qingshan was doing, they just followed him from a distance to take advantage. The people on the other 4 floors also gave their tickets to one of the passengers. They followed the footsteps of the passengers with tickets in their own ways, and followed the other party through the passage. There is no one on the 5th floor, it should be on the 3rd floor. Ji Qingshan, who found the target first, had already taken Ji Yang out from the other end of the portal on the 3rd floor. It is on the 3rd floor, Lao Hei, and I just came up. Same. 5 teams of people gathered from 5 different directions, and saw their targets rushing into the same portal. This should be it. The 10 people raised their vigilance and quickly entered it. Unlike the portal they passed through before, the darkness lasted 1 second longer this time. After a dizzy spell, they saw the platform that the train was about to enter, as described by the system, and also saw the full picture of this gate of hell. The 4 stations were located on both sides of the track in a field shape, and the 4 tracks formed a plus sign in the middle of the field. They had just fully experienced the size of the buildings, and excluding these buildings, the area of the entire platform was equivalent to another building. However, the surroundings were flat and open, and it was easier to see the whole picture than at the station. At this moment, there were already 6 people on the platform. Oh, so fast. Ji Qingshan saw Grea's diagonally opposite at a glance. It should be said that the 2 elementary school kids were quite lucky. Their plan was similar to Ji Qingshan's, and they also found an NPC to lead the way as soon as possible. Fortunately, the entrance to their place was on the 5th floor. After Xia Yu cleared the 5th floor, no one had come up. It took only 3 minutes for the 6 people to follow the zombies to the entrance. More than 2 minutes earlier than Ji Qingshan and his team. Seeing Ji Qingshan coming, Greas commanded his rabbit to cross the track and jump to the platform on Miss G's side. Shake the 6 people off his back. At this moment, the 3rd group of people has not arrived at the station yet, and there are still 4 minutes before the train arrives. Introduce? The rabbit jumped into Grea's arms and disappeared. Ji Qingshan looked at the 2 extra people beside him, and said, "In fact, there is no need to introduce." She knew about Xia Yu's existence, and had heard enough of the 2 people's elementary school students' desire to eat. But as the saying goes, you always have to be polite when you meet. I just said that you have more than just a few friends. My name is Xiaoyu. It seems that you are his boss? Freed from Grey's influence, Xiaoyu instantly became serious. You have communicated with him before? Cross-regional consciousness communication, your superpower? Or part of the superpower? Part. Is there chocolate ice cream? Xiaoyu is a man of good strength, and he is not a fool with only martial arts value. He is going to cooperate, so there is no need to hide it. Look, your ability is really good. You can even see what happened here. Then, sister, do you care about the bullying of children? Children should learn to solve their own problems. I won't interfere because you gave me ice cream. TSK, sister, you don't know how to comfort children at all. Mr. Xie is not a child. Since you and Grey's came here, you are planning to cooperate. It's obvious, and even if you only have the ability you have now, it is very useful in the current situation. Grey's and I have reached a cooperation, so there is no reason to refuse such useful help. I think my sister is willing to cooperate. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed before. After knowing that Ji Qingqin can communicate with other people through consciousness, Xiaoyu's previous confusion about Grey's behavior was solved. Although Grey's and he are not compatible, he has to admit that he is a very powerful psychic. Then, the strength of the person who makes him recognize him as his boss must be impossible to be too bad. Speaking of which, sister, you know my name? Don't you plan to tell me your name? Just as Xiaoyu finished asking, there was movement from the two stations opposite at the same time. City Lord Ji. Sister Ji. Boss Ji, did you miss me? In front were Xia Xuyan and Wang Qiuqiu, and behind was Ce. These people also brought the people they brought back and gathered towards Ji Qingqin. This is good. The team of 18 people when they came out has reunited and doubled. Exactly 36. Ji Qingqin. She already knew that her friends were very good at developing downlines. Miss Ji, should I say that your friends are really like you, and have brought back a lot of new friends? Jiang Shusu looked at Ji Qingqin with a faint smile. The expressions of the two groups of people were obviously divided into two types, those who were surprised to see Ji Qingqin and those who looked confused. Combined with their own experience, it was not difficult to guess what happened. And seeing that Ji Qingqin was not surprised that her companions had increased, and as Xiaoyu said, this Miss Ji probably knew what her companions did before. Yes, they are all very powerful. Powerful people will naturally attract powerful partners. Don't you think so, Mr. Jiang? Ji Qingqin admitted it generously, and praised it generously. Of course. As they talked, everyone gathered together, and more people came to the platform. Some of them relied on wisdom to deduce the way through the level like them, or relied on super high speed, observation and good luck, or used some clever tricks to pick up leaks. In short, those who can get here are not ordinary people, and it is impossible for them to let go of the benefits that are within their reach. Now, there are less than 3 minutes before the train arrives. Compared with the scattered people entering the station, the trend of Ji Qingqin's 36 people sticking together is very obvious. But there is no one who is blind to disturb. Some people have seen the awesome methods of several of them, while others are conserving their energy, and don't want to cause trouble before the train appears. But this does not include the group members themselves. Ce Xia Xuyan, although they are used to chatting, they still shouted out when they were excited just now. Not to mention that Jiang Shusu repeated it again later. This is good. The expressions of the people on the other three sides suddenly became strange. Your last name is Ji? Xiaoyu was going to ask Ji Qingqin's last name, but he was interrupted just as he was speaking. But then again, the interrupter just happened to solve his doubts. Combined with Grey's previous performance, Ji Qingqin's part is quite powerful, and Jiang Shusu's attitude, who knows the inside story, as soon as he gets up, there is no need to guess. Ji Qingqin, the one who was nominated by the system, drove the system crazy twice. Anyone with a little bit of brains thinks that the world copy above the ruins is mainly solved by this person, the awesome leader of the survivors. Chapter 151. The countdown for the train to enter the station changed from 3 words to 2 words. The atmosphere around Ji Qingqin was strangely silent. Although people like Xia, you had guessed this long ago, they were still shocked when it was confirmed. You are really her. Luca felt that his voice was a little unreal. He was not like Xiaoyu who had guessed something in advance through Grey's performance. She was actually Ji Qingqin? When Xiaoyu asked Grey's where he came from, he refused to answer. Did Xiaoyu see it before? How did she solve the world copy? This Miss Ji turned out to be such a beautiful and gentle person, completely different from what I imagined. Luca had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but in the end it only turned into a question. Is there any benefit in pretending to be Miss Ji who is being thought of by the system, and wants to kill her? There is no benefit. If Ji Qingchen appeared, let alone being dealt with by the system, if someone who is more aggressive and competitive came, he would have rushed up to fight him, such as Madden. Xiaoyu guessed something from Grey's micro-expressions, and was not in a hurry to get to the bottom of it. Although he had planned countless ways to get clues from Ji Qingchen in case he met him before coming, now they were all accomplices, so there was no need to rush for some things. And Gu Sun was not a warmonger, or she always put protection before killing. But she was not naive, on the contrary, she knew very well how the end of the world would distort people's values, and how difficult it would be to realize her dreams. At the station, she was very shocked to see that someone else was willing to protect a child, who could not bring any benefits. She could also see from Xia Shuyan and the others' behavior of not actively plundering, and from their words, she could hear their respect for life, which was even greater than hers. At that time, she was still wondering whether her wish came from obsession, but the other person's was not. Their kindness was simply out of freedom and spare power. But Xia Shuyan's strength was obviously not much stronger than hers. Now Gu Sun understood that this confidence was given by Ji Qingchen. That person created a new environment in this world. An environment where people can truly follow their hearts, so that no one will hurt in order to survive. 710, or the world above the ruins, is also the reason why so many people can survive. In Gu Sun's view, Ji Qingchen is like a savior. Her kindness is maintained by strength. Give Ji Qingchen some time, and she may really be able to bring this world out of suffering. No wonder Xia Shuyan agreed to cooperate so quickly before. Gu Sun's envy, sadness, and yearning were all intertwined in one place. As for Jiang Shusu, as someone who had been involved with Ji Qingchen an hour earlier, Jiang deeply expressed his luck and showed that he had no desire to fight. Moreover, these three knew very well what was going to happen in 3 minutes, and were busy gathering their strength. Therefore, the only one who acted according to his plan was Madden. Of course, it was just the same plan, and the reason for the action was much more complicated than originally thought. First of all, he might be the only one in the field who had no feelings about his alliance partner and the boss, and secondly, his CPU was in a dry state, and he was still thinking in his mind whether Ji Qingchen's identity was an impostor. For Madden, the method of testing whether it is an impersonation or not is very simple. Since Ji Qingchen had done so many amazing things before, and the system gave her a sense of existence all over the world, this person must be strong, at least stronger than him, who could not pass the independent copy. And the best way to test strength is naturally to fight. A large amount of air was drawn away from Ji Qingchen's surroundings, and a suffocating feeling suddenly came. At the same time, Madden's fist reached Ji Qingchen's face at an extremely fast speed. This ability. Ji Qingchen has not made any moves yet. Fu Ying's eyes narrowed. She had only heard Ce say it before, but now she saw it with her own eyes, and felt more clearly that although he and Madden were used to different attack methods, the basic ability they used was indeed the same. Turning her eyes back to Ji Qingchen, Miss Ji looked at the 2-meter-tall big guy rushing forward and showed a helpless expression. I should have let Ce fool him a few more words. She is a mage, and doesn't like close combat very much. Alas. Forget it, just make do with it. Ji Qingchen sighed, and snapped his fingers. Madden's body froze. He looked down in disbelief, and saw that the bulging muscles were covered with creepers. Sorry, the train is coming. I can't fight with you now. Ji Qingchen said, and spread his hands. No, I'm not as skilled as you. Madden's IQ is not very good, but his combat quotient is very good. It takes time for creepers to grow. But the time from when Madden wanted to take action to when he actually took action was less than 2 seconds, which was not enough for the creepers to grow. So Ji Qingchen had predicted that he would take action long ago, and knew clearly that there would be a melee soon, and ended the contest between him and her in a completely injury-free way. This requires too much calculation and precise control. With just one move, Madden confirmed Ji Qingchen's identity. This is great. I can finally ask people how to crack the world copy. Maybe it will be smooth to pass the level later. At this moment, the system countdown sound reached the last 10 seconds. There were 4 different roars coming from far to near, driving into the station and stopping in front of the platform. For trains have arrived, and the doors are about to open. Please find the right train to take. The system quickly finished the broadcast. The 4 trains stopped on the platform in an interlaced manner. The same color, the same appearance, the only difference is the direction of the front of the train. However, the station was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Because each train was written in eye-catching blue letters. Limited to 100 people, first come first served. Countdown, 3.00, 2.59. There are thousands of people in this station. Within 3 minutes, only 100 people who find the right train can survive. This is not just a matter of guessing the right answer. Moreover, they don't know how to judge which of the 4 trains that look exactly the same as the life-saving straw. Time passed by minute, and people anxiously searched for possible clues on the 4 trains, but after half a minute, there was still no result. No matter what, there are only 400 places on the train anyway, so kill the others first. A shout broke out in the crowd. The people who were in a state of panic suddenly woke up. No matter whether the train is the right one or not, there are only 400 places in total, and those who have more will die sooner or later. So the quick ones picked up the butcher knife, and the slow ones became the lambs. Blood flowed along the platform and dripped into the train tracks. Won't you stop it? Xiaoyu glanced at Ji Qingshan. Not only him, Gusun also looked at that person, and even wanted to see the result more than Xiaoyu. But he looked indifferent. I told the people in the shelter before that if they want to live, they should not get close to here. Once they come, I will not care about their life or death. Because there is no need for so many living people here. Time passed by, some people were so eager to kill. Some people squeezed into one of the cars after thinking of no answer, and some people found that there were fish that slipped through the net here, and were shooting at this side with weapons, but were blocked by Maidun or others. However, Ji Qingshan had a faint smile on his face from beginning to end. He stood there and watched the people fighting in a mess. He asked the people around him casually, "There is less than a minute and a half left. Aren't you going to pick a train? They can't stop you from getting on the train. And there are 4 identical trains, no clues at all, and you haven't moved yet, which means that the survival point is not on the train." What? The key point is not on the train? Madden was shocked when he heard it. He was almost dying of anxiety before. Seeing that there was only 1 minute left and these people were still chatting without noticing, he wanted to shout for people to get on the train quickly. But now the person named Xia, you actually said that the key point is not on the train? No way. However, when Madden looked around with an incredible look, he found that everyone except him either had a look of conjecture confirmed or a look of sudden enlightenment after thinking about it. It turns out that he is the only one who is confused. Madden is about to shut himself up. There is indeed a reason why he can't pass those independent dungeons. Luckily, he is not alone in the dungeon this time, otherwise he might just rush around and pick a car at random when the time is up without finding any clues. After all, everyone else has given him hints, but he is still thinking about where the clues to get on the car will be. Do you want to ask? Everyone seems to know a lot. Will it look stupid? But did not want to learn from this person who messed up the system? Who cares? Thinking so, Madden turned his head and asked Ji Qingshan. Before he said anything, the other party seemed to have guessed what he was going to say. It's just the system's favorite word game. It said before that there are 4 trains arriving in 15 minutes. Please choose the right train to take. If you make a mistake or don't take the train, you will die. But it never said from the beginning to the end that only these 4 trains will arrive, nor did it say when the death will be. Ji Qingshan explained slowly. But he said before that in 2 hours. Yes, it said before that please take the hell train in 2 hours, but there are still 3 minutes to 2 hours. What? It's not just Madden who was shocked this time. Most of them just inferred from the system's behavioral logic. There was no special hint. It's not what the thing would do to let the survivors guess. So taking the train is not the key. But Ji Qingshan just said that the real hell train has not arrived yet. The 15 minutes before was deliberately revealed to confuse our vision. Some people with quick minds reacted. Whether there is a train arriving in 15 minutes, or the direction of the train arriving in 10 minutes, it is blurring people's concept of time. Most people who come here do not bring any timing tools, and they trust the system when it starts timing for the first time. In this way, it becomes very easy to confuse the time later. People naturally think that one of the 4 trains is the so-called hell train in the system. At this time, there are still 2 minutes and 10 seconds before the real hell train arrives. Wait a minute, what about those who got on the wrong train? Gusun suddenly thought of something. If these 4 trains are not the correct options, then those who got on the wrong trains, and what made them fight and bleed before, are actually 4 time bombs. Didn't the system say that? Those who didn't get on the train before the time limit, or got on the wrong train will die. And the departure time of these 4 trains has arrived. As the timer of the train body returned to 0, the people who got on the train alive kept praying that they had chosen the right option. The platform, which was full of blood, was filled with desperate cries. The 4 trains left the platform at a high speed. Everyone on the train just breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second, for loud noises appeared, and the trains that had just left the platform were blown into ashes. The hundreds of people on the platform, who were crying bitterly, looked at the exploded trains in confusion, and then looked at their bodies that could still move. They were stunned for a moment. 2 seconds later, I'm still alive. Everyone on the train is dead. I guess right, not getting on the train is the right option. The great joy of surviving the disaster filled everyone's heart. In their peripheral vision, they saw a black dot approaching quickly from above them. It was a train, a completely black train. That's the real hell train. Let those people rush and not observe carefully, and actually think of killing us. They were deceived, they deserve it. I am the one who can really survive. Some people cheered excitedly, and most of them, even if they didn't cheer, looked happy after surviving a disaster, watching the train enlarge in front of their eyes. However, their joy didn't have time to spread. In the field of vision, a huge tree grew abruptly. In 1 second, it covered the station, in 2 seconds it was full of white flowers, and in the 3rd second, people's joy came to an abrupt end, and 90% of the people fell to the ground with empty eyes. Among the more than 400 people, except for where Ji Qingshan was, only 15 people were still standing, and there seemed to be an uninvited guest among them. God-level card mandala, function mental erosion, boundless illusion. I've said that we don't need too many living people here. It's useless, and will only bring trouble. I'm sorry, Miss Gu. I'm not the good person you think I am, let alone a savior. Ji Qingshan's voice was extremely cold. Chapter 152. Willow branches flew, gathering the confused survivors around Ji Qingshan. At the same time, the huge black train in the sky was less than 100 meters away from the ground. The hell train is about to arrive, and all survivors who fail to board the train will be exiled into the sea of zombies. The harsh voice of the system reached the ears of everyone on this planet, and black swept the entire world. It seemed to be really angry, and it was unwilling to maintain even the superficial kindness. Is it coming? In 710, Yuan Fuyun looked at the rapidly rolling black with a solemn expression, and people's terrified shouts were in his ears, and everyone's body was disappearing rapidly. No one had ever thought that this was another mission for the world. The so-called getting on the train within the specified time never refers to only those who have already gone to the platform. Originally, they were still glad that they were prudent, and would not fight with others for the rules. But when the final rules were announced, they found that people like them, who stayed in the shelter, did not even have the qualifications to compete. What should we do? Didn't City Lord Ji say that staying here won't be life-threatening? Why is it like this now? Think positively. Going to the sea of zombies doesn't mean you're doomed. It's better than going to the platform and being killed directly. Besides, if it weren't for the City Lord, you would have died long ago. Yeah, Boss Fuyun is not panicking. He must have a backup plan. We can still change props and bring more self-defense tools to reduce their pressure. Ji Qingshan's work for more than 2 months was not in vain. The people in the shelter have the right to choose, and have gained the power to protect themselves. The speed at which the turmoil was quelled was beyond Yuan Fuyun's expectation. But this was undoubtedly a good thing. Without turmoil, there was no need to rebuild order. She could directly carry out the arrangements she had discussed with Ji Qingshan before. Yuan Fuyun looked at the people around her, who were trying to remain calm, and turned on the broadcasts of the 4 shelters at the same time. Everyone, bring your props and prepare to enter the sea of zombies. I will bring in the 4 shelters at the same time. At that time, I will use a long-lasting white light as a signal. Please gather here as soon as possible. It was impossible to move the entire shelter under system surveillance. But don't forget that they have jammers installed here. Before leaving, Ji Qingshan used a little trick to hand over the ownership of the 4 shelters in his hands, and Gria's hands to Yuan Fuyun. With the jammer and the Qingshuang, it was not impossible to do it. It just took a little preparation time. It happened that De Yun had just received news before, so Yuan Fuyun started to make this preparation since then. Now, with the activation of the remaining mecha, the 4 shelters were uprooted and gathered together, disappearing together with the survivors. With the current defense of the 4 shelters, as long as the zombies spawned by the zombie sea are not S-level, it is not difficult to cooperate with the survivors to hold out for 3 or 2 days. And the reinforcements are on the way. As long as we hold on until then, nothing will happen. The most difficult part of the whole process is the beginning, the time when the survivors are teleported back to the shelter at an unfixed point, and it is also the only time that Yuan Fuyun and Ji Qingshan cannot provide help. I hope they have the strength to do it. Uncle, my plan will begin. At the last moment, when his vision was covered by black, Yuan Fuyun clenched the bow and arrow in his hand. Platform. The hell train was less than 50 meters from the ground. Ji Qingchen heard the secret words agreed with Yuan Fuyun, and quickly replied to the other party that everything was going well, and they were proceeding according to the plan. Arafin's response was almost the same as she thought. Then don't blame her for using this matter to force someone to play a trump card. Yuan Jiyong, take action. Silver and gold lights collided above the station, and the dazzling light made everyone unable to open their eyes, and the entire space was distorted. The strong energy washed the falling black train 3 degrees white. A string of data errors jumped on the screen of the monitoring center. Damn it, I can't control those people. Even if the erosion is not enough, it shouldn't have no effect at all. Arifin punched the screen. He had made full preparations to deal with Ji Qingchen, but the other party still found a way to solve it. Although it was only temporary, it was unbearable for Arifin. Originally, he should have played that woman around. Yuan Zhou, this traitor, seems to have revealed a lot of secrets to that swordsman. But it shouldn't be like that. With his ability, he can only interfere with my control and make the results deviate. How could he not even see the seeds that were planted? That woman doesn't have this ability either. Who is ruining my good deeds? At this moment, Arafin's mind was only a mess. On the ground, the 18 people who were pulled in to cooperate, including the 15 who came later, saw the sunflower seeds floating quietly in front of them in this burst of light. Ji Qingchen explained the dangers of the energy core in very concise language. The people she left behind were all still salvageable. Sunflower and Yuan Zhou released the purifying energy with interference. Filled with this energy and supplemented with a sunflower seed, the pollution of the energy core has been reduced to the minimum. When the influence of the energy core was removed and the system signal was interfered, everyone suddenly found that there seemed to be something unusual spreading in their minds. Damn it. It was just the last point. In the monitoring room, Arafin's back teeth were almost broken, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Vashik and Tixching knelt on both sides, and behind them were a group of trembling researchers. Ji Qingchen's current operation was undoubtedly to tell Arifin that she already knew what Arifin did, and set out to turn his plan upside down. Arifin only now discovered that those guys who came out of the ruins were not polluted from the beginning, and that woman could hide so well. And the latecomers were also quickly getting rid of control. Can't let her continue to do it. Not only to keep these seated players, but also because if this continues, Ji Qingchen will definitely find the trump card he has placed on her. Then all efforts will fail. Fortunately, I guessed that it would not be easy to kill you. The mermaid only has one power, and you are willing to use such a big move, then taste the chain I tailored for you. Arifin finally made up his mind, and pressed hard on the control screen. In any case, as long as he can stop Ji Qingchen's action this time, even if there are only these people on the platform, it is enough to complete his plan. Besides, the more people, the better. As Arifin moved, Ji Qingchen's body suddenly stiffened. It seemed that a dark knife was cutting her body and splitting her soul. Under the great pain, Ji Qingchen's forehead was full of cold sweat. However, Ji Qingchen was smiling. Finally, the implanted thing was forced out. Her words were extremely calm, and the lotus and bodhi on her left hand merged briefly. Then Ji Qingchen quickly stabbed herself. In an extremely luxurious house, Duguyan finally dyed his colorful hair back to its original brown. He stared at the two kittens fighting in front of him in a daze. It was called a fight, but it was actually a one-sided beating. The kitten on the left stretched out its claws to scratch the kitten on the right, but the kitten on the right just stretched out its claws to touch the head of the kitten on the left. The kitten on the left, who had not fought for a long time, was discouraged and lay down on the spot to sleep, but the kitten on the right stuck to it at this time and rubbed against its companion. On the side, Duguyan almost laughed at this dramatic scene. However, the pendant on his neck suddenly vibrated. His expression changed, and he hurried upstairs and opened the door of a room. Inside, various instrument screens flashed, and Duguyan shuttled through them, and quickly locked the problem. Is it still this far? On the screen, the jumping red only showed a huge energy collision, and the vital signs of the signal carrier changed significantly. However, Duguyan knew very well what this meant. This was the plan of someone he had always wanted to change, but he could never find a way. Okay, since it happened, let's make full use of it. I hope you can come back alive as you planned. In the apocalypse. Here we come. Yuan Fuyun, whose outline was only a little bit left, looked at the data stream emitted by the intercom on her waist, and released all her mental power. The shielding devices in the 4 shelters started to work at the same time, and this string of data was quickly constructed between the 4 shelters with her as the anchor point. As the shelters and the survivors were pulled into the sea of zombies, the link channel crossed the 3 places. Nana, Michelle, we can set off. Duguyun looked at the stable channel and sent the message to the two. Back to the present, Nana quickly located the channel anchor point in 710, and after a series of operations, she dragged Michelle and jumped into it. Station. The knife transformed by the card stabbed into the heart, and blood dripped out. Ji Qingchen's left hand grabbed Ji Yang beside him, and hugged her in her shocked, angry and distressed eyes. Sorry, but I have to do this. Because of the blood loss, Ji Qingchen's voice was very soft. Her body was like a pool of melted ice, flowing to the ground, and then quickly split into two pieces, growing and shaping. They grew into two identical people. The only difference was that the one on the left had loose hair, while the one on the right had a ponytail. Take her with you. I have already given her the cards that have not been purified yet. Those in the zombie sea should be enough. Ji Qingchen on the left said to Sunflower. You are crazy. Not only did you split your soul, but you also took away half of the cards and 4 god-level cards. Do you know how severely you will be restricted? Besides, those cards are actually not needed. Ji Qingchen on the right looked at himself on the left and questioned, but was interrupted. TSK, so I was like this before. It's really strange. Don't interrupt. Have you ever thought about it? I know, but what does it matter? He has already used his backup plan. Now he can only let the world follow the set program. This is not a threat to me. I don't need cards, right? Yes, you don't need cards, but those 4 magic cards are obviously yours. It doesn't matter, I owe her. The energy collision is about to end, Ji Yang. It's time to take her away. The dazzling light began to weaken. Ji Qingchen on the left took the complete ticket from Ji Yang and pushed himself on the right over, looking at Yuanzhou, who had watched the whole journey next to him. Little beauty, help me. Okay. Although he had heard about Ji Qingchen's plan, Yuanzhou didn't know what he felt when he really saw it. Their situations are so similar, but this person can always tear a hole out of a deadly situation, but I didn't do all this by myself. In the soft light, Ji Qingchen held Yuanzhou's hand. Ji Yang, Duguyun, Lan Ming, Ce, all of them are helping me. Not to mention your greatest achievement of revealing Arafin's secrets to me, cracking his settings, and restraining him from doing whatever he wants. You will help me next, right? Ji Qingchen's expression was half-joking, but his tone was extremely serious. Yes, I will. Yuanzhou gently held Ji Qingchen's hand back. This was the closest time for him to hope, and also, the light on her was so dazzling, it would be great if he was a person. When the last ray of white light dissipated, the others were finally able to open their eyes and wake up from the trance, and what appeared before them was a black world. Something seemed to have been dug out of my mind, and my thoughts were confused. I only vaguely remembered that I seemed to have successfully obtained a ticket after coming out of the shelter and boarded the real hell train. But the process was a blur when I thought about it carefully. Suddenly, the mechanical sound of the system came to my ears. Congratulations to all the survivors who have come here and successfully boarded the hell train. The train is about to depart. Those who survive to the terminal can escape from this terrible world and realize any wish. Please try your best to survive. Information of 50 survivors is loaded. Survivors Ji Qingchen, Yuanzhou, Lan Ming, Ce Greyes, Yin Xiaoming, Yang Wanquan. Copy information is loaded. Copy name, Nightmare Hell. Copy form, Escape Room. Chapter 153. When Lan Ming opened her eyes, she saw a light pink ceiling. The morning sunlight peeked out from the gap in the curtains, soft and warm. It scattered on the brown curly bear doll at the head of the bed. The room exuded a faint scent of gardenia, which was her favorite aromatherapy in the past. However, she never smelled it again after the end of the world. Or, everything here disappeared with the arrival of the end of the world. Yes, Lan Meng was very sure that this was her previous room. Was it a dream? After all, she had had similar experiences before. Lan Meng did not act rashly. She just lay on the bed, pinched her fingers, and quietly observed the surroundings. The pain was clearly felt, telling her that she was not asleep. But everything here was indeed the layout of her previous room. In the memory before boarding the train, the system said that they entered a copy, so this was probably a world simulated by the copy. Lan Ming thought so, and the details in her memory were slowly filled in. She vaguely remembered that there was a guy who made her hate Yang Wanquan in the list of survivors announced by the system. The survival of the survivors on the platform was controlled by Ji Qingchen, so did Sister Shuang deliberately leave him behind? After so many things, Lan Meng is no longer the naive girl she was before. She guessed the reason why Ji Qingchen left this person behind. Although she was also puzzled by Ji Qingchen's previous behavior, she would not let Sister Shuang down on this matter. Let's talk about this place that looks exactly like her home. The system said that the copy is called Nightmare Hell, and the form is Escape from the Secret Room. Regardless of what she needs to escape from, the name alone sounds very bad. Nightmares are usually what people fear the most. Lan Ming had an ominous premonition in her heart. At this moment, a woman's voice came from outside. Ming Ming, it's time to eat. Today we have your favorite dumplings. Qin Yan's voice came from outside the house, but it made Lan Ming feel like she was falling into an ice cave. She clearly remembered that on the day of the end of the world, her mother said exactly the same thing. Ming Ming? What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Qin Yan was a little anxious because she didn't get a reply from the people in the room for a long time, but she had work to do, so she shouted to the other room, "Dahai, go see what's wrong with your sister." "I know." Lan Hai replied in a muffled voice with the breakfast in his hand. Then, there was a sound of footsteps, and the door handle of Lan Ming's room was twisted, and Lan Hai poked his head in. "Sister, what's wrong with you? Don't get up now, today is a working day." "I don't want to go to school today." The little girl sat in her pajamas with bows, hugging the quilt, and leaning against her little bear's arms. "What?" Lan Hai was stunned for 2 seconds, and asked in a strange way, "Are you sick? Is someone bullying you at school?" "No." "Then why?" "I just don't want to go to school today." Lan Ming said it with full of energy and confidence. "There is no reason, just don't want to go to school. This reason is also very unreasonable." It made Lan Hai laugh. "Mom, my sister said she doesn't want to go to school," he shouted downstairs. It happened that Qin Yan finished the work at hand at this time. Hearing Lan Hai's words, she pulled her husband over to bring the steamed buns, and hurriedly ran upstairs, rushed into Lan Ming's room, and reached out to touch Lan Ming's forehead. "Xiao Ming, is there something wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "No." Lan Ming shook her head, and repeated what she had just said. Qin Yan was also stunned after hearing this. After she recovered, she first drove Lan Hai out, then took off her coat, and sat beside Lan Ming's bed. "Ming Ming, can you tell me why you don't want to go to school today?" Qin Yan's voice was very gentle and curious. She didn't get angry at her daughter for not wanting to go to school for no reason. Instead, she was a little excited. After all, her little daughter was really a model of a little cotton-padded jacket. She was lively, smart, and loved to study. She had never worried her since kindergarten. Sometimes she felt that she had no sense of existence in front of Lan Ming. "I have no reason?" Lan Ming was not surprised to see Qin Yan like this. Her mother was such a gentle and somewhat eccentric person. She had done very few outrageous things since she was a child, and every time she was seen by Qin Yan, they would probably become accomplices. So Lan Ming was not worried that Qin Yan would refuse. As expected, Qin Yan's eyes flashed with cunning after hearing this, and he winked at Lan Ming and said, "What do you want to do if you don't go to school?" "I want to go to the amusement park." So 2 hours later, Qin Yan brought Lan Ming, who was dressed as a doll, to the largest amusement park in the city, and played until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the afterglow of the sunset, Lan Ming ate ice cream and suggested to Qin Yan that she wanted to watch the stage performance in the amusement park later. "Okay." Qin Yan readily agreed, "Just have fun." "Well, I'm very happy today." Lan Ming raised her head and smiled brightly. "Then can you tell Mom what happened to you?" "What?" A sudden red light almost dropped the ice cream in Lan Ming's hand to the ground. She looked up at her mother steadily, and it took her a long time to think of a way to change the subject. However, Qin Yan spoke before her. "Ming Ming, there are no performances at the amusement park on Wednesdays. Have you forgotten because you haven't been here for a long time?" The words she wanted to say were spinning in her throat, but in the end, she couldn't even say a word. Yes, this amusement park was her favorite place in the past, and she must come every month. How could she not know that the performances were only on Saturdays in the past? But now, everything has long been buried deep in her memory, and she doesn't even dare to recall it. Because she is afraid that once she is trapped in those beautiful things, how should she face everything now? She can only not think about it, not look at it, and try to live on even if it is hard and tiring, and she is covered with bruises. But as long as she is alive, she can remember them so that they will not be completely forgotten by the world. Tears flowed from her eyes unconsciously, and her vision was blurred. Lan Ming felt someone hugged her tightly, and patted her back comfortingly. "Don't be afraid, Mom is here. My Ming Ming, although I don't have those memories, I am really sorry that you have to go through this alone. I was not able to be with you when you were scared, and let you watch us leave, and even forced you not to see us for the last time in order to survive." We just want you to be able to live, because only by living can there be hope. In the sunset, a mother and daughter hugged each other tightly. In the distance, two people were running quickly. It was Lan Hai and Lan Yuan who were panting. Mom, sister, the park is about to close, we have to go home. Lan Hai was holding a large and small bag of snacks in his hand and shouting excitedly, but Lan Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. She wanted to shout something, but found that she couldn't make a sound at this moment. She could only watch the black arrow pierce through Lan Hai's heart from behind. The scene changed in an instant. The warmth of family reunion just now was full of blood at this moment. Lan Ming saw that Tok's arrow hit Lan Hai's heart, and wanted to see her parents surrounded by zombies. Their hands were covered with wounds, their lips were chapped, their faces were pale, and they couldn't even lift their weapons. And she was protected by them behind them. In the distance, the culprit laughed crazily. They were going to die, they were going to die, and when they died, I would have two souls to drive again. No, we have to save them, we must save them. Lan Ming shouted wildly in her heart. However, she couldn't use her special ability anyway. She could only watch her parents fall in front of her, being eaten by the zombies, and finally their souls were taken away by Yang Wanquan. Her heart ached so much that she could hardly breathe. Lan Ming felt dizzy and swirled, and she returned to her bed. The little girl opened her eyes in shock and heard her mother's familiar call again. Ah, Ming Ming, are you feeling uncomfortable? You look a little bad. On the dining table, Qin Yan placed soy milk and steamed dumplings in front of Lan Ming and held her face with concern. I'm fine. Lan Ming suppressed the dull pain in her heart and tried to show her former bright smile. Really? Really? Don't worry about Mom. Okay, then Ming Ming, eat breakfast quickly and let Dad take you to school later. The steamed dumplings tasted good. It was her favorite one. The taste in her memory was evoked, but Lan Ming felt a little nauseous for a while. She forced herself to eat 3, and then she couldn't swallow it anymore. Seeing that she was full, Qin Yan didn't say anything, and told her to take good things and asked Lan Yuan to take her to school. But Lan Ming held Qin Yan. Mom, can you and Dad accompany me to school today? Yes. Qin Yan was stunned but quickly agreed. The car drove out of the community and sped on the road. It was mid-spring, the weather was very good, and the wind was warm and fragrant with flowers. Everything was just like that day. But at the intersection closest to the school, an accident happened. 3 out-of-control cars crashed into them at the same time like crazy, and the huge impact force instantly deformed the cars. Glass and plastic fragments flew at the same time. Subconsciously, Qin Yan, who was sitting next to Lan Ming, rushed over and hugged her daughter tightly in her arms. The fragments pierced her body, and the blood dyed Lan Ming's vision red. The little girl felt cold all over, as if her blood was sucked away at the same time. She wanted to shout, but her throat seemed to be choked, and she couldn't utter a word. In the driver's seat, Lan trembled and opened the car door, trying to pull Lan Ming and Qin Yan out. However, the doors of the 3 cars behind him that had long been scrapped and deformed were opened at the same time, and 14 zombies rushed out, dragged Lan away who didn't react, and bit off Qin Yan's head. Blood splashed all over Lan Ming's face. Just before the zombies were about to drag her away, someone grabbed her by the back of the neck and took her out of the car. Run, this world has gone crazy. Lan Hai pulled her with a shudder and ran towards the nearest building where they could hide. From her peripheral vision, Lan Ming saw the souls of Lan and Qin Yan being taken away by the man, who was standing in the corner and laughing crazily, and before she had time to feel sad, the sound of arrows breaking through the air came again. In the blood, Lan Ming lost consciousness again. The 3rd time, she suggested that her mother send her to school alone. The 4th time she decided to go to school by herself, and the 5th time, she was desperate and asked everyone to stay at home with her. But without exception, everything was reset in blood within a day. Since the family could not be changed, what about the school? So the 6th time, she went to school normally, and then after the morning reading, she skipped school with her best friend. The moment she walked out of the class, a commotion broke out in the teaching building. Several zombies rushed into the classroom, and then everything went out of control. Chinimo pulled Lan Ming to run, but no one walked out of the teaching building. The 7th time, she blocked the school gate directly and told her best friend Chinimo, who usually liked to read strange novels, about the zombie outbreak, and told her that they had to run quickly. Then, when Lan Ming woke up from the bed for the 8th time, she was sure that in this world, at least before the zombie outbreak, this world did not allow any behavior that changed the character's trajectory, revealed zombie news, and her supernatural power could not be released. Everything before the zombies appeared at 6 p.m. was like a fixed opening animation. If this world is her secret room, then the solution to the first door is to wait for the zombie outbreak step by step. Chapter 154. Hey Lan Ming, which restaurant are you going to eat at noon? Lan Ming School is famous for its excellent teachers, luxurious facilities, and expensive tuition fees. There are 2 restaurants and more than a dozen shops in the school. The 2-hour lunch break at noon makes students worry about what to eat every day. The 8 reincarnations also made Lan Ming recall most of the things in the past. She remembered that Chen Mo dragged her and another person to a small hot pot restaurant to spend most of the lunch. When lunch was about to end, there was a huge commotion outside the restaurant. The extremely ugly zombies rushed into the restaurant and ate everyone they saw. Wang Zixin, another classmate who ate with them, happened to be sitting on the path that the zombies had to pass. He became another zombie before he could react. If everything before could not be changed, then what about now? Is it possible at the moment before the zombies are about to arrive? But even if it doesn't change, it's just restarting again. Throughout the afternoon, Lan Ming was constantly alert to the outside movements, so when the riot happened and Wang Zixin was about to be attacked by the zombies, she quickly pulled him behind her. The zombie pounced on nothing, and Lan Ming took advantage of the situation and kicked the guy who was not even at the first level away. Yes, she could feel that her superpowers and physical strength were back. Although there were no props, it was enough. Sure enough, those were the opening animations before. The little girl who realized this did not hesitate and used a chopstick to hit the second zombie that rushed over. Oh my god, Ming Ming, when did you go behind my back to find a master to learn skills? Chen Mo watched his former companions punching zombies one by one, and his jaw almost dropped. Wang Zixin had not yet recovered from the fear of death. She had seen the fate of those who were bitten by zombies, which means that if Lan Ming had not pulled her just now, she would have become like that now. Say less and save your strength to run. Lan Ming had cleared the zombies blocking the door while speaking. Run! She shouted to her companions behind her. The 3 figures rushed out of the cafeteria without hesitation. The campus had long been a mess, with zombies running around and biting people, and terrified students and teachers. Hey, Wang Zixin, I remember you have a house nearby, right? Yes, there is a store. It's only 1 street away from the bamboo wall of the school. Wang Zixin was the weakest among the 3. She was a little out of breath after running so far, but the fear of death made the little girl dare not stop at all. Let's go there. Lan Ming dragged Wang Zixin and turned to run towards the bamboo forest. But there is a wall there. Wang Zixin panted and shouted, and she couldn't keep up with Lan Ming's pace in a short while. Zombies have entered the school. It's the real version of the end of the world, and you are still worried that the school rules don't allow you to climb over the wall. No, it's not that I can't climb over the wall. Wang Zixin felt miserable. Her athletic ability was almost 0, and running a few steps was already the limit. Seeing that the bamboo forest was right in front of her, 5 zombies suddenly jumped out from behind, separated the 3 people. The zombies seemed to see that Lan Ming was not easy to mess with, and they all surrounded Wang Zixin. Oh my god! Why is it me? Wang Zixin was originally running at the end, and now he was surrounded by 5 zombies, and screamed heartbreakingly. Don't scream, it will attract them. Lan Ming rushed over, killed 2 zombies, and snatched Wang Zixin from the zombies' mouths. He continued to run with the man. The 3 of them quickly passed through the bamboo forest, and when they reached the wall, Lan Ming carried Wang Zixin on his back without thinking, and turned over in a few seconds. Fortunately, there were not many zombies here, and the 3 of them rushed across the road. After Lan Ming killed 2 more zombies, Wang Zixin tremblingly took out the key to open the door. Oh my god, Lao Ming, when did you become so awesome? You evolved secretly behind our backs. Chen Mo collapsed on the sofa in Wang Zixin's house, panting like a dog. Wang Zixin couldn't even say a word. What do you think is going on? How come I can see zombies while eating? Am I still asleep, or have we traveled through time? No, that's not right. Traveling through time usually involves sending messages before traveling through time. How can you change to a different world just by eating a meal? Chen Mo has a wide range of knowledge in this genre, and has already imagined 100,000 words in his mind. I hope I'm still asleep. But this doesn't look like a dream at all. Wang Zixin finally caught his breath, propped himself up and looked at Lan Ming. Is our world over? Yes, Xiao Ming, you seem to have known what would happen. Wait, I see, you are actually reborn, right? That's why you can save Lao Xian. Beating up zombies is like beating a child. Oh my god, you are doing fantasy secretly without me. Chen Mo has recovered now, jumping around in the house to express her views on the coming of the end of the world. Should we contact our parents now? Although they should be sleeping on the other side of the planet, if it is really the end of the world, it is impossible for it to come only here. My parents are not here either. And I just tried it. There is no signal here. Oh my god, I know this is the usual routine of the end of the world. No water, no electricity, no signal. Damn, I just sweated a lot. What should I do if I don't take a shower, and we don't have much food and water? Alas, if you had come back a few days earlier, we would have had enough time to stock up. It's more fun to stock up for the end of the world. No worries about food, no worries about clothes, and if you are well prepared, you won't be bored. Chinimo was there talking about various end-of-the-world settings. What natural disasters, zombies, ice age, stockpiling, survival, Goldfingers. Lan Ming complained in her heart, although it was not a few days earlier, but there were still a few hours, but this damn system regarded a few hours earlier as the opening animation, not allowing any spoilers. Food and water must be solved, and we have to do it as soon as possible, otherwise all the supermarkets will be looted. If this is not about stockpiling, it can't be about survival. Isn't it a bit too much to let us fight zombies without any golden fingers? No, Lao Ming has been through, so he should have some golden fingers. At least we can know a little about the future direction. By the way, Lao Ming, your parents are here, do you want to? They will be fine. Lan Ming finally spoke. The zombies did not break out at the same time. We are unlucky. We are the first place to have problems. It will take about half a day for the zombies to spread on a large scale. Oh, I almost forgot that you were reborn. At this point, Chinimo paused. Because she suddenly thought of the settings in the novel she had read, Rebirth. Is impossible unless you die. Thinking of this, Chinimo urgently changed the subject. Then how did we escape in the last life? Since Lan Ming is so awesome now, she would not have died immediately in the last life. In the last life, we rushed out of the cafeteria and hid in the innermost cubicle of the teaching building. We were lucky enough not to be discovered. It was you who suggested looking for supplies, so we waited until the first wave of zombies broke out in the school. There were only scattered zombies in the school. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we were ready to go to the nearest supermarket, which was the one at the school gate. Coincidentally, we met my parents who drove to the school gate. At that time, most of the zombies in this area went to fight others, and we successfully went to the food store opened by my parents' friends. We spent the first 3 days. 3 o'clock in the afternoon? That's about an hour and a half. Or we can plan the route in advance. It's not short from here to the main entrance of their school, but according to Lan Ming, the number of zombies will decrease after a wave of outbreaks, so it's better to go in a straight line. During this time, Wang Zixin found a desk lamp and pencil in the table and roughly drew a route sketch. Chinimo came over to take a look, then looked at Wang Zixin worriedly. It's almost 1,000 meters. Can you run it down? Little Wang, who has been running hard for a long time, I try my best. Then I leave in 50 minutes, Wang Zixin. Do you have any self-defense weapons here? At 2:30, Wang Zixin rummaged through the boxes and finally found 2 fruit knives and an ice pick. Lan Ming took the ice cone. Although Ji Qingshan asked her to use anything to fight zombies, Lan Ming's most convenient use from beginning to end was still items similar to screwdrivers. Coincidentally, ice cones and screwdrivers are similar. As for the other two, Chinimo swung the fruit knife in his hand and felt that it was very uncomfortable. Wang Zixin's hands were shaking when he held the knife. Okay, it's confirmed that neither of them can use it. Put away the makeshift weapons, and while there is still time, Lan Ming explained to the two the simplest way to deal with zombies harmlessly. Directly stab the throat, stab it in, twist it, and bring it out. Now the physique of these zombies is no different from that of humans, so this can basically effectively remove the head. Don't hold the knife like a pin, put the thumb on top and the tip of the knife on the bottom, aim and stab. Okay. Wang Zixin's hands seemed to be shaking even more. Lan Ming. Forget it, it's okay. Just run. She patted the other person's shoulder comfortingly. After confirming the route again, the time had come to 2:50. Lan Ming made a gesture of silence and gently pushed open the door. As Lan Ming said before, there were only 3 zombies outside the house, and they all had their backs to them. Let's go! The little girl waved her hand. She pulled Wang Zixin out and ran. The whole street was empty, and they quickly crossed it and ran to the right front according to the predetermined route. However, Lan Ming heard a slight unusual sound in her ears. The lush bushes seemed to be much more restless than before. Not good. 2 months of survival in the apocalypse made her reaction very quick. The moment she realized it, she turned around and stopped running forward. However, Wang Zixin was not like her. Inertia made the girl rush straight out, and Lan Meng could only stop her from rushing forward by grabbing her. Behind the bushes, the impatient predator had already pounced on her. Lan Meng swung the ice cone in her hand horizontally, pierced through the zombie's mouth, and pried upwards, saving Wang Zixin's neck. However, the stench and ugliness of the zombie, as well as the sudden impact, made Wang Zixin's brain blank, and she screamed uncontrollably. At this moment, all the zombies on the street looked at them, including the one that was climbing over the wall. A black shadow fell from the sky, and Wang Zixin ran around with her head covered, and just bumped into the other person's arms. Lan Meng couldn't catch up at all, and watched the other person bite Wang Zixin's shoulder. Wang Zixin froze for a moment, and the flesh on her shoulder began to rot and fall off rapidly. She was about to become a zombie. Don't move. Lan Meng finally rushed over and ripped off the zombie's brain with a spike. Crystal clear water flowed out of her hand and split into two streams. One poured into Wang Zixin's throat, and the other stuck to her wound. In the blink of an eye, Wang Zixin's wound began to heal, and the zombie transformation gradually disappeared. Oh my god, Lao Ming, you really came back with a cheat. The healing ability is the key protection object in the end times. You are so awesome, and you still send it. Is our end times and the end times hell difficult? Who knows? Let's go to the school gate first. Lan Meng had no intention of talking nonsense at this moment. She was able to save Wang Zixin purely because her ability had been cultivated to a very good level. Wang Zixin's injury location was not important, and he was treated immediately. Otherwise, the pain of detoxification alone would be enough for her to grimace. In fact, even now she was already weak from the threat of death. Don't be afraid, there is treatment, I won't let you die. Lan Ming comforted her like this. The treatment was almost done, the zombies around were forming a circle, they had to break out as soon as possible. The girl in front of her suddenly burst out with strength from nowhere, and pushed Lan Meng who was treating her away. The defenseless Lan Meng immediately distanced herself from Wang Zixin, and the last bit of treatment was interrupted. It's okay, the pollution is almost gone, and it won't spread if it stops now. Wang Zixin's body quickly began to be bloody, and a half-grown claw stretched out from Wang Zixin's chest, and it seemed that it didn't catch anything else, and it shook back and forth twice. It was a newborn baby zombie. It was carried on the back of the previous shadow. The other party hid the child aside when he fell, and the baby took advantage of the moment when Lan Ming was distracted by Wang Zixin's serious injury, and quietly hid behind Wang Zixin, waiting for the opportunity to come up with a 1-2. Unfortunately, Wang Zixin pushed Lan Ming away the moment he found something wrong. Xiao Xian. The healing fluid gushed out in large clumps, but the moment it touched Wang Zixin, Lan Ming knew it was too late. The injury was too severe, and Wang Zixin's physical fitness was too poor. The zombie contamination seemed to be a natural fit for her, spreading to every cell in her body in just 5 seconds. She couldn't be saved. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't be saved. Don't cry, it's a good thing for me not to have to fight zombies and run away every day. Wang Zixin's lips moved, and he finished the sentence in a breathy voice. You run quickly, you must survive. Control room. This is the link I hoped for the most. There is no despair without hope, which allows a person to have all the abilities she wants and think that she can save all regrets. Only then, when she finds that she can't change the status quo, and what she does will only make everyone die more painfully, will she fall into the deepest hell. Chapter 155. The pupils were misaligned for a moment, and Lan Meng's hand weakly grasped Wang Zixin, but it brushed against her skirt. Wang Zixin's body was rapidly transformed, and he jumped up from the ground and rushed towards Lan Meng and Chenemo. Let's go! Lan Meng kicked a zombie behind her, and decisively pulled Chenemo and ran towards the school gate. Xiao Meng, you're okay. At the school gate, the black car stopped after a sudden brake. Qin Yan rushed out of the car and hugged Lan Meng tightly. Yes, Mom, I'm fine, let's go. Qin Yan grabbed the two children and hurriedly got into the car. Lan quickly started and knocked away the zombies that were close at hand. No, there are too many zombies in front. We can't rush through. Lan and Qin Yan wanted to take Lan Meng home, but seeing more and more zombies in front, they realized that this method was not feasible. I remember when she opened an imported food store on the next street. Why don't we go there? Have you contacted Dehai? No. Qin Yan's face was filled with sorrow. The latest news is that I saw him pay attention to safety in the news, and I don't know how he is now. Alas. What is going on? Brother is fine, he was buying things in the hospital supermarket at that time, and the boss closed the door immediately. They are safe. Xiao Ming, you. Except for Chinimo, who knew the inside story, the Lan family couple looked at their little daughter with a look of doubt. I have gone through a life. This time, Lan Meng did not hide anything and told the three people present about her rebirth and everything in her previous life, but omitted the process of her getting along with Ji Qingchen and other people. It only talked about the zombie carnival night. Wang Zixin died because she didn't go to see Lan Meng's parents with Chinimo in the original script. The system was correcting something that shouldn't have appeared, but it allowed her to change the fate of the original character, which means that the final way to pass the level must be related to it. Let's see who is better. This is not far from my brother's unit. We can go to his place tomorrow. According to the original plot, they met Lan Hai a week later when the small supermarket in the hospital was breached, and they were discovered by other humans who wanted to take it for themselves. The other party was so powerful that they had to leave to protect themselves. Wan Qi was bitten and killed on the way to escape. And they accidentally met Lan Hai, found a nearby family, and went to an empty small restaurant as a temporary base, and based on this, they started a relatively stable journey to the end of the world. It's a pity that these people who were taken in did not survive in the more cruel environment later, or in other words, among them, only Lan Meng was pushed and lifted to see a ray of light. However, since there is a chance to start over again with superpowers, these regrets will definitely not exist. She will save them, at least one more. The car drove to the door of Wan Qi's store, and the boss, Wan Qi, dared to let them in after confirming that they were human again and again. What should we do now? The zombie outbreak, the daughter died once, and was reborn. Any parent would not be able to accept this for a while. But they just listened quietly to Lan Meng's analysis of the current situation. Starting the day after tomorrow, the zombie outbreak will gradually stabilize, followed by the siege of the survivors. In the next week, the survivors will form small groups based on various supply points. The supplies determine the strategy of each small group. We can seize the opportunity and try to find a base with sufficient supplies, and as large as possible. Lan Meng did not intend to go back to the path of her last life, which was like being pushed by a flood to an unknown place. Since she was no longer the same person she was before, she would not sit there and wait for death and drift with the tide. Considering the situation in the sea and the strength of the building, there is a warehouse near the suburbs that is feasible. It covers an area of 300 square meters and can accommodate at least 100 people. Food, medicine, tools, etc. are stored. If someone escapes later, it can be temporarily sheltered. Lan En's company is in this area, and he is very familiar with the situation here. We will go there tomorrow. It's too late today. Lan Meng also has an impression of this warehouse. It was about half a month before the end of the world. They heard that someone had built a temporary protection station there to take in survivors, especially survivors with superpowers, so they went there for help. With Lan Meng as a nanny, the other party was also happy to accept them, until the people who occupied the warehouse began to fight openly and secretly because of conflicts and ideas, resulting in heavy losses and a zombie tide, and the base could not be saved. Chinimo died in that incident because he saved Lan Meng. Including Lan Meng's family, a small number of survivors had to find a new base. They saved many injured people along the way, including Yang Wanquan, who killed everyone except Lan Meng. The past is still vivid, but the present is slightly different from then. No, wait, there are supplies and defenses here now. Why should we move our positions? What if the government sends troops in a few days? Why are we still messing around? Wan Qi and Lan En have been classmates and good friends for many years, but he can't understand the current situation? They are 3 adults and 2 children. Why is the current leader one of the children? Or his buddy's daughter? Is it a bit too much to spoil a child to this extent? He has also seen the combat power of zombies. This is not a game of house. If he is not careful, he may die. No army will come. The zombies will occupy that place first. How do you know? Yes, and those things before, someone will occupy this place in 7 days, and your brother's current situation. How do you know? This? Chinimo has read too many novels, and has a high acceptance of time travel. Although Qin Yan and Lan En dare not believe such things, Lan Meng is their daughter after all. They have a foundation of trust in her, and have seen Lan Meng's posture of fighting zombies before. But for Wan Qi, an adult who has lost his illusions and has no relatives, if he really tells him about time travel, he will probably think that Lan Meng is hallucinating because she was bitten by zombies and screams and kills them with a knife. In fact, you don't have to take him with you. Chinimo whispered in Lan Meng's ear. After all, they were not related, and the other party was so reluctant. It would be a thankless task to take him with you. In the end times, such people often die quickly. Lan was not in a hurry to persuade this old friend. In this situation, it was too risky to give up the relatively safe environment and actively break into the zombie pile. They couldn't explain the reason. It was normal for Wan Qi to have concerns. No, staying here will be very passive. We must move as soon as possible. Lan Ming shook his head firmly. Then you go I. As Lan thought, Wan Qi was really unwilling to leave the current environment. You have to come with us. Why? You little girl. Wan Qi showed an impatient look. In his opinion, everyone was responsible for their own lives, not to mention that the other party, a little girl under the age of 12, could not teach him how to do things. However, halfway through his words, a sharp object suddenly stopped in front of him. It was so fast that Wan Qi did not react to what happened. After 2 seconds, layers of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Because you can't beat me, uncle. Not to mention that the way to pass this so-called secret room copy is likely to be related to the change of the ending, or the number of survivors. Lan Ming himself hoped to change the original ending after he found that he was experiencing the original thing again. Wan Qi wanted to wait for death passively? How could he realize it? The ice cone stopped less than a centimeter away from Wan Qi's eyeballs, and Lan Ming said with a smile, If I want to rob you of everything, you have no way to stop it. Leave or stay, you choose. Although peace is a good thing, if reason doesn't make sense or you don't want to reason, it's okay to use physical methods. From a certain lady named Ji's speech one day. This method is very effective. After Wan Qi looked at Lan with horror and found that the other party was watching the show indifferently, his attitude took a 180-degree turn. Go to the warehouse. How can I not go? I guarantee it. After tossing for a while, the sky has darkened. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the sky was getting darker and darker, and half a month later, it stabilized at 6 o'clock. The night at the beginning of the apocalypse is always relaxing, and there are no sneak attacks at this time. So when the black covers the earth, people's biological clocks will work and take some people to sleep peacefully. But for Lan Ming, this little rest seemed unnecessary. She leaned against the door and quietly looked at the night outside. Suddenly someone came over and hugged her gently. Ming Ming, don't you want to sleep? It was Qin Yan's voice. It's okay, I'm not sleepy. You be tired even if you're not sleepy. Take a rest. Qin Yan's hand rubbed the ends of Lan Ming's hair. As a mother, she knew very well what her child was like. If she said that she didn't dare to believe Lan Ming's rebirth before, but when she finished the action of threatening Wan Qi just now, Qin Yan had to believe it. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you. You suffered so much. She hugged Lan Ming tighter. Although Lan Ming was a little eccentric before, she would never show such a threatening and defensive look. She was independent and smart, but she would not try to control everything within her ability like now, constantly calculating the best way to survive. This ability to calculate and weigh is not innate, not the innocent and childish intelligence, but a plan forced out in desperate situations. If she doesn't think more, she will die, and if she doesn't think more, many people will die. And the reaction speed to deal with zombies before, and the tense nerves now, what else does Qin Yan not understand? Her daughter, the treasure that has been held in the palm of everyone's hand since childhood, is no longer a jewel in the showroom. She has been carved into a diamond dagger by the environment and suffering she has experienced. In turn, she supports the people she wants to protect and completes the regrets she missed. But suffering is never worth singing. Which mother in the world doesn't want her child to be worry-free for the rest of her life? If it weren't for this sudden end of the world, she could have stayed away from these life and death and regrets, and didn't have to rush to grow up. No, it has nothing to do with you. Lan Ming said softly, and her hand that hugged Qin Yan was a little stiff. She gently put her head on Qin Yan's shoulder and swallowed the second half of the sentence that she hadn't finished. You have actually protected me very well. After a long time, the hug ended, but Qin Yan still held Lan Ming. Can you tell me about your past? She asked. You have really changed a lot. I will tell you everything when I have time, but Mom, can you sleep with me now? We have to run a lot tomorrow. So Qin Yan didn't ask anything else. The two of them half leaned against each other, and their breathing gradually became regular. Chapter 156. At 5 o'clock the next day, the 5 people had packed their rations and tools. Wan Qi's shop still had a complete set of knives. 3 kitchen knives and 2 scissors. Adding Chen Mo and Lan Ming's original tools, everyone's equipment can be said to be quite good. In the first few days of the apocalypse, the zombies' daily routines were a bit like humans, and there were not many guys wandering the streets before 6 o'clock. At the moment, zombies were just NPCs for Lan Ming to send heads to, and killing them would not make any sound. The 5 people crossed the street smoothly and headed towards the suburban warehouse. This is it. Finally, the outline of the warehouse appeared in front of them. Wan Qi patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, there were not many zombies that provoked them along the way, and every one of them was beheaded by Lan Ming. Basically, she led the way in front, and the others followed behind. Even if there were people, for example, he sprained his ankle because of excessive fright, Lan Ming could make him jump again with one skill. Although it was said that this decision was made under duress, Wan Qi now has no regrets. Anyone who has played the game knows what it feels like to have a Nani in the team, not to mention that this Nani not only has an unfathomable blue bar and health bar, but also has ridiculously good skills. Lan Ming estimated that with her current ability, as long as the person is not killed in one shot, and the zombies have taken out their hearts or brains, she can save them. The 5 people walked to the door of the warehouse. Lan Ming stretched out her hand and pushed it, and her expression suddenly changed. She had not been here before at this time, but it seems that this place has been taken now. Could it be the same people before? The team that was already here when they came to the warehouse last time. If Lan Ming remembered correctly, there were a total of 17 people, including 4 psychics, one with a defensive ability to turn himself into a turtle, one with an auxiliary ability to place super glue on objects, one with a telekinetic ability, and another with a 50% chance of hitting the correct object. At that time, it was already a powerful ability, enough to protect a party, but for Lan Ming now. Shinmo, wait a minute. Lan Ming said, as he went around the side of the factory, climbed onto the roof through the window, opened a piece and jumped down. Who is it? There was a commotion below. 10 people looked up at the ceiling at the same time. The 2 teams of people found this warehouse for refuge at the same time when the zombies broke out yesterday. There were exactly 5 people in each team, and 2 of them were lucky enough to awaken their abilities. Seeing that they had to fight each other to expel the other party and monopolize the warehouse, they would have to fight to the death. The 12 people sat down and discussed. Anyway, there were enough supplies here, and more people with abilities would provide more cooperation and more protection, so they temporarily signed a non-aggression friendly treaty. In order to drive away the zombies, and prevent a large number of people from competing for resources, the glue ability was responsible for sealing the doors and windows, and 2 people took turns on duty. But after all, due to lack of experience, they forgot that the ceiling could also be broken into. 10 people looked at each other, after being nervous about the little girl who fell from the sky. Lan Ming looked relaxed. There were fewer people here than she remembered. It seemed that the version she saw at the beginning had other people joining. However, the number of superpowers did not change. Hey little girl, do you know that there are already people here? There was only one person on the other side, and she looked like a weak little girl. The vigilance of these people was reduced by half on the spot. A short and strong man spoke first. This was the person who could turn into a turtle for defense. If I remember correctly, his name should be Bao Jiahao. The gambling guy and his gang are called Qi Shang. The glue man is Yuan Chungjing, and the man who controls objects is Yu Li. After reviewing the memories in his mind, Lan Ming saw that the 12 people on the opposite side had surrounded him. This little girl looked innocent, but everyone knew that the one who dared to run around and lift the roof in the end times would not be a weak guy. I saw it. Facing the 10 people who surrounded him, Lan Ming nodded fearlessly. But it doesn't matter, I'm here to grab the territory. Huh? 10 minutes later. 10 people curled up on the ground, whimpering fragilely. The ground in the middle of the warehouse was bright red, but the strange thing was that they didn't have any wounds on their bodies. Uncles, can we have a good talk? Don't lie on the ground and act like you've been hurt so badly. Lan Ming walked to Bao Jiahao, who was howling the most, with disdain. You're still a defense system. Why should your resistance be so low? Bao Jiahao, is this a resistance problem? This is mental damage. Didn't you see that the one who put the glue had fainted from the pain? They were scared, really scared. Where did this little devil come from? She took it apart and put it back together at least 5 times in 10 minutes. How could she, a nurse, have such a high output? At first, when everyone saw Lan Ming kill the first person who rushed up without superpowers with one blow, but saved him back, they thought this kid was soft-hearted. She said harsh words to challenge the club, to show her strength, and seek a shelter for herself and her family. That's why she didn't really kill them. Several people exchanged glances, and believed that this rare healing ability would be very helpful for survival in the apocalypse. In addition, Bao Jiahao and Qi Shang have always advocated maintaining peace, so they accepted her just to dampen her enthusiasm and give her a warning. But when Lan Ming killed 7 people, and saved them 2 minutes later, people began to realize something was wrong. This strength is a bit too strong, it's better to show off. Those who think quickly immediately gave up their original plan and changed to winning them over. Little friend, we agree to your joining and welcome your family. Join you? The little girl shook the blood on the weapon and interrupted Qishang. She came to the other party in an instant, grabbed his hand holding the gun, and gently scratched Qishang's neck with the blade. Did I not make it clear just now? I'm here to grab the territory. The moment the blood gushed out, the clean water covered the wound. The wound recovered after a few seconds, but the feeling of dying made Qishang collapse to the ground. Uncle, my sister told me that if you want people who like to talk nonsense to listen to you, don't talk nonsense, just do it directly. Half a minute later, the 12 people leaned on the spot with livid faces. At this time, all of them experienced the feeling of dying. But they are still alive, and regardless of their psychological problems, they are still alive and kicking. That's enough, little girl. We didn't say we wouldn't let you stay here. You don't have to keep fighting us. The first two may have underestimated the enemy, but at least the 4 superpowers believed that they were all doing their best. But for some reason, their superpowers were accurately predicted by Lan Ming when they were released, and Bao Jiahao's shell didn't even have time to be released. Obviously, Lan Ming's personal strength was above theirs. However, Qishang felt that they at least had room for negotiation. Lan Ming didn't want to kill them, otherwise there would be no need to release superpowers to save them. But I want to continue to fight, and you can't stop me. Lan Ming laughed provocatively. Qishang was stunned, then realized something, turned around and tried to grab the people around him, but it was too late. What are you talking about, little girl? There are so many of us. We don't want to bully the few with the many, and we're letting you go. Don't blame us if you don't know what's good for you. Yuli was immediately dissatisfied. That's right. You just took advantage of us before we reacted, and now let's see how you deal with it. Bao Jiahao also joined in. Qishang, He cursed 1,000 Chinese quintessences in his heart. His teammates were so stupid that they couldn't see the provocation method. Could they forget the pain after what happened just now? The little girl just followed her wishes with a word, which was really hard to lead. But it was obvious that Lan Ming would not let him go just because he did not take action. After she broke Bao Jiahao's shell and disassembled his limbs, and cut Yuan Chengjing into countless pieces, she used the remaining force to hit him so hard that he could breathe in less and out more. After she threw dozens of holes in the ordinary people around her, she gave him a blow. Can you notify me before you commit suicide next time? Can you see that you are not at the same level as us? Qishang finally recovered and sat up from the ground, shaking Bao Jiahao, who was beside him with dull eyes. Hey mouse, wake up, you are not dead. Who knew that as soon as these words came out, the person next to him seemed to have touched a switch, and suddenly howled. He cried and threw himself on Qishang. Woo woo woo, I thought I was dead. Not only him, but the other 2 people also had dull faces, although their reactions were not so intense. If you were killed by a single knife before, it would be a matter of seconds, and the pain would go away in a moment. People with slow reactions might not feel anything. But just now, there were dozens of knives, and you could even feel the blood flowing out of your body bit by bit, and your body temperature slowly dropped and became cold. In the end, you could clearly feel that your life was coming to an end, but you were saved in the blink of an eye. Who wouldn't go crazy? Except for Qishang, everyone else couldn't speak clearly now. Really? It's a pity that you didn't, but you're going to experience it again soon. The little girl's silver bell-like laughter was close at hand, and the stunned people only had time to make a subconscious resistance. But even though they were well prepared before, they couldn't do anything to Lan Ming, and now they couldn't even last a minute. As for the way he died, it seemed to be more miserable than the last time, and Qishang was also affected. Fortunately, this person was only abused once, and his mental state was still healthy. When he was rescued, he was able to force himself to speak, "We will agree to whatever you want." But he didn't finish. The last 2 times were one-sided beatings. At this point, all 12 people looked half dead. It was so hard to wait for this little devil to calm down and have a good talk, so I won't agree to it immediately. Actually, my request is very simple, just 2 points. Yeah, everyone looked expectant. No matter what the request was, even if it cost them their lives, it was better than making them die. First, I want to stay here. Second, you have to listen to me. No objection? No, everyone shook their heads like rattles. They were so confused that they were afraid that if they were late for a second, they would start the 6th cycle. Those with IQ still online thought more. Having a Nani would be a great help to them, not to mention that this Nani's strength was not enough. Isn't it just a leadership position? People with ability should be good, right? Then it's settled. Oh, by the way, my family is still outside. I believe you will pack up before they come in, and I'm just a little girl. Lan Ming suddenly showed an innocent smile to the 12 people, but they were horrified. This is a threat, a naked threat. This little girl is clearly telling them that if they dare to expose what happened just now, she will repeat it 100 or 80 times. Do you have to be so cruel? Mom, Momo, come in quickly. After threatening, Lan Ming didn't even look at those people, and ran to open the main door of the warehouse. The glue they had pasted on the door for defense had lost its effect as early as the first time Lan Ming knocked Yuan Chengjing unconscious, but the 4 people outside didn't dare to go in rashly after hearing the noise inside, for fear that Lan Ming's original plan would go wrong. Luckily, when they opened the door, their daughter stood in front of them intact, smiling happily. It was just after 7 o'clock, and the light failed to fully illuminate the entire warehouse. Lanan, Qin Yin, Chenimo, Wanqi followed Lan Ming into the warehouse and saw. What's the situation with these people who serve snacks with the momentum of a state banquet? They think this is more sincere. Qi Shang explained. That's fine. There are not many smart people. She understands this principle. Those who are afraid of being further cut by Lan Ming dare not mention the previous things at all. Seeing the attitude of the 4 people who came in, they are so polite. Lan Ming frowned. However, as a deputy who has managed 2 shelters, it is not difficult for her to coordinate these 10 or so people. She first sorted out the supplies in the warehouse, and counted the amount of food and cold weapons. It was very considerable. It would not be a problem for dozens of people to eat for a month if they were frugal. The next step is the layout of the defense system. So far, there are 5 people with special powers, including her among the 17 people, and the warehouse has 2 doors. The 4 people are divided into 2 groups, and the 3 people who are their opposites, Lanan and Wanqi, take turns. She takes care of the weapons herself. Qin Yin and Chen Mo are responsible for managing other materials. Of course, this is just a temporary allocation due to the shortage of manpower. It will be convenient to refine other groups when more people come in a few days. Right now, she has another important thing to do to get her brother back. She doesn't plan to take other people with this matter, because it is difficult for them to protect themselves outside with their current strength. However, measures to prevent new recruits from plotting ill will must be taken. Soon, the 12 people received a warning from Lan Ming. She buried a little thing in their spiritual world, and as long as they dare to mess around, they will suddenly die. In order to prove that this is true and credible, Yuli was also allowed to experience it for free. Yuli was angry. Why can't people do this? He was quickly covered by Yuan Qingjing's mouth. If he had to do it once, he would have collapsed. It was almost the same as Lan Ming expected. She went through the process of picking up Lan Hai alone. She dragged her stupid brother, who thought his sister was possessed, and tried to find out Lan Ming's true identity out of the store. She explained her rebirth. But Lan Hai was even more suspicious, because his sister was an atheist. Seeing that Lan Hai obviously didn't believe it, Lan Ming suddenly sighed, and then revealed a bunch of embarrassing things about her when she was a child. Okay, sister, stop talking. Isn't it okay for me to believe it? Lan Hai was no longer worried this time, but looked like he wanted to cry, but had no tears. However, he finally followed Lan Ming obediently. In this way, during the half-hour journey, Lan Hai observed every zombie that died tragically in Lan Ming's hands at close range, and was brought back to the warehouse safely. But as soon as he arrived at the door of the warehouse, Lan Ming's eyes suddenly became sharp. The door of the warehouse was ajar. She went out on the roof, and the door was closed when she brought her parents and friends in. Something happened. Chapter 157. The moment I rushed into the warehouse, I first smelled a pungent smell of blood mixed with a foul odor. The situation in front of me was extremely tragic. The shelves and goods were scattered on the ground, with large pieces of blood splattered on them. There was a zombie corpse, and 2 half-zombie dead people lying on the ground. Old Ming, be careful. As Chen Mo shouted, a gust of wind rushed from Lan Ming's side. But there was a click, and the zombie that rushed over had its neck broken before it even opened its mouth. Okay, there are 4 left now. Looking at the extremely embarrassed people, clear water flowed out of Lan Ming's hands. She pulled over one of the guys with teeth marks on his back, and his body quickly stiffened, cut his carotid artery, and put her hand on him. The man trembled for a moment, and his chaotic eyes gradually became clear. After the job is done, the next one. Seeing the man wake up, the little girl pushed him aside, grabbed another one bitten by the zombies, cured him and threw him aside. The zombies noticed the movement here, and seeing their companion, who was about to be in their hands. was turned back by the ill-intentioned human. They screamed angrily and turned around to rush over. When Lan Ming finished dealing with the zombies, the remaining people were still breathing hard. The little girl was holding a transparent energy core in her hand, a little surprised. Could the zombies produce energy cores at this time? Putting the things away without leaving a trace, Lan Ming turned back and used her supernatural power to heal the injuries of others. What's going on? After doing all this, Lan Ming's expression turned cold. Before leaving, she searched with her mental power. There were no zombies hiding in this warehouse, and there were no dangerous walls that could be easily broken, at least not the 5 zombies she met before. It was our negligence. Bao Jiahao lowered his head in self-blame and looked at a corpse lying on the ground. I thought he was a refugee, but he was infected by zombies and followed by zombies. Instantly Lan Ming understood what happened at that time. Bao Jiahao and Qi Shang and others uphold the concept of helping each other as much as possible. Otherwise, there would not be a conflict with the other party in the later period because of accepting many refugees without superpowers. This is why Bao Jiahao softened his heart when he saw the lonely and embarrassed refugee and wanted to let him in to avoid the limelight. Unexpectedly, the other party turned and attacked people as soon as he came in. He kept holding on to his superpowers to avoid the disaster, but his companion was not so lucky and was bitten on the neck by a zombie on the spot. That's not all. The two of them were in a mess, and they rushed over as if they were running at double speed, knocked open the door and rushed in. It was only because Qi Shang and Yuli provided quick support that Bao Jiahao was saved. But that was all. It was too much of a stretch to let the current survivors fight the zombies alone, which led to the current situation. It's okay, just be careful next time. But now there are 2 less people, so it's worth rearranging the turns. Lan Ming closed her eyes, her voice seemed unusually calm. But no one saw that her nails had dug deep into her flesh with her hands hidden behind her back. On the ground, in addition to Bao Jiahao's teammates, the other person who died tragically was Wan Qi. His body had long been gnawed into pits and pits, his ribs were broken into pieces, his heart was forcibly pulled out, his face was hideous, his eyes were wide open in horror, and it was obvious that he died in intense pain and fear. No one could save him, and the only person who could help him at that time had just left here. The biting coldness ran straight from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, and she suddenly remembered the death of Wang Zixin. Yes, the time of death of these people is indeed different. Wang Zixin did not die at the moment of the zombie outbreak, but she did not live to see Lan's parents, nor did she live to leave with them to the next location. Wan Qi died 7 days earlier, and did not die on the way to the transfer position, but he did not wait for Lan Ming to reunite with his brother. Is this a coincidence or? No one can survive the node determined by the designer. Lan Ming does not believe in coincidences, and there will be no coincidences in this world. So when will the next node be? However, the world seems to have returned to peace. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, a week. Until half a month passed, no changes occurred. Lan Ming only felt that she seemed to have returned to the days when she was in the shelter. The difference is that she has become the real person in charge. After what happened that day, everyone recognized Lan Ming's position as a leader unprecedentedly. Who wouldn't want a leader who could reverse the zombieization? In the past half-month, the small shelter built by Lan Ming has received many refugees, some of whom are familiar faces, and some of whom she has met for the first time. Even the superpowers who came here are different from what she remembered. Everything seems to be constantly changing. The order of the shelter is very harmonious, and each group of people in defense, logistics, and offense has their own duties. Now, many people can resist zombies alone. The problem arises at this time. The food in the warehouse is running out. Unlike before, the number of people coming to the shelter has doubled, and 80% of the supplies have been consumed during this period. If we don't open up the source, we run out of money in a few days. But when Lan Ming brought up this, most people were silent for a while. They've been in this warehouse for too long, and Lan Ming is there to protect them when they practice with zombies. Humans have a natural fear of death. After finally finding a safe place, they are suddenly told to face those things again. Almost no one is willing. Hey, you've been here for so long, don't you plan to give something? Seeing this, Yuli couldn't sit still. He opposed protecting these weak people from the beginning. It was useless, and a waste of food. Who said we didn't work hard? Isn't this the daily rotation? And it's not like we didn't go around and kill zombies. Pui was ridiculed, and those who were silent just now couldn't sit still. That's right, you just found this place before us, why are you so arrogant? You didn't say anything just now when you said we wouldn't go out. Even if I go out, I can't beat those zombies. Wouldn't it be a waste of life? Didn't we agree that the division of labor would be clear and we would be protected here? Yes, Boss Lon is so awesome. Isn't it enough for her to go out? She can bring back food and won't be hurt by zombies at all. Hearing this, Lan Meng was stunned. Hasn't she taught them how to protect themselves and let them face zombies? These people shouldn't be weak lambs. Is it because she didn't let them really feel their lives were threatened? Thinking of this, Lan Meng made a decision on the spot. You can do it if you don't want to. But I will now divide the last food equally among you. If you are unwilling to go out to get more after you finish your food, then you can wait for death. What? Why? If you have any doubts, you can leave now. Due to the difference in strength, there was no more whispering in the warehouse. But when 4 of the 7 teams came back with wounds the next day, people were afraid again. Although this injury was nothing in front of Lan Meng, the pain and fear were real. What's more, after going through all this, there was no guarantee that they would find food. In the next 2 days, only 5 people dared to go out. But the food was not enough, and by the 21st day of the end of the world, some people were completely dead. The man begged for more food everywhere, but others were also living a tight life, so how could they give him some? Under such circumstances, by the next day, the man was already starving. But he really didn't dare to go out. He was so hungry that he couldn't stand it anymore, and suddenly he set his sights on the other people in the warehouse. What are you doing? Lan Meng grabbed Lu Chang's hand and broke his wrist. The dagger fell to the ground with a clang, and Lu Chang held his hand and screamed. And close at hand, the little girl who had just almost died from the knife finally cried out. 5 minutes later, a body was thrown out of the warehouse. Lan Meng was kind but not without bottom line. She knew very well the harm of keeping such people. But when an environment cannot provide people with survival guarantees, such things will happen again. Lu Chang was stupid. He acted alone under Lan Meng's nose, but it didn't mean that others would be so stupid. After going out to obtain supplies without success, and being eaten by zombies, and returning empty-handed after being seriously injured, the atmosphere in the warehouse became more and more restless after being tortured by hunger and eating 2 meals in 3 days. When Lan Meng found out that 5 people said they went out to find food, but only 3 came back, she realized that the situation was on the verge of getting out of control. All it took was a fuse. And it seemed like it already existed. At that time, she was treating the people who had returned from outside, and suddenly heard a cry from behind. Chen Mo's heart was suddenly pierced by a knife, and the one holding the knife was the boy who was usually taciturn and had little presence. Chen Mo wanted to share his food with him because he was so hungry, but in the blink of an eye, he was taken hostage. At this moment, the boy's eyes were full of ferocity, and the knife was pulled out from Chen Mo's back and pressed against her throat. I just want food, as long as you give me food. I know your ability. She won't die during this period. Don't get it to him, Lao Ming. Protect my uncle and aunt, and there will be a second such thing. Chen Mo shouted anxiously over there. Yeah, if there is one, there will be 2. So do you think I can't kill you before you kill her? The mental power penetrated the boy's consciousness, and the other party instantly bled from all 7 orifices and slowly fell down. She glanced at the people who were just ready to move. I said that you need to get the supplies by yourself. Since you all want to take this unorthodox way, then you don't have to be here. Since the situation cannot be controlled, there is no need to control it. How can this be? We obviously did nothing. Someone shouted miserably. Doing nothing is like surviving in the end of the world? Survive? Isn't it a dead end to go outside? Why do you occupy the safe house? Since you don't want us to live, then don't live. I would rather join them than be eaten clean by those zombies. In the crazy laughter, more than a dozen people took out a green spike and stabbed their hearts at the same time. That is the source of pollution from zombies. A dozen zombies quickly formed in the warehouse, and their breath attracted more zombies. The warehouse was broken by the internal and external attacks in a few breaths. It was impossible to stay here any longer. Lan Ming quickly swam in the pile of zombies, and a zombie died in her hands every 2 seconds. But the zombies gathered too fast at the beginning, and everyone was drowned in the zombie wave. Fortunately, when the incident broke out, Lan Ming protected her parents, and Lan Hai got food outside, and he also wanted to make it easier for Lan Ming. You still understand your own sister. She did that just because she hoped that everyone could rely on themselves to survive in the end times, not because she was heartless and would not help them. If there was more food, it might not be impossible to give them more time. Except, Chapter 158. Chen Mo, answer me, where are you? In a trance, Lan Ming recalled her previous guess. This world's so-called irreversible time point. If I remember correctly, Chen Mo had an accident when a conflict occurred in the warehouse, and everyone was forced to move. This time she must save Momo. Quickly setting up protection measures for her parents, she followed Shinmo's original position to find him. Soon she saw that Shinmo was still alive, but only alive. There were dense zombies around Shinmo. She supported her bloody arm, and stabbed the head of the zombie opposite. There were new zombies around, endless. Lan Meng here. After finally squeezing out a little vision, Shinmo wanted to shout a few words to Lan Meng. The weakness caused by blood loss made her unable to use more strength. Lan Meng rushed over after cleaning up the zombies around. Qin Shui wrapped around Shinmo's wound through their connected hands. Lan Meng pulled Shinmo back to the edge. It's okay, let's go. Of course, I don't want to be a food anymore. It's a pity that it's Lan Meng. Black lines crawled up Shinmo's body. Growing out of the blood vessels, small tentacles with spikes spread all over Shinmo's body, and tried to crawl onto Lan Meng's body. Parasitic. This is a very troublesome thing among zombies. It's not difficult to treat, but the discovery is delayed. Generally, if you see it, it means that this thing is all over the body. But it can still be saved if you change blood in the first place. The bad thing is that there are zombies around Shinmo and Lan Meng who are eyeing them. The appearance of Shinmo's parasite and the attempt to enter Lan Meng's body made Shinmo stun for a moment, and he pushed Lan Meng in the opposite direction in fear. Mo, what are you doing? Lan Meng didn't expect Shinmo to react like this. She stretched out her hand, but it was empty. She watched the zombies behind Shinmo pounce on her and feast on her. Lao Meng, don't worry about me, just live. Live. She had heard this sentence countless times before. But now she obviously has more powerful abilities and knows the plot. Why can't she avoid it? Tears silently slid down Lan Meng's cheeks, blurring her vision. Behind her, her parents were having more and more trouble dealing with the zombies, and her brother's exclamation came from the other side. If it dragged on, more people would die. Lan Meng gritted her teeth and quickly took her parents and Lan Hai away from the zombie pile. Life after that seemed to have returned to what she remembered. With her ability, it was not difficult to survive in the current apocalypse with 3 people. As long as she didn't meet a certain ungrateful wolf. Lan Meng avoided all the ways that could lead to the place where Yang Wanquan was picked up. I used this incident to tell my parents about the law of the end of the world. Don't say too much when saving people. I thought I could save my parents from unnecessary trouble, but God seems to like to play tricks on people. 10 days later, when my parents were in trouble, Lan Meng stayed with them all day. But at 12 o'clock, I saw 2 blood flowers burst out of my parents' chests. Lan Meng, Qin Yin, and Lan turned their heads at the same time, and saw the gun in Lan Hai's hand emitting gunpowder. Brother. Lan Meng's voice was obviously trembling, and his supernatural power was stuck for a while. How could it be? It's not me. No, I saw them become zombies. They are obviously not human. How could this be? Lan Hai suddenly collapsed and yelled. Bang! Another gunshot, and a bunch of blood. Lan Meng? Hey, wake up. You fell asleep while eating? Someone was talking, pulling Lan Meng's chaotic consciousness into reality. She opened her eyes, and saw the bubbling hot pot in front of her. What am I doing again? The little girl suddenly raised her hand, and slapped herself. In the stunned eyes of her 2 companions, she looked at the clock in the cafeteria. There was still 1 minute before the zombie outbreak. Failure to pass the level? Guaranteed. After working hard for a long time, she got the same ending as the original time. If she didn't fail, who would fail? Fortunately, this copy is not wiped out after 1 death. She had NG'd the opening animation so many times before, but nothing happened. Now, it's just 1 more time, not to mention that she clearly remembered every note of the previous accident. A minute later, Lan Meng successfully pulled Wang Zixin away from the attack, and took him back to her home for a rest according to the previous plan. The steps were exactly the same as in the previous life, but not exactly the same. Lan Meng found that her best friend did not talk about those apocalyptic novels this time. Something was wrong, very wrong. While Wang Zixin went to get a weapon, Lan Meng leaned close to Qin Mo's ear and whispered, "You are reborn, right?" In one sentence, the other person's face was full of uncontrollable excitement. Oh my God, Lao Meng. So this is your 3rd time, right? God, I really didn't expect that I would be reborn one day. Don't worry, this time we are women with a fresh script, who can do anything to us. Script. Lan Meng felt bitter in her heart. She also had a script last time. Nothing has changed. As if seeing her worry, Chinemo stopped her from the opposite side. How can a script for 1 person be the same as a script for 2 people? What's more, Your first script is different from what we experienced later. Is that so? Maybe? Lan Ming told herself in her heart, took the weapon handed over by Wang Zixin, and then went out at the same point as last time. The route and speed were exactly the same, but when they reached that corner, Lan Ming pulled Wang Zixin away in advance, as if she had predicted it. The zombie narrowly brushed past Wang Zixin's face, but did not hurt him at all. Chen Mo pulled Wang Zixin back, and Lan Ming took care of the zombie that jumped down from the sky. Nice, the operation was successful. Chen Mo gave Lan Ming a thumbs up. The three continued to move towards the target. But the good times didn't last long. When Lan Ming was busy killing two more zombies that surrounded her, and asked Chen Mo to take Wang Zixin to hide first, an out-of-control car rushed towards Wang Zixin. Wang Zixin pushed Chen Mo away. At the school gate, Ming, I'm sorry that we didn't protect you well before. Qin Yan rushed out of the car and hugged Lan Ming tremblingly. The scene seemed to have changed again. Lan Ming looked at her parents and finally confirmed that they were reborn like Chen Mo. No, maybe it can't be called rebirth. It should be said that every time the world is reset, their previous memories will be retained. And the ones who retain memories are the people closest to them. Chen Mo Qin Yan Lanin. From this point of view, although Lan Hai has not been seen for the time being, he should also have memories. At present, this seems to be a good thing. The more people have memories, the greater the possibility of changing the future. However, with the morality of this system, will such a good thing really happen? In the small shop, Wan Qi went to the warehouse under the coercion and inducement of Lan Ming. Lan Ming first stayed for a quarter of an hour to deal with the 6 zombies before, and then took Wan Qi to the hospital to find her brother. However, as soon as he stepped into the hospital, there was a shaking from the second floor, and the ceiling of the first floor collapsed suddenly. Wan Qi was caught off guard and was hit hard. Then he saw a group of zombies surrounding him. They chopped Wan Qi on the ground frantically. Lan Ming used his superpowers to save him, but suddenly heard Lan Hai's surprised voice. Sister, you are here. This time, I will definitely not hold you back. The guess was confirmed at this time, which distracted Lan Ming for a moment, and then he saw the zombies chop off Wan Qi's head. In the warehouse, Lan Ming still accepted everyone as usual, with only one request: whether in a team or alone, everyone must go out and kill 2 zombies every day, otherwise there will be no food. After all this, it was not a problem for these people to go out and look for food after 10 days. After more than half a month, the inventory in the warehouse was only half reduced. But on the 21st day, the dispute broke out suddenly. 3 people obtained energy cores while killing zombies, and took it, and their strength increased in all directions. Some people questioned whether Lan Ming had the strength to hide it from them, and the 2 sides started fighting. Chen Mo wanted to help Lan Ming share some of the pressure, but he was self-defeating, and was hit by one of the guys, who let the energy core contaminate the vitals. Lan Ming left with her parents and Lan Hai. But she did not adopt a retreat strategy. Instead, after settling her parents, she searched for Yang Wanquan with all her strength. Prepare to find him and kill him. So you're hiding here. This doesn't fit your previous trajectory. You came in from outside too. In the abandoned building, Lan Ming looked at the person in front of her coldly. She had noticed something was wrong the last time. Lan Hai was obviously under mental control before his death. Logically, Yang Wanquan's ability couldn't be that strong at this time. There is only one possibility: he is not the Yang Wanquan of this timeline, but the original one. This secret room is still for 2 people, but it's just a confrontation road. So what? Just an auxiliary without attack means. You got lucky last time. Do you think there will be someone to help you this time? No need. Have you forgotten how you lost before? Lan Ming's words made Yang Wanquan's face look ugly instantly. He didn't forget that his mental attack was completely ineffective against Lan Ming. Without this powerful attack method, and unable to bring in props, he and Lan Ming could only rely on the props currently found in this world to fight one-on-one in close combat. They were all people who came out of the zombie pile, and the difference in strength was not big. Lan Ming also had the ability to heal herself against all odds. Yang Wanquan knew he was at a disadvantage, so he decided to strike first. Amidst the flashes of swords and sabers, Yang Wanquan had more and more wounds on his body. Damn it, he cursed in his heart. How could this little girl's strength grow so fast? But the wounds he inflicted on her had no real effect. As a result, Lan Ming simply adopted a tactic of exchanging injuries for injuries. She sacrificed an arm and pierced Yang Wanquan's right chest with a knife. Cough, cough, Yang Wanquan spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood, his body swaying, obviously exhausted. Up to now, the possibility of him killing Lan Ming was almost zero, and it would be best if they died together. Reluctance spread in his heart, but Yang Wanquan couldn't think of any way. Ming Ming, are you here? When this voice sounded at the door of the abandoned building, Yang Wanquan's eyes were filled with ecstasy in an instant. His ability couldn't control Lan Ming, but it was very useful for these three ordinary people. Lan Ming realized what Yang Wanquan wanted to do, and cursed in her heart. Seeing her parents' expressions gradually become confused and terrified, she subconsciously wanted to release her superpowers to stop Qin Yin and Lanin from being affected by Yang Wanquan. At the moment when the two mental powers collided, the little girl's expression became more and more ugly. Because she suddenly realized that for ordinary people without superpowers, the spiritual world is very fragile. A little disturbance, even positive, can easily lead to mental breakdown. Yang Wanquan didn't care about the life and death of Qin Yin and Lanin, so he used his superpowers without scruples. But Lan Ming couldn't do that, so even helping them resist Yang Wanquan's control became a catalyst for accelerating their collapse. Unless she could kill Yang Wanquan within 5 seconds otherwise. Chapter 159. Get out of here, don't hurt my daughter. After experiencing the tragedy of her last life, she hated the man who killed them and hurt Lan Ming. Qin Yin listened to the man's words that Lan Ming was going to die under his knife now, and looked at the knife light approaching Lan Ming, and the string in her heart was completely broken. The only thought was to kill him completely, and let Lan Ming survive. Qin Yin blocked the knife stabbing at Lan Ming with her body, and stabbed the dagger in her hand fiercely into Yang Wanquan's chest. But when the dagger stabbed into Yang Wanquan's chest, she found that the scenery in front of her changed, and the weapon in her hand stabbed into Lan En's body. The next moment she woke up, her brain seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, and all her emotions rushed out in an instant. Consciousness was completely out of control. And Lanin, the protagonist of another story, woke up at the moment her heart was pierced, and also had a mental breakdown in the collision of two mental powers. But he didn't have time to do anything, and the shock he received in an instant was smaller than Qin Yan's. He didn't lose control to the point of self-understanding. Let's go, take mom away. Lan Ming risked her mental damage, and used her mental power to attack Yang Wanquan. When the other party was severely injured by her, she quickly healed her parents' injuries, and then pushed them out of the building. Coincidentally, Lan Hai, who was searching for Lan Ming's trace at the other end, also came. Because of the ending of the previous life, the three of them unanimously decided not to let Lan Ming face the danger alone, and to do their best. So after guessing that Lan Ming was going to settle accounts with Yang Wanquan, the three of them took stock of where Yang Wanquan might be at the moment, and searched in two directions. Although he didn't know the situation, Lan Hai knew that he couldn't help much if he stayed here when he saw the state of his parents and Lan Ming. He carried his mother on his back, and left the building without saying a word. The weak spot was almost gone, and Lan Ming took advantage of Yang Wanquan's lack of recovery to beat Cuckoo up. But the mental backlash also came quickly. In just a dozen seconds, she felt black in front of her eyes, and a stinging pain in her sea of consciousness, giving Yang Wanquan the opportunity to slip away. No, wait, why is the world getting darker and darker? It won't be like this if the mental power is simply damaged. Lan Ming opened her eyes again at the table. Did her parents and brother get into trouble after they went out? She basically figured out the mechanism of the world's restart. As long as the most important people to her died, the timeline would be reset. I just don't know how many times this reset opportunity will be. She told Shinemo, who had two memories, her idea, but she hid the last sentence. It's okay, Lao Ming, it will definitely work if you come a few more times. It's normal to play some nightmare-level games more than 100 times before completing them. Don't worry, we will accompany you. Accompany me? Lan Ming looked at Shinemo, who was smiling brightly. It is true that the player has perseverance to play the game more than 100 times, but what about the other people in the game? Those NPCs will never retain their memories after the game is reset. Especially the last thing that appears in this retained memory is such a tragic death. Before she dealt with Qi Shang and his people, 3 tragic deaths were already unbearable for them, and Shinemo, parents, brother. Lan Ming had no idea how many times she had to restart the game to pass it smoothly, and she didn't know how many deaths they could endure. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. She reviewed what happened after the last time with Shinemo, and Wang Zixin, a pure NPC, was stunned. If we regard this as a game, failure is because we are all dead. Then, the condition for passing the level should be staying alive. As for how to survive, and how many people survive, that is what we have to explore. But Lao Ming, you said before that your wish for rebirth is to hope that as many people as possible survive. Combining this, the more people survive, the more likely it is to pass the level. Yes, Lan Ming had been wondering why her nightmare was the month before the end of the world. After recalling her life in the first 10 years, she found the answer. Her life in the first 10 years was too smooth, with a wealthy family, open-minded parents, a brother who was disliked but loved her, an online IQ, and the love of excellent teachers and classmates who could succeed in everything. She was taught to be a kind but sharp person, confident but never arrogant. She really has never suffered any hardship in life. The month after the zombie outbreak was her only nightmare, since she was a child. She clearly has superpowers and can protect the people around her, but she watched her parents, friends, and countless ordinary people die in front of her. She wants to save them, and she can save them. These ordinary people should not become sacrifices for the end of the world, and become stepping stones for those who survived. Well, I will try my best to keep people alive, Lan Ming whispered softly. The third time, Wang Zixin dodged the oncoming car, but sprained her foot because of the shock. When Lan Ming treated her, the manhole cover next to Wang Zixin suddenly opened, and the zombies jumped out and dragged her in. Wan Qi did not die on the way to pick up Lan Hai. Lan Ming left him in the warehouse for Chen Imo and his parents to take care of him. But Wan Qi still died, dying from the accidental infection when Lan Ming beat the zombies before. Lan Ming still accepted the survivors who came, but carefully controlled them not to touch the energy core. However, even without the energy core as a fuse, the ambitious one still wanted to kill Lan Ming and take over. Lan Ming suppressed it immediately, and thought it was okay. Who knew that 2 days later, the man joined others to kidnap her when Chen Imo was out for revenge. Even if Lan Ming rushed over faster, she still saw a scarred corpse. After that, Lan Ming still confronted Yang Wanquan, but this time she repeatedly told her family to protect herself, but who knew that several people who survived the previous melee wanted to make trouble for Lan Ming, and after confirming the whereabouts of her parents, they kidnapped them and tried to force Lan Ming to surrender. The fourth time. After learning about the previous 3 encounters, Wang Zixin suggested going out earlier, but was bitten off his head by a zombie hanging upside down at the door. The hidden dangers of Wan Qi were eliminated by Lan Ming, and Lan Ming also eliminated the problems of other people. However, after Lan Ming left, he was infected again when he tried to study the remaining tissues of the zombies on the ground. The man who was plotting to usurp the throne was defeated by Lan Ming in advance, but he was too resentful and took it out on the little girl. This caused a conflict between him and the people who were on good terms with the little girl. Lan Ming protected Chen Imo throughout the whole process, but the warehouse was collapsed by them, and the boulder just happened to fall down and Chen Imo subconsciously pushed Lan Ming away. The Lan couple and Lan Hai protected themselves in all directions, but they didn't pay attention to the zombies in order to avoid those people. Lan Hai was protected by Qin Yin and Lan En to escape to find Lan Ming, but was followed by someone and died in front of Lan Ming. Ha ha ha. At that time, Yang Wanquan laughed wildly. Look, look! You can kill me, but you can't save them. These weaklings shouldn't have survived, they don't deserve it. You forced them to survive, they will only be a burden, and will only be killed by the world. You don't deserve to survive. Lan Ming's voice was very faint, and the weapon passed over Yang Wanquan's neck. This was the first time she killed Yang Wanquan, with an overwhelming advantage in a head-on fight. But the next moment, she returned to the beginning. The 6th time, the 7th time, the 8th time. The cycle continued to start. Everything was changing, and it seemed that nothing had changed. Everyone will die before a certain predetermined node, but the way and time of death are slightly different. The time of death has been postponed because more and more hidden dangers have been eliminated, but new hidden dangers continue to increase, and the way of death is becoming more and more tragic. The people saved by Lan Ming either died in a more tragic way in the near future because of her actions, or gradually lost their original intentions after having a stable life, and took up the knife to point at her and her family for the sake of profit. No one can escape these two endings. And now, there have been 20 reincarnations. Whether it is Chen Imo or Lan Ming's family, there is deep fear in their eyes when they open their eyes again. Chen Mo's face has long lost the smile. For Lan Ming, the player, this game only requires making decisions, but they experience death again and again. They are human beings, and they are afraid of death, let alone such a tragic death. Mental instability leads to unstable execution of decisions, increasing uncertainties, and the original situation gradually begins to get out of control. The time of death begins to move forward, and sometimes they can't survive the first time. Finally, Chen Imo completely collapsed in the 29th reincarnation. She killed herself with a knife at Wang Zixin's house. I'm sorry, but I really can't hold on any longer. Lan Ming, don't save me. Can you give me some time? Let me rest for a few times. Then it was Lan Hai Lanin. In the end, only Qin Yin was holding on to accompany her daughter, but Lan Ming could feel that her condition was getting worse and worse. Fortunately, after committing suicide more than 10 times, the other three finally recovered. Although the emotions were still numb, at least they did not continue to exile themselves. If Lan Ming, you don't save so many people? Since it will end after all 4 of us die, then whether the others live or not will not have much impact on the clearance. For the 35th time, Chinimo and Lanin proposed to Lan Ming at the same time. But they haven't done anything now, they just want to survive. Lan Ming said with certainty and calmness. But everything that happened before was caused by them. If these survivors hadn't come, the dispute wouldn't have happened, we wouldn't have died, and we might have cleared the level long ago. They are also living beings. If they die now, they can't be resurrected even if they clear the level. They can't really live without clearing the level, Lan Ming. They don't remember their deaths, but we do. They can live so comfortably because of this. But it's obviously all because of them. It's because of them that we have been trapped in the cycle of reincarnation. Now it's fine as long as you don't save them, right? Lan Ming, you choose. Saving them means giving up the level. Since we really don't want to continue to die miserably, you should just kill us. Lanin came over and looked at her daughter, but suddenly her left face hurt. Snap, a crisp slap sounded, and Lanin looked at the lover in front of her steadily. If you want to die, you can commit suicide. We are all trapped in reincarnation. Suicide was your own choice before, and she never said anything to you, because your suicide made it even more impossible for her to pass the level. Saving people was Meng Meng's choice, so why do you ask her to change for you? Qin Yan's voice was not loud, and she was also full of fatigue, but her tone was unusually firm. Meng Meng, no matter what, just do what you want to do. She turned her head and rubbed Lan Ming's head. Her movements were as gentle as before. 40 times, 50 times, 60 times. It was unknown how much time had passed. During this time, Qin Yan also rested twice, and the other 3 wanted to force Lan Ming to make a choice by dying quickly. But no matter what, Lan Ming seemed unmoved. If she could save someone by dying quickly, she would save him. If she couldn't save him, she would try her best to do the things in front of her and constantly improve her way of passing the level. In the revisions again and again, the mistakes were made up bit by bit, until there was no more surprises to add in the time. Until the 69th time, Wang Zixin and Chinimo, who was hanging by Lan Ming, got on the car together. Chinimo cried so hard that he almost fainted. The 81st time, Lan Hai saw Wan Qi alive. The suicide of 3 people stopped. The 99th time, the conflict in the warehouse did not happen because Lan Ming delegated power, and the team managed itself reasonably. A newcomer tried to threaten Lan Ming with Chinimo, but was suppressed and taught a lesson by others. When Yang Wanquan was attacked by Lan Ming and his men, his red eyes were full of unwillingness. Why, it shouldn't be like this, how could they still be alive? That person said, there are only 2 ways to pass the level, how could so many people survive? He roared, trying to use his superpowers to control these ordinary people to kill each other, but Lan Ming had already made a perfect defense. Yang Wanquan's superpowers didn't hurt anyone except himself. An annihilation bomb suddenly fell from Yang Wanquan's hand. Swordsmen, die together. He shouted. It's really impossible to directly control other people's thoughts. It seems that this is the last resort. Lan Ming smiled, as he watched himself being swallowed by the white light. For the 100th time, Lan Ming gave Yang Wanquan a split action, smilingly hanging his life, letting him appreciate his miserable appearance next. In Yang Wanquan's expression twisted to the extreme by fear, he smiled and answered his last question. Because the person who saved me has been telling me with his actions that some disgusting games never have only set clearing methods, and the game belongs to the player from the moment it is created. Under the rules, you can choose any path. I just used the method I like. And you are just the dust that she wanted me to shake off by using the hands of that self-righteous guy. Yang Wanquan died unwillingly. Lan Ming turned her head to look at the people, who were frozen, and gradually disappeared behind her. An electronic sound of squeaking came to her ears. But taking things was just a noise, and she couldn't say a word for a long time. If you can't report it, I do it for you. Lan Ming gave the system a contemptuous look in her heart. Let me think about what this ending should be called. Well, how about everyone survives? Too straightforward, it's better to call it pissing the system to death. The color of the world gradually dimmed. Lan Ming floated in a black, and saw a person walking towards her with a smile in her vision. Chapter 160. Welcome back. The person's voice was smiling, and he handed over a bottle of orange juice. Lan Ming took it subconsciously, and she felt a little bit of reality when she drank the sweet and sour juice. Sister Shuang Shuang. The girl who woke up called out, "You changed your hairstyle." Ji Qingchen in front of her had long gray-purple hair. Lan Ming looked at her and felt that her expression was a little different from before. It seemed that her eyes were colder and more indifferent, which made the smile on her face a little evil. Or maybe it was in this black world with only a layer of soft and bleak white light that she looked very different from the past. But there was no sense of disobedience. Lan Ming even felt that compared with Ji Qingchen's previous temperament, with a bit of teasing and cynicism, this kind of indifference, and wandering away from the whole world was the background of the person in front of her. However, Lan Ming didn't know if she was being sentimental. She always felt that this wonderful aura had a subtle change after seeing her, as if some alien creature had extended a tentacle and curiously poked some creature that was beyond her expectation. It must be an illusion. The little girl denied her idea in just 0.01 seconds. What is there for ordinary people like me to be curious about? Sister Shuang Shuang, are we on the train now? Putting away her wild thoughts, Lan Ming looked around. Although she didn't know what happened specifically, those people on the platform should have boarded the train, but the environment in front of her really didn't seem like it. In the endless black, there were several glowing doors floating. The styles of the doors were different, and the halos emitted were also different, but the lights on all the doors were more or less eroded by the darkness, looking old and dilapidated. But it is certain that there are no annoying zombies in this place, and it will not be the sea of zombies that the system mentioned before. However, the system said before that everyone who did not board the train would be sent to the sea of zombies. Lan Ming thought of the previous world copy. Suddenly felt bad, this thing would not send away everyone except them, including those who were still in the shelter. With the virtue of the system, this is very likely. However, Lan Ming did not want to know the answer to this question at present, which would make her want to dismantle Arifin even more. Let's focus on her current situation first. Others will be discussed later. Maybe by then, they will have a solution. And the person who is most likely to know the answer to the previous question at the moment is Ji Qingchen, not to mention that no one else is here. Yes and no. Ji Qingchen took out a bunch of grapes and said slowly. To be precise, the train is just a shell or a name. The last two words are the key. You heard what the system said before. Well, he said the dungeon is a room escape, and the dungeon name is Nightmare Hell. The little girl nodded seriously, and it was precisely because of that name that she realized the possible way to pass the level. Yes, so behind those doors in front of you is their nightmare. To put it more clearly, this is where Arifin uses brainwashing to make the top talent selected from each world work for him, without completely turning into zombies. Is it by eroding the soul? Lan Ming's voice was very light. You really guessed it. You are the only person I have ever seen who walked out of this world on his own. Ji Qingchen cast an approving look at the other party. The little girl had a bitter smile on her face. She would rather she hadn't guessed it. After all, this is really not a pleasant answer. It gives people hope, but it also buries hidden dangers, causing deeper despair at a certain moment. The person you want to protect dies tragically because of protection, and protecting the person you hate can save everything, and even the person you want to save persuades you to kill them with your own hands because of pain. In the end, people find that no matter how hard they try, it will only bring deeper harm. Everything they do is in vain, and all they think and think about is sadness. So in despair, they can only abandon their original dreams and go in the opposite direction. Don't think so. If you didn't guess it, I would have to enter the door one more time. Ji Qingchen said lightly, to be honest, I haven't seen anyone who can get out of a nightmare on their own for a long time. Anyway, Lan Ming, congratulations. The most terrifying thing about nightmares is that they constantly extinguish your hopes. Although this is just a nightmare that can't be more conventional, according to Arifin's previous plan, he can interfere with the operation of the nightmare with the pollution left in these people's bodies, and set an ending that people can't escape no matter what. However, everyone's nightmare is the secret room of his soul. How many people can keep their original intentions in despair and betrayal, and find that happy ending from countless tiny possibilities? Just look at this world. There is no external interference, and Ji Qingchen has not seen the second person break the deadlock so far. Let's go to the next room. After all, Arifin's wish cannot be fulfilled. Ji Qingchen originally planned to catch people in each room. Lan Ming's breakthrough was unexpected to her. Ji Qingchen took the lead and walked towards one of the doors, and Lan Ming followed him with a few jogs. Sister Shuang Shuang, can I ask a question? The little girl ran her hand through the other's hair and grabbed Ji Qingchen's arm. If that world is real, Will the changes I made last? Do you hope it will last? The other asked her back. I don't know. Lan Ming shook her head hard. There must be hope. How could the 100 reincarnations not give rise to a vague desire? But when she came to her senses and thought, if everything could really be changed, then wouldn't death and the past be completely meaningless to her? And if death and regrets lost their meaning, how could the meaning of life be verified? So reason told her that the ending that could be changed would never exist. But the 100 reincarnations were so real that she experienced them. What is the answer? Mixed thoughts ran wild in her mind, and doubts arose in hope. Actually, there is a very simple way to judge. Ji Qingshan suddenly spoke, you become who you are because of all the past. If you lose those, you will not be what you are today. So what can be changed will never be the regrets of the past, and what can be saved is not the dead life. Those things that have been concluded in time will only remain in memory. But rebirth may not be impossible. These words, Lan Ming subconsciously complained to herself. It was really because she had been with her imaginative best friend for too long that she was infected. This unrealistic imagination was really a bit embarrassing. She secretly raised her eyes to see how Ji Qingshan would react. The other party was indeed looking at her, with a half-smile on his face. Lan Meng lowered her head quickly, her face slightly red. But the man didn't have any amusement, but said seriously, how do you know that your rebirth is back to the real past? After all, you just returned to that similar scene, but everything you experienced was different from that time. Rather than being reborn, it's more like opening a new timeline. All you did was just add a parallel time and space. No one can change the past, but everyone can create the future. As they spoke, a door had come within their reach. Through the door, Lan Ming was surprised to find that she could see the situation inside, which was Mou's nightmare. The dirt on the door was already very obvious. Lan Ming watched the people inside trying their best to save her friend, but when she turned around, her friend pushed her towards the demon, who wanted to hurt her. It's betrayal, no wonder. Beside him, Ji Qingshan sighed softly, stretched out his hand to hold the door handle, and pulled it back suddenly. The blackness in front of him disappeared, and when he opened his eyes again, Lan Ming looked at the two ungrateful people in front of him, rushed up and slapped them twice. On the gray ground, golden arrows forced back waves of zombies. Behind Yuan Fuyun were 4 shelters in a circle, and various lasers, electromagnetic fluctuations, and shock waves were constantly released from them, forming a 100-meter vacuum zone around the shelters. And in the sky, 49 king shuangs were scurrying around, fishing out living people from the pile of zombies. The population in the shelter gradually increased, from the dozens of lucky ones at the beginning to nearly 10,000 people now. But death is still inevitable. The zombie sea is worthy of its name. The endless high-level zombies in front of them are like waves rushing towards their entire isolated island in the sea. This really feels familiar to playing Star Wars after a long time, Yuan Fuyun thought, tearing open a bag of potions and holding it in her mouth. Fortunately, she brought a lot of supplies, and got a batch of high-level potions from Dugu Yun just in case, otherwise she would not be able to hold on until now. But supplies are limited after all, and the zombies in the zombie sea are recyclable types, and they are endless, and sooner or later they will empty their family. I hope the teacher is more reliable, and the support he said is not just for fun. Oh my god, it's finally here. A man's sigh of relief suddenly came from the central tower of 710. However, when he raised his eyes again, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. No, you're kidding. Didn't Dugu Yun just come to support us? Why are there so many zombies? Do you believe his lies? There's nothing here to use us? Hurry up and get to work. Nana kicked Michelle, and quickly jumped out of the central tower. This base is well equipped. When she saw the layout of the 4 shelters, Nana explained, is there such a talented person in this place? Although the materials are a bit inferior, the craftsmanship based on this is impeccable. Soon this question was answered, and Nana saw the Qingshuang flying around in the sky. No wonder. The Qingshuang is simply the most perfect work in the world. Her lifelong dream is to build another Qingshuang. Thinking of what happened in the alliance a few days ago, Nana was inevitably disappointed when she looked around and found that their boss was not here. She thought she would see her soon. However, the most urgent thing is to find out the situation first. Ji Qingshan left the Qingshuang here, which means that the situation here is definitely more dangerous than the other side. She thinks so. When she came out, Nana saw Yuan Fuyun flying in the sky. He installed 2 mechanical wings on himself and flew into the sky. You are here. Yuan Fuyun was slightly distracted. What is the situation now? The 2 sides exchanged information. Nana and Michelle brought enough supplies to fill an entire shelter. and Yuan Fuyun briefly explained the current situation. The rules here are completely closed loop from the inside. We can only try to hold on now, and wait for the uncle to get the energy source out. Then I trouble you to modify the program. No problem. Let Michelle help you. This thing is not much of a threat to him. I go and improve this fortress. Nana's abilities are related to machinery and information. She is better at defense and formation. Let Michelle do the violent work. With the foreign aid and the supplies they brought, the pressure on the survivors was much less, and casualties were also decreasing rapidly. But no one took it lightly. Life and death, less pressure is still life and death. I don't know how long it took. Suddenly, the Qingchuang seemed to sense something, and all the empty ones rushed in a certain direction. The few people who were monitoring the situation were stunned. Uncle. Sister G. Boss. The three insiders exclaimed at the same time.